The auditorium of Devour High School was bustling with excitement as the annual Talent Awakening ceremony was in full swing. I sat in a wheelchair, placed in the farthest corner. Useless air. Transported me to this world after a car accident, becoming the nominal eldest son of the Lin family in Star City. Ironically, this life was 100 times harsher than the hardships I endured in the orphanage in my previous life. At the detection platform in the center of the auditorium, the testers skillfully operated the equipment. One by one, students walked up to be tested. If a light flashed, their talent level and name were announced. Triggering cheers or sighs from the crowd, my gaze passed through the crowd and settled on the tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man in the VIP section. Lin Zhenbang, my father. At this moment, Lin Zhenbang, representing the outstanding parent, was whispering with my beautiful stepmother, Liu Yuru. A warm and affable smile plastered on his face, at least one that appeared genuine to outsiders. But in my heart, I felt a chill. Who could truly know how cold his heart was? My mother, Su Ward, was once the beloved daughter of the prestigious Su family in Star City. Known for her beauty and gentleness, out of love, she married Lin Zhenbang when he was penniless and poured her family resources into his rise, helping him establish the Lin family. To foolish, who sacrifices everything for love anymore, I reminded myself quietly. In my past life, I saw through the coldness of human nature, understanding that those who extend a helping hand in times of need are rare, while those who add insult to injury are countless, and even more so when such sacrifices are unequal. After Lin Zhenbang achieved fame, he brought back Liu Yuru and her illegitimate son, Lin Yanyu, who was 2 months older than me. From then on, my mother cried herself to sleep, her health deteriorating until she passed away with resentment when I was only 8 years old. No sooner had my mother passed than Liu Yuru was elevated to the position of the Lin family's matriarch. This woman, while appearing deeply caring toward me in front of my father, treated me like a thorn in her side behind his back. Withholding resources and subjecting me to beatings became routine. I chose to endure. In this world where the strong are revered, I needed time to grow and resources to cultivate. I once believed that if I worked hard enough, one day, I would earn my father's recognition and fair treatment. Next, Lin Yu. The tester's voice pulled me back to reality. I saw Lin Zhenbang and Liu Yuru's faces light up as they stared intently at Yu stepping onto the platform. The testing device touched his forehead, and red lights surged before stabilizing. B-level talent flame control. Congratulations, Lin Yu. Applause erupted. The B-level talent was already quite impressive. Lin Yanyu waved to the crowd in triumph, his expression smug. When he glanced my way, his face twisted into a taunting smirk. I looked away indifferently. Lin Mo. The auditorium fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned to me in the wheelchair. The useless heir of the Lin family. No matter how good his talent is, he can't even stand. I heard Lin Zhenbang doesn't care about him at all. Whispers spread throughout the hall. My face remained expressionless, my gaze calm like a still lake, as if it had nothing to do with me. The tester glanced awkwardly at Lin Zhenbang, who nodded slightly, signaling him to proceed. The testing device gently pressed against my forehead. Instantly, a blinding golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire auditorium. Within the golden glow, countless minutes facial fractures appeared faintly, exuding a sharp, terrifying aura. This is S-level. S-level talent's spatial blade. The tester's voice trembled, cracking as he nearly shouted. My God, this is the first S-level talent in Devour High School in 10 years. The auditorium was deathly silent at first, then erupted in thunderous exclamations. Everyone stared at me, the boy in the wheelchair, in disbelief. Lin Zhenbang's smile froze on his face, morphing into an expression of shock and complexity. Liu Yuru's features twisted slightly, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Lin Yanyu's face turned ashen, his earlier smugness replaced by jealousy and resentment. S-level talent. I stared at the dazzling rating on the testing device, feeling as though my heart might burst. At that moment, I forgot my humiliation, forgot the pain of being crippled S-level. I had a chance now. I could stand again, I would seek revenge. But the euphoria quickly faded under the cold reality. When my gaze met the greedy eyes of my father and stepmother in the VIP section, it felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over me. 3 years ago, such a talent could have changed my fate. But now it was like giving a drowning man a mountain of gold. You would only hasten his demise. Lin Zhenbang, acting as a parent representative, brought me into the VIP lounge. Mower, he began, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. After dismissing everyone else, only the two of us remained. You truly gave me a big surprise today. I looked up, my dark eyes devoid of waves, though I laughed bitterly inside. Surprise? More like shock and calculations on how to claim this surprise for yourself. I stared at him calmly, waiting for my so-called father's next act. Lin Zhenbang paced a few steps, pretending to be anguished as he sighed. S-level spatial blade, how powerful. It is such a pity your legs sigh, your meridians. No matter how great the talent, cultivation would still be difficult. It would attract predators, bringing fatal dangers. Such a talent on someone like you is like a gemstone in a mud. It only makes you a tardy. Father, please speak plainly, I said evenly, though I already knew what he was getting at. A flash of greed flickered in Lin Zhenbang's eyes before he masked it with a pained, caring expression. Mower, your S-level talent's spatial blade is truly remarkable. I cowled and be prouder. But your leg meridians are completely destroyed. No matter how exceptional your talent is, you can't harness it. Such a divine talent, wasted because of your body. Not only is it your regret, but also a huge loss for the Lin family. You may only have a B-level talent, but his body is healthy. If he could possess your talent, the Lin family would undoubtedly reach unparalleled glory. I've thought about it for a long time. It could avoid letting the talent go to waste. For the future of the Lin family, I propose this exchange plan. Talent exchange. Talent exchange? Lin Mo's nails dug tightly into his palms, his knuckles turning white. That's right. It's an ancient secret technique that requires mutual consent. After the exchange, the talent levels will decline due to rejection. But this is currently the best solution. Lin Zhenbang spoke resolutely. We'll transfer Yun Yu's B-level flame control to you, even if it drops to C level. At least you'll have some means of self-defense. Your S-level spatial rift blade will go to him even if it drops to A or S. It will still help him lead the Lin family to new heights. This is the ideal choice for you, Yan Yu, and the Lin family. He spoke as if it was the greatest favor to Lin Mo. And why should I agree? Lin Mo retorted coldly. Lin Zhenbang's face darkened, and his last facade completely fell apart. Do you think you have a choice? I provided for you. Clothed and educated you. I've been merciful enough. If you were my blood, you'd have been thrown out long ago, for the benefit of the family. Sacrificing a useless person like you is nothing. Lin Mo, sitting in his wheelchair, clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug deeper into his palms. His experiences in his past life had taught him the dark side of human nature, but he hadn't expected to encounter a father so heartless and shameless after transmigrating. Anger consumed him, his entire body trembling. But the pain kept his mind clear. Sacrificing a useless person, how easy it was for them to say. His fury and resentment surged, nearly overwhelming his rationality. At that moment, a cold and powerful will seem to respond to his despair, echoing in the depths of his soul. Detected strong resentment and desire for revenge in the host. Activation conditions for the world-devouring system met. World-devouring system binding. Binding successful. Lin Mo's pupils shrank dramatically before quickly recovering their calm. He looked up and fixed his gaze on Lin Zhenbang, his eyes cold, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Fine, I agree to the talent exchange, but I have one condition. System initial Ashanius in progress. Talent devouring and fusion can devour specified talents. If 4 or more talents are devoured simultaneously, fusion can be attempted, with a high probability of upgrading to a higher level and more powerful talent. Currently detected host S-level spatial rift blade and targets B-level flame control. First fusion success rate reward 100%, directly upgrading to SS level talent. Devouring and points defeating beings with talents or special abilities allows for devouring their talents or energy, converting them into system points. Points exchange and enhancement system points can be used to upgrade talent levels and enhance physical attributes. Lin Mo's heart pounded wildly. This level talent. Even a city lord of Star City only possessed S-level talent. Mower, have you made up your mind? Liu Yuru pushed open the door, her smile kind, though a flash of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Mother thinks your father's suggestion is a good one. It's the best choice for you. Lin Mo slowly raised his eyes, looking at the woman before him, the one who had caused his mother's death, and destroyed his legs. The anger he had felt moments ago was instantly frozen by the awakening of the system, replaced by an icy calmness, as if he were looking at a dead person. The memories of that accident 3 years ago flooded back. That day, Niu Yuru had set a trap, luring him to the back mountain training ground. Since then, he had been unable to stand, and his dreams of martial arts had been completely shattered. The original Lin Mo, unable to accept this, had died. Who was then that Lin Mo risked migraine into this world? The doctor's regretful words still echoed in his ears. The meridians are completely destroyed. The path of martial arts is forever cut off. Lin Zhenbang had known the truth, but had chosen to ignore it. In a world where strength reigned supreme, a crippled son was not worth investing in. With his legs destroyed, it had conveniently saved the family the trouble of grooming their heir. Lin Mo remained silent for a long time. If not for the system, he would have fought to the death. But now, with the system's arrival, he was brimming with confidence. "Father, I agree to the talent exchange." Lin Zhenbang and Liu Yuru were momentarily stunned. Then their expressions turned to surprise and disdain. The useless waste had accepted his fate. What a joke. But Lin Mo's tone suddenly changed, and a mysterious smile played on his lips. "I have to small conditions." Lin Zhenbang snorted coldly. "And what makes you think you have the right to make amends?" Lin Mo countered, "Father, have you forgotten the rules of the talent exchange?" He had just looked up the information on his phone about the talent exchange ritual. Though the ancient technique was publicly documented and appeared simple, its success rate was terrifyingly low, not because it was technically difficult, but because its success prerequisites were incredibly stringent. The exchange required both parties to be 100% willing, without the slightest hint of coercion or reluctance. Anyone with an awake and death-level talent, unless they were out of their mind, would never willingly hand over their talent. Coercion or bribery, for a ritual that involved the essence of one's soul. Any external force could lead to failure or even backlash. This was why the ritual only stood a chance of success in one extreme scenario, when an elderly family member near the end of their life willingly transferred their talent to a younger generation. Even so, the rejection levels varied greatly. A lucky S-level talent might only drop to S, while an unlucky one might degrade to less than a B level. Lin Zhenbang was so confident because he believed that Lin Mo, this useless waste, had no other options and could only submit. Lin Mo began to state his conditions. First, the talent exchange ritual must be held publicly in a grand banquet hall of Star City's most prestigious Starline International Hotel. This is a glorious moment for the Lin family's eldest son to gain an S-level talent, isn't it? Suspicion flickered in Liu Yuru's eyes. What exactly was this trash plotted? But on second thought, a public ceremony wouldn't harm them. Second, once the ritual is complete, I, Lin Mo, will voluntarily sever all ties with the Lin family. From then on, my life and death will be my own. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a dead silence. Lin Zhenbang frowned deeply. The public ceremony, severing ties? His face was filled with displeasure and disdain. This worthless fool dared to make commands. Liu Yuru leaned in, gently playing with her nails, and whispered, "Master, I think this might actually be a good thing. Talent exchange is such an important matter, and sooner or later, rumors will spread in the city. Instead of letting people gossip behind our backs, why not make it public? This way, the Lin family will appear open and upright. And Tian, you can proudly receive the S-rank talent, letting the entire Star City witness the emergence of a genius from our family." She lowered her voice, a hint of cruelty flashing in her eyes. "As for severing ties, Lin Mo is just a cripple. This is a good opportunity to get rid of that burden. Otherwise, if he ever learns the truth about certain matters, he might come back to trouble us. By then he'll be an outsider, and his life or death will have nothing to do with us." Lin Zhenbang's gaze darkened as he listened. It was true that if Lin Mo remained of a Lin family, and if he someday uncovered the truth about his mother's death or the conspiracy behind his crippled legs, it could cause chaos. Forcing him to sever ties now would be much less of a headache. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "Fine, 3 days from now. At the Starlight Hotel. Don't back out then." I smiled innocently. Why would I back out? I simply hope this ceremony will be unforgettable for everyone present. Liu Yuru covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Don't worry, I'll make sure the event is as grand as possible." What in all of Star City witnessed Yaranya's glorious moment. In her mind, she was already plotting once the ceremony was over and the talent exchange completed. She would find a way to make this cripple disappear for good. A severed-ties cripple, whatever happened to him, would be someone else's problem. The corners of my mouth curved upward. Choosing to hold the ceremony publicly had its own purpose. First, severing ties in a public setting meant the Lin family wouldn't be able to go back on their word, granting me complete freedom. I was well aware of Liam Yuru's viciousness. If the ceremony were held privately, I might not even survive the event. She wouldn't miss the chance to arrange an assassination. But at the bustling Starlight Hotel, with so many eyes watching, she'd have to restrain herself, which would buy me some time to survive. Most importantly, I needed a stage grand enough to execute my stunning reversal. Then I'll go rest now, I said calmly, turning my wheelchair to leave. Wait, Yuru suddenly called out, a sly glint in her eyes. Mower, stay in your room for the next 3 days, and don't wander around. Mother is worried about something happening to you, and it would be such a pity if the ceremony were cancelled. I glanced back at her, seeing right through her little scheme. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for anyone. Watching my retreating back, Yuru's lips curled into a triumphant smile. What a fool. 3 days later, when he handed over the S-right out, it would mark the beginning of his end. A cold glint flickered briefly in her eyes. 3 days from now, you'll all pay for today's decisions. Before dawn, the night sky over Star City was overshadowed by thick clouds, with a broken moon casting a dim, chilling light. This was no longer the full moon of a century ago. The great catastrophe had torn the sky apart, and it tore apart the moon along with it. I returned to my dark, damp bedroom, which was more like a remodeled storage room. Through the small window above, I gazed at the massive rift spanning the sky, the abyss. It was the origin of all spatial fissures and the greatest mystery of this world. The great catastrophe a century ago struck without warning. On that day, tens of thousands of spatial fissures simultaneously tore open across the planet. As if some force beyond dimensions had ripped open Earth's wounds, countless otherworldly beasts poured through the fissures, attacking human cities like a relentless storm. Skyscrapers made of steel and concrete crumbled like paper under their sharp claws. When humanity was on the brink of extinction, some individuals suddenly awake in special abilities, gaining unimaginable powers. Some controlled lightning, while others possessed bodies as strong as steel. These talents changed the fate of humanity, marking the beginning of the Rift Era. How ironic. I sneered. Disaster destroyed everything, yet it also gave birth to new strength. Today, the entire blue planet is divided into 3 major regions. Fortress cities, humanity's last bastions of civilization. Wilderness war zones. Vast, harsh lands outside the cities, filled with spatial fissures and otherworldly beasts. Forbidden dead zones. Areas occupied by massive fissures or powerful beasts. It's said that the Dead Zones harbor ninth-tier beasts capable of wiping fortress cities off the map if awakened. Star City is one of 30 to super-large fortresses, encircled by 100-meter-high alloy walls equipped with rune cannons of defensive arrays. Within the city, society is stratified by strength and status. The inner city is a haven for the elite and the powerful, while the outer city houses ordinary citizens. The slums are crammed with the unawakened and those with low-level talents. The world's power system is incredibly intricate. Talent is the core of all strength. At 18, everyone has a 0.3% chance of awakening a talent. Talent levels range from F to the highest SS, determining one's social status. I glanced around my simple room in the corner of the Lin family's villa and smirked. Even as the legitimate son of the Lin family, without strength, I was treated as nothing but trash. Yet for me, this hierarchical system was just the starting point. In this world, such an ability was unheard of and defied the natural order. As long as I had enough talents to devour, I could break through to the Mytha-Palace S level limit. System. I murmured in my mind. A flash of light appeared, and a translucent panel materialized before me. Universal Devour System. Host. Lin Mo. Cultivation Body Tempering Stage, Late Phase. Attributes. Strength. 180 average human 10, capable of lifting one's body weight. Speed 160 average human. 10 100 meters sprint 15 seconds average for ordinary people. Defense 200 ordinary people about 10, normal physique. Spirit. 85 ordinary people about 10, normal cognitive reaction. Vital energy 420 ordinary people about 10. Innate ability. S-race pace rift blade can tear space to create sharp blade energy. Power increases with spiritual strength. System functions. Talent Devour can steal others' talents. Talent fusion. Fuse multiple talents to evolve and strengthen. Multiverse perception detect information about nearby talent holders. Special status. Disabled legs recoverable. Estimated lifespan. 150 years. System points 0. Looking at the stats on the panel, I felt conflicted. Human cultivation begins at the body tempering realm, followed by the meridian opening realm, energy gathering realm, crystal condensation realm, astral transformation realm, marquee realm, and emperor realm. Each breakthrough significantly extends one's lifespan, and legends say those in the emperor realm can live for 3,000 years. The body tempering realm primarily focuses on tempering the body and unlocking potential, and I'm currently in a late stage of this realm. At King Tang High School, this level is considered bottom tier. Most of my peers are in the mid to peak stages of the body tempering realm. System, how does my strength compare in Star City? I asked, the wheelchair slightly rocking. Moonlight casting mottled shadows across my face. Analysis shows that the host cultivation level is low, but the S-rank talent compensates for some weaknesses. Among peers, the host cultivation level ranks behind, but the talent level is ahead. Overall strength is equivalent to the combat power of someone at the peak of the body tempering realm. That's cool. I am a contradiction, the weakest in cultivation, but with top-tier talent. My fingers tapped rhythmically on the wheelchair armrest, and a bitter smile formed at the corner of my lips. No wonder Lin Bang decided to transfer the talent. He doesn't believe I can fully utilize the power of an S-ray talent. Curious, I asked the system, what level does my S-rank talent reach within the whole city? S-rank talents in Star City number only around tier 30, belonging to the high tier. Their Space Rift Blade, endowed with rare spatial attributes, is inherently more valuable than most talents of the same rank. Spatial talents are considered top tier within the talent system. Even with low cultivation, their power cannot be underestimated. Suddenly, a critical issue came to mind, and my expression darkened. System, when can my legs recover? The leg meridians are severely damaged. Recovery can only begin upon reaching the meridian opening realm, and full recovery will require reaching the energy gathering realm. Estimated time to reach the meridian opening realm 3 to 6 months. I clenched my fists. 3 to 6 months this time frame is acceptable. Once my legs recover, my combat strength will multiply several times over. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I asked, by the way, you mentioned multiverse perception earlier. What does it mean? Multiverse perception allows the detection of detailed information about all talent awakeners within a 500-meter radius, including name, talent rank, cultivation realm, etc. My eyes lit up, and I instinctively leaned forward. This is practically an invincible cheat. In this era where information is power, knowing the enemy's details in advance is akin to having the ability to foresee the future. My fingers tapped the wheelchair armrest again as I pondered the talent exchange ceremony 3 days later. Suddenly, my face turned serious as a fatal question surfaced in my mind. Wait, if I directly devour Lin Yanyi's talent, he will lose his talent on the spot. Lin Bang will definitely suspect that I sabotaged the ceremony. He might kill me on the spot. Having endured his oppression for 3 years, I knew Lin Bang's temperament like the back of my hand. I can't leave any flaws behind. Everything must appear as a normal exchange. I fixed my gaze on the system. Is there a way to make the talent exchange look successful? The system responded coldly. The fake S-ranked talent shell can be created, requiring 100 system points. The fake S-ranked talent shell will appear as an S-rank in detection results, but will only have 30% of the actual power. However, it lacks a solid foundation, has no growth potential, and will naturally dissipate in 3 to 6 months. I quickly checked the system panel. The points displayed 0. Damn it. I cursed internally. At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound. Host first strategic question detected. Newcomer gift package triggered. Reward 1,000 system points. I smiled bitterly. This system is ridiculously stingy. My eyes brightened at once, recalling the system's healing function. System. How many points are needed to repair the meridian damage in my legs? 1,000 system points are required. Looking at the 1,000 points on the panel, my lips twitched. I continued to ask, what if it's a severe injury, or even near death? How many points would that cost? The system replied coldly, the price for physical treatment is fixed. Light injuries, severe injuries, and near death all cost 1,000 points. I was speechless. This system is so fair, it's almost laughable. No matter the severity, the fee is always 1,000 points. This pricing, so blunt and crude. I muttered to myself, caught in a dilemma. Fingers tapping the wheelchair armrest again, I reasoned. The leg can recover slowly, but if the plan fails, I won't even have a chance to stay alive. I decisively commanded. System, create a fake-ass ranked Allen shell. 100 system points deducted, 900 remaining. Generating fake-ass ranked Allen shell. Watching the points drop, I exhaled in relief. Losing 100 points stung. But survival came first. With 900 points left, I wasn't about to waste them on repairing my legs. System. Besides healing, what else can these points be used for? System points usage physical healing requires 1,000 points. Talent upgrades consume points plus the corresponding number of talents of the same rank. Attribute enhancement costs points to increase specific attributes. My eyes gleamed. Talent upgrades and attribute enhancements were clearly the core of the system. Healing my legs might be important, but the cost was too high. Then right now to upgrade an S-level talent to SS level. What are the requirements? Upgrading requires 10,000 system points and the absorption of 10 A-level talents or equivalent talents. Upgrading an S-level talent to SS level requires 1 million system points and the absorption of 10 S-level talents. I took a deep breath. The upgrade conditions were even harsher than I imagined. Even gathering 10 A-level talents alone was no easy task, let alone having the 10 hero system points needed to fulfill these requirements. It seems that each upgrade is a qualitative leap, Lin Mo Riley thought, just now. He thought the system was stingy, but it turned out that the rewards from the initial fusion could be considered part of a beginner's package. No wonder SS level talents are called legendary. The difficulty of upgrading truly lives up to its name. He couldn't help but admire it. But upon deeper reflection, such a setting was actually quite reasonable. Training is inherently about defying the heavens and changing fate. How could it be so easy? Lin Mo thought, self-deprecating lie. Since I have the help of such a miraculous system, I shouldn't expect shortcuts to make everything smooth. The hardships I must face can't be avoided. Moreover, according to what the system said, as long as he trained to the Tonmai, he could initially repair his legs, and full recovery was a matter of reaching the Juyuan realm. With his current talent and the system's assistance, that wouldn't take too long. And if his legs were to suddenly fully recover, it would be hard to explain to others. I'll endure an upgrade slowly. Once I'm strong enough, I can consider other things. Lin Mo's gaze was firm. For now, the most important thing is to ensure the success of the plan 3 days from now. 3 days later, on the 78th floor of the Starlight International Hotel Banquet Hall, the dazzling gold light of luxurious crystal chandeliers illuminated the room. Red carpets were laid atop opulent Persian rugs. Huge flower arrangements filled with exotic blooms adorned the venue, showcasing the Lin family's wealth and status everywhere. Lin Zhenbang had invited many business moguls, martial arts families, and even a few media reporters to build momentum for Lin Yanyu. Liu Yuru, dressed in a burgundy Qiangzhang, moved gracefully and cheerfully among the guests. Lin Yanyu, dressed in a white formal suit, held his head slightly high, exuding the confidence of a future genius. The Lin family really went all out this time. Raiding the entire 78th floor for the sake of their 2 children's future, a jeweler said, holding a glass of red wine with a tone of envy. Indeed, Tian Yu is a talented child. Now that he has an S-level talent, his future is limitless. He might even get into the top schools in the capital one day. A member of a martial arts family chimed in. Although there's some regret regarding Lin Mo, at least he is contributing to the family. After all, he's disabled, and keeping the talent would be of no use, whispered someone nearby. Some expressed sympathy, others schadenfreude, and still others criticized the Lin family's so-called act of brotherly love. What a pity. A direct heir had to give up his talent to his younger brother. There's no such thing as direct heir or illegitimate heir. It's all about who has favored. That cripple, what else can he do except hold on to the title of direct heir? Our Lin Mo has been frail and sickly since childhood, with paralyzed legs. Compared to Lin Yanyu, who is so accomplished, it makes sense to give the talent to the more capable brother. Lin Mo's, and in a wheelchair, pushed to the center of a temporary ceremonial array, his expression calm. They were just watching a carefully staged drama, a cripple sacrificing his talent to fulfill his more outstanding brother, a touching act of brotherly love indeed. NPH, a bunch of fools. Lin Mo sneered inwardly. By the end of today, these people would learn who the true genius was. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the Starlight International Hotel, as we gather to witness this historic moment of glory for the Lin family. The hostess' voice was loud and full of excitement. Today, we are here to witness the embodiment of deep brotherly affection between the two young masters of the Lin family and a new transfer of an S-level talent. This is not only a symbol of the family's prosperity, but also the beginning of a bright future for the Lin family. Lin Yanyu beamed with joy, eager to become the center of attention. The talent transfer ceremony officially began. Now, young Master Yanyu, please prepare to release your talent's essence. The host excitedly pointed to the array. Lin Yanyu strode eagerly toward the array, his face full of excitement. A fiery orange flame rose from his palm instantly, the searing heat distorting the air. The B-level talent, Flame Control, was already an impressive talent in the eyes of those present. And he dares to show off with such a measly flame, Lin Mo thought mockingly. Bing. Detected observable B-level talent Flame Control. Would you like to simultaneously fuse and upgrade it with a host's S-level talent Spatial Rift Blade? The system notifications sounded. Lin Mo silently commanded, absorb and fuse everything. As soon as the command was given, an immense and invisible force erupted from within him, instantly consuming both Lin Yanyu's Flame Control essence and his own Spatial Rift Blade essence, pulling him into the system space. The people in the room remained oblivious, still thrilled about the imminent talent transfer. Bing. Successfully absorbed B-level Flame Control. Successfully absorbed S-level Spatial Rift Blade. Beginning fusion. Within Lin Mo's body, a storm of transformation raged as the two distinctly different talent essences began merging under the system's regulation. The ferocity of flames clashed with the mystery of spatial manipulation, ultimately forming a new and terrifying power. It felt like the stars colliding, unleashing a destructive force of unimaginable magnitude. Ding! Talent fusion and upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-tier S-level talent Void Inferno Flame. Talent characteristic Spatial Cutting, Dimensional Banishment, Annihilation Flame. Soul Burn. Passive talent effect, automatic recovery of 200 energy points per second, along with a 500% combat power boost. SS level. Lin Mo suppressed his inner excitement. This was an unprecedented extraordinary realm for the entire Star City, even in the capital. Only a few top-tier geniuses possessed S-level talents. So little. What's even more shocking is that passive boost a 5-fold increase in strength, meaning his combat power is now 5 times that of warriors of the same level. On one side, Lin Mo used his mind to control the system, slowly pushing the fake S-level talent towards Lin Yanyu. Lin Yanyu immediately felt a surge of power far beyond the B level. So overwhelming it nearly made him float. His power was several levels above his previous flame control. He burst into ecstatic laughter. S-level talent. I finally have S-level talent, the strongest genius in Star City. No one can rival me. From now on. In this younger generation of Star City, who dares to compete with me? His arrogant and conceited demeanor made Lin Mo want to laugh. If Lin Yanyu knew this was just an empty shell of fake talent, what kind of expression would he have? Lin Zhenbang and Liu Yuru both wore satisfied smiles, with Liu Yuru so emotional that she wiped away tears. My son is finally going to make a name for himself. From now on, no one will dare to look down on us. The guests chimed in one after another, the compliments pouring in. Congratulations, head of the Lin family, truly a tiger father with no cubs. Yanyu is indeed extraordinary. Kanyu's future is limitless. Please remember to take care of our businesses in the future. With Tien Yu's S-level talent, the Lin family's position in Star City is unshakable. Amid the warm congratulations, Lin Mo's calm and resolute voice rang out. Head of the Lin family, the talent's WAP is complete. From now on, Lin Mo, and severing all ties with the Lin family. The banquet hall instantly fell silent. No one expected Lin Mo to publicly announce a break in such a setting. Liu Yuru's expression changed, forcing a smile as she said, "Moer, what do you mean by this? We will always be family. How could there be a severance of ties?" "Family," Lin Mo sneered, his tone filled with mockery. Would family let their son sit in a wheelchair for 3 years without caring? Would family steal their son's talent to benefit an illegitimate child? Would family remain indifferent when their son needed help the most? Every word was like a sharp sword piercing Lin Zhenbang's heart, his face growing darker and darker. "From the day my mother passed away, the Lin family became strangers to me. From today onwards, we are nothing but passersby." Before his words had fully settled, the system's notification sounded ding. Newbie guidance mission desperate comeback completed. Reward 10,000 system points. Joy surged in Lin Mo's heart. With enough points, he now had the confidence to heal and enhance his strength. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, breaking the banquet's commotion. Woo-woo-woo. The sky outside the hotel suddenly darkened, and dark purple spatial cracks rapidly spread like a spider web. The city's emergency broadcast sounded urgently. "Warning, a large-scale spatial rift has appeared in the Eastern District. High-level beast reactions detected. All citizens must immediately head to the nearest underground shelter. Repeat, evacuate immediately. This is not a drill." The banquet hall fell into dead silence, followed by panic. The dignitaries who were just exchanging flattering remarks now scrambled desperately for the exits like freight. "Beasts are here. Quick, take cover. My God, how could spatial rifts appear now?" Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they saw a rift larger than a basketball court rapidly expanding. Several void beasts over 5 meters long, covered in black scales and ferocious in appearance, leapt out of the rift, and they were adult void beasts. More level void beasts followed, landing on the hotel's outer walls, their sharp claws easily slicing through tempered glass and metal walls as if cutting through tofu. One void beast roared toward the sky, the sound causing the glass to tremble, filled with a ravenous hunger for human flesh. In the next second, it leapt forward, crashing through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Shards of glass rained down like a storm, accompanied by screams and panic. The banquet hall descended into utter chaos. Those typically lofty dignitaries now scattered like frightened pigeons, forgetting all sense of decorum and frantically fleeing. The void beast swung its sharp claws, instantly shredding the nearest tables into pieces. Lin Zhenbang's expression changed drastically. Faced with the sudden beast invasion, his first thought was not to organize a defense or protect the guests, but to ensure his family's safety. "Hurry, follow me to the underground shelter. There's a defensive array there, it's the safest." Without looking back, he rushed towards the safety passage, showing none of the responsibility expected of a master, as if his former son of his didn't exist. Let Yan had initially wanted to use this opportunity to flaunt his newly acquired S-level talent, but faced with the real threat of beasts, he was utterly paralyzed with fear. The presence of the massive beasts left his legs weak, his once arrogant demeanor completely gone. He even forgot how to use his talents, only knowing to follow Lin's and bang and fleeing. As he passed by Lin Mo, Late Yanyu suddenly stopped, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Ha, loser, this is your fate," he sneered, kicking over Lin Mo's wheelchair. The wheelchair toppled instantly, and Lin Mo fell heavily to the ground. "Without a wheelchair, let's see how you escape. Just wait here to die." With that, Lin Yanyu laughed triumphantly, stumbling after Lin's and Ben and Liu Yuru, disappearing into the safety passage. Lin Zhenbang glanced back to ensure Late Yarn Yu was keeping up before swiftly disappearing with his family. Lin Mo lay on the cold floor, his legs paralyzed and unable to move. His wheelchair destroyed by the one who once called him brother. A cold smile played on his lips, his eyes filled with icy determination, at the brink of life and death. "Everyone shows their true colors," he sneered. Lin Zhenbang Liu Yuru. "Lin Yanyu, you think you can escape? Sooner or later, you'll pay 100 for today's betrayal." A 3-meter-long void beast approached, its black scales glinting ominously under the light. Its its blood red as locked onto the fallen Lin Mo, foul saliva dripping from its fangs. A low growl made the floor tremble slightly. Though this second-tier beast wasn't particularly strong, it was still a nightmare capable of tearing ordinary people, or even those at the body refinement stage, to shreds in an instant. Lin Mo stared at the advancing rift beast, calm and composed. "Looks like you're pretty hungry," he said in a steady tone, as if addressing an ordinary house cat. "But sorry, you're going to be disappointed today." He extended his right hand, palm up. A deep purple flame slowly ignited. It was the void infernal flame. Imbued with the power of space, the flame contained black spatial cracks, as if devouring everything around it. Lin Mo felt the energy in his body rapidly depleting and furrowed his brow slightly. His physical disability had caused his meridians to be blocked, leaving him with limited energy, and using advanced abilities drained it even faster. "Lin Tianyu, just kicking over my wheelchair and thinking you can kill me. How naive," Lin Mo sneered, silently commanding. "System, consume 5,000 system points and increase energy by 5,000. Ding, 5,000 system points consumed, energy increased by 5. Zareth, wishing you a successful hunt." The system mess notification sounded. Lin Mo felt a warm current surge throughout his body, his depleted energy reservoir refilling rapidly, and his strength surging in an instant. Sensing the threat, the rift beast halted, baring its teeth and retreating a few steps. However, its primal breed overcame its fear, and it lunged forward again. Courting death, Lin Mo's tone was calm, yet it brimmed with killing intent. His 5 fingers spread wide, and a void infernal flame surged explosively. Shri the beast let out a shrill scream, struggling desperately, its thick claws slicing through the air with their piercing shrieks. But the flame, like a massive purple python, coiled tighter and tighter. Even more terrifying, the power of space began to take effect. Fine cracks appeared across the rift beast's body, its scales cracking and peeling away. "Spatial severance," Lin Mo murmured under his breath. The fiery whip abruptly constricted, and a deep gash appeared on the rift beast's neck. In the next moment, its head separated from its body, and the blood that sprayed out was burned into nothingness by the void infernal flame before it even hit the ground. Ling, rift beast killed. 200 system points earned. The system notification echoed, and Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Although it was merely a low-tier second-level beast, every bit added up, and these points would become the foundation for his rise. "Are there more of them?" He scanned the banquet hall. Those who had once looked down on him were now either desperately fleeing or trembling in the corners, some even wetting themselves. The air reeked of urine. The ones who mocked him were now more pathetic than he had ever been. The more rift beasts burst into the banquet hall, escalating the danger. Guests who had managed to escape earlier were now being pursued relentlessly. One rift beast pounced on a plump businessman, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes on his body. "Help! Someone help me! ILL pay, yo fortune." The businessman screamed like a pig being slaughtered. I struggled to prop myself up and slowly sat upright. My gaze fell to my wheelchair, kicked over by Lin Tianyu. It was completely deformed and unusable. I knew my physical disability was now my greatest limitation. No matter first, I had to deal with the immediate threats. I raised my hand again, activating the dimensional banishment ability. A small spatial vortex instantly formed beneath the rift beast's feet. Before it could react, it was sucked in, vanishing without even a cry. How is this possible? The plump businessman stared wide-eyed, utterly unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Moments ago, he thought I was just a helpless cripple now. In the blink of an eye, I had dealt with a ferocious beast. Moreover, I had used an ability he had never seen before: the purple flame. The beast's sudden disappearance, it was all beyond his comprehension. His worldview had completely collapsed. "Why, young Master Lin, I was blind before and offended you." "Shut up," I interrupted coldly. "I didn't save you because you're worth anything, but because you're still a human being." The third rift beast, hearing the commotion, abandoned its previous target and charged straight at me. "Persistent RTU," I sighed, a hint of excitement flashing in my eyes. In my palm, the void infernal flame ignited once more, this time with even more black shadows, an ominous presence that made one's nerves tighten. This time I didn't use spatial severance. Instead, I activated the soul burn feature. The purple flame instantly engulfed the rift beast, but strangely, its body was burned. It began to collapse from the inside out. Soulburn attacked the creature's mental core, not its physical body. The rift beast let out an ear-piercing shriek, writhing in agony on the ground before falling still within seconds. Ding! Rift beast killed. 200 system points earned. All 3 rift beasts were now slain, earning me a total of 600 system points. I checked my energy levels. After 3 battles, I had consumed nearly 2,000 energy points. Fortunately, the passive effect of my SS grade Void Infernal talent allowed me to regenerate 1,000 energy points per second automatically. Combined with the 500% combat power boost, my overall strength far surpassed that of other warriors at the same level. Lin Yu, that pathetic fool, parading around with a mere suit OS grade talent like it is something impressive, laughable. The 3 rift beasts, terrifying nightmares to ordinary warriors, were utterly powerless against my 500% combat power advantage. With my energy regenerating at 100 points per second, I had no concerns about prolonged battles. The system points have proven their worth critical for survival in moments like this. I silently rejoiced but reminded myself to use them sparingly. Greater challenges lay ahead. The remaining guests in the banquet hall were dumbfounded. The person they had dismissed as a cripple had effortlessly taken down 3 vicious beasts, and he had done so with strange abilities: purple flames, spatial manipulation. This was no mere the grade flame control ability, it was on an entirely different level. Suddenly, the banquet hall doors burst open with a loud bang. A petite, yet imposing girl stormed in. Her delicate and adorable face was filled with urgency, though her brows couldn't conceal her excitement. She held a silver warhammer taller than herself, its runes shimmering under the light, glittering beneath the light. Behind her followed several warriors in uniform, whose yuan energy fluctuations clearly reached the top of my realm. "Is Lin Mo here?" the girl shouted loudly. The strong contrast between her petite doll-like face and a massive warhammer was amusing. "Leiyu." I was a bit surprised. "What are you doing here?" Leiyu was my classmate back in King Tang High School. Later, she awakened an S-right talent, giant spirit battle body. Looking at the petite girl before me, carrying a giant hammer on her shoulder, I felt a surge of warmth in my heart. Back in King Tang High, I was disabled. My family's status was marginal, and all my classmates avoided me. Only Leiyu, a girl from a humble background who was never self-conscious, would always sit next to me casually, excitedly discussing martial theory with me and sharing exotic beast combat footage she found. She never treated me like a monster, only seeing my pure passion for strength in combat. Her sincerity back and left me deeply grateful. "Lin Mo, it really is you." Leiyu's face lit up with a radiant smile as she dragged her giant hammer and ran over to me. I asked in surprise, "Why are you at the Xing Yao International Hotel?" "Oh, Ken Hao Yuan invited me for a celebration," Leiyu said nonchalantly. "He said he awakened an S-rate talent and wanted to celebrate, so he booked a private room downstairs. But halfway through the meal, the alarm suddenly went off. He was worried about you, considering your mobility issues, and sent us to check on you." I nodded. Ken Hao Yuan, despite being a bit proud, was indeed a good friend. A few days ago, he even contacted me specifically to advise me against the talent exchange, saying the King Group had resources to help me develop quickly, saying the school could offer me protection, but I politely declined their kind intentions. Leiyu squatted down, looking at the fallen Lin Mo on the ground, then glanced at the broken wheelchair in the distance. A flash of anger crossed her eyes. "Who did this? Who broke your wheelchair?" "It's nothing, just a small accident," Lin Mo replied calmly, not mentioning Late Yenyu's misdeeds. Leiyu clearly didn't believe it, but didn't press further. "By the way, where did you get that hammer?" I asked curiously. "This," Leiyu patted the warhammer. "The principal gave it to me. It is called the Mountain Crusher Hammer. Classified as D-Wake equipment. It matches my talent perfectly, and it feels particularly handy to use." He lifted the hammer and swung it lightly a few times. The giant hammer whistled through the air. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The contrast was to striking Leiyu's doll-like face. Petite figure, wielding a hammer taller than herself effortlessly, like an ant carrying an elephant. That hammer could crush an average adult man. Yet in her hands, it seemed as light as a feather. Even more exaggerated, she swung it with such joy, as if she were playing with a toy. She is like a lowly on the outside but a fierce warrior at heart. I couldn't help but laugh. I always forgot that this girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, had astonishing strength, and could lift a car with one hand. The banquet hall was in chaos. The crystal chandeliers swayed precariously. Broken wine glasses and dishes littered the floor, and the air carried a metallic scent of blood. I scanned the surroundings, seeing 3 exotic beast corpses and several trembling guests. The beasts have already been dealt with, Leyu asked curiously. I nodded. Just finished. The Tom My Realm warriors behind Leyu entered. Seeing the exotic beast corpses on the ground, they exchanged glances, clearly astonished. Who took down these rift beasts? A middle-aged warrior with a crew cut asked. Me, I answered succinctly. Everyone froze. You? The comcut warrior sized me up, his face full of disbelief. I didn't reply immediately but instead asked, Are you from the King group? Yes, he nodded. We're a young Master Kin escort team responsible for Miss Lei's safety. Please inform Kin Hao Yun that I am foreign, I said calmly. And help me find a new wheelchair while you're at it. Lei Yu, carrying her hammer at her shoulder, asked seriously. Lin Mo, how exactly did you deal with those rift beasts? Using a B-rank flame manipulation. She walked over and squatted, carefully inspecting one of the corpses. This one had strangely, there a clean cut on its neck, as if sliced by an incredibly sharp blade. She moved to another corpse, her expression growing more puzzled. This one's even stranger, no external injuries, but completely dead. Leiyu's instincts immediately heightened. This definitely was any caused by ordinary physical or yuan energy attacks. She stood up, her gaze sweeping over the group, finally landing on me. Lin Mo, what technique did you use? Teach me. Leiyu looked at me excitedly but also confused. NT your S-Ray talent gets WAP for B-rank flame manipulation? That talent should NT have this effect, right? I thought for a moment and gave a reasonable explanation. I didn't expect that shortly after the talent exchange, I actually awake in a second talent. What? A second talent? Leiyu's eyes widened. Her mouth slightly agape, clearly shocked. The crew-cut warrior and the other escorts looked equally stunned, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. It is true that there have been cases of individuals possessing dual talents in history, I said seriously. Although extremely aware, it is not unheard of. 300 years ago, the Thunder Fire War god Lu Zihenian, and 150 years ago, the Ice Wind Twins by Shuangzu. Both had dual talents. I paused and added, of course, such opportunities are extremely rare. Even I didn't expect it. Leiyu blinked. So you now have a rank flame manipulation and what else? A rather unique talent, I said vaguely. Not entirely sure of its specific rank, but it is pretty powerful. The surrounding guests and kin group escorts, hearing this, had complex expressions. Dual talent awakening. Such a rare miracle had fallen upon me. This meant that the Lin family talent exchange today not only failed to benefit them, but also let a super genius slip through their fingers. The chubby businessman reacted first, his face flushing with excitement. Young Master Lin. Sir, this is truly a blessing in disguise. The talent exchange didn't take anything from you, but instead unlocked even greater potential. Someone nearby cowled and helped but sigh. That's right, the Lin family has really struck gold this time. Another guest nodded in agreement. Lin Mo sneered inwardly. The Lin family. They'll soon regret what they've done today. Other guests nodded one after another, their eyes filled with awe. A warrior with dual talents was a legend in the entire Star City. Leiyu, carrying her massive mountain crusher hammer, excitedly asked, What level is your second talent? Can you spar with me? I really want to see how powerful a dual-talented warrior is. Her eyes glimmered with battle intent, eager to test Lin Mo's true combat strength. Lin Mo shook his head. Not now. My legs are injured, and this play isn't suitable for a fight. True. Leiyu nodded in slight disappointment, then turned to the Kin family guards. Quick, get a wheelchair and escort Lin Mo back. Kin Hao Yan will be thrilled to find out. The crew-cut warrior finally snapped out of his shock and respectfully bowed to Lin Mo. Young Master Lin, we'll arrange it right away. Young Master Qin will definitely be delighted to know you're safe. He thought to himself. A dual-talented warrior, his identity commands respect from all in Star City. Before his words settled, the doors at the other end of the banquet hall were suddenly slammed open as a dozen rift beasts surged in like a tide. Damn it. So many? The crew-cut warrior's face turned pale as he drew his blade to engage. Lei Yu's expression instantly shifted from disappointment to excitement. She entered battle mode immediately, her silver war hammer emitting a faint golden glow. Golden battle runes coursed over her body, and her petite frame erupted with astonishing power. Her muscular lines firm and strong. Perfect. Just what I needed to practice. She laughed, swinging her hammer horizontally. The howling wind echoed as she smashed the first 3 rift beasts into pulp. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere in an extremely intense scene. This was the power of the S-rank colossal spear physique. Everyone, stay alert, protect the guests, and evacuate quickly. Lei Yu shouted while continuously swinging her hammer, pulverizing the charging rift beast. The Qin family guards swiftly spread out, encircling the banquet hall's perimeter to shield the guests in the center. The situation is dire. Lei Yu smashed more rift beasts with a single blow. Blood splashed onto her face, but she didn't care. She turned to Lin Mo and said, "There are too many of them. We need to retreat immediately and rendezvous with Qin Haoyan." Glancing at Lin Mo's damaged wheelchair, she didn't hesitate to rush over and hoist him onto her shoulder. "Wait," Lin Mo's face flushed. "Lei Yu, isn't this a bit too?" "To what?" Lei Yu said nonchalantly, smashing another rift beast with her hammer. "I am strong enough. Your weight won't slow me down at all." Without further ado, she charged toward the exit with Lin Mo on her shoulder, smashing any rift beast in her path without breaking stride. Lin Mo, hoisted over her shoulder, felt the stares from the surrounding warriors, and his face burned even hotter. Being carried like this by a gorilla was utterly humiliating. "Lei Yu, maybe someone else could carry me." Lin Mo stammered, his face red with embarrassment. "Someone else? Look around. Who has the time?" Lei Yu smashed another rift beast's head without even turning her head. Lin Most in a room, the martial artists in the Meridian opening realm were struggling to fend off the beasts, each facing multiple enemies, unable to spare a hand. The guests were even worse, their legs weak with fear as the guards dragged them towards safety. "Besides, carrying you like this is inconvenient," Lei Yu said while running, smashing yet another beast blocking the way. "Climb onto my back instead. It'll make swinging my hammer easier." "What?" Lin Mo's embarrassment deepened. "Stop hesitating." Lei Yu set him down and turned around, crouching to reveal her slim but sturdy back. "It on, or it'll be too late to leave." Lin Mo looked at the endless stream of rift beasts pouring in, knowing this wasn't the time to worry about pride. No matter how awkward it felt, it was better than eyeing here. Gritting his teeth, he clambered onto Lei Yu's back. Her back was warm and strong, with her toned muscles clearly defined beneath her thin clothing. The close contact made him even more flustered, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of security. "Hold on tight," Lei Yu said, gripping her war hammer with both hands. Her petite frame surged forward with astonishing speed. As soon as she spoke, she bolted toward the exit like a cannonball. Each strike caused her body to tremble, forcing Lin Mo to hold on even tighter. "Hold on tight, don't fall off," Lei Yu shouted. Lin Mo obeyed, gripping her tighter while feeling the warmth and vibrations from her body. Helplessness and gratitude. But he had to admit Lei Yu's combat prowess was extraordinary, even while carrying him. Her movements were swift and agile, and every swing of her hammer unleashed devastating power. "Lei Yu, maybe I can figure something out myself." Lin Mo stammered, his face burning even hotter. "Figure what out? Crawl your way out," Lei Yu retorted without looking back. With a powerful swing, she sent another rift beast flying. "Just stay put and don't move. This world really is any kind of people with disabilities," Lin Mo thought bitterly. Golden battle runes shimmered on Lei Yu's petite form. Each hammer strike was accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood splattering. Lin Mo clung to her back, the rushing wind in his ears mingling with the faint fragrance from her body. Boom! 3 rift beasts were obliterated in an instant by her hammer. Blood splattered across her face, but she remained unfazed, becoming even more exhilarated. "What the hell? This girl is so absurdly strong," Lin Mo thought, speechless, as he felt the vibrations from her hammer strikes. His face burned as if on fire. A grown man being carried by a petite girl to fight monsters. This scene was beyond humiliating. Lei Yu teased with a mischievous grin. "Lin Mo, your face is so red. Are you embarrassed?" "Shut up and focus on fighting," Lin Mo retorted, lightly tapping her shoulder in protest. "Oh, hitting me now, are we?" she said playfully, without slowing her pace. Her hammer swung out, sending the sneaky rift beasts flying. Lin Mo suppressed his embarrassment, activating omniversal perception to scan Lei. Use attributes Lei Yu, 18 years old. Cultivation stage body refinement. Peak realm, talent. S-class Titanic battle physique. All attributes increased by 100%, strength 540, speed 500. Defense 528, spirit 500, energy value 1300. I was stunned. What the heck? This little lowly strafe is actually greater than mine. No wonder she can carry me while being so violent. She's practically a humanoid T-Rex. Leiyu, there are 5 beasts prepared to ambush on the left. I used my observational advantage to warn her. Got it. Without turning back, her figure exploded with astonishing speed, and her warhammer smashed down with a whistling sound. Bang! 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 The 5 rift beasts were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. I noticed 3 more beasts on the right trying to surround us, and a cold light flashed in my eyes. A perfect opportunity to level up. I unleashed Facial Slash, and 3 purple blade lights swept through. The 3 rift beasts were neatly sliced in half, their blood not even having time to spill. Ding! Killed Rift Beast 3. Earned 600 system points. Wow, Lin Mo, that move was so cool. Leiyu exclaimed excitedly. What are those purple blade lights? They're even more powerful than my hammer. Mind your image, though I almost swore out loud earlier myself. Image? Who cares? I'm having fun. She didn't care at all, smashing another attacking beast with her hammer. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. This contrast is just too much. On the outside, she's a lowly, but inside, she's a savage fighter. Everyone followed Leiyu, struggling to move forward. Suddenly, a 3rd T-Relate beast, one circle larger than a normal rift beast, appeared in front of us. It exuded a dark red killing aura, its metallic claws gleaming brightly. This is 3rd tier. A clear-cut warrior's face turned pale. Beasts of this level are extremely fast. Only those in the late stages of the Meridian realm can handle them. We need to run. Run? Leiyu's eyes lit up. Perfect for practice. Time to get serious. Brother Lin Mo, get off. She crouched to let me down, gripping her war hammer tightly. Golden battle patterns erupted instantly, doubling her momentum. Be careful. This thing isn't easy to deal with, I reminded her. Relax. I love fighting strong opponents. She licked her lips, her eyes dangerous. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot toward the beast like an arrow. The clash between her hammering, its claws produced an ear-piercing metallic sound. Clang! Sparks flew as Leiyu was forced back 3 steps, her palms tingling. But the excitement on her face only grew. Interesting, its strength can actually match mine. She licked her lips again. Now this is a challenge. The elite rift beast let out a deafening roar, charging at lightning speed. Just as it opened its mouth to bite, a purple blade light slashed across its abdomen from behind her. Spatial slash. The beast screamed as a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on its belly, blood gushing out. Now's my chance. Leiyu seized the moment, smashing her hammer down on its head. The golden battle patterns shone brilliantly. Die. Boom! Its skull shattered, and a 3rd T-Relate rift beast collapsed on the spot. Ding! Assisted in killing 3rd T-Rift beast. Earn 600 system points. I was stunned. You can earn rewards for assisting in kills. As long as I make a move, no matter if it's the final blow, I get points. I couldn't help but grin. Leiyu turned her flushed face toward me, her eyes sparkling. We're a match made in heaven. Just as I was about to respond, more than a dozen regular rift beasts suddenly charged out from the depths of the coral. A gleam of excitement flashed in my eyes. Here they come, just in time to rack up more system points. I immediately activated Spatial Slash and Void Annihilation Flame, purple blade lights, and bizarre flames interwove, mowing down the rift beast. The beast touched by the purple flames screamed in agony, their spirits collapsing instantly. Ding. Killed, rift beast sate, earned 1600 system points. Leiyu looked at me in surprise. Lin Mo, can your energy sustain continuous use of abilities? I smiled faintly. For now, it's fine. Though inwardly, I was quite pleased with myself. In reality, I had already used up more than 3,000 energy. Oh, with a recovery rate of 200 points per second, I could last a long time. Leiyu marveled. Your recovery ability is insane. No wonder you're so bold with your abilities. The group charged out of the hall and in to an emergency evacuation corridor. The scene before us was shocking. The passage was packed with fleeing crowds. full of cries and screams. Scattered beasts were slaughtering defenseless civilians without mercy. Ahead, fierce battle sounds could be heard, clearly indicating that warriors were resisting. From the sound of it, the situation was grim. Lin Mosk, in the area ahead, his gaze turning sharp. Lei Yu, hurry up. There's a great opportunity waiting for us up there. Got it. I've been inching for a good fight. Lei Yu responded eagerly, her golden battle patterns glowing brightly. She crouched down. Hop on. Let's charge through. This time, Lin Mo didn't hesitate, climbing onto her back. Saving lives was more important pride could wait. Charge. Lei Yu rushed into the beast horde like a humanoid T-Rex. Lin Mo, seated on her back like a mobile turret, unleashed the four abilities of Void Annihilation Flame in succession. Spatial Slash accurately severed the beast's necks. Dimensional Exile sucked them into spatial vortices. Void Annihilation Flame incinerated their bodies, and Soul Burn struck directly at their spiritual cores. Purple flames and spatial ripples wreaked havoc in the corridor, accompanied by constant beastly screams. Within minutes, only a dozen second-tier beasts were wiped out. Ding, kill beasts 15, earned 3,000 system points. The rescued civilians looked at them with gratitude. A little girl carrying a disabled boy stared in disbelief at the terrifying combat power of this seemingly delicate figure, completely overturning her perception. Thank you, a trembling woman holding a child said. Just doing what we can, Lin Mo responded inferiorly. Suddenly, familiar sword-lightened metallic clashing sounds came from the end of the corridor, accompanied by a powerful energy surge approaching. This energy fluctuation, Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu frowned. It feels like they're in trouble. That sharp-tongued rich kid? Lin Mo grinned. Although many martial artists had joined the group, a number of civilians needing protection was increasing, forcing Lin Mo to stay alert and provide support at any moment. Lei Yu carried Lin Mo on her back like a small beast, forcibly carving a path through the crowded passageway. Seated on her back, Lin Mo had a broader view, with the violet flames of Void Silent Blaze and the glimmers of Spatial Blade light continuously flashing, precisely taking down the scattered daily beasts attempting to attack the fleeing crowd. Each kill, and the system's notification sound lifted Lin Mo's spirits. The passage was filled with the scent of blood, mingled with cries, screams, beastly roars, and the collisions of martial techniques, forming a symphony of doomsday. Lin Mo, the fight ahead is even fiercer, Lei Yu shouted excitably. She wasn't scared instead, the fiercer the battle, the more energized she became. Be careful, it's probably a tough one, Lin Mo replied sharply. They soon emerged from the narrow passage, into a slightly more spacious underground transit hall. The hall resembled a gruesome slaughterhouse. A dozen martial artists clad in various combat gear were desperately resisting dozens of alien beasts. Among them were students in school uniforms, clearly trapped here as well. The ground was littered with the corpses of people and beasts, with blood staining the floor reed. So many alien beasts, Lei Yu gritted her teeth, anger igniting in her heart. These bastards, her fighting spirit erupted. Lin Mo quickly analyzed. Take out the elite rift beasts first. They specialize in short-distance spatial jumps, making them tricky to deal with. The hall was dominated by over 30 rift beasts, including at least 5 elite level ones. On the left were several black shell beasts, their car-sized bodies belonging to the third-tier rift beasts known as Black Shell Blade Mantis. Their arms were as sharp as bone knives, and their speed was astonishing. On the right were a few beasts spewing green corrosive venom, second-tier peak corrosive spitters, whose venom could quickly erode anything. The levels of alien beasts roughly corresponded to the cultivation stages of martial artists. First tier was equivalent to the foundational training stage. Most of the beasts encountered earlier were first or second tier. Second tier corresponded to the intermediate realm, while third tier was for advanced cultivators. The Black Shell Blade Mantis and ordinary rift beasts were both third tier. Fourth tier beasts corresponded to the crystal condensation realm. Fifth tier to the key transformation realm, and further up, sixth tier beasts were the beast lords of the marquee realm. Seventh tier became beast kings. And eighth tier were beast emperors. Each level represented a vast gulf. Legend spoke of terrifying ninth tier beasts, and their appearance signified catastrophe. Dome, Lei Yu shot forward like a cannonball, her mountain-crushing hammer roaring with wind and thunder as it mashed toward an elite rift beast attempting to ambush a stint. leaving an after-image as it teleported behind Lei Yu, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a spatial ripple, aiming for her back. Trying to ambush. Did you ask me first? Lin Mo sneered coldly. Almost simultaneously, a concentrated violet flame. The extinguishing blaze struck the rift beast's claws. Sizzle. The mysterious violet flames clung like venomous parasites, instantly igniting the beast's claws. The flame spread rapidly as the rift beast shrieked in agony, its attack interrupted. Great chance. Lei Yu yelled, turning sharply. A mountain-crushing hammer swung upward with full force, smashing into the rift beast's jaw. Bang! The rift beast's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer, its neck bones snapping audibly. Ding! Assisted in killing a third T-Relite rift beast. Gained 800 system points. Nice, Lin Mo praised. Of course, Lei Yu grinned proudly before diving into the next fight. Wow, who's that girl? She's amazing. One hammer to the head. A young martial artist struggling in battle exclaimed, noticing Lei Yu's formidable strength. The guy on her back is even more insane. Look at that ability, it's like he's hacked the system. Pinpoint accuracy and insane power. Someone nearby chimed in, full of envy. Where'd these to come from? The surrounding martial artists turned to look, their eyes filled with shock. Ear to chatter, Lei became even more spirited. Her mountain-crushing hammer swung like the wind, golden battle patterns glowing brightly. Each strike fracturing bones and tendons of alien beast. Lin Mo, your ability is insane, especially that violet flame. Once it touches something, it's impossible to shake off. Even the rift beasts are terrified. Lei Yu shouted amidst smashing a rift beast. Not bad. It's specifically designed to counter flashy abilities like these. Lin Mo replied calmly. Did. Killed, second tier corrosive spitter third. Gained 600 system points. Ding. Killed third tier black shell blade mantis 2. Gained 1200 system points. Ding. Killed third tier rift beast 5th. Gained 1800 system points. Lin Mo's system points skyrocketed, leaving him exhilarated. This was truly the peak of grinding monsters. In just over 10 minutes, the duo had cleared most of the alien beasts in the hall. Huff. Huff. Lei Yu leaned on her mountain-crushing hammer, panting heavily, her face flushed with excitement. That was amazing. So satisfying. I feel like I could fight all day. Lin Mo patted her shoulder. Well done, but you've used up a lot of energy. Even with an S-grade talent, you can't keep going all out forever. Lei Yu beamed. No problem, I can keep fighting. Your ability is to awesome together. We're unbeatable. Just then, the other entrance to the hall echoed with the sound of dense footsteps and beastly howls. Not good. Another wave is coming, and there are even more of them. A martial artist's face paled as he shouted in alarm. Everyone's hearts sank. After the intense battle, their stamina was nearly depleted. Facing another large-scale attack could be disastrous. Lin Mo frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the entrance. A serious look flashed in his eyes, followed by a glimmer of anticipation. Looks like the feast has been extended. Hearing Lei Yu's eyes lit up. Her earlier fatigue vanished instantly, replaced by renewed vigor. Really? That's great. I feel like I can hammer 100 more. The surrounding martial artists were speechless. These two are monsters. Heavy footsteps and piercing screeches gradually approached. Sure enough, shadows churned in the passage. Crimson beastly eyes lighting up one after another, their numbers greater than before. Is this never going to end? A bandaged warrior's face turned pale, filled with despair. It's over. My energy is almost depleted, and I just used my last potion. Another person's voice was hoarse, as if they had crawled out of a desert. A group's tense nerves instantly reached their limit. Exhaustion and despair etched on every face. The continuous high-intensity battles had drained their strength, leaving their bodies covered in wounds. These creatures, could they be tracking us by scent? Lin Mo stroked his chin, but the corners of his mouth lifted into an almost imperceptible cold smile. The points on the system panel, freshly updated, were about to skyrocket once again. This feeling, it was even better than hitting the jackpot. Lei Yu's eyes sparkled as she slammed her hammer heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud, her fighting spirits surging. Perfect timing, my hammer hasn't even cooled down yet. Lin Mo, let's make this quick and find a place to rest afterward. Her tone was full of dominance. This battle had just begun. Lin Mo was completely unaffected by the previous fight. Instead, his desire for battle had only grown stronger. Faint golden battle patterns flowed across his body, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Just what I wanted. Lin Mo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the approaching horde of beasts. Still the same types of monsters: rift beasts, black armored blade mantises, and a mix of corrosive spitters. However, his expression turning serious, the spatial ripples on those elite rift beasts are stronger, and their eyes are more cunning. They seem much harder to deal with than the regular ones. Just as he finished speaking, one of the elite rift beasts in the front row suddenly vanished, appearing less than a meter behind Lin Mo, its sharp claws gleaming coldly as they aimed for his back. An ambush. Tried a trick on me. Lin Mo didn't turn around, simply waving his right hand lightly. A millstone-sized dimensional banishment vortex instantly opened, and the elite rift beast, unable to react, was caught by the powerful suction. Its face still bore a smug grin as it was dragged in. Devour let out a desperate scream, struggling with all its might. But half its body was already pulled into the void, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Ding! Killed Tier 3 elite rift beast. Gained 850 system points. Nice! Leiyu exclaimed excitedly, charging into the beast horde like a cannonball. You beasts, watch me wipe you all out. Her movements were agile, weaving through the horde like a swimming dragon. Each swing upon mountain-crushing hammer carried a force to split mountains and shatter rocks. A black armored blade mantis tried to ambush her, but was immediately met with a heavy frontal smash. Boom! Its entire body reduced to pulp. Lin Mo, leave those poison-spitting ones on the right to me, Leiyu shouted. A figure suddenly ducking low to dodge a slash from a black armored blade mantis. She then surged forward with explosive force toward a group of corrosive spitters. The golden battle patterns on her body glowed brightly as her speed reached its peak, and she raised her mountain-crushing hammer high. Boom! The ground cracked, and spitter bear-like fissures spread outward. The three spitters didn't even have time to scream before they were smashed into a bloody mess. Lin Mo, meanwhile, focused his attention on the elite rift beasts. These creatures were far more cunning than the regular ones, using spatial jousts to constantly change positions and probe for Lin Mo's weaknesses. With absolute power, little tricks are useless. Lin Mo shrugged. He didn't rush to attack but carefully observed their jumping patterns. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with laser-like precision, locking onto an elite rift beast that had just finished a jump and was still stabilizing its form. Mental shock, soul burn. An invisible force struck instantly. The rift beast's entire body froze, its blood-red eyes turning dazed as it fell from midair. Twitched a few times, and then went completely still. Dane, killed Tier 3 elite rift beast. Gained 800 system points. Using the same method, the other two elite rift beasts were quickly killed on a mental attack. Their bizarre death sent chills down the spines of the observing warriors. What kind of ability is this? The hardest to deal with elite rift beasts were taken out just like that. One warrior rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Mental attacks, ridiculously powerful. Damn, who are these two people? As the elite rift beasts were swiftly eliminated, Leiyu's violent rampage and Lin Mo's precise skills caused the number of regular beasts to plummet. In no time, the second wave of beasts was utterly decimated by the two of them. Ding, killed Tier 3 rift beast 6. Dane 3,600 system points. Dane, killed Tier 3 black armored blade mantis 2. Dane 1,200 system points. Ding, killed Tier 2 corrosive spitters 5. Gain 1,000 system points. Lin Mo looked at the system panel where the points were climbing rapidly and felt elated. This Starlight International Hotel was practically his personal farming paradise. Lin Mo adjusted his breathing in secret, repeatedly activating Void Scorching Flame. Although his energy naturally recovered due to his innate talent, the consumption was still significant. After consecutive uses of Void Scorching Flame, the energy reserves of his deity were insufficient. Consume 5,000 points to increase energy, Lin Mo thought. Ding, 5,000 system points consumed. Energy 5,000. A surge of pure and powerful energy was injected into his body by the system, quickly filling the emptiness in his deity, which had been somewhat fatigued from continuous combat, was instantly revitalized, as if he had returned to peak condition or even stronger. Although his SS-level talent was formidable, it consumed a lot of energy. With system points in hand, he was like a self-sustaining energy engine. Huff. Huff. Leiyu was finally exhausted, her forehead covered in sweat, but the smile on her face was as radiant as the morning sun. That was awesome. Now that's what I call a thrilling battle. She plopped down on the ground, casually tossing her mountain crusher hammer aside. which landed with a crisp clang. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Mo and Lei Yu, a mix of awe, gratitude, and curiosity in their gazes. Thank you both for your help. I will remember this great favor. A young martial artist, who appeared to be the team leader, stepped forward and clasped his fists in gratitude. My name is Wang Tao. May I know your names? His combat uniform was damaged in several places, clearly showing signs of a fierce battle. Yet at this moment, his gaze toward Lin Mao and Lei Yu was filled with respect. If it weren't for their sudden appearance, this group of people might have been doomed today. Lei Yu wiped the sweat and unknown blood off her face, grinning to reveal to small tiger teeth. Hey, no need to be polite. Just call me Lei Yu. These beasts. If you don't beat them, they think they're the boss. Is everyone okay? No one's seriously hurt, right? She glanced around, her eyes lingering on the injured martial artist for a moment, filled with genuine concern. Lin Mo, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. He nodded slightly. My name is Lin Mo. Helping out this time was just a convenient act. Brother Wang, don't take it to heart. He paused and added, in situations like this, it's only natural for humans to help each other. Familiar sword light fluctuations and the sound of metal clashing came from downstairs, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Lei Yu frowned. This energy fluctuation is Qin Hao Yan. It seems they're in trouble. The sounds downstairs grew louder, the metallic clashes sharp and urgent, and the roars of beasts echoed one after another, indicating an intense battle. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. That stubborn rich kid is indeed impressive, but judging by the situation, the enemies aren't simple. Lei Yu grabbed her mountain crusher hammer, her eyes igniting with battle intent. Let's go down and take a look. Maybe we can pick up some benefits. Lin Mo quickly stopped her. Wait, you've consumed a lot of energy. Rest and recover first. Lei Yu patted her chest confidently. I'm fine. I can take on another 100. Just as she finished speaking, a loud bang came from downstairs, followed by Qin Hao Yan's furious roar. Damn beasts. You trash dare to gang up on me. Everyone exchanged smiles. Qin Hao Yan's sharp tone hadn't changed. Lin Mo said to Wang Tao, Brother Wei, you all rest here for now. We'll go provide support. Wang Tao nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Both of you, please be careful. Lei Yu hoisted her mountain crusher hammer and rushed toward Lin Mo. Let's go. Lin Mo frowned. Can you not carry me? It's a bit. What's there to be afraid of? Lei Yu laughed. I can carry you steadily. Saying this, she picked Lin Mo up like a doll. Lin Mo's face darkened, silently cursing this girl is way strong. Carrying me like a rag doll, and the feeling against her chest. Hey, can you pay attention to your image? He protested, but his hands instinctively wrapped around Lei Yu's neck. Image? What image? Just think of me as your personal elevator. Lei Yu laughed as she carried him and ran toward the stairs. The two quickly descended the stairs and soon arrived at the source of the commotion. Qin Hao Yan was leading more than a dozen Qin family warriors in a fierce battle against 6th third team exotic beasts, and over 22nd T exotic beasts. Sword light dazzled and crisscrossed, each strike emitting a brilliant platinum glow. This was the power of the S-grade talent Radiant sword mastery. Wherever the sword energy passed, most 2nd T or exotic beasts were sliced in two. Qin Hao Yan was clearly struggling, his movements beginning to slow. No matter how skilled his swordsmanship was, the consumption of elemental energy was immense, and sweat was already seeping from his forehead. The leading middle-aged warrior fought desperately to resist, his A-grade talent iron wall shield flashing repeatedly under impact, yet he persisted. Lin Mo activated the universal perception, his middle energy instantly spreading out to scan the Qin family warriors on the sea. Qin Wei, 41 years old, cultivation level mid-stage elemental gathering realm. Talent A, Raid Iron Wall Shield, defense increased by 50%, strength 7,050, speed 6,900, defense 9,000, mental energy 1370, elemental energy 12,000, 30,000. Indeed, mid-stage elemental gathering realm is extraordinary. Lin Mo silently praised. The other dozen or so warriors were all in the Meridian opening realm, with cultivation levels ranging from early to late stages. Such a lineup was considered the strongest protection team in Star City, but facing a large group of exotic beasts that were still struggling. Lin Mo then looked at Qin Hao Yan. As a rebuke panel also appeared in his mind. Qin Hao Yan, 18 years old, cultivation level. Early stage Meridian opening realm, talent task grade Radiant sword mastery, attack power increased by 150%. Strength 800, Speed 756. Defense 745, Mental Energy 189. Elemental Energy 1700 to 1500. S-grade Radiant Sword Mastery is indeed powerful, but his elemental energy is almost depleted. His situation is dire. Just as a third T, when Exotic Beast broke through the defense line and lunged at Qin Hao Yan's flank, 3 purple blade lights swept across like lightning. The third tier exotic beasts were instantly sliced into 2, blood spraying as their bodies fell to the ground. Ding! Killed third tier and exotic beast 2. Gained 1200 system points. What? Hao Yan turned around in shock, seeing Lin Mo sitting on Lei Yu's back. Lin Mo, how did you before he could finish speaking? The mid-stage elemental gathering realm guard captain's face changed drastically, his voice trembling. Young master, retreat quickly. It's a tier 3, a booming sound erupted as a wall collapsed, dust flying everywhere. And a terrifying giant beast slowly emerged. It was a steel-armored bear, its massive size despair-inducing. The beast was over 5 meters long, nearly 3 meters tall at the shoulder, and weighed several tons. Its fur was gray-black like metal, glinting coldly under the sunlight, sending chills down one's spine. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. The most terrifying feature was its half-meter-long claws, sharp as blades, gleaming with a chilling light that inspired fear. Its dark red eyes were filled with bloodlust and killing intent, staring at the Drind as if they were lambs ready for slaughter. And a steel armor bear's detail that rebukes appeared in my mind. Steel armored bear. 3rd tier exotic beast. Strength 16,000. Speed 9. Gyro. Defense 20,000. Mental energy 500. Traits metallic for 70% physical resistance. Steel body 50% energy resistance. Berserk charge speed increases by 200% for a short time. Rending claws attacks inflict bleeding effect. Damn. This defense is ridiculously high. My heart trembled. The steel armor bear's defense was despairingly strong. But I noticed the fatal weakness. Its mental energy was only 500 points. Qin gritted his teeth and stepped forward, preparing to block this terrifying beast. Qin Hao Yan didn't have time to fully dodge as the giant beast struck with force. And I decisively unleashed Facial Slash. The purple blade white swept across the steel armored bear's flank, but it only left an almost invisible shallow mark on its metallic fur. 70% physical resistance completely negates our attack. My pupils contracted. The steel iron bear roared furiously, its massive claws striking fiercely toward Qin Hao Yan. Qin Wei desperately shielded him, quickly activating the A-rank skill Iron Wall Shield. A semi-transparent energy shield appeared instantly. The giant claw collided with the shield, sending Qin Wei flying several meters. Although the shield absorbed most of the damage, blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. The terrifying power of the steel iron bear's 16,000 strength points was fully displayed. The steel iron bear roared in rage and lunged at Qin Wei. The other guards cried out, rushing forward to attack, but ordinary weapons were completely ineffective against its thick defense. Even Qin Hao Yan's radiant sword left only a shallow mark. Qin Hao Yan's face turned pale, his energy completely depleted, and for the first time, he truly felt the threat of death. At this critical moment, a cold glint flashed in my eyes, and a faint smirk appeared on my lips. Physical attacks can't break through its defense. I murmured softly, then I'll burn your soul instead. Soul burn. I immediately activated my mental attack skill. The eerie purple flames did not target its body but directly burned its soul. Roared a steel iron bear, let out an earth-shattering scream, its massive body trembling violently. The pain deep within its soul made a seemingly invincible tier 3 beast show fear for the first time. The soul burn skill directly attacks the target's mind and soul, completely ignoring all physical and energy defenses. It's working. Excitement flashed in my eyes as I unleashed soul burn repeatedly. The purple soul flames burned within the steel iron bear, causing it to roll and struggle in agony on the ground. Its indestructible steel body became meaningless in the face of the soul's fiery torment. Qin Hao Yan's eyes widened, and he involuntarily took half a step back. Qin Wei's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. As an experienced captain of the guard, Qin witnessed countless strange abilities, but the scene before him completely overturned his understanding. The ferocious steel beast that had just been roaring and sending him flying with a few swipes of its claws was now writhing in pain, howling as if tormented by invisible flames. What kind of attack is this? Kinwei stammered, pointing at the steel iron bear with an unsteady voice. All of our attacks couldn't even scratch it, but your purple flames are making it suffer like this. Completely ignoring defense. This is beyond my imagination. I sat in my chair, outwardly calm as usual, but inwardly ecstatic. Thankfully, I had asked Lei Yun to put me down earlier, but the pain in its soul made its movements slow and erratic. Every time I tried to attack, I unleashed another wave of soul burn, plunging it into instant agony. Mental attacks are indeed the nemesis of high-defense beasts. I thought to myself, delighted but cautious. A soul burn skill was powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, locking onto the mental strafe of a Tier 3 beast was no easy task. I glanced at my remaining mental energy, only 20 points left. This won't do. I need to replenish my mental energy. System, spend 0 points to increase mental energy. Ding, 1,000 system points consumed. Mental energy 1,000. In an instant, I felt a refreshing coolness in my mind. My mental energy fully restored, and I was immediately reinvigorated. Keep burning. After unleashing soul burn more than 10 times, the steel iron bear's movements grew slower, and a red glow in its eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, the so-called invincible Tier 3 beasts succumbed to the soul-burning flames, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Its massive body fell into the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust, and lay there motionless, never to rise again. Ding, you have slain the Tier 3 elite steel iron bear. Already 1,500 system points. I let out a long breath, my face slightly pale. The continuous use of soul burn had drained 80% of my energy and half of my mental strength, but the feeling of one-shot-ting a Tier 3 beast was absolutely exhilarating. The scene was so silent that even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the massive corpse, then glanced at me sitting in a wheelchair, their minds unable to process what had just happened. This is unbelievable. Kinwei struggled to get up, his eyes filled with shock and awe, mixed with a hint of fear. Young master, your mental attack actually bypassed the steel armored bear's defenses. This is practically a miracle. Qin Hao Yan was even more stunned, unable to speak. As one of the heirs of a Qin group, the top financial conglomerate in Star City, he had encountered countless powerful individuals since childhood. The Qin family employed hundreds of experts above the Tongmei realm, along with several elders in the Zhuyuan realm, with access to top-tier education and resources. He had personally witnessed the strength of the family's elite, yet the ability I displayed before him completely defied his imagination. Although Qin Hao Yan and I hadn't interacted much, even that he was a top senior student while I had transferred to a regular class 3 years ago due to a leg injury, the gap in our statuses was significant. They usually associated with the prodigies of various families and rarely spoke for someone like me. However, despite his pride, Qin Hao Yan never bullied others. On the contrary, he seemed sympathetic to my situation. After all, I was once the legitimate heir of a Lin family, only to fall to my current state because of my leg injury. Whenever he saw me at school, he would nod in acknowledgement, without a trace of discrimination or disdain. Show kindness to the weak. This was a principle instilled in him since childhood. But honestly, I was far from weak. Lin Mo. Qin Hao Yan's voice trembled slightly. What kind of talent do you have? Can it directly attack the soul? I've never heard of such a thing. That's just a special application of B-level flame control, combined with an unknown spatial palette, I replied modestly. So I had the advantage. Holy crap, a guard finally snapped out of it, pointing at the corpse and shouting. None of our attacks could break its defenses, yet young Master Lin here, sitting in a wheelchair, took it down in one move. Lei Yu blinked her big eyes, her face brimming with excitement. That's amazing, that big guy was so fierce just now. But your purple flames turned it into an oversized husky in no time. She bounced around excitedly. Dual talents are this strong. I want a second one too. Preferably one that can unleash ultimate moves. I coughed lightly, trying to stay low-key. It might be a fusion effect under special circumstances between the two talents. I'm not entirely sure myself. Fusion. Qin Hao Yan's voice shot up several decibels, his hair practically standing on end. Dude, dual talent fusion? Where did you even hear about that? I've lived for 18 years and never heard of talents being able to fuse. Maybe it's a rare special case. I feigned uncertainty, though inwardly I was overjoyed. This is my first time encountering it, so it might just be good luck. Kinwei, listening on the side, felt his scalp tingle. His whole body uneasy. Dual talent fusion, in his 30-plus years of life, he'd never heard of such a thing. Even among dual talent awakeners, no one had ever mentioned talents being able to fuse. How is this a small probability? Dude, this is a miracle. Ken Hao Yan clutched his hair, shouting, dual talent awakeners are already rare elites. And now you're telling me they can fuse? Next time, don't tell me you've awakened 3 talents. Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, 3 talents. Wouldn't that make you invincible, Lin Mo? Do you have a 3rd talent? The corner of my mouth twitched. I'm not collecting talents. A 3rd talent was out of the question for now. If I needed to showcase greater strength in the future, I just claimed it was a talent mutation. By then, I would likely be so powerful that no one would need an explanation. Young master, should we retreat for now? A guard suggested quietly. The situation outside the hotel is unclear. And with your extraordinary strength, Lin sir, we should head to the shelter immediately. At that moment, Qin Wei's communicator suddenly rang, the piercing alarm breaking the silence. He answered the call, and his expression instantly turned grave. Young master, there's an emergency at home. The entire Star City has been invaded by a large number of rift beasts. The military has initiated the highest level of combat readiness, and all civilians must immediately relocate to designated underground shelters. What? The entire Star City? This scale is too massive. Lin Mo frowned deeply, feeling a wave of unease. It seemed this beast invasion was far more severe than they had anticipated, not just trouble limited to this hotel. We need to act immediately, Qin Hao Yan said seriously. We must take the other civilians in the hotel with us. We absolutely cannot leave them behind. Lei Yu immediately raised her hand, her eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Leave it to me. I'll protect everyone. Anyone who dares bully civilians will taste my wrath, Lin Mo said, somewhat awkwardly. Can we find a wheelchair first? My legs aren't convenient, and I can't let Lei Yu carry me for several kilometers, right? Lei Yu grinned, mischievously. I don't mind. Carrying you while fighting beasts is pretty handy. Your talent is amazing. I want to study it up close. Lin Mo replied with a darkened face. I might. And talent is impossible to learn. The guards quickly found a smart service cart from the hotel to act as a wheelchair. Lin Mo sat on it, feeling like a product displayed on a shelf. I feel like a discounted item on clearance. Lin Mo couldn't help but complain, but he comforted himself better than being carried by a girl. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Thanks for the reminder. Being high-end goods isn't easy either. The cart was a smart machine, equipped with navigation and obstacle avoidance, saving a lot of effort. Let's move out. The target is the 3rd shelter in the city center, Qin Hao Yan said while organizing the team. The journey will be smooth. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of beasts roaring and weapons clashing came from outside the hotel, as if mocking their earlier optimism. Setting up a flag so quickly, Lin Mo smiled helplessly. The small team of over 20 people cautiously left the hotel. The streets were in ruins, littered with beast corpses and destroyed vehicles, the air filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. Intense fighting sounds could be heard. Several 3rd-tier rift beasts were fiercely attacking a group of civilians with children. All warrior, drenched in blood and sweat, was desperately resisting. The warrior was clearly on the verge of collapse, his body covered in wounds. The protected children were crying their hearts out. Lin Mo quickly gave orders. Lei Yu, charge forward. Qin Hao Yan, provide support. I'll assist from a distance. Got it. Watch me. Lei Yu charged forward excitedly, activating her Iron battle form instantly, becoming tall and imposing, swinging her mountain crusher hammer to smash the nearest drift beast. Qin Hao Yan flicked his fingers, and 7 surge energy spread out like a fan, cutting into the battlefield from a flank. Lin Mo controlled the cart to approach, purple flames dancing in his palm. The battle ended surprisingly quickly. The 3 worked together seamlessly. Lei Yu's powerful attacks, Qin Hao Yan's sharps of energy, and Lin Mo's void-scorching flame combined perfectly. The rift beasts were swiftly cleared. Thank you so much. The warrior's eyes were wet with emotion. Without you, we would all have died here. We're all human. Helping each other is the right thing to do. Lin Mo nodded in response. The rescued warrior joined a team with over a dozen civilians. Along the way, they saved several more groups of attacked civilians, and the team grew larger. But with the elderly and children, their pace noticeably slowed. Slowing down is fine. We can't just watch people die, Lin Mo said to those complaining. Qin Hao Yan smirked. Lin the hero, I didn't expect you to be so righteous. Cut it out. I'm just afraid of having nightmares about them later. Lin Mo pretended to be casual. Saw through his facade and muttered quietly. Classic case of a soft heart behind a tough exterior. Its reinforcements were saved. Someone shouted excitedly. A fully armed military unit was escorting a large group of civilians in their direction. Meeting the group was a middle-aged officer, tall and imposing, with a stern expression that clearly marked him as a seasoned soldier. "Listen up," the officer shouted loudly. "I am Wang Taizhan, commander of the 3rd Regiment of Astar's city garrison. All civilians, join us immediately and head to the shelter together." Lei Yu blinked her eyes. Soldiers, so impressive. Qin Haoyan let out a sigh of relief. With the army's protection, it's much safer. Wang Taizhan quickly noticed Lin Mo's group, especially the boys sitting in the cart who can unleash terrifying purple flames. "You all have decent strength," Wang Taizhan said as he walked over, his gaze landing on Lin Mo. "We saw the earlier battle. Your teamwork was very coordinated." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Mo replied politely. "We were just lucky." Wang Taizhan laughed heartily. "Lucky, young man. I've been a soldier for 20 years. I've seen all kinds of situations. The way those rift beasts died was no coincidence." He stared at Lin Mo. "That purple flame of yours is quite special. Ordinary abilities can't achieve such an effect." Lei Yu excitedly raised her hand. "Uncle, we're really strong. Lin Mo can release purple flames. Qin Haoyan's sword glows brightly, and my hammer can't smash a beast's head flat." Qin Haoyan frowned. "Lei Yu, can you not exaggerate? My radiant sword technique doesn't glow brightly at all." Lei Yu smiled innocently. "Isn't it just shiny?" Lin Mo pretended not to hear, avoiding a childish argument that would be too embarrassing. Wang Taizhan was amused by the two. "You are so young yet so strong. Your future is limitless." The group continued moving forward, encountering a few scattered beasts along the way, which were quickly dealt with. The army was well-equipped and fought with seamless coordination, earning Lin Mo's silent admiration. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at the 3rd shelter in the city center. It was a massive underground facility, heavily guarded at the entrance with advanced defense systems. Inside, tens of thousands of civilians had already gathered, maintaining orderly conduct. Qin Haoyan exhaled deeply. "Finally here." These past few hours felt more exhausting than a whole month. Lin Mo switched back to his regular wheelchair, which felt terrible to push, as if it might slip at any moment. "Lin Mo, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat," Lei Yu asked considerately. "Thanks. I am a bit hungry." Lei Yu hopped off to the food distribution area, and soon returned with a plate of military rations. "This is a military nutrition meal, but it's highly nutritious," she said, sitting beside Lin Mo. "Try it." Lin Mo took a bite. The taste was bland, but it filled his stomach. This food can keep you full for an entire day. It's packed with energy, equivalent to 3 regular meals. Qin Haoyan consoled himself as he slowly began eating with a spoon. As everyone was eating, Wang Taizhan approached with a serious expression. "Everyone, I have a request," he said directly. "The situation in Star City is dire, with beasts appearing everywhere. We must split our forces to rescue civilians, but we are severely understaffed." Qin Haoyan raised an eyebrow. "Are you asking us to help?" "Exactly." Wang Taizhan nodded. "I know this request is a bit much since you're still students, but I saw your earlier battle. Your strength is on par with professional fighters. If you're willing to help, not only can you save more people, but there are also generous rewards." Lei's eyes lit up. "Rewards? What kind of rewards?" "In addition to official certificates of honor and monetary bonuses from the military, you can keep the beast cores from every beast you defeat," Wang Taizhan explained. "Moreover, this rescue experience will be officially recorded, which will greatly benefit your future applications to the Martial Artists Association or the military." Qin Haoyan was tempted. The Qin family was wealthy, but their relationship with the military was average. If he could earn merit through this opportunity, it would greatly help him in taking over the family business. "Lin Mo, what do you think?" Qin Haoyan sought Lin Mo's opinion. Lin Mo thought for a moment. "This is truly a great opportunity to enhance our strength and gain more resources. Although there are risks, the rewards are substantial." Lin Mo nodded. "But I'm not very mobile. I might slow you down." "Don't joke around. You didn't hold us back at all earlier." Lei Yu confidently patted her chest. "With me here, I guarantee I'll get you safely to every battlefield." At this moment, Qin Wei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His face still somewhat pale. "Young master, the city is now crawling with beasts, and the situation is far more complicated than we imagined. You are the heir of the Qin family. You absolutely cannot take risks. Lin Mo and Lei Yu are strong, but their experience is still lacking. If something goes wrong, Qin Hao Yin interrupted him. Qin Wei, I know what I'm doing. He turned to Wang Tai's Han, Commander Wang. We agree to assist with the rescue. Qin Wei still wanted to dissuade him. Enough, Qin Wei. Qin Hao Yan's tone was low. Focus on your recovery. I will bring other guards, and there will be no problem. This is an order. His attitude was resolute, leaving no room for argument. Qin Wei could only swallow his words, his eyes full of worry. Wang Tai's Han looked at Qin Hao Yan, a hint of admiration in his eyes. This makes things easier. You all rest for an hour. We'll set off in an hour. The target is an elementary school in the Western District, where over 300 teachers and students are trapped. During the rest, Lin Mo checked the system panel. Host Lin Mo cultivation level late body tempering stage, attribute strength 180, speed 160, defense 100, spirit 85 1000, energy value 420 10,000, talent ability, SS level void scorching flame characteristics. Space severance precisely cuts through the necks of beasts. Dimensional banishment absorbs beast into a spatial vortex. Extinction flame burns the flesh of beasts. Soul burn directly attacks the target's spirit and soul, ignoring all defenses. Passive effects of the talent recovers to 100 energy points per second. Combat power increases 5-fold. Universal perception consists detailed information about nearby creatures. Special status slag injuries, temporarily disabled recoverable. Lifespan 150 years. System points 21,750. Points are sufficient. Commander Wang. Lin Mo called out to Wang Tai's Han, who was about to leave. Can you get me a military-grade wheelchair? This one is too ordinary and easily breaks on the battlefield. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Wang Tai's Han quickly brought over a full alloy military-grade wheelchair, sturdy and durable, with simple protective features. This is really nice. Lei Yu excitedly circled the wheelchair. It looks so imposing. While wiping his sword, Qin Hao Yan said, to be honest, I'm quite looking forward to the upcoming battle. This time, the scale of the beast invasion is large, and we're bound to encounter strong enemies. You're just a pure battle maniac, aren't you? Normal people would hope for a peaceful resolution. NPH, how can peace compare to the thrill of battle? Qin Hao Yan rarely showed excitement. If you don't personally fight, how will you know how strong you are? Lei Yu nodded in agreement. Exactly. I also want to see how many beasts I can take down. Lin Mo thought to himself, these two are definitely the most impulsive in the team, while he has become the rasher one. An hour later, Wang Tai's Han returned with an elite squad. Move out. King Mei Elementary School in the Western District. The Western District was more chaotic than the city center. Being far from the military base, the beast clearing was clearly lagging behind. Damaged buildings were everywhere, and traces of beasts were evident. Looking through binoculars, his face tense. The situation is dire. There are at least 20 beasts around the school, including a peak 3rd tier Rift Sky Demon Wolf. Peak 3rd tier and about to evolve? That's right, the sky-splitting Demon Wolf is originally a speed-type monster. The entire West District will become its hunting ground. Wang Tai's Han clenched his fist. We must deal with it before it evolves. A peak 3rd tier beast was already extremely dangerous, especially the rapidly evolving sky-splitting Demon Wolf. And let's give it a try. Lin Mo nodded. Lei Yu was both excited and nervous. The peak 3rd tier beast. It sounds powerful. Wang Tai's Han's expression was serious. This time, I will personally lead the team. I have late-stage Dream on Realm Strength and can temporarily hold off the Demon Wolf. The task is to assist me and ensure the safe evacuation of the teachers and students. This mission is high risk. If anyone wants to back out, now is the time to speak up. No one back down. After the tactical assignments were completed, the group began approaching King Mei Elementary School. The school walls had several large holes smashed by the beasts, and the playground was covered in claw marks and signs of destruction. From inside the teaching building came intermittent cries of children and the comforting voices of teachers, indicating that people were still alive. But the situation was dire. Prepare for action. Split into 3 groups. The first team clears the surrounding beasts. The second team covers the evacuation of the teachers and students. And I will leave the third team to focus on the Demon Wolf. Wang Tai's Han commanded. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Lin Mo and the others followed Wang Tai's Han into the campus. As soon as they entered the playground, they saw the fearsome sky-splitting Demon Wolf. It was a massive wolf over 4 meters long, with deep blue fur radiating intense energy waves. Its eyes gleamed with intelligence, clearly showing it had developed significant sentience. Peak 3rd tier sky splitting demon wolf evolving strength 8,000, 500 speed 12,000 defense 7,000 memo power. 650 to speed is truly terrifying. Lin Mo's heart tightened. The demon wolf noticed the intruders and let out a long howl before its figure vanished in an instant. Be careful. Its speed is unimaginably fast. Wei Tai's Han warned sharply, unleashing a powerful Juyu on Realm Aura as a golden fist shadow struck toward where the demon wolf had disappeared. But the demon wolf had already dodged to the side, its claws tearing through the air as it lunged at a soldier. Wei Tai's Han intervened, landing a punch on the demon wolf's side and knocking it back several meters. Everyone be alert. This demon wolf is too fast for ordinary soldiers to keep up with. Wei Tai's Han shouted a warning. Just as he finished speaking, the demon wolf launched another attack. This time targeting the soldiers escorting the teachers and students to safety. Radiance or defense. Qin Haoyan acted in time, his sword light flashing to block the demon wolf's attack path. However, the demon wolf was incredibly fast, changing direction sharply in mid-air to evade the sword light, while its claws struck fiercely toward Qin Haoyan. Boom! Lei won her mountain-crushing hammer, clashing with the demon wolf's claws. The immense force pushed her back several steps. This strength is insane. Lei exclaimed in shock. It's even stronger than that steel-armored bear we fought before. The battle quickly escalated into a heated struggle. Wei Tai's Han relied on his Juyu on realm cultivation to confront the demon wolf head-on. Every punch landed solidly, but the demon wolf's speed made it difficult for him to keep up. Lin Mo searched for an opportunity to strike, but the demon wolf's movements were so fast that it was nearly impossible to lock onto a target. Moreover, if soul burn was used improperly, the resulting opening could allow the demon wolf to instantly kill anyone. At that moment, terrified screams erupted from the teaching building. Not good, more beasts have entered the building. A soldier urgently reported. It turned out that while everyone was focused on the demon wolf, several second-tier beasts had taken the opportunity to sneak into the teaching building. Lei shouted, preparing to rush over. No, Wei Tai's Han stopped her. If you leave, our formation will fall apart. As everyone hesitated, more heart-wrenching screams came from the teaching building. A young female teacher fell from the 3rd-floor window, covered in blood. It was clear she had been attacked by the beasts while protecting the children. The children's heart-wrenching cries echoed from upstairs. She struggled to get up, but her leg was clearly broken, the bone exposed. At that moment, a pitch-black second-tier rift beast leapt down from upstairs, its eyes glowing red, sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Damn beast. A soldier tried to rush over to rescue her, but was tightly entangled by a demon wolf. Another soldier risked his life and dashed forward, using his own body to shield the female teacher. Thud! The sharp claws pierced through the soldier's chest, his heart instantly impaled. Blood gushing out like a fountain. Zhao Yu, his comrade shouted in fury, with his last ounce of strength. The fallen soldier pushed the female teacher's safety, but he himself collapsed to the ground, his blood staining half the playground. Protect the children. These were his final words. Weak yet resolute, bastard. I'll take your life. Wake your life. Wei Tai's Han erupted in fury, unleashing the terrifying aura of a late-stage Yuan gathering realm, his punches ferocious and powerful. Yet the demon wolf's speed of 12,000 still allowed it to dodge with ease. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed sharply as he witnessed the carnage before him. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, his voice trembling. Growing up in modern society, he had seen all kinds of bloody movies. But those were special effects, fake. What lay before him now was real death, real despair. The soldier's dying words echoed in his ears. Protect the children. Lin Mo's hands gripped the wheelchair armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white. An unprecedented anger burned within him, not because he was threatened, but because innocent lives were being taken. This world is too cruel. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to live in a world where the strong cry on the weak, where life and death are unpredictable. Since I've come to this world, I will change everything. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. His gaze firm and cold. More anguished screams came from upstairs. An elderly teacher, fighting alone against a second-tier beast to buy time for the children, was ultimately torn to shreds. "Teacher," the children cried heartbroken, watching through the cracks in the door as their teacher was ripped apart alive. "We can't wait any longer." Lin Mo gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Lei Yu, throw me upstairs." Qin Hao Yan pulled off the demon wolf of Captain Wang. "Lin Mo, are you crazy? You're going upstairs or wheelchair?" Qin Hao Yan was shocked. "If we don't act, more people will die. I can't just watch these children get eaten." Lin Mo's gaze was resolute, unwavering. Without hesitation, Lei Yu unleashed incredible strength, grabbing Lin Mo in his wheelchair and hurling him upstairs. Wow, flying feels exhilarating. Lin Mo adjusted his posture mid-air, crashing accurately through the third-floor window with his wheelchair. The situation inside was worse than expected. In the hallway, for second-tier beasts were frantically hunting the hiding teachers and students. Several classroom doors had already been broken down, and terrified cries of children echoed from within. Spatial slash. Lin Mo unleashed his skills without reservation, instantly taking down the beasts. The remaining two beasts became alert, abandoning their pursuit of the teachers and students to attack Lin Mo instead. The wheelchair severely limited Lin Mo's movements in the narrow hallway, making the fight against the two second-tier beasts extremely dangerous. "Come at me, you beasts." Lin Mo showed no fear, his killing intent surging as he sat in the wheelchair. "Lin Mo, watch out." A young male teacher hiding in a classroom tried to come out to help. "Don't come out. Protect the children," Lin Mo shouted, simultaneously activating Soul Burn. Purple flames instantly engulfed one of the beasts, but the other beast had already lunged forward, its claws aiming straight for Lin Mo's chest. At the critical moment, the young teacher rushed out, using a chair to block the first strike. Crack, the chair shattered, and the young teacher's arm was torn with 3 bloody gashes, blood gushing out. The blood kept flowing. Why did you still come out?" Lin Mo asked in shock. The young teacher gritted her teeth, sweat rolling down her forehead, while the 3 wounds on her arm continued to bleed. "Because you were saving my students. How could I hide behind? Even if it costs my life, I will fight alongside you," she said firmly. Lin Mo's pupils slightly contracted. It was the first time he truly felt what genuine kindness was. In his previous life, in a world filled with selfishness, it was rare for anyone to risk their life for a stranger. But here, this young teacher stepped forward without hesitation. "Let's go together." "Release Soul Burn," Lin Mo shouted. Purple flames erupted, engulfing the remaining beasts entirely, their shrill screams echoing through the corridor. "Thank you, teacher," Lin Mo said sincerely. "Now quickly organize the children to evacuate." The teacher endured the intense pain in her arm, a smile of relief appearing on her face. "All right, okay, children, follow the teacher. Don't be afraid. Big Brother is protecting us." "Big Brother is amazing," a timid little girl said, her eyes full of admiration. "Big Brother's flames are purple, so beautiful." Pointing at Lin Mo, these innocent words made Lin Mo feel a bit shy, and he coughed lightly. The danger isn't over yet. The children slowly emerged from various corners, still carrying fear in their eyes, but when they looked at Lin Mo, there was admiration and gratitude. A few brave children even wanted to touch Lin Mo's wheelchair. "Wheelchair Big Brother is so awesome. I want to protect others like Big Brother." These pure words warmed Lin Mo's heart, but the fierce sounds of battle downstairs reminded him that now was not the time to be moved. "All teachers and students, evacuate quickly. Soldiers, cover them." A commanding voice came from downstairs. Soldiers were clearing out the lower-level beasts, buying time for the evacuation. The battle below had reached a fever pitch. Wang Tai's Han was severely injured, struggling to cope with the demon wolf's astonishing speed of 12,000 yards per hour. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were doing their best to cooperate, but against a peak third-tier beast, their attacks were barely effective. "Damn it, his speed is ridiculous." Qin Hao Yan panicked heavily, his sword light flashing but failing to land a hit. Sweat blurred his vision, but his gaze grew more determined. Lei Yu swung her massive mountain-crushing hammer, battle patterns swirling around her, her small face flushed. "This wolf is as slippery as a ghost. I have to smash it to pieces." Suddenly, the energy fluctuations within the demon wolf surged, and the elemental energy in the air trembled. "Not good. It's about to break through." Wang Tai's Han's face changed drastically. "If it evolves to the 4th tier, we're all dead." The demon wolf howled at the sky, its body rapidly enlarging, its fur changing from deep blue to pitch black. "Evolve? Did you ask for my permission?" Lin Mo, controlling his wheelchair, charged down the stairs, his battle-spirited knighting. Soul burn, attack. The demon wolf fled out an enraged roar. Its evolution interrupted, causing it immense pain. Now's the time. Wang Tai's Han seized the opportunity. Unleashing all his late-stage gathering energy realm power, his fist ignited with golden light, resembling a small sun, gathering energy fist. Mountain crushing strike, the golden fist light smashed into the demon wolf's chest like a meteor, carving a deep trench into the ground. The demon wolf landed heavily, severely injured, with a fist-sized bloody hole in its chest. But its fury only intensified. Its blood-red eyes locked on a windmill, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Be careful. It's gone berserk. Wang Tai's Han warned, his strength waning after expending his vital energy. Let's see if your claws are sharper or my flames are fiercer. Lin Mo showed no fear, his wheelchair charging forward as he unleashed Soul Burn again. The continuous soul attacks made the demon wolf howl in agony. And knew this wheelchair-bound human was the greatest threat and desperately lunged at Lin Mo. Don't even think about getting close. Wang Tai's Han burned his vital essence, his speed surging as he delivered a fierce punch to the side of the demon wolf's head, forcibly altering its charge direction. The demon wolf adjusted its posture mid-air and pounced toward Lin Mo again. Qin Hao Yan attacked from the other side, unleashing 7 consecutive sword strikes, each radiating dazzling light, attempting to disrupt the demon wolf. Skybreaker Hammer. Lei Yu's sharp shout accompanied her massive hammer as it descended with a whistling momentum. However, the demon wolf, now completely berserk, ignored their attacks and continued charging at Lin Mo. Its target was clear: eliminate the human capable of attacking its soul first. Get out of the way. Wang Tai's Han roared, unleashing a burst of golden fist energy as it confronted the demon wolf head-on. Bang! Man and wolf collided fiercely in mid-air. After the clash of fist and claw, both were forced back. Wang Tai's Han's hand split open at the tiger's mouth, blood streaming down. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo unleashed Soul Burn again, the purple flames intensifying the demon wolf's anguished howls. I can't hold on. Keep going. Despite his numb arm, Wang Tai's Han held his ground. Ding. The host's energy has recovered to 5,000 points. Combat can continue. The system's notification bolstered Lin Mo's confidence. This was the power of an SS-grade talent sustained combat capability, far surpassing opponents of the same level. The demon wolf pounced at Lin Mo again, faster than before, clearly making a desperate final attack. Wang Tai's Han gritted his teeth and charged forward, colliding with the demon wolf. The two rolled on the ground, locked in a life-and-death struggle. Now the final strike. Wang Tai's Han clung tightly to the demon wolf's hind leg, preventing its escape. Lin Mo poured all his remaining energy into Soul Burn, unleashing a 4th burst of purple flames. Devour. This 4th burst of Soul Burn was even more intense than before. As if it could incinerate the entire world, the heavily wounded 3rd-tier peak void-splitting demon wolf could no longer resist, and let out a despairing howl before collapsing completely. Defeated 3rd-tier peak void-splitting demon wolf earned 600 system points. Ding. Current system points 26,000. The battle was over, but the cost was immense. Lin Mo gazed at the blood-soaked ground and the fallen comrades, his heart a mix of emotions. Since his transmigration, he had witnessed many scenes of death. But back then, he was merely a sad observer. Now, as his eyes fell on these cold corpses and once familiar faces, anger and a heavy sense of responsibility filled his heart. This world was truly cruel. Since he was here, he would use his strength to protect those worth protecting. Report to the commander. 312 students and teachers have been safely evacuated to the temporary shelter. Then, his voice choked with emotion on our side. 5 brothers sacrificed themselves. And 3 teachers didn't make it. In a sunset, Wang Tai's Han's burly figure cast a long shadow. Blood still flowed from the wound on his right arm. He said hoarsely, "When this is over, I will personally visit their families to apologize and express my condolences." Cough. Keep the cough. Wang Tai's Han suddenly coughed violently, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Commander Wang. Qin Hao Yan quickly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine, not dying yet. Wang Tai's Han waved his hand, his gaze shifting to Lin Mo and the other two, his tone carrying genuine admiration. The future of Star City depends on you. Lei Yu puffed out her chest and slammed her mountain-crushing hammer heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Of course. We students of King Tang High School aren't pushovers. Wang Taizhan laughed, his spirits lifting. Especially you. His gaze rested on Lin Mo, filled with curiosity. Lin Mo, what is your purple flame talent? It can bypass physical defenses and directly attack the soul. I've never seen such an ability before. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had anticipated this question. My talent is rather unique. It's the result of the fusion of B-level flame control and spatial abilities, he said, following the script he had prepared in advance. As for the exact level, to be honest, I haven't fully figured it out myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Wang Taizhan's expression suddenly turned grave, his breathing noticeably quickened, clearly shocked by the move's talent. Fusion. His voice trembled slightly. The shock was not feigned. The soldiers around him exchanged glances, never having seen their commander react this way before. Trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. Talent fusion. How is that possible in human history? There's only been one talent fuser, and that was 300 years ago. That person became humanity's strongest through their fused talents. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The students and teachers were equally stunned. They had thought they were merely saved by a powerful student, but it turned out he was a legendary existence. Lin Mo observed Wang Taizhan's reaction and thought to himself, it seems I underestimated how rare talent fusion is. However, he maintained a calm expression, only furrowing his brows slightly. Only 1 in 300 years, that rare. Wang Taizhan slowly shook his head, his voice trembling. Young man, this isn't rare, it's a miracle. Everyone present was stunned by Wang Taizhan's reaction. Commander Wang, what do you mean by that? A soldier cautiously asked. Wang Taizhan tried to calm himself, but his voice still quivered. Do you know what talent fusion is? It's the complete integration of two entirely different talents, achieving a qualitative leap. Over the past 300 years, countless geniuses have tried, even the 3 world-renowned dual talent users. But they all failed. The room fell silent, with only the sound of breathing remaining. Everyone was utterly shocked. Now, Wang Taizhan's gaze locked onto Lin Mo, his voice almost shaking. If what you're saying is true, then you are a second fusioner in human history. Hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. He had always known he was different, but he hadn't expected to be this extraordinary. It seems I've truly become an anomaly, he thought with a bitter smile, mocking himself internally. While it could bring in me its resources, it would also make him a target for many. For now, the most important thing was to have the strength to back it up. And keeping a low profile was essential. As the news spread, the scene erupted into chaos. The second fusioner in 300 years. My God, we're witnessing history with our own eyes. No wonder he could kill a peak tier 3 beast in a second. It turns out he had a legendary fused talent. The soldiers' voices trembled, their eyes filled with reverence. Even the teachers and students wide in their eyes in disbelief. They thought they were saved by an ordinary powerful student, but it turned out their savior might become a legend recorded in history. The teacher whispered. Lin Mo felt the weight of everyone's gazes, his emotions a mix of bitterness and complexity. Being treated like a treasure made him uncomfortable. What a hassle, he sighed inwardly. It seems staying low-key is no longer an option. However, seeing everyone so shocked they could barely contain themselves, he couldn't help but feel a bit mobbed. Successfully showing off did feel satisfying. At this moment, Qin Hao Yan's heart was in turmoil. Too overwhelmed to speak. He had always known Lin Mo was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Talent fusion? That was something out of Legends. Lin Mo, just how many secrets do you have? Qin Hao Yan looked at the young man sitting in the wheelchair, still with a calm expression, both surprised and curious. Wait a moment. Lei Yu raised her hand, her face full of confusion. What exactly is this fusion talent you're talking about? Is it even more powerful than dual talents? Wang Taizhan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. If dual talents are considered powerful genius-level abilities, then fusion talent is a miracle. In the face of fusion talent, dual talents are like fireflies encountering the sun. During this analogy, Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Fireflies encountering the sun, vivid and accurate. Wang Taizhan continued. In human history, there have only been 3 individuals with dual talents, and they all became legends of their era. A fusion talent is different, it completely integrates the talents in one. learning about fundamental leaps and changes. 300 years ago, the fusion talent bearer single-handedly suppressed the beast tide of that era. One sword slayed 13 seventh-tier beast kings. It was because of him that human civilization could be established today. 13 seventh-tier beast kings. The crowd gasped, and several teachers and students even collapsed to the ground in shock. After all, just one seventh-tier beast king could destroy a city. Yet that guardian had slain 13 of them. That's why he is called the guardian god of humanity. Wang Tai's Han's tone shifted, filled with reverence. And now, his gaze returned to Lin Mo, filled with shock, expectation, and an almost unbelievable fervor. Lin Mo felt the weight of his gaze, and complex emotions surged in his heart. Guardian god? If he truly had to bear such a responsibility, he must first become strong enough. At that moment, Wang Tai's Han straight in his posture and saluted Lin Mo with a standard military gesture. Captain Wang, what are you doing? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. If you truly are the sect and fusion talent bearer, then you are humanity's hope, someone we must all protect. Wang Tai's Han's voice was firm and powerful. Please allow me, on behalf of the Star City Defense Forces, to extend the highest respect to you. The other soldiers followed suit, standing at attention and saluting Lin Mo, their eyes filled with admiration. This moment deeply moved Lin Mo. He had expected his identity to cause such a stir, to be regarded as hope and faith, making him feel both pressure and an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Since he had to act the part, he might as well go all the way. Everyone, stand up, Lin Mo said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I am just a student, nothing more. Wang Tai's Han stood up, his expression turning serious. Lin Mo, do you understand what fusion talent means? It means you could very well become humanity's strongest, even surpassing the guardian god of that era. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Becoming humanity's strongest, that goal suited him perfectly. Interested in joining the military, Wang Tai's Han's tone was sincere, but he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. This and he's something I can decide. Someone like you must be reported immediately to the Federation headquarters, where the Supreme Council will make the decision. Brigadier General. Major General? Wang Tai's Han muttered to himself, his eyes tinged with bitterness. I am afraid I don't even have the qualifications to be involved in this decision. Lin Mo observed Wang Tai's Han's complex expression and thought to himself that his value seemed even higher than he anticipated. However, for now, it was fortunate that the higher-ups hadn't been informed yet. I appreciate Captain Wang's kindness, Lin Mo said with a faint smile, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. But for now, I just want to deal with some personal matters first. Personal matters? Wang Tai's Han smiled bitterly. Lin Mo, once your identity is exposed, the entire Federation will be shaken. By then, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, his voice turning icy. What exactly does Captain Wang mean by that? Lin Mo's tone was cold, carrying a hint of killing intent, making Wang Tai's Han shiver involuntarily. He knew this young man was no ordinary person and would never be easily controlled. Wang Tai's Han was silent for a moment, his inner struggle intense. He sighed helplessly. This information is too important. By protocol, I should report it immediately. But he stared into Lin Mo's deep eyes and gritted his teeth. I can obscure some details in the report to buy you some time. How long? Lin Mo asked decisively. At most, 1 week, Wang Tai's Han replied solemnly. In a week, the Federation headquarters envoy will arrive in Star City. By then you won't be able to hide. 1 week was enough time for Lin Mo to resolve the Lin family's troubles, significantly enhance his strength, and prepare for an even greater storm. Wang Tai's Han glanced around, his tone as stern as a military order. What happened today is of the highest confidentiality. No one is to leak it. Violators will be treated as traitors. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison, their voices thunderous. Although the teachers and students remained silent, they all nodded solemnly, fully aware of the gravity of this secret. They understood that today marked a historic moment, and they bore the responsibility of safeguarding the secret. Suddenly, Wang Tai's Han's military communicator rang urgently. West District 3rd Elementary School is under attack by a large number of mutant beasts, requesting immediate assistance. Repeat, immediate assistance. Damn it. When have these beasts become so frenzied? Wang Tai's Han cursed under his breath, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Mo and the others. Are you all ready? Lin most silently sensed the energy of burning soul within him. The system's passive recovery had nearly replenished him. Ready, he replied immediately. No problem. Lei Yu's battle spirit surged, her face flushed with excitement. That big wolf earlier didn't even let me warm up. Qin Hao Yan lightly gripped his sword hilt. Though slightly fatigued, his pride wouldn't allow him to show weakness. Just the right chance to test my strength. Good. Wang Tai's Han's eyes gleamed. You're the tough ones I had my eye on. Move out. Tartar West District 3rd Elementary School. As the team began to move, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Minmo's chest tightened, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. He abruptly looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. In the sky, a massive shadow covered a large portion of the heavens, blocking out the sun, a terrifying giant beast with a wingspan of at least 50 meters. Its entire body was covered in dark purple scales, each scale resembling a meticulously crafted shield, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Its blood-red vertical pupils, like their infernal lanterns, radiated an aura of destruction and savagery. It hovered in the air, making the surrounding atmosphere feel as if it had solidified, and breathing became exceedingly difficult. That's a fifth-tier mutant beast, the violet-winged demon Dragon King. Wang Tai's Han's voice trembled, his face pale, filled with fear and helplessness. A beast-tin of this level, how could it appear in Star City? Our intelligence network had no warning at all. Fifth tier. Qin Hao Yan gasped, his hand gripping his sword trembling. A fifth-tier mutant beast was a being comparable to the legendary top-tier powerhouses. This is terrifying. Lei Yu swallowed hard, for the first time truly feeling how insignificant she was. It's a king of the fly type. Lin Mo's expression was extremely grave. Such an enemy was already beyond what they could handle. It suddenly flapped its wings, descending like a massive purple cloud, diving straight toward the retreating teachers and students. It started hitting the civilians. Wang Tai's Han roared, disregarding his injuries as he charged forward desperately. At this critical moment, whoosh! A dazzling golden sword light streaked across the sky, as if tearing the heavens apart. A sword light was incomparably sharp, striking precisely at the membrane connection of the violet-winged being and Dragon King's left wing. Roar! The demon Dragon King let out an enraged roar. Its diving momentum immediately halted. Its massive head turned toward the direction of the attack. Its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Everyone looked in that direction. In the distant horizon, a golden light suddenly lit up. In a space faintly distorted, an aged and authoritative voice rang out, "A fifth-tier mongrel dares to act presumptuously before me." A middle-aged man, dressed in the uniform of the Star City Martial Artists Association, arrived, stepping through the air. His face was gaunt, an ancient sword strapped to his back, and his aura was as deep and steady as a mountain, instilling a sense of security. "Sword Elder!" Wang Tai's Han exclaimed in shock and joy. Sword Elder's gaze was cold and sharp as he swept his eyes toward the purple-winged demon and Dragon King in the sky. His expression particularly grave. A fifth-tier peak purple-winged demon and Dragon King, stronger by several levels than an ordinary fifth tier. "Captain Wang, retreat immediately. Leave this to me." "But Sword Elder, you're still recovering from your injuries. And that's a fifth-tier peak." Wang Tai's Han was deeply worried. "Follow orders." Sword Elder barked sharply, his gaze falling on Lin Mo and the other two. Nodding lightly, "You three and the surprise troops Wang Tai's Han mentioned. Your talent is decent, and you have courage. However, don't interfere in the upcoming battle. Stay back." Without waiting for further discussion, Sword Elder had already ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of sword light that charged straight at the purple-winged beam in Dragon King. A blade across eras, Sword Elder unsheathed his sword, and the heavens and earth instantly changed color. 100-meter-long sword aura streaked across the sky, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, slashing fiercely at the demon and Dragon King. Roar! The purple-winged beam and Dragon King refused to back down, opened its mouth to unleash a destructive dark purple dragon breath. The sword aura and dragon breath collided violently, erupting in a lightning shockwave akin to a nuclear explosion, and the buildings below collapsed one after another. Lin Mo watched with his heart trembling, involuntarily sucking in a cold breath. Is this the power of a peak transformative key realm expert? It's like a god descending. But what was even more shocking was that the purple-winged being and Dragon King had forcibly withstood the heavy blow. Although its figure wavered slightly, there were no visible injuries. "This is trouble." This creature is several degrees stronger than an ordinary 5th-tier peak. Sword Elder's voice carried a tone of seriousness. The battle in the sky grew increasingly fierce. Sword Elder's figure moved like the wind, his sword light crisscrossing, and each swing of his sword caused spatial tremors. Meanwhile, the purple-winged beam and Dragon King relied on its tough body and destructive dragon breath to engage in a relentless fight, evenly matched. The energy fluctuations spilling out from the battle made those on the ground feel as though they couldn't breathe. Linmo stared at the intense battle in the sky, silently thinking, system, scan that purple-winged demon, Dragon King. Multiverse perception activated, scanning target. Target purple-winged demon and Dragon King level. 5th-tier Pete, beast attribute strength, 1 million speed. 1,100,000 flight speed 30%, defense 950. 0 dragon scale trait extremely high physical and energy resistance spirit 50,000 yuan power. 6 million talent skills S-ranked demon dragon bloodline. Greatly enhances all attributes, possesses strong recovery ability and an intimidating aura. Dark annihilation dragon breath and its destructive energy. Karamming everything. Spatial rain claw capable of slicing through space, bypassing certain defenses. Dragon scale protection passive skill significantly reduces damage taken. Estimated kill reward. System points 50,000 points. Looking at the screen filled with despair-inducing numbers and powerful skills, Lin Mo's mouth twitched. This was practically a walking disaster. His own attributes were not even a fraction of its power. Sigh. These stats really make one lose the will to resist. He smiled bitterly in his heart. But when he saw the kill reward at the end, his eyes immediately lit up. 50,000 system points. Currently, he only had just over 40,000 points, and this one 5th-tier beast could give him 50,000. Regardless of whether he killed it himself, he could still earn the reward. This thought quickly grew in his mind, spreading like wild grass. His breathing began to quicken. Calm down, calm down. He forced himself to analyze rationally. The risk was extremely high. 5th-tier beasts had keen senses, and any carelessness could result in being crushed by their power. But the reward was equally immense. 50,000 system points could elevate his strength for a whole new level. A crazed glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Let's do this. Who doesn't want some excitement? This journey through worlds is all for this feeling. He began carefully observing the battlefield, looking for an opportunity. The purple-winged demon Dragon King was fully focused on Sword Elder, their battle reaching a fever pitch. Every move from Sword Elder was filled with killing intent, while the demon Dragon King fought back desperately, leaving no room for reservation. Lemma, you don't actually intend to. Qin Hao Yan noticed his unusual behavior, his expression changing slightly. Relax, I'm not that reckless. Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was frantically calculating the best timing. Suddenly, Sword Elder withdrew his sword and his sword energy surged. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, densely surrounding the purple-winged demon Dragon King, each carrying a deadly intent. A demon Dragon King roared, dragon breath shooting out in all directions as it tried to break through the sword formation. Just as it focused its attention on dealing with the sword shadows, a slight gap appeared in its defense. Now's the time. Lin Mo's eyes brightened sharply, his mental energy concentrated, and soul burn was quietly activated. He didn't choose to attack the massive physical body that would be courting death. His target with a soul within the demon Dragon King's vast mental sea, a nearly imperceptible purple flame, under the cover of sword light and dragon breath, bypassed layer upon layer of defenses, and struck precisely at the depths of the purple-winged demon and Dragon King's soul. At that moment, the demon Dragon King's massive body trembled slightly. A trace of inexplicable fear surged from the depths of its soul, as if something had torn a small opening in it. This instinctively unsettled the demon and Dragon King, but in the midst of a life-and-death battle, it could only suppress the unease and continue resisting. Lin Mo immediately restrained his aura, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. That strike had nearly drained all his mental and elemental energy, leaving him unable to move. It worked. It should have worked. It should have worked. His heart raced as he desperately prayed for the system to deliver. Please, don't let this risk be for nothing. The battle in the sky reached its most intense stage. Damn creature, die. Sword Elder roared, his hair and beard standing on end, his aura surging as he unleashed his ultimate technique. Man and sword as one. Dragon slaying technique. Sword Elder and his Longsworth seemed to merge into one, a dazzling sword light tearing through the heavens and fiercely piercing the purple-winged Demon and Dragon King's heart. The Demon Dragon King let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive body pierced by the sword light, dark purple dragon blood raining down from the sky. It struggled desperately to fight back. But faced with rapidly draining life force, it was powerless to turn the tide. In the end, this mighty 5th-tier top-level exotic beast, filled with endless unwillingness, lowered its heavy head, its massive body collapsing from the sky like a mountain. The ground shook violently once again, dust flying everywhere. The system notification sounded ding. Host detected participating in the kill of 5th-tier top-level exotic beast purple-winged Demon and Dragon King. 50,000 system points. Ding. Host participated in high-intensity battle beyond current level. Ninal tempered. Ninal energy 200. Lin Mo listened to the system notifications, his heart filled with excitement and relief. His back drenched in cold sweat. Holy crap, it actually worked. 50,000 points secured. He was ecstatic inside but maintained a calm exterior. But now it seemed this gamble had paid off big time. Indeed, rewards come with risks. Immediately after, another system notification sounded ding. Detected core talent of 5th-tier top-level exotic beast. Purple-winged Demon Dragon King dissipating. Beginning absorption. Lin Mo's heart tightened, disbelief washing over him. He could clearly feel an invisible suction disseminating from within him, directly pulling toward the lifeless corpse of the Demon and Dragon King on the ground. Imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly shot out from a forehead of the Demon and Dragon King. Accompanied by a low dragon roar, it instantly merged into Lin Mo's forehead like a weary bird returning to its nest. Lin Mo felt a burning sensation on his forehead as a powerful stream of information surged into his mind. Pride, ferocity, and an intense craving for power from the dragon. Successfully devoured target talent test level Demon and Dragon bloodline talent has been automatically converted to storage status and saved in the system talent library. Or use it to enhance other talents. Damn, I really hit the jackpot. System. You're amazing. Lin Mo gave a mental thumbs up. His excitement gradually calmed, and a question popped into his mind. He immediately asked the system, why didn't the exotic beasts I killed before drop any talents? The exotic beast previously killed by the host did drop talents, but their levels were all below S level, so the system did not notify. Low-level talents have been automatically synthesized. Details can be viewed on the personal panel. Lin Mo quickly opened the attribute panel and found a section he had never noticed. At the bottom, talents, emphasis progress level talents synthesis, and progress 0. 7%. So the system has been silently helping we synthesize and upgrade talents all along. This talent synthesis system is practically a fast track to becoming stronger. At this moment, Lei caught a drop of dragon blood falling from the sky and curiously said, "This dragon blood smells so fragrant. Could it have special effects?" Qin Hao Yan's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, pulling out a pile of bottles and jars from his storage space. Don't he touch it recklessly. Lin Mo. This is the essence blood of a 5th-tier exotic beast, extremely valuable. Every drop contains immense energy. Is it really that precious? Lei excitedly grabbed an empty bottle. Then we struck gold. She moved quickly and began collecting dragon blood. Meanwhile, Wang Tai's Han also reacted. The essence blood of a top-tier 5th-tier exotic beast is premium material for crafting advanced elixirs. Despite his injuries, he trembled as he pulled out a military-grade collector from his waist. Hurry, collect as much as possible. Although Sir Delder had an aloof demeanor, he did not stop them. With a wave of his sleeve, several jade bottles flew out, precisely catching the dragon blood scattered in the air. The teachers and students who had just retreated saw this scene and snapped out of their daze. My heavens, that is dragon blood. It is really dragon blood. A teacher's voice trembled with excitement. Quick, grab containers. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have a thermal box. I've got test tubes. Fight. There's enough for everyone. The scene instantly turned into a heated treasure hunt. Lin Mo watched this unfold and couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago, they were fighting for their lives. And now it had turned into a frenzy of treasure collection. The contrast was truly striking. He chuckled to himself, but didn't slow down, collecting a considerable amount of dragon blood himself. Everyone was sweating profusely, and the dragon blood on the ground was almost completely collected. We've hit the jackpot this time. Lei Yu excitedly held up a bottle full of dragon blood, the essence blood of a fifth-tier exotic beast. Selling it to the Martial Artists Association will definitely exchange for a huge amount of cultivation resources. Qin Haoyan wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile on his face. This adventure finally yielded some real rewards. Although Wang Tai's Han was severely injured, he hid his relief as he looked at the collector in his hand. These materials are enough for the military to craft a batch of advanced healing potions. Even Sword Elder rarely showed a satisfied expression. Not bad. The quality of his dragon blood is extremely high, even better than I expected. He glanced at the Demon and Dragon King escorts, and then cast a meaningful look at Lin Mo, a trace of complex emotion flashing in his eyes, though he said nothing more. Captain Wayne, organize an immediate retreat. Yes, Sword Elder. Wang Taizhan's voice was loud and full of respect. Elder Jian nodded, about to leave, but then stopped and said to Lin Mo, "Kid, your talent is truly exceptional. Live while this world means young people like you." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Phew. Lin Mo let out a long breath, feeling a cold sweat on his back. Lin Mo, just now, Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu came over. Although they hadn't clearly seen Lin Mo's subtle actions, they could tell he had done something extraordinary. "It's nothing, just a bit thrilling," Lin Mo said with a wide smile. Once Elder Jian was completely out of sight, Lin Mo asked, "Captain Wang, who was that senior?" Wang Taizhan's expression turned unusually respectful. "That was the honorary president of our Star City Martial Artists Association, Elder Han Ji, and Qiu, also known as the Sky-Breaking Sword Elder. A top-tier expert in the Late Huagang realm." Late Huagang realm? Qin Haoyan couldn't help but gasp. "That's right." Wang Taizhan nodded. Elder Jian was a genius sword cultivator in his youth, breaking through to the Huagang realm 50 years ago. At 83 years old, there are fewer than 3 people in all of Star City who can single-handedly take on a 5th-tier exotic beast, and he is one of them. Lei Yu's eyes widened. That move just now, Heavenly Sword from Beyond, was incredible. That was just one of Elder Jian's ordinary techniques. Wang Taizhan said with a wry smile. Legend has it that his strongest ultimate skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect, and summoned thousands of swords at once killed a 6th-tier beast king in a single strike. Lin Mo was deeply shocked. The strength of a 6th-tier beast king was equivalent to a top-tier expert in the King Marquis realm. However, Elder Jian was severely injured 3 years ago during an exploration of a secret realm, and his strength has declined significantly. Wang Taizhan sighed. Otherwise, that purple-winged demon Dragon King wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly in Star City. Secret realm exploration. Lin Mo keenly caught the term. Yes, 3 years ago, an ancient sword cultivator's secret realm was discovered. Elder Ji unforcibly entered it to obtain a stronger swordsmanship inheritance. Although he gained many benefits, he was severely injured by the realm's guardian. Wang Taizhan said, shaking his head. The path of the strong is fraught with danger. Lin Mo fell into deep thought. It seemed this world had many secret realms, filled with great opportunities, but also immense dangers. Enough talking, let's move quickly. Wei Taizhan said, pulling himself together. The 3rd elementary school in the Western District is waiting for us. Let's go. At that moment, a young teacher, Zhang Hui, ran over, holding a small wooden carving in his hand. "Lin Mo, this is for you." Lin Mo took it. It was a slightly rough but indelibly crafted wooden horse. This was handmade by Xiao Yao from her class. She insisted on giving it to the wheelchair-bound big brother who saved everyone. Zhang Hui explained shyly. "It may not be worth much, but it represents the children's gratitude." Holding a wooden horse, Lin Mo felt a surge of pure warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "Please thank Xiaoya for me. I really like this gift." "All right. No time for sentimentality." Wang Taizhan waved his hand. "The 3rd elementary school is still waiting for us to put out the fire." "Got it." Lei Yu's spirits lifted at the thought of another battle. Qin Haoyan, still shaken, muttered, "I hope we don't run into another 5th-tier monster. I almost lost my life just now." Lin Mo gently rubbed the wooden horse in his hand, his gaze resolute as he looked into the distance. This world was both cruel and warm, and he was destined to live his life in his own way brilliantly. On the way to the 3rd elementary school, Lin Mo closed his eyes to rest, recovering his overexerted mental energy from earlier. A commotion came from ahead. Stop. There's a group up ahead. Wang Tai's Han raised his hand, signaling the vehicle to halt. Lin Mo opened his eyes and looked out the window. His pupils contracted sharply. Not far away, another rescue team organized by the military was approaching. Among them, two familiar figures made Lin Mo's expression instantly turn cold. Lin's and Bang and Late Yanyu. Lin Mo thought, his eyes flashing with coldness. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, only narrowing his eyes slightly. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu also saw the two clearly, their expressions turning unpleasant. As students of Confronting High School, they had heard some rumors about the Lin family's past. Lin Mo, Lei Yu lowered her voice, anger evident in her tone. Her fists clenched tightly. It's fine. Lin Mo waved his hand, his expression calm. Zhen Bang immediately put on a polite smile upon seeing Wang Tai's Han. Captain Wang, I didn't expect to run into you here. Patriarch Lin, what brings you here? Lin Zhenbang replied inferiorly. The military has issued a mandatory conscription. All martial artists above the Juyu level must participate in the search and rescue. His gaze swept over the team behind Wang Tai's Han, when his eyes landed on Lin Mo, who was sitting in a military wheelchair. A complex emotion flashed in Lin Zhenbang's eyes, both surprise and disdain. But he quickly regained his composure, as if Lin Mo were just a stranger. Late Yanyu, however, made no effort to hide his emotions. Seeing Lin Mo, he smirked smugly. Oh, isn't this my outstanding little brother? Even in a wheelchair, you still want to play the hero? He deliberately emphasized the word outstanding, making an exaggerated gesture, his eyes full of mockery. Captain Wang, are you really taking this cripple on a mission? Don't let him drag you down. I'm an S-level talent genius, how about we switch? Wang Tai's Han's face immediately darkened. Those who had witnessed Lin Mo's true strength knew that Late Yanyu was overestimating himself. Late Yanyu, shut up. Qin Hao Yan's face turned grim. Late Yanyu sneered sarcastically. Oh, young Master Qin is here too. Now you're hanging out with a cripple? Birds of a feather flock together, huh? Lei Yu finally couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward, her petite figure suddenly exuding an astonishing aura. Say that again, who's the cripple? Golden battle patterns faintly shimmered on her body, her powerful presence forcing Late Yanyu to take half a step back. Cold sweat forming on his forehead. But Lin Mo paid no attention to these provocations, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. He leisurely observed the roadside scenery, occasionally pointing at distant buildings and chatting with the soldiers beside him, completely treating Late Yanyu as if he were invisible. This indifference was more devastating than any retort. Lin Yanyu's face turned red with anger, his fists clenching audibly. You cripple, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Mo finally turned his head, glancing at him with a look reserved for idiots. Then he addressed Wang Tai's Han. Captain Wang, time is tight. We should get going. The children at 3rd Elementary School are still waiting for us to rescue them. Aren't you cripple? He roared, flames of orange red igniting in his palm. I'll burn you to ashes. Lin Mo is not a cripple. Lei Yu's eyes blazed with anger, her golden battle patterns glowing brightly. And you? What can you do besides shout? You're nothing but a mad dog, Qin Hao Yan said coldly. Some people flaunt stolen talents and still act so arrogant. It's truly laughable. Stolen? Lin Yanyu's expression darkened further. Qin Hao Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. Qin Hao Yan sneered. Wang Tai's Han couldn't help but interject. Lin Yanyu, stop being ignorant. Lin Mo's strength is beyond your imagination. Lin Zhenbei frowned deeply, surprised by Wang Tai's Han's attitude. Even a military captain held Lin Mo in such high regard. What kind of power was this so-called cripple hiding? Lin Mo spoke again. Patriarch Clan, we have severed our familial ties. From now on, you can treat me as a stranger when we meet. Captain Wang, the mission is urgent. Let's move out. Enough. Wang Tai's Han waved his hand. Time is precious. Everyone, proceed with your tasks. Before leaving, Lin Zhenbang asked a cold glance at Lin Mo, his eyes seemingly saying, a cripple is still a cripple. Both disgraced the family. Lin Yanyu was even more unwilling, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo. When I return from completing the mission, I'll show you what true S-level talent looks like. Lin Mo still ignored him, even yawning, his demeanor utterly relaxed. What a master showing off. Lin Yan, he was so angry, he almost spat blood. Let's go. Wang Tai's Han waved his hand, and a team continued forward, watching Lin's and Bang and his group gradually disappear into the distance. Wang Tai's Han turned to look at Lin Mo with a complex expression. Was that your father and brother just now? He asked cautiously. We've already severed ties, Lin No replied calmly. As if it were an insignificant matter, Wang Tai's Han was silent for a moment. As someone with experience, he could see the complexity of the situation. I know a bit about the Lin family, he said slowly, but blood relations aren't the deciding factor for everything. True strength is the foundation for standing firm. Lei Yu was fuming all the way. I'm so angry. Li Dianyu is simply too much. He's just a clown. Can Hao Yan commented inferently. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Well said. Wei Yu clapped her hands in approval. That's exactly the point. Wei Tai's Han nodded, greatly admiring Lin Mo's mindset. Being able to remain calm and composed in such circumstances was truly not something the average young person could achieve. After a half-hour drive, the group remained silent and finally arrived at Thord Elementary School. Prepare to King My Elementary. The situation here was clearly worse. At the school gates, dozens of rift beasts were gathered together, along with several larger exotic beasts. Their bodies emitted acid and were known as acid sprayers. And not just one. Wang Tai's Han's face turned serious. Inside the teaching building, a violent aura was rampaging uncontrollably. It was a peak third tier for Arbiter Cape, nearly 3 meters tall, with 4 thick, powerful arms bulging with muscles. It wasn't stupid either, leading the exotic beasts in a fierce assault on the defensive positions. Attack head-on to create chaos. Third squad, clear the small monsters on the perimeter. Second squad, follow me inside the building. He turned to Lin Mo, his tone particularly serious. Lin Mo, you're responsible for long-range support. Report any situation to me immediately. Lin Mo nodded, secretly amused. Another chance to grind monsters and level up. The battle erupted instantly. Lei Yu let out an angry shout, activating Titan battle form. Her body instantly enlarged, golden pattern sharding, and a mountain-crushing hammer in her hand radiated dazzling light. Take this. She swung her hammer, smashing an acid sprayer into pulp with immense force. Green, acid splattered everywhere, caroming a deep dip. Qin Hao Yan was not to be outdone, activating Radiance, word mastery. The long swerve in his hand emitted brilliant golden light, and the sword beams danced among the exotic beasts, felling them one by one. The two worked together seamlessly, like a sharp blade tearing through the enemy's defenses. Lin Mo sat in his wheelchair, appearing relaxed on the surface but with focused eyes, ready to snipe any enemy attempting to ambush his teammates. Whenever an exotic beast tried to approach, a subtle spatial blade would strike precisely, with deadly results. Wei Tai's Han grew increasingly convinced that Lin Mo's strength far exceeded appearances. It was the forearm berserkate, immensely muscular, but the heavy impact still forced her back a few steps, harm known. Finally, a tough opponent. Wei Tai's Han urgently adjusted the tactics. Everyone, focus on surrounding it. He shouted to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, can you use fire to attack its eyes? I need an opening. Lin Mo was about to respond when suddenly Universal Perception issued a strong danger warning. Completely different from ordinary exotic beasts, the eerie sensation made hearts race. Captain Wang, watch out. Lin Mo shouted. Wang Tai's Han instantly became alert, his agile figure dodging to the side, before the words had fully left his mouth. A ceiling silently shattered, and a pitch-black figured Arin like lightning toward the spot where he had just been. This was a never-before-seen exotic beast, entirely shrouded in darkness. With an eerie form and astonishing speed, the black shadow darted toward Wang Tai's Han like a ghost. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he decisively activated Dimensional Banishment. Space twisted, forcibly altering the trajectory of the shadow's attack, which grazed Wang Tai's Han's shoulder and slammed heavily into the wall. Rolling to create distance, gripping a military dagger in his hand, he stared at the black liquid slowly dripping down the wall, his expression grave. Shadow Stalker, a third-tier exotic beast. The shadow quickly reassembled, revealing its true form, a black panther-like exotic beast with 6 slender tendrils extending from its body. It had no fur, its skin was covered in flowing black liquid, and its crimson eyes locked on the Wang Tai's Han. Be careful, its claws are venomous. Outside the building, Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan were locked in fierce combat with a 4-armed berserker. Each punch from the ape carried immense force, as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Lei Yu activated Titan battle form, barely managing to withstand the attacks. This guy's tough. Lei Yu gritted her teeth, swinging her hammer, which collided with the ape's arm in a deafening clash. Kin Hao Yan moved nimbly, his radiant swordplate racing golden arcs around the berserkade, but only managed to cut through its thick skin with limited damage. Strong power. Thick defense, this thing is ridiculously tough. Kin Hao Yan muttered, sweating profusely. If this keeps up, we'll be exhausted. Inside the building, the Shadow Stalker had broken free from its restraints and was moving like a ghost through the complex terrain, constantly seeking openings in Wang Tai's Han's defenses. Spread out. Don't cluster together, Wang Tai's Han ordered decisively, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this thing is too fast, only you can handle it. Lin Mo nodded, his sharp eyes locking onto the shadow. The Shadow Stalker moved at extreme speed, appearing as nothing more than a blur to ordinary people. Too fast. Lin Mo frowned, quickly adjusting his strategy against such an agile enemy. Wide-range attacks were ineffective. He needed to seize the right moment for a decisive strike. Lin Mo focused intently, analyzing the beast's movements after evasion to discern its patterns. He knew he would soon find an opening. Lin Mo seized the opportunity without hesitation. As the Shadow Stalker lunged at Wang Tai's Han again, Lin Mo swiftly unleashed the invisible soul burn, targeting the beast's soul core directly. Shriek, a sharp, piercing cry echoed through the classroom as the Shadow Stalker's movements instantly slowed, the flowing black liquid on its body seemingly frozen. Now's the time. Lin Mo clenched his right hand, releasing a spatial blade that instantly condensed into a sharp edge, silently slicing through the Shadow Stalker's neck. Its head fell to the ground, black blood splattering everywhere. Wang Tai's Han's eyes flashed with shock. In his mind, the system notification sounded: killed third tier lead exotic beast Shadow Stalker. Earn 1,000 system points. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the window. Lin Mo turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The four-armed berserk, sensing its companion's death, entered a state of berserk rage. Its muscles swelled rapidly, its body growing by a third, with veins bulging on its forearms, and its eyes turning blood red. Damn it! Kin Hao Yan barely dodged an attack, but his shoulder was grazed, staining his sleeve with blood. Kin Hao Yan, swinging her mountain-crushing hammer with all her might, trying to draw the frenzied ape's attention. Wang Tai's Han approached the window, his brows furrowed tightly. This is bad. A berserk four-armed ape's attack power doubles, nearly reaching the level of a fourth-tier beginner. Lin Mo pondered briefly. Its attack power has increased, but its defense has weakened, especially at the jurates. Lei Yu used powerful bursts to hold it off head-on. Kin Hao Yan maneuvered from his sides and targeted its elbow and knee jurates. Wang Tai's Han wasted no time, quickly issuing orders through the earpiece. Lei Yu, Kin Hao Yan, follow Lin Mo's strategy. Sweat dripped from Lin Mo's forehead, the toll of his mental exertion becoming evident. Outside the building, the battle raged on. Lei Yu's mountain-crushing hammered ants like the wind, each strike forcing the ape's ferocious attacks to retreat. Kin Hao Yan followed closely, his sword light flashing countless times at the jurates of the ape beast. A great opportunity. Lin Mo noticed a severe flaw exposed after the ape beast's powerful strike and immediately concentrated his mental energy. A compressed flame of extinction flame, reduced to the size of a needle tip, shot through the air. It precisely pierced its left eye. The purple flame spread instantly, rapidly invading the brain like a deadly tumor. Its massive body collapsing to the ground, twitching only a few times before falling silent. Killed a third-tier level exotic beast for armed ape. Gained 1,200 system points. It's over. Lei Yu, wielding her heavily damaged mountain-crushing hammer, shouted excitedly. Kin Hao Yan breathed the sigh of relief, holding the crying girl at his arms, her face streaming with tears. Thank you so much. Wang Tai's Han directed the soldiers to search the battlefield and finally discovered a smooth, crystalline beast core within the four-armed ape corpse. Third-tier quality. Wang Tai's Han's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Mo. The spoils will be divided equally among the participants. Lin Mo took the beast core, feeling the powerful energy within. Rest for 10 minutes. Then prepare to return, Wang Tai's Han ordered. Lin Mo closed his eyes to recuperate, sensing the bottleneck within his body. At the late stage of the body-tippering realm, he was just one step away from the pulse-opening realm. Beep beep beep, the high-pitched alarm echoed throughout Star City, and all communication devices simultaneously received an encrypted emergency notification warning. Warning, a supermassive spatial rift has been detected above the center of Star City with abnormally high energy levels, breaking historical records. suspected precursor to a city-destroying beast tide. All warriors are to gather at the city center immediately, and civilians are to evacuate along designated routes. Wang Tai's Han's face turned ashen. A city-destroying beast tide? That's impossible. What is a city-destroying beast tide? Lei Yu asked nervously. Wang Tai's Han's voice was hoarse. It means an army of exotic beasts above Tier 5, possibly even Tier 6. Lin Mo's brows furrowed deeply. What did Tier 6 exotic beasts signify? They were equivalent to martial arts grandmasters. The strongest in Star City was only at the peak of Tier 5. If there were really Tier 6 enemies, this city was doomed. Everyone, return to the assembly point immediately. Wang Tai's Han made a decisive call. Prepare for battle. Wang Tai's Han lead the team, escorting the terrified teachers and students toward the gymnasium. The streets were in chaos, with exotic beasts rampaging everywhere. Maintain formation. Gripping his firearm tightly and scanning the surroundings vigilantly, Lei Yu activated Titan battle form, her petite frame erupting with astonishing power. A mountain-crushing hammer swung like a whirlwind, smashing low-tier exotic beasts blocking the way. Blood mist scattering. Bring as many as your wife. I'll smash them all. She laughed excitedly. Qin Hao Yan unleashed radiant swordplay, his sword light flickering like stars, striking down enemies attempting to ambush from the flanks. Killing them instantly, arrogance only leads to self-destruction, he sneered coldly. Sitting in his wheelchair, seemed relaxed, but spatial severance silently eliminated hidden threats. Occasionally, an extinction flame would fall, throwing charging exotic beasts into chaos. The purple fire enveloping the battlefield like a reaper's scythe. Kill the second-tier exotic beast. Steel-clawed wolf. Gain 200 system points. Kill the second-tier exotic beast venomous fang snake. Gain 200 system points. System notifications kept ringing, and Lin Mo responded calmly, feeling rather pleased. The gymnasium is just ahead. Hang in there, everyone, a soldier shouted. Pouring into the distant building, after hours of intense combat, we finally reached Star City Gymnasium. The entrance was heavily guarded, and soldiers efficiently guided countless civilians inside. The shelter was brightly lit, but the space was packed. The air filled with the mixed smells of sweat, fear, and helplessness. After settling the surviving teachers and students, I finally learned the reason behind the massive appearance of exotic beasts through internal military channels. There was a violent spatial energy fluctuation deep in the wilderness outside the city. At the time, we thought it was a high-level beast advancing, but now it seems that the fluctuation is far more complex than we anticipated, and it is highly likely that an unknown entity has torn through the spatial barrier. This beast tide not only exceeds the historical record in scale, and is also extraordinarily powerful, posing a severe threat to the safety of Star City. I clenched my fist, my knuckles turning white from the pressure. If Star City falls, millions of lives will be lost to the claws of these beasts. The team found a quiet corner to rest briefly. Qin Hao Yan took out the jade bottles from his equipment and handed them to Lei Yu and Lin Mo. Warinnian pills are extremely rare, breakthrough auxiliary medicines from martial artists. Each pill is crafted with the core of a third-tier beast, combined with rare materials like century-old lings, and millennia-old ginseng, meticulously refined by top alchemists. Their value is incredibly high, worth 50,000 star coins on the black market. Even wealthy families are reluctant to use them casually due to their limited quantity and high demand. Meridian pills can forcibly open the meridians of a body refining realm martial artist, allowing them to reach the meridian realm. Moreover, the breakthrough process significantly strengthens the foundation, making the post-breakthrough strength far superior to that of a normal breakthrough. Simply put, taking a meridian pill for a breakthrough is like driving a sports car, while not taking one is like driving a regular car. Lei Yu, you should have broken through long ago. As for Lin Mo, revealing his sharp-tongued nature, although you have good talent, your strength is too weak and might slow us down. Lei Yu took the jade bottle, her eyes lighting up immediately. Wow, Hao Yan, you're such a tycoon. I'm about to break through, just one step away. She excitedly looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, let's break through together and then go take down those beasts. Lin Mo wasn't intimidated by Qin Hao Yan's teasing and couldn't help but smile. Thank you. With his current S-level talent and system foundation, he could break through even without the pill. A meridian pill worth 50,000 star coins is something even the wealthy wouldn't casually give away. Qin Haoyan might have a sharp tongue, but he was reliable when it mattered. Having such a teammate was reassuring. Ibas protect me. Lin Mo swallowed the meridian pill. The medicinal power dissolved instantly upon entering his body, and a torrent of energy surged through his meridians. Unlike ordinary people who struggle painfully, Lin Mo's SS-level talent, Void-Scorching Flame, awakened instantly. The purple flames, as if conscious, precisely guided the medicinal power to impact the nodes of his meridians. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Lin Mo's body, and purple flame patterns danced across his skin, resembling a god or demon descending. Host successfully advanced to the early stage of the Meridian Realm. The system panel automatically popped up. Host Lin Mo Realm. Early Meridian Realm attributes Strength 600, Speed 600, Defense 600, Spirit 150, 1200 Energy Value 1000, 10,000 Talent Ability, SS level Void Scorching Flame Characteristics. Spatial Severance precisely cuts through beasts. Next, Dimensional Banishment absorbs beasts. Into Spatial Flame burns beasts' bodies. Soul Burn directly targets the spirit and soul of the target, ignoring any physical or energy defenses. Passive effect recovers to 100 energy per second, increases combat power by 500%. Universal Perception detects detailed information about nearby creatures. Special status slabs disabled recoverable lifespan 120 system points. 100,000. I opened my eyes, feeling the surging power within me, and nodded in satisfaction. My turn. Leiyu eagerly swallowed the meridian pill. She was exceptionally gifted, and with the enhancement of the Titan battle physique, our breakthrough process was smoother than mine. A violent and heavy wave of earthy yellow energy erupted from her body, faintly accompanied by the roar of a Titan. She suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and spirited, clenching her fists in excitement. Harha. Meridian Connection Realm. I feel several times stronger. Though his words remain sharp, at least they're not dragging us down anymore. Now all three of us are in the Meridian Connection Realm, Leiyu said with a hearty laugh. Punching the air. No matter what kind of exotic beast comes, we won't be afraid. Don't get too cocky, I calmly reminded. Shaking his head, Wang Tai's Han said gravely, this city-destroying beast tide is no joke. Just as he finished speaking, the broadcast system in the shelters suddenly came on attention all refugees. A strong spatial energy fluctuation has been detected in the central area of Star City, suspected to indicate the imminent appearance of high-level exotic beasts. Please remain calm. The military is urgently formulating a response plan. The shelter trembled slightly, as if some massive creature had landed heavily on the ground. This tremor, Wang Tai's Han's expression changed. At least a fourth T, or exotic beast. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted from underground, its overwhelming presence making everyone's hearts tighten. Lin Mo frowned deeply, sensing a pressure far greater than any exotic beast he had encountered before. Wang Tai's Han's communicators suddenly rang. After answering, his expression grew even more severe. Understood. We're heading over immediately. Hanging up, he looked at everyone. We're going to? Leiyu's eyes widened, more with excitement than fear. According to energy detection, among the exotic beasts descending this time, there are only 3 4th-tier ones, and one that might be 5th tier, Wang Tai's Han said solemnly. Star City doesn't have many high-tier warriors to begin with now. Everyone must take the field. Qin Haoyan narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit at 90. A 5th-tier exotic beast. Perfect to test my strength. Lin Mo pushed his wheelchair forward. Let's go. Taught to witness a real spectacle. As soon as they stepped out of the shelter, the scene before them left everyone stunned. A massive purple rift had appeared in the sky, with the surrounding space distorted. Countless exotic beasts were emerging from within. In the city center, a colossal beast as tall as a 10-story building was rampaging, each step causing the ground to quake, while nearby buildings crumbled like paper. Shadow Titan, a peak 5th-tier exotic beast. Wang Tai's Han's eyes narrowed to slits. Then, the piercing sound of alarms blared again. A 6th-tier exotic beast has been confirmed. All warriors at the Meridian Connection Realm and above, assemble immediately. A 6th-tier exotic beast has appeared. Assemble immediately. A 6th-tier exotic beast. These 4 words weighed heavily, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Such a creature was equivalent to a human martial arts grandmaster, and sometimes even more formidable than a human warrior of the same level. Muttering under his breath, Star City is in extreme danger. Even Qin Haoyan, usually brimming with confidence, lost the color in his face. His hand gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. Lei, who was usually eager for battle, now wore a serious, unworried expression, instinctively tightening her grip on the handle of her mountain-crushing hammer. What exactly does sixth tier mean? Lei swallowed hard, her voice dry. Wang Tai's Han gave a bitter smile. You all know that the fifth-tier Shadow Titan has already left the military helpless, right? A sixth-tier exotic beast is 10 times stronger than a fifth-tier one. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it also possesses higher intelligence and strange abilities. Qin Hao Yan's hand trembled slightly as he held his sword. If we go now, how is that any different from throwing our lives away? Lin Mo's eyes sharpened, countless thoughts racing through his mind. The power of a sixth-tier exotic beast was far beyond that of a fifth-tier. A direct confrontation would be hopeless, but escaping was simply unrealistic. Star City was so vast that if the beasts completely lost control, no one could remain unscathed. Martial arts training followed a very strict hierarchical system. In Yuan Gathering Realm, it was still possible for a martial artist to defeat an opponent of a higher level. It was not an insurmountable chasm. However, once one entered the Crystal Condensation Realm, the situation changed entirely. An elder from the Star City Martial Artist Association once warned young martial artists starting from the Crystal Condensation Realm. The gap between each minor stage is as wide as a chasm. And even then, it comes at a heavy price. This was no exaggeration. Take the Key Transformation Realm as an example. The gap between the only and mid stages was utterly despairing. Early stage Key Transformation martial artists typically had strength, speed, and defense stats ranging from 250 Jero to 350,000, mental power between 40,000 and 60 Jero, and Yuan energy reserves of 1 to 1.8 million. By the mid stage, these stats skyrocketed to strength, speed, and defense of 350 Jero to 500,000, mental power of 60,000 to 85 Jero, and Yuan energy reserves of 1.8 to 0.8 million. Such a massive disparity could not be easily bridged by technique or talent alone. What made things even more troubling was that beasts were naturally stronger than humans in terms of physicality. Beasts of the same level typically outperformed human martial artists in strength and defense, making human-beast battles even more challenging. A human martial artist at the early stage of a Key Transformation Realm often found themselves at a disadvantage against a beast of the same level. However, humans had their own advantages, advanced techniques, a comprehensive training system, and various innate abilities. These were crucial assets in humanity's fight against beasts, and martial artists with an S-grade talent, even as slightly lower in realm, could leverage their powerful innate abilities to gain an edge in battle. Martial artists with top-tier talents often manage to turn the tide in seemingly hopeless situations, creating miracles. System enhance attributes. Lin Mo silently commanded in his mind. At a life-and-death moment, even the slightest increase in strength could determine survival. Jero system points. Defense, the rebuke 20,000 consumed 10,000 system points. Mental attribute 10,000 consumed 30,000 system points. Yuan energy 30. Jero remaining system points 50,000. A warm surge of power coursed D through his body, and the Yuan energy lake in his deity and suddenly grew larger. Lin Mo felt his physical defense, mental perception, and Yuan energy reserves all rise to a new level. He opened the system panel attributes strength 600 speed, 600 defense, 20,000, 600 mental 12,000, 150 Yuan energy. 31,000 Lin Mo felt reassured. These attributes were now comparable to those of a top-tier Yuan Gathering Realm martial artist. More importantly, a surge in mental power significantly amplified the power of his mental attack skill, Soul Burn. Lin Mo, why has your aura suddenly grown stronger? Lei keenly noticed the change in him. Just had a breakthrough. Feels like my strength has improved, Lin Mo replied casually. Qin Hao Yan squinted at him. What secret are you hiding? Every time at a critical moment, you inexplicably grow stronger. Maybe I just have great potential, Lin Mo said with a smile, pushing his wheelchair. Come on. Let's go check out the legendary sixth-tier beast. Who knows? We might get lucky and score big. Score big? Wang Tai's Han said with a wry smile. That's a sixth-tier beast, not some stray animal on the street. By the way, How many system points is a 6th-tier beast worth? Lin Mo glanced at the panel. A 5th-tier beast was worth 50,000 points. But a 6th-tier beast, 300,000, the number made his eyes light up. Although the danger was immense, the rewards for participating in the battle would undoubtedly be astonishing. Let's go to the central square. Wei Han led the charge out of the shelter's command post. Lin Mo pushed the wheelchair, with Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu following closely behind. The atmosphere on the streets was unbearably heavy. The low-level mutant beasts that had been scurrying around earlier seemed to sense the oppression and had all hidden away. The entire city was engulfed in an eerie silence. Occasionally, groups of martial artists hurried past, their faces solemn and eyes filled with a determination to fight to the death. This feels just like an apocalypse movie, Lin Mo muttered to himself. But on second thought, it made sense. 6th-tier mutant beasts were indeed like the end of the world for ordinary people. The closer they got to the central square, the stronger the tremor that resonated from the depths of their souls, as if an ancient, slumbering giant beast was awakening. It was suffocating. Hundreds of martial artists had already gathered in the square, the weakest among them at the early Taomai realm, with many in the Juyuan realm. The city lord's guards, the elite of the Martial Artists Association, and warriors from various prominent families had nearly assembled all of Star City's top forces here. A middle-aged man in a dark green military uniform with a general's insignia on his shoulder was shouting angrily into a communicator, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly under immense pressure. The commander-in-chief of Star City's garrison forces, and an early-stage Huadgang realm expert, reports, sir. Preliminary assessment places it at late 6th tier. Its destructive power is astonishing, and ordinary troops can't even get close. A staff officer reported with a face full of terror. We're a sword elder, Zhu Zhenjiang roared. Send him to suppress it immediately, at all cost. As his words fell, an aged yet powerful voice echoed from the sky. I'm here. Landing on a rooftop of a building at the edge of the square. It was none other than Sword Elder Han Ji on Qiu, who had previously slain the Purple Winged Demon and Dragon King. His face was even paler than before, clearly showing that his battle with the Demon Dragon King had aggravated old injuries. Is your boy, what's the situation? Sword Elder's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly. Zhu Zhenjiang's expression was grave. Sword Elder. The situation is extremely dangerous. Besides the Black Abyss Demon Spider near the city center hospital, a 9-nether bone bird has appeared in the West District's commercial street. Judging by the energy fluctuations, both are at late 6th tier. His collective gasp swept through the square. To 6th-tier beasts, Lei Yu's eyes widened. This is really bad. Qin Haoyan's face turned ashen. Among Star City's top combat forces, aside from Sword Elder, who else can deal with 6th-tier mutant beasts? To 6th-tier mutant beasts, it was as if they intended to wipe Star City off the map. Sword Elder's expression grew exceptionally heavy. He took a deep breath. I'll handle the Black Abyss Demon Spider. As for the other one, you'll have to hold it off until the Federation's reinforcements arrive. As soon as he said this, despair appeared on the faces of many martial artists. Federation reinforcements, a distant solution for an immediate crisis. Was Star City truly doomed? Lin Mo quickly calculated in his mind a 6th-tier mutant beast, worth a total of 600 Gyro system points. Although with his current strength, facing a 6th-tier mutant beast head-on was tantamount to suicide, getting an assist wouldn't be a bad idea. Everyone, Zhu Zhenjiang suddenly raised his voice, his yuan power surging. His voice boomed like thunder. I know you're all afraid. I'm afraid too. But behind me are millions of Star City residents counting on us. We are martial artists, the protectors of Star City. Today is the day we fight to the last drop of blood to defend our home. Lei Yu gripped her mountain-crushing hammer tightly, her eyes burning with battle intent. That's right. At worst, we die once. What's there to fear? Qin Haoyan sneered. General Zhu's speech is quite stirring, but the reality is, with so few of us against 6th-tier mutant beasts, it's basically a suicide mission. There, are you going to run? Wei Yu glared at him. Qin Haoyan snorted. Run? When did I ever say I was going to run? I'm just stating the truth. Zhu Zhenjiang's gaze shifted, locking onto Wang Taizhan, who was dressed in military attire. Wang Taizhan, present. Wei Taizhan stepped forward. You lead the 3rd Regiment, join forces with the Qin family and other martial artists, and hold the central square to the first evacuation passage. ensure the safety of the passage. Understood. Lin Mo pushed his wheelchair and whispered to his companion beside him. Looks like we'll have to split up. Wang Tai's Han, that old guy, is still sensible, putting us in a relatively safe rear position. Rear? Lei was puzzled. Aren't we supposed to guard the passage? Qin Hao Yan explained. The passage is indeed important, but compared to directly facing sixth-tier beasts, this is considered safe. Sixth-tier beasts generally don't leave their hunting grounds easily. Other martial artists at the Gathering Yuan Realm, follow me to the Eastern District to intercept the crimson-scaled Durith dragon. Zhu Zhenjiang drew his waist knife, the tip pointing eastward. Martial artists of Star City, fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Zhu Zhenjiang's determination greatly boosted the morale of the martial artists in the square, their shouts growing louder and louder. Sword Elder nodded, his figure flashing like lightning as he sped toward the city center hospital. Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu were assigned to Wang Tai's Han's team. Wang Tai's Han walked up to the three, his expression solemn as he glanced at Lin Mo. This passage is extremely critical. It's up to you. He knew Lin Mo's strength was formidable, and now he could only hope these young people would create a miracle. Lin Mo nodded. But Uncle Wang, with just the three of us guarding such a long road, won't we be short on manpower? Wang Tai's Han smiled bitterly. Where I find extra people? You three are already in the strongest combat force I can muster. All other martial artists above the Gathering Yuan Realm have been sent to the front lines, leaving only some novice body tempering realm fighters. Qin Hao Yan snorted coldly. Sure, we can't beat six-tier beasts. But if it's just small fry, killing them is as easy as cutting vegetables. Lei Yu, both eager and slightly worried, said, to six-tier beasts, can we really hold out, even if we can't? We must. Lin Mo's expression was calm, but his gaze was exceptionally resolute. There's no retreat behind us. They quickly set up defenses at key positions along the main road. Lin Mo and the other two were stationed at a crossroads, while the weakest points of beasts were most likely to break through. The ground began to tremble slightly, and a deafening sound of collapsing buildings echoed from afar, accompanied by the roars of beasts rising and falling. The air was thick with the smell of burning and blood. In the distance, the sounds of Sword Elder battling the Black Abyss Demon Spider could be heard. They're coming, a scout soldier shouted sharply. Thus billowed at the far end of the street as dozens of beasts of various shapes surged forward, leading them more to massive fourth-tier beasts, to hellhounds with bone spikes covering their backs, and an ironclad burrowing beast covered in heavy scales like a pangolin. Behind them were numerous second- and third-tier beasts. Lin Mo's universal perception immediately displayed detailed information: 3 fourth-tier beasts, plus over 20 second- and third-tier small fry. According to the system standards, defeating this wave of beasts would yield over 7,000 reward points. This is the vanguard of the beast tide. Wang Tai's Han's face changed drastically. Everyone, prepare for battle. Cold light flashed in Qin Hao Yan's eyes as his S-grade talent radiant sword controlled ignited instantly. Exuding a chilling sword aura, Lei Yu shouted loudly, activating her S-grade talent Titan battle form. Golden battle patterns flowing across her skin, and a mountain-breaking hammer radiated earthy yellow yuan energy. Lin Mo's, and in his wheelchair, his expression calm, as universal perception had already analyzed all the beast information. Qin Hao Yan, take care of the hellhound on the left. Finish it quickly. Lin Mo commanded decisively. Lei Yu, go to the front and hold off the ironclad burrowing beast. Watch out for its charges and claw attacks. The rest of the small fry will be handled by me and the soldiers. Understood. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison, already accustomed to following Lin Mo's orders. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Hao Yan's figure blurred, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the hellhound on the left, accompanied by a rain of swords. Lei Yu charged at the largest ironclad burrowing beast, unstoppable like a small tank. The battle erupted instantly. Qin Hao Yan's sword light slashed through like lightning. Dozens of light swords intertwined into an impenetrable web, firmly trapping the tier for hellhound. Squelch, squelch. The sword light continuously pierced into its flesh, and the hellhound let out heart-wrenching roars, desperately fighting Nak. However, Qin Hao Yan's offensive was like a torrential storm, flawless. Every strike precisely hit its vital points: eyes, neck, joints. Not bad, but still not fast enough. Lin Mo's voice suddenly came, calm yet resolute. Qin Hao Yan's heart tightened. He knew this wasn't criticism but a reminder. In a beast tide of this scale, Every second was extremely precious. Understood. Qin Hao Yan's eyes flashed coldly, and his energy erupted. Radiant sword technique, falling star. The light swords floating around him instantly merged into a giant sword, streaking across the sky like a meteor, piercing the Hellhound's head with pinpoint accuracy. With the Hellhound let out a miserable cry as its massive body collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Lei Yu's battle with the ironclad burrowing beast was intense and fierce. Boom! The mountain-breaking hammer collided violently with the beast's heavy claws, producing a deafening roar. Lei Yu was forced back to steps, but her eyes burned with fighting spirit. Good strength. I like opponents like this. She shouted boldly and charged forward without hesitation. The ironclad burrowing beast let out a low growl, its body suddenly contracting before launching itself like a cannonball at Lei Yu. Lei Yu stood firm, her feet planted solidly, and swung her mountain-breaking hammer to meet the attack head-on. The earth-shaking impact made the air tremble. Although Lei Yu's blood surged from the collision, she endured the blow with determination. This guy's defense is too tough. She gritted her teeth, feeling her arms go numb. Attack its abdomen. That's the weak spot. Lin Mo's voice came again. Lei Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately adjusted her strategy. She stopped clashing head-on and instead used her agility to maneuver, seeking the best opportunity to strike. Elsewhere, one remaining Hellhound and over 20 low-tier beasts were being systematically eliminated under Lin Mo's precise command. His universal perception covered the entire battleground, every beast's position, every soldier's movement, all under his control. Third squad, retreat 3 steps and focus fire on the tier to Venom Fang Snake ahead on the left. Fifth squad, watch the right side 3 Steel Claw Wolves are preparing to ambush. Medics, quickly treat that injured soldier. Lin Mo's orders were concise and precise, perfectly timed. The previously panicked body-tempering realm soldiers, under his command, unleashed combat power beyond expectations, standing at the rear. Wei Taizhan watched this scene in shock. He had thought Lin Mo's prowess relied solely on his talent. Only now did he realize how bravely mistaken he was. What truly made Lin Mo terrifying wasn't his talent, but his extraordinary calmness and outstanding battlefield command. This kid, just who is he? Wang Taizhan muttered to himself, having served in the military for 20 years. He had seen countless excellent commanders, but someone like Lin Mo, who could orchestrate a chaotic battlefield and turn a group of mediocre soldiers into a seamless fighting force, was a first. This wasn't just command, it was art. Under Lin Mo's leadership, the battle proceeded in an orderly manner. After defeating the first Hellhound, Qin Hao Yan quickly joined the assault on the second one. Lei Yu, guided by Lin Mo, targeted the ironclad burrowing beast's weak spot, repeatedly striking its abdomen. No matter how sturdy the beast was, it couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. Soon, it let out a tragic howl and collapsed. The remaining low-tier beasts were no match at all. In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard of the beast tide was completely wiped out. Across the battlefield, not a single beast remained standing except for them. Ding, killed tier for beast. Hellhound, earned 1,000 system points. Ding, killed a tier for exotic beast iron armored burrowing beast. Ding, 2,500 system points. Ding, killed a tier 3 exotic beast. 8 series of notification sounds echoed in Lin Mo's mind, and his mood was excellent. Huff, huff, Lei Yu leaned on her mountain-crushing hammer, panting heavily, her face flushed with excitement. So satisfying, absolutely thrilling. Qin Hao Yan sheathed his lightsaber. Although his energy was greatly depleted, his eyes burned with excitement. The soldiers were even more exhilarated. They looked at the ground littered with exotic beast corpses, and then at Lin Mo at his wheelchair, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. We actually held the line? Amazing. We killed so many exotic beasts. All thanks to Lin Mo's outstanding command. Wang Taizhan walked up to Lin Mo, his expression complicated. Lin Mo, he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Uncle Wang, now's not the time for this, Lin Mo interrupted him. This was just the first wave. The real battle is yet to come. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently again. The tremors were stronger than any before. A deafening, terrifying roar came from a distance. A suffocating sense of oppression swept in from afar, and everyone's hearts swept into their throats. This is bad. Wang Taizhan's face turned pale. It's a tier 5 exotic beast. At the end of a street, a massive beast several times larger than the iron armor burrowing beast was slowly approaching. with 4 arms. Tier 5 initial stage, exotic beast black priz, immunate strength 300,000 speed, 150,000, and defense 350,000 spirit. 10,000 talent skills, a rake berserk bloodline, gravity domain. Demonic roar dam. Day Tier 5. Leiyu's face turned pale. This is the end for us. Ken Hao Yan gripped his longsword tightly, his palms drenched in cold sweat. A Tier 5 exotic beast was equivalent to the top-tier powerhouses among humans, with their small group. They were no match at all. Just as despair began to set in among the group, Lin Mo's voice rang out again. Retreat, immediately. Uncle Wayne, contact headquarters for reinforcements. Ken Hao Yan. Leiyu, prepare for battle. Meanwhile, in a VIP lounge on the 3rd underground level of Star City's primary shelter, the lights were bright, and the environment was comfortable, a stark contrast to the bloody battle outside. Lin Zhenbang held a glass of red wine, chatting and laughing with several family heads who had also taken refuge there. This beast tie came so suddenly it's truly frightening, said the head of the Zhang family, rubbing his large belly. We reacted quickly and entered the safest days on immediately. Indeed, we must thank Master Lin for his foresight. The head of the Li family nodded in agreement. I heard it's chaos outside, with even a Tier 6 exotic beast appearing. Lin Zhenbang took a sip of red wine, a trace of pride flashing across his face. A mere beast-tide is nothing. With Elder Ji unguarding Star City and General Zhu leading the army, we will surely get through this safely. Though he spoke confidently, he was actually uncertain inside, but in front of his smaller family heads, he had to maintain the demeanor of a top-tier family leader. Liu Yiru softly asked, "Husband, how is the Yanyu? I'm a bit worried now." At the mention of Lin Yanyu, Lin Zhenbang's face immediately lit up with pride. Don't worry, Yanyu now possesses an S-rank talent. I've already arranged for him to train with the Martial Artists Association in a relatively safe area. This beast tide, while a crisis, is also an opportunity. If Tianyu can make a contribution in battle, he will surely attract the attention of the Federation's higher-ups, and his future will be limitless. Batal might even be earning merits in battle as we speak. Liu Yiru said with a soft laugh, her eyes full of anticipation. In reality, Lin Yanyu is currently leading a team from the Martial Artists Association, clearing low-tier exotic beasts in a backup passage near the shelter. The so-called cleanup operation was essentially finishing off the remnants. The truly dangerous beasts had already been intercepted by the military's main forces, leaving mostly first and second-tier small fry here. Yet Lei Dianyu struggled with his task. The pseudo-S-level talent he had acquired only had the energy fluctuations of its shell, with actual power not even comparable to a true A level, and the energy consumption was immense. Sky split slash. Lin Dianyu shouted, his long blade igniting with orange red flames, as he swung it at a half-meter all-first-tier split to frat. The blade carried a spatial rift edge, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. However, Blade to frat nearly squeaked, rolled over, and easily dodged the flashy but ineffective strike. Damn it, can't even hit it? Lin Yanyu's face stiffened, feeling a bit humiliated. Young Master Yanyu, don't worry. These split the frats are particularly fast and hard to deal with. A nearby association steward quickly tried to smooth things over. With this level of skill, S level, even my C level talent is more accurate than yours. I just haven't adapted to this power yet. Lin Yanyu gritted his teeth and swung his blade again. This time, he wised up and avoided using the energy-draining Sky Split Slash, opting for the most basic blade techniques instead. After slashing 7 or 8 times in succession, he finally managed to turn the helpless split to frat into mincemeat. Huff. Huff. Lin Yanyu leaned on his blade, panting heavily, as if he had just fought a grueling battle. See that? This is the power of an S-level talent. He didn't forget to show off to those around him. The surrounding warriors exchanged glances, their expressions complicated but still cooperated by shouting, "Young Master Yanyu is mighty. S-level talent is truly impressive. Extraordinary." That split to frat died a meaningful death. Listening to the praise around him, Lin Yanyu's embarrassment finally dissipated. He straightened his chest, full of confidence. Just then, the warrior responsible for communications suddenly cried out, "Look, the military's internal battle report says the fight at Central Square is intense." Everyone immediately gathered around. The communicator projected a blurry, yet shocking battle video. In the footage, a petite figure wielding a giant hammer, like a war goddess, smashed a fourth-tier rhino-clad burrowing beast to pieces. Sword light rained down, swiftly killing a fourth-tier hellhound. Even more astonishing was the appearance of a wheelchair-bound boy in one corner, with a casual wave of his hand. Another ferocious hellhound let out a miserable cry, instantly reduced to ashes by a strange purple flame. My God, who is that? They're terrifyingly strong. That girl with the hammer looks like Leiyu for Confronting High School. She's an S-level Titan battle physique, truly remarkable. The one with the sword, judging by his appearance and swordsmanship, should be Qin Haoyan, the Qin family's prodigy. But who is that wheelchair-bound boy? His attack is so mysterious, and that purple flame is simply terrifying. Yeah, we couldn't even see how he attacked. And a fourth-tier beast was instantly killed. It's him, the useless Lin Mo. He couldn't help but shout. Lin Mo? The surrounding warriors froze. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wit Yu's face turned wide as he pointed at the screen, roaring. His S-level talent was already given to me. How could he be this strong? This must be fake. The military fabricated this to boost morale. He grew increasingly agitated. As if only by saying this could he convince himself. A steward from the Warrior Association frowned slightly and said softly, "The military's battle reports are unlikely to be fake." This video was uploaded from the helmet recorder of a soldier in the 3rd Regiment. There's no way it could be falsified. What did you say? Wit Yu glared at him. In nothing. The steward quickly shut his mouth. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Why? Why could that useless person be so strong? He should have been hiding in a corner, torn apart by beasts. Why is he still able to sit in a wheelchair? Being respected and admired? That position should be mine. I am a true owner of the S-level talent. I am the #1 genius of Star City. It must be a mistake. Yes, it must be someone with the same name and appearance. Lin Yu frantically consoled himself. A useless person, how could he possibly be better than me? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his eyes flashing with venomous light. Lin Mo, after the beast tide ends, I will definitely find you and take everything from you. The main road of the central square, the air was stagnant. The mid-5th-tier crimson-scaled earth dragon coiled in the center of the street, its massive body with hundreds of limbs tearing the ground apart, producing a piercing sound. Its 8 scarlet compound eyes stared at the group of humans in front of it like searchlights. Its oppressive aura made all the soldiers tremble, even their breathing cautious. Leiyu swallowed hard, showing a nervous expression for the first time. Lin Mo. Obviously, Qin Haoyan gripped his sword hilt tightly, his palms full of sweat. That one could fly and stayed far from us. This one is right in front of us, so the pressure is naturally different. His words were still sharp, but his voice trembled uncontrollably, clearly betraying his fear. A 5th-tier beast, a combat power equivalent to a Huad Gang realm expert. The 3 of them were at the Tom-My realm, along with Wayne Tai's Han at the Zhuyuan realm. 20 Tom-My realm soldiers, and a group of UIT realm fighters. This lineup was far from enough to deal with it. Uncle Wayne. Let's retreat. Qin Haoyan looked at Wayne Tai's Han, his voice dry. We can't hold it. Let the soldiers retreat. First, the 3 of us can still buy some time. It was the first time Ian actively suggested retreating, not because he was afraid of death, but because he didn't want ordinary soldiers to die in vain. Wayne Tai's Han's face was pale, but he couldn't refute. As a soldier, his duty was to hold the line. But the enemy before them had exceeded their limits. Retreating meant abandoning the only passage to the shelter. Not retreating meant total annihilation. In the midst of despair, Lin Mo's voice rang out again, still eerily calm. Who said we were retreating? Everyone turned to look at him. They saw him pushing his wheelchair forward slowly, positioning himself at the very front of the group. His frail figure stood alone, facing the terrifying giant beast like a mountain. Lin Mo's silhouette formed a stark contrast with the massive crimson-scaled earth dragon before him, but his gaze was so resolute that it was impossible to ignore. Are you crazy? Come back now. Leiyu shouted anxiously. Qin Haoyan also yelled in panic. Don't act recklessly. This is not the time to show off. Wang Tai's Han was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, preparing to order someone to pull Lin Mo back. Lin Mo said calmly, Uncle Wan, have your men get ready, wait for my signal. What signal? Wang Tai's Han asked instinctively. When I tell you to attack, Lin Mo said without turning his head, use your strongest firepower and aim for its abdomen. After speaking, he ignored everyone's attempts to dissuade him and faced the crimson-scaled earth dragon alone. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, letting out a deafening roar. A sound wave mixed with the stench of sulfur and burning swept forward like a tsunami. Lin Mos, as steady as a mountain, not even furrowing his brow. The sound wave passed over him, crashing into the buildings behind, instantly riddling forced concrete walls with countless cracks. Holy crap, Qin Hao Yin and Lei Yu were dumbfounded. How is he completely unharmed? Lei Yu stammered. Qin Hao Yan squinted his eyes, staring intently at Lin Mo's back. It's his mental power. Qin Hao Yan was shocked. He's using powerful mental energy to form an invisible barrier, blocking the sound wave attack. How could Lin Mo so effortlessly block the sound wave attack of a 5th-tier beast? Just how powerful is his mental strength? This has far surpassed the level of ordinary cultivators. Generally speaking, the mental strength of someone at the peak of the Gathering Yu on Realm is around 2,800 to 4,000. Lin Mo's mental strength is 150, with an additional 24,000 from the system, totaling 1450 points higher than the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon. Roar! Its massive body suddenly arched like a drawn bow and shot forward. Its 30-meter-long frame exploded with astonishing speed, charging at Lin Mo with overwhelming force. Watch out! The crowd couldn't help but shout. But Lin Mo remained motionless, slowly raising his right hand. In his palm, a mysterious purple flame burned quietly, with countless black cracks sweeping through it, as if connecting to a terrifying other world. This was Void Annihilation Flame. Just as the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon was about to collide with him, Lin Mo clenched his 5 fingers tightly. The vortex was only the size of a millstone, yet it swallowed the charging beast. There was no earth-shattering collision, no explosion of power, only the silent disappearance of the terrifying beast, furred half into another dimensional space. The remaining massive body slid dozens of meters due to inertia, destroying several buildings before coming to a stop. Dark red blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing half the street wide rate. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared blankly at this surreal scene, their minds completely blank. A terrifying mid-5th-tier beast was killed in an instant. And it was done by a boy in a wheelchair, using a power they had never seen before. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Wincing in pain, confirming it was real, Wang Tai's Han stood frozen, mouth agape, completely petrified. He had fought countless battles and seen all kinds of powerful individuals in life and death struggles, but this scene completely overturned his understanding. Monster, this guy's an absolute monster, Qin Hao Yan muttered under his breath, always proud. He now felt utterly powerless. Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. So cool. It killed mid-5th-tier beast crimson-scaled Earth Dragon, gained 50,000 system points. Has defeated a powerful enemy beyond their level, significantly enhancing mental willpower. Mental strength 500. Dame. Detected core talent of mid-5th-tier beast. Beginning absorption. Dame successfully absorbed target talent. Grade A molten body. Listening to the system notifications, Lin Mo was so overjoyed he could hardly contain himself. 50,000 points. Plus an A grade talent. This was a huge gain. The reason Lin Mo could defeat an enemy beyond his level was due to the generally low mental strength of beasts. The crimson-scaled Earth Dragon's mental strength was 20. 0, while his was 24,150, allowing his attacks tool ineffectively. The crimson-scaled Earth Dragon's defense was 400,000, but with its A-grade talent molten body, its defense doubled to 800. Xerath. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had an SS-grade talent Void Annihilation Flame, whose passive effect increased his combat power 5-fold. His final combat power was approximately 1,200,000. Defeating the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon was a breeze. Though it had nearly drained his yuan energy, Lin Mo slowly turned his wheelchair, looking at his dumbfounded teammates behind him, and said calmly, "Don't just stand there. Clean up the battlefield." Someone responded, "Clean up the battlefield?" Wang Tai's Han snapped out of his shock, his lips moving slightly, but no words came out. What did he want to ask? Did he want to ask why Lin Mo was so strong? Did he want to ask what his talent was? Or did he want to ask if Lin Mo was a hidden expert? But that single strike could render all questions meaningless. "Uncle Wang," I interrupted his thoughts. "The latter half of the Crimson Earth Dragon's corpse is a treasure. Its flesh and blood can be refined into medicine, and especially that's pinnacle as a crucial material for crafting advanced weapons. Leaving it untouched would be such a waste. Only then did Wang Tai's haunts snap out of it. Right, and as the corpse of a fifth-tier exotic beast. Every part of it is a treasure. If someone got their hands on materials from a fifth-tier exotic beast, which faction wouldn't he fight over it, now with half a corpse right in front of us? How could we let it go? Quick, everyone, start collecting the materials. And move fast. Wang Tai's Han gave the order excitedly, his voice trembling. As if waking from a dream, rushed forward and carefully began cutting up the crimson earth dragon's corpse. In how Yan and Lei, you also walked over. If they had previously been filled with admiration and surprise, now they were filled with genuine awe. Lin No. Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, as if he wanted to say something. I'm just a support. I cut him off. Qin Hao Yan froze, and Lei Yu fell silent. Everyone who heard this paused for a moment. Support? You took down a fifth-tier exotic beast in one move. And you call that support? Then what are we, who can't even cut through its hide? The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Ahem. I felt the joke had gone a bit too far, so I coughed lightly and explained, what I mean is, my ability is rather unique. I am good at dealing with single-strong enemies, but when it comes to hordes of beasts, I still need everyone's cooperation. What I said didn't really make much of a difference. Instead, the way everyone looked at me became even more reverent. Lin Mo, you raised such a jerk. Lei Yu stopped over angrily, hands on her hips, hiding your strength so deeply. You has worried to death earlier. Though she was complaining, her eyes were full of admiration. Exactly. Qin Hao Yan chimed in. You Ray so strong. Yet you Ray hanging out with us. ISNT, but just bullying? We're white teammates. I emphasized again. I need your help. This wasn't just polite talk. My dimensional banishment was indeed powerful, but its energy consumption was staggering. That one strike earlier had used up nearly 2/3 of my energy. If another fifth-tier exotic beast showed up, I'd really have no choice but to run. Fortunately, the passive effect of my SS-level talent allowed me to recover to 100 energy points per second, giving me far better endurance than most people. By the time I finished speaking, I had already recovered more than half of my energy. Wang Tai's Han walked over, his expression serious. That move you used earlier, Uncle Wang. It's related to my trump card, so I can't say much. I interrupted indirectly. Wang Tai's Han was momentarily stunned, then gave a wry smile and nodded. My apologies. Don't worry, I'll keep today events confidential and intro and dag order to the soldiers. He understood very well that with an ability as head and defying as mine, if it got out, it would shake the entire Federation. Whether it would bring fortune or disaster, no one could say for sure at this point. Until I had enough power to protect myself, hiding my strength was the wisest choice. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I nodded in gratitude. At that moment, a guard suddenly shouted, something is happening. There are people coming from the west. Everyone tensed up and immediately went on alert. At the end of the western street, a group of people appeared, leading them Warlands In Bang and his son Lin Yanyu, followed by over a dozen family warriors. They looked disheveled and battered, clearly having been through a tough fight. Captain Wang? Lin Zhenbang spotted Wang Tai's Han, paused for a moment, then smiled and greeted him. Captain Wang, how are things on your side? We just dealt with a wave of beasts, and we're about to come over to support you. He spoke with such self-importance, as if he had accomplished something monumental. Wang Tai's Han looked at him with a complicated expression. Lin Chun, it caught a glimpse of Lin Mo, surrounded by the crowd and the massive half-corpse of the Crimson Earth Dragon. His pupils shrank sharply. The fifth-tier beast corpse, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with greed and jealousy. You actually hunted a fifth-tier beast. Lin Zhenbang also noticed the enormous corpse. Utterly shocked, his gaze swept over Wang Tai's Han, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu before finally landing on Lin Mo. His brows furrowing. Captain Wang, what is going on here? He demanded, pointing at the corpse. A fifth-tier beast isn't something a team like yours could easily handle, is it? His tone carried undisguised suspicion and bitterness. In his view, the strongest in Wang Tai's Han's team was only at the gathering Yuan Realm, making it impossible for them to kill a fifth-tier beast. Now to be some trickery involved. Perhaps the beast had been severely injured by another powerful individual, and they merely picked up the spoils. Yes, that must be it. Before Wang Tai's Han could speak, Qin Hao Yan sneered. What? Does the Lin family head think we don't have the capability? NPH, boy from the Kin family. That's not what I meant, Lin Zhenbang said darkly. I'm just curious. After all, a fifth-tier beast is no trivial matter. Such spoils should be handed over to the Command Center for Federal Distribution, not handled privately by you. To put it bluntly, he was jealous and wanted a share. Lei Yu, with her fiery temper, immediately retorted, "This is a trophy we risked our lives for. Why should we give it to anyone else?" Exactly, Qin Haoyan echoed. If the Lin family head is envious, you can go hunt one yourself. Oh, by the way, didn't you just go to provide support? How did that turn out? He deliberately emphasized support, dripping with sarcasm. Lin Zhenbang's face instantly turned ashen, and everyone knew Lin Yanyu was arrogant and incompetent. During team-ups in the shelter, his stubbornness had caused harm to several groups, leaving no one willing to work with him. Lin Zhenbang had no choice but to personally lead the family warriors to secure some credit for his son. Lin Yanyu trembled with rage, his fury boiling over, who was flanked protectively by Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu, and the flames of jealousy nearly consumed him. Why were these two S-class talents revolving around Lin Mo? This useless nobody, what was he worth? Lin Mo, he pointed a finger at Lin Mo, shouting angrily, "You worthless trash, how are you even here? Shouldn't you have died long ago?" The atmosphere instantly froze. Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu's expressions dark and immediately, looking at him calmly, as if watching a clown. "Do I need to report to you why I'm here?" Lin Yanyu was rendered speechless. He took a deep breath, pointed at the Crimson Earth Dragon's corpse, and sneered. "Don't think I don't know. This beast wasn't killed by you. It just got lucky and picked up the spoils. Trasaki doesn't deserve the trophy of a fifth-tier beast. I'm telling you, this belongs to the Lin family." He spoke as if it were a matter of course, as though the spoils were rightfully his. After speaking, he glanced smugly at his father. In his mind, with his father, who was at the late stage of the gathering Yuan realm, backing him, along with the Lin family's reputation, Wang Tai's Han and his group wouldn't dare refuse. But he failed to notice the 5 beads of cold sweat forming on Lin Zhenbang's forehead. He had already sensed that something was off. His abandoned son seemed different. Before he could react, Lin Yanyu had already stepped toward the corpse. "Get lost." A cold voice rang out. It was Lin Mo, still seated in his wheelchair. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Lin Yanyu froze mid-step, turning to glare at him viciously. "Trash, you dare tell me to get lost. Not just telling you to get lost." A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. "I want you to kneel." As soon as the words fell, an invisible mental pressure, like a towering mountain, suddenly pressed down on Lin Yanyu. Lin Yanyu's legs buckled sharply, and he fell heavily to his knees. The hard alloy floor was dented with the shallow pits from his knees, the sound dull and heavy. He screamed miserably, feeling as if an invisible mountain was crushing him, making it hard to breathe, his soul trembling violently. The pressure was vast, icy, and filled with an irresistible destructive force. He desperately tried to stand up, but it felt as though every bone in his body had lost control. He couldn't even move a single finger. He could only kneel before Lin Mo like a lifeless dog, humiliated and submissive. What's going on? Why did young Master Yanyu suddenly kneel? The dozen martial artists of the Lin family were all stunned, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Yanyu, Liu Yuru screamed, trying to rush forward to help her precious son, but as soon as she took a step, the invisible aura forced her to retreat repeatedly, her face turning pale. She was merely at the Tonmai realm and was utterly unqualified to approach. "Bastard! What did you do to him?" Lin Zhenbang was furious. As a master at the late-stage Juyuan realm, he could feel the intense mental pressure. This power was absolutely not something Lin Mo, a cripple, could possess. He immediately suspected that Wang Tai's Han or Qin Haoyan were behind this. "Daring to insult my son, you're courting death." Lin Zhenbang roared in rage, unleashing his Yuan power and throwing a punch directly at Lin Mo. He didn't hold back with this punch if it landed. Not just Lin Mo. Even an ordinary Tonmai realm martial artist would die on the spot. "Stop!" Wang Tai's Han shouted angrily, his figure flashing as he stepped in front of Lin Mo. He also threw a punch, his soldier's hardened fist clashing fiercely with Lin Zhenbang's. "Get out of the way!" Lin Zhenbang roared. "He dared to harm my son, I want him dead." He cared nothing for the consequences, only knowing that his son kneeling publicly was an unbearable humiliation. If he didn't regain face today, how could the Lin family continue in Star City? The air currents surged, and the ground instantly cracked. Wan Tai's Han retreated a few steps, while Lin Zhenbang was forced back 3 steps. His face filled with shock. He hadn't expected Wang Tai's Han, a mid-stage Tan My realm martial artist, to be so strong, capable of resisting his punch head-on. What he didn't know was that although Wang Tai's Han was at the mid-stage Tan My realm, as a military commander, he practiced top-tier martial arts, had a solid foundation, and his combat experience far exceeded that of a family clan disciple like Lin Zhenbang. Wang Tai's Han, what do you mean by this? Are you opposing my Lin family for the sake of a cripple? Lin Zhenbang roared, his tone off but his heart panicked. Cripple. Wang Tai's Han sneered, treating him like a fool. Master Lin, I advise you to watch your words. The cripple in your eyes just now easily dealt with a mid-stage 5th-tier Skarn of Flame Earth Dragon. You tell me, is that still a cripple? Lin Zhenbang was so shocked, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning, his entire body frozen in place. The martial artists behind him were even more stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost. Staring at Lin Mo, defeating a 5th-tier beast in one move. What kind of joke was this? That was a 5th-tier beast. Its strength was equivalent to a Huagain realm master. And this Lin Mo, whom may have looked down upon as a cripple, had actually killed one in a single move. This was absolutely impossible. Lin Zhenbang's mind was in chaos, unable to believe it. He would rather believe that Wang Tai's Han was lied to him, deliberately exaggerating the truth to keep the 5th-tier beast scores for himself. Yes, that must be it. Impossible, Lin Zhenbang roared. And? A cripple who can't even walk properly. I don't know that Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon must have been stolen from some strong expert. Master Lin, you need to get your facts straight. Wang Tai's Han's face darkened, his voice cold as frost. This is a battlefield. The front line against the beast tide. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. He pointed at Lin Yinyu, who was kneeling on the ground, and sternly questioned. Your son ignored military orders, trespassed into the war zone without authorization, and attempted to seize our army's spoils of war. Now he even dares to speak arrogantly and insult the brave soldiers who fought valiantly. According to federal wartime laws, I can deal with him on the spot right now. Lin Zhenbang trembled with anger. Try me. Wang Tai's Han stood his ground, exuding an unyielding military aura. On the side, Qin Hao Yan sneered, fanning the flames. Master Lin, your official airs are quite something. Hiding in the back like a coward. And now you come out to claim credit. You even want to lay hands on those of us who fought with our lives on the line. Truly eye-opening. Lei Yu swung her mountain-crushing hammer, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhenbang. Old man, try making a move again, and I'll smash your head with one blow. Lin Zhenbang's expression shifted unpredictably, looking extremely grim. He hadn't expected Wang Tai's Han and the Qin family heir to show no respect for him at all for the sake of Lin Mo, a so-called waste. Suppressing his anger, he stared at his kneeling son and asked in a low voice, Qian Yu, what exactly happened? Who used mental power to suppress you? I can't really say. Lin Yan Yu's voice trembled. It was just. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable terrifying pressure, and then I knelt down. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was scared into kneeling by Lin Mo. That would be too humiliating. Lin Zhenbang cursed inwardly but maintained a calm facade. Pointing at the half-corpse of the crimson-scaled Earth Dragon, he loudly declared to the crowd, look at this. This is the corpse of a 5th-tier exotic beast. A residual pressure. My son Yanyu, though exceptionally talented, is still young and not mentally strong enough. Being frightened by such a fierce aura is understandable. His words not only explained while Tianyu melt, but also subtly praised his son. The Lin family warriors around them immediately understood and nodded in agreement. So that's it. The pressure of a 5th-tier exotic beast is indeed terrifying. Young Master Yanyu is still young and needs more training. Qin Hao Yan and Lei almost burst out laughing. The pressure of a 5th-tier exotic beast, that pressure had completely dissipated when Lin Mo killed the creature in one strike. Now this corpse was worth money, but it was no different from a big rock. The Lin family head really knew how to come up with flattering excuses. Wang Tai's Han looked speechless, but was happy to go along with it, avoiding exposing Lin Mo's. He snorted coldly. Since you know this is a battlefield, take your people and leave immediately. You're not welcome here. You. Lin Zhenbang was so angry he couldn't speak. At this moment, Lin Mo withdrew his mental pressure. Lin Yanyin immediately felt relieved, quickly scrambling to his feet. His face burned as if he'd been slapped dozens of times. He glared at Lin Mo with resentment, then glanced at Wang Tai's Han, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu, who were all mocking him. He etched this humiliation deeply into his memory. Let's go. Lin Zhenbang knew there was no way to gain any advantage today. Staying any longer would only bring more disgrace. He shot a venomous glare at Lin Mo, his eyes saying, "Just you wait," before leading his group away in defeat. Wait, Lin Mo's voice was calm yet firm. Lin Zhenbang stopped in his tracks and turned back coldly. What do you want now? Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly approaching Lin Yanyu. Looking at his face, twisted with shame and anger, Lin Mo said inferently, "It seems you've forgotten something." What? Lin Yanyu gritted his teeth and asked. "Kneel." Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it was clear to everyone present. "Kneel and apologize to me." The crowd was instantly stunned. What did you say? Lin Yanyu's eyes turned red instantly, pointing at Lin Mo. He trembled with rage. "You useless cripple. You want me to kneel to you? Are you dreaming?" He was utterly furious. Kneeling inexplicably earlier had already been humiliating enough. Now, this waste he trampled on since childhood dared to push his luck and demand he kneel and apologize. This was the ultimate insult. Smack. A crisp slap rang out. Everyone froze. It was Lin Zhenbang who had struck. He slapped Lin Yanyu hard across the face, the force so great that it sent him spinning halfway around, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. "Father? You hit me?" Lin Yanyu covered his face, unable to believe his own father. Even Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned. This old man's change of heart was too fast. "You unfilial son. Apologize to Lin Mo right now." Lin Zhenbang shouted sternly. He was cursing his son to death in his heart. This idiot. Can't he see the situation clearly? Wang Tai's Han was obviously helping the good-for-nothing, and the Qin family's little ancestor was also on his side. His side had just lost many people. Their strength was weakened, and a direct confrontation would definitely be a disadvantage. More importantly, that good-for-nothing exuded a strange aura. He wouldn't admit it, but he knew in his heart that the mental pressure just now was definitely not the residue of a fifth-tier alien beast. It was a purer, more terrifying mental power. He couldn't act trashly without understanding the situation. A true man can tolerate it and settle the score later. Lin Yanyu was both angry, tears welling in his eyes. Apologize to Lin Mo. He couldn't do it. Apologize now. Lin Zhenbang kicked him in the back of the knee. Lin Yanyu knelt down again. He knelt at the feet of his own father. Lin Zhenbang didn't even glance at him, turning to Lin Mo with an ugly smile. "Lin Mo, my son was impetuous son offended you. As his father, I apologize on his behalf." He said this, but his back remained ramrod straight, his eyes full of warning. "I've given you face. Don't push your luck." Lin Mo watched this farce between father and son, a cold smile playing on his lips. He didn't want this fake apology. He wanted Lin Yanyu to lose face and dignity in front of everyone. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Lin Mo's gaze passed over Lin Zhenbang, fixed on Lin Yanyu. "I want you to kneel down and apologize to me." His voice was calm. He carried an undeniable force. Lin Zhenbang's expression completely changed. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to be so disrespectful. This was clearly a complete breakdown of relations. "Lin Mo, don't go too far, Lin Mo sneered. "Back at the hotel, it was your son who picked my wheelchair and left me alone to die with the monsters. Didn't you say that was too far? When you all ganged up on me, I was kicked out of my home, cut off from all ties, and left with nothing. Wasn't that too far? Now, I'm just making him pay a small price for his actions. Is that too far?" Lin Mo's words were forceful and resounding, like a heavy hammer blow to Lin Zhenbang's heart. The surrounding soldiers looked at the Lin father and son with contempt and disdain in their eyes. So that's what happened, stealing someone else's talent, throwing him to the alien beast, and now trying to steal credit. It's utterly shameful. Lin Zhenbang was speechless with anger, his face turning bright red, like a cooked pig's liver. He never expected Lin Mo to expose his family's shameful secrets in front of so many people. "You Ray talking nonsense. Framing me." Lin Yanyu hurriedly retorted, but his voice sounded weak and powerless. "Whether I'm telling the truth or not, you know it in your hearts." Lin Mo stared at him coldly. "You have to accept the facts of today, whether you want to or not." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying mental pressure descended once more. All Lin Yanyu let out a scream. Feeling as if an invisible hand was pressing down on his head, he struggled desperately, the veins on his neck bulging, his face turning red and then purple. But his pitiful mental strength was like a weak firefly in the bright moonlight before Lin Mo, utterly ineffective. Lin Yanyu's forehead slammed heavily onto the cold ground. It was a real kowtow. The entire arena suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. The number one genius of Star City, Lin Tianyu, who possessed an S-level talent, actually kowtowed into the brother he had always looked down upon. This scene was even more shocking than instantly killing a fifth-tier exotic beast. You. His face swollen, his eyes filled with hatred and humiliation. I will definitely kill you. Try to stand up and fight. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Lin's Bang yanked him up, his voice laced with intense anger. Today, the Lin family and Lin Yan, you had completely lost face. Staying here any longer would only make them the laughingstock of everyone. He stared at Lin Mo with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Fine, very fine. I will remember you. Let's go. Without saying more, he dragged the ashen-faced Lin Yanyu and a group of equally pale family warriors, fleeing the scene in disgrace. As they laughed, his voice full of resentment echoed from afar. The Lin family will never let this humiliation slide. Lin Mo smiled faintly, unconcerned. Not let me go. You should be the ones worried about that. Watching the Lin family father and son flee in disgrace, Lei Yu excitedly pumped her fist. That was amazing. Lin Mo, you were absolutely incredible just now. Even Qin Hao Yan rarely showed a smile. Well done. Against people like them, you can't show any mercy. Wang Taishan shook his head with a bitter smile, his respect for Lin Mo deepening further. With suddenly, a piercing, shrill scream came from the distant sky. The entire city seemed to freeze under the sound. A chilling, deathly or a surge like a tide from the western sky. Wang Taishan's face changed drastically. This is bad, he exclaimed. It's the 9-nether-bone bird, the 6th-tier exotic beast from a West District's commercial street. It's flying in our direction. Everyone, who had just recovered from a shadow of the 5th-tier scarlet flame earth dragon, instantly fell into even deeper despair. Then a 6th-tier exotic beast was the apocalypse. That was a being on par with humanity's top experts. A single 6th-tier exotic beast could easily destroy a medium-sized city without top-tier experts to defend it. This terrifying monster was heading straight for the main avenue of the Citra Square where they were. How could this really be happening? It's over. We're all going to die here. The soldiers' faces were filled with despair and fear, and some with weaker constitutions had already collapsed to the ground. The fighting spirit and hope they had mustered against the 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon completely crumbled under the pressure of the 6th-tier exotic beast. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's expressions turned more serious than ever. 6th-tier, Qin Hao Yan said with a bitter smile, gripping his sword tightly, veins bulging. So be it. Lei Yu gritted her teeth, but the mountain-crushing hammer in her hand trembled slightly, betraying her inner unease. Lin's Bang no longer dared to dwell on his grudge with Lin Mo, his face full of terror. It was an existence he could only look up to, he could not resist. Quick, retreat to the shelter immediately. He picked up the unconscious Lin Tianyu, Mooring, no longer resembling the wise family leader he once was. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the western sky, a massive black shadow was rapidly enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a colossal bone bird with a wingspan of over 100 meters, its entire body devoid of flesh, composed entirely of snow-white bones. The bones were engulfed in ghostly blue flames, the 9-nether ghost fire, capable of directly burning souls. In its eye sockets were the swirling abyssal vortices, devouring even light and plunging the surroundings into a deathly, silent darkness. The air temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees in an instant, and everyone felt a chill that seemed to pierce their very souls. Quick, everyone, retreat to the first shelter immediately. Wang Taishan gritted his teeth and roared, shouting frantically in to the communicator as fast as possible. He knew clearly that in the face of a beast of this level, any resistance was a waste of life. Every person who could escape was one more life saved. The soldiers seemed to wake from a dream, scrambling in chaos as they fled toward the shelter. Lin Bang led his group, running faster than anyone else. On the scene, only Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, and Wang Taishan, who refused to retreat, remained. Uncle Wang, you should leave too, Qin Hao Yan said in a deep voice. If 3 of us have S-level talents, we can run fast and delay the formation. You'll just be throwing your life away. I'm not leaving. Wang Taishan's eyes widened, burning with determination. I'm responsible for holding this position. Even if I die, I'll die on the battlefield. That's right. Fight to the death. Lei Yu roared, activating Titan battle form instantly, radiating dazzling light. Lin Mo watched this scene and sighed inwardly. This was what it meant to be a soldier, a warrior. They still gave their last drop of blood to protect their homeland. Scan the 9 nether bone bird. Ding. Universal perception activated. Scanning target. Target 9 nether bone bird level weight stage tier 6B stat repeat strength 760. Gyro speed 1 million in flight defense. 800,000 bone rate high physical and energy resistance. Effective against soul attacks mental power. 100,000 vitality 4,500. Gyro talent skill ZS level 9 nether ghost fire core skill capable of burning souls. Summoning indeed minions and creating a death domain. Unlevel bone regeneration passive skill. Rapid bone regeneration, extremely high defense. A level death stare mental attack. Induces fear and confusion in targets. S-level soul scream large-scale sonic soul attack with astonishing power. 300,000 system points. Hislin Mo drew in a sharp breath. 300,000 system points. The number almost made his heart skip a beat. Jackpot. This time, he was bound to make a huge profit. And that SS level 9 nether ghost fire skill was even more tempting. If he could devour it, his void inferno flame would undoubtedly evolve, its power skyrocketing. The risk was high, but the reward was even greater. Let us do it. A trace of madness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He was never one to shy away from challenges. In his previous life, struggling in an orphanage had forged his bold yet meticulous, daring personality. Now, having crossed into this world with the system's support, wouldn't it be a waste not to go all out? Uncle Wang. Kin Hao Yan, Lei Yu. Lin Mo's voice rang out among the group. The three turned to look at him simultaneously. War pull off something big? Lin Mo's lips curled into a crazed smile. Something big? Lei Yu was stunned. Eyes lighting up. You mean, we're going to fight it? Are you insane? Kin Hao Yan couldn't help but retort. That's a tier 6 beast. Are you dealing with your life? Wang Tai's Han was even more shocked, staring at Lin Mo with disbelief. I know you're strong, but against a tier 6 beast, we're completely outmatched. Who said we Ray going head to head? Lin Mo sneered, his smile full of cunning. Only fools fight head on. What we Ray going to do is hunt a divine beast. Hunt a divine beast. These words made Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's hearts skip a beat. Wang Tai's Han thought Lin Mo had lost his mind. Lin Mo, what exactly are you planning? Kin Hao Yan frowned and asked. I have a plan. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the surrounding skyscrapers, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. A crazy but possibly successful hunting plan, but I need your full cooperation. Even if it means risking your lives. Are you willing? A deathly silence. Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance, seeing shock and hesitation in each other's eyes. Hunting a 6th-tier beast, this wasn't just madness, it was challenging the gods. Yet strangely, as they looked into Lin Mo's confident gaze, a long extinguished fire in their hearts reignited. Could they really create a miracle? Amen. Lei Yu was the first to break the silence, letting out a battle cry. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment before slamming his fist into the ground with a thunderous sound. No matter what, dying once is no big deal. I can fight my way back into the world. To face a 6th-tier beast head on, this life is worth it. Kin Hao Yan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I've never been a coward who runs from a fight, but if you dare to play tricks, even in death, I won't let you off. Wang Tai's Han looked at these three fearless young people, feeling a surge of passion and admiration. He recalled the fiery days of his youth, and its same courage surged back into his heart. All right, he laughed heartily. My life is in your hands today, Lin Mo. Tell us what to do. Lin Mo nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The plan is simple. He pointed to the towering twin towers, over 300 meters high, not far away. That will be our hunting ground. The Twin Towers? Wang Tai's Han followed his gaze. It was one of Star City's iconic buildings. What do you plan to do with those two buildings? Kin Hao Yan immediately caught on to Lin Mo's intent. It was to use the terrain to their advantage. Exactly, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. A 9 nether bone bird is a flying beast. In open spaces, we can't possibly fight it, we'd only be sitting ducks. But if we can lure it between the Twin Towers or restrict its movement, we'll have a chance. Wang Tai's Han frowned. It's a good idea, but how do we lure it there? 6th-tier beasts are intelligent, they won't fall for tricks easily. And even if we manage to lure it there, how do we attack it? Our attacks can't even scratch its bones. Kin Hao Yan asked the most critical question. It was indeed Despairin's 6th-tier beasts had incredibly tough defenses, and their attacks were almost ineffective. Who said we need to attack? Lin Mo smiled mysteriously. The real killing blow is the buildings themselves. What do you mean? Lei looked puzzled. Minmo didn't answer directly but instead asked Wei Tai's Han. Do you know how deep the foundation of the Starshide Wind Towers is? How sturdy is its structure? Wei Tai's Han knew. As a land fork of Star City, its earthquake and explosion resistance were top-notch. The foundation goes nearly 100 meters underground, and the structure is made of special alloys and high-strength concrete. Even a full-force collision from an ordinary or fifth-tier beast wouldn't shake. Good. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan, you will act as bait and do everything you can to lure the 9-nether-bone bird into the central passage of the Twin Towers. This task is extremely dangerous and near-death mission. Do you have the confidence? No problem. Lei Yu was brimming with confidence. Just luring it. Easy. Qin Hao Yan's words were light, but his expression was deadly serious. Good. Lin Mo turned to Wayne Eyes Han. Your task is the most critical. Head to the Twin Towers underground power room immediately and locate the emergency self-destruct program. Self-destruct program. Wayne Tai's Han was stunned. You mean, exactly. Lin Mo's eyes were fierce. Once the 9-nether-bone bird enters the passage, trigger the self-destruct sequence and bring the Twin Towers down on it. Use these 2 skyscrapers, weighing over 1,000,000 tons, to crush it to death. With a thunderous roar, the plan exploded in the minds of the 3 like a bomb. Using the skyscrapers to crush a 6th-tier beast, it was both insane and exhilarating a plan, and made their blood boil. Are you? Wayne Tai's Han's voice trembled, a mix of excitement and disbelief. This is our only chance, Lin Mo calmly said. Exchanging the power of the collapsing buildings to take down a 6th-tier exotic beast, while also clearing out thousands of lone exotic beasts nearby, is absolutely worth it. But activating the self-destruct program requires authorization from the highest command. I don't have the clearance. Wayne Tai's Han raised the issue. Then contact General Jiu's and Zhang directly, Lin Mo said. Tell them this is my plan. If he agrees, approve it immediately. If he disagrees, tell him Star City can't be defended anymore to prepare the citizens to face death together. Lin Mo's words were resolute and left no room for refusal. Wayne Tai's Han, intimidated by his aura, nodded. All right, I'll handle it right away. Time is tight. Act immediately. Understood. Wayne Tai's Han, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu quickly split up to take action. The street was left with only Lin Mo, facing the apocalyptic behemoth descending from the sky in the 9-nether-bone bird. Come on, big guy. Lin Mo looked up at the increasingly close massive figure and muttered, let me see which is tougher. Your bones are reinforced concrete. At that moment, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a secure call from General Zhu Zhenjiang. Lin Mo answered, ready to face the final decision. Zhu Zhenjiang's face appeared both exhausted and anxious. The command center was in chaos, with alarms blaring incessantly. Zhu Zhenjiang's voice was urgent and heavy. I just received Wayne Tai's Han's report. Your plan is insane. Lin Mo calmly retorted, General. Why you try to stop me? No. Zhu Zhenjiang's answer shocked Lin Mo. I'm not stopping you. I'm telling you that your plan must succeed. Because we have no other way out. Zhu Zhenjiang took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. 5 minutes ago, the defense line at the city center hospital was completely breached by the Abyss Demon Spider, Alderjian. Alderjian stayed behind to cover the retreat and is now critically injured and unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. Alderjian, Han Jian Qiu, a peak expert of the Huadang realm and the last pillar of Star City, was critically injured and unconscious. What about the Abyss Demon Spider? Lin Mo asked in a deep voice. It is heavily injured as well and has temporarily retreated. But Zhu Zhenjiang's face showed despair. They seemed to be trying to join forces. 2 late-stained, 6th-tier exotic beasts were about to team up. This news sank Lin Mo's heart to the bottom. Star City would be doomed, and no plan would work. So Lin Mo. Zhu Zhenjiang's gaze locked onto him, filled with pleading, expectation, and trust. No matter what means you use, whether it's destroying the Twin Towers or detonating a nuclear bomb, I have only one request at all costs. You must eliminate the 9-nether-bone bird before the Abyss Demon Spider arrives. I'll immediately grant you the self-destruct authorization for the Twin Towers. The fate of Star City, the lives of millions, all rest on you. After speaking, Zhu Zhenjiang solemnly saluted Lin Mo. The communication ended, and Lin Mo fell silent. The pressure was heavier than ever before. This was no longer his personal battle. Behind him was the entire Star City. millions of living souls. He exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, General, I'm in Mo, always keep my word. He looked up at the 9 Netherbone bird, now almost within reach, his killing intent surging. Bastard. Your time is up. It's here. Qin Hao Yun growled softly, looking up at the sky. A massive 9 Netherbone bird hovered less than 500 meters above them, its enormous body almost blocking out the waning moon. Dying the streets with an eerie and terrifying hue. Buildings and vehicles touched by the phosphorescence corroded rapidly, as if weathered by centuries of wind and frost. This thing's ghost fire is too corrosive. Lei Yu's scalp tingled. And this is just the residual energy of the ghost fire. If we take a direct hit, we'll be reduced to a mess in an instant. Qin Hao Yun gripped his Longsworth tightly, his palms soaked with sweat. Facing the oppressive aura of a six-tier beast, the terror was so overwhelming that it drained all strength to resist. It was an absolute sense of suppression from a higher life form, almost crushing their will to fight. Stop standing there. Stick to the plan. Lei Yu shouted to rally them. How do we lure it away? We can't fly, and we're not its target. Qin Hao Yan analyzed calmly. They were like tiny ants on the ground, completely ignored by the 9 Netherbone bird. Its target was the city center, where life energy was more abundant. Then we'll make it notice us. Determination flashed in Lei Yu's eyes. She took a deep breath and activated her S-rank talent. Titan battle form. Boom. Golden battle patterns swirled wildly across her body, radiating dazzling light. Her height instantly grew to nearly 3 meters, and a mountain-crushing hammer in her hand expanded into a towering pillar. A powerful, imposing aura erupted from her, like a bonfire in the night, immediately drawing the attention of the 9 Netherbone bird. Its hollow eye sockets slowly turned toward Lei Yu on the ground. Bastard! Look over here! Lei Yu shouted, hurling the mountain-crushing hammer into the air with all her might. The hammer tore through the air with a piercing whistle, like a golden meteor shooting straight at the 9 Netherbone bird. This was Lei Yu's full force attack, a testament to her role as bait. A trace of disdain seemed to flicker in the 9 Netherbone bird's eyes. It didn't even bother to dodge, casually flapping its wings. A gust of invisible wind surged forth, lightly pushing the hammer back, as if swatted by an invisible hand. The hammer reversed course, at an even faster speed, hurtling back toward the ground. Not good. Qin Hao Yan's expression changed drastically as he quickly acted. Dozens of light swords instantly formed a shield in front of him, desperately trying to block the terrifying blow. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the light sword shield shattered instantly. Under the impact, I was violently flung backward, blood spurting from my mouth. The mountain-crushing hammer slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. This was just the aftermath of its wing flap. How terrifying. I struggled to get up from the ground, my internal organs feeling displaced, my entire body on the verge of falling apart. This thing is too terrifying. The 9 Netherbone bird seemed completely enraged by her provocation. It opened its massive skeletal beak and let out a piercing screech, a sound so sharp it felt like it was tearing through our souls. Invisible sound waves swept down like a tsunami. Lei Yu and I felt as if our heads were about to explode, our souls trembling. Darkness clouded our vision, and we nearly passed out on the spot. Damn it, it's a soul attack. Under my tongue, forcing myself to stay conscious. Lei Yu shook her head, her face pale, but the fighting spirit in her eyes remained undiminished. It's working. We've finally got its attention, she shouted excitedly. You call this working? I said, half laughing, half crying. We were almost killed instantly. Stop whining. Keep going. Lei Yu charged toward the giant crater, trying to retrieve her mountain-crushing hammer. A 9 Netherbone bird clearly wasn't planning to give us another chance. With a flap of its wings, its entire body shot toward us like black lightning. Its massive bone claws traced a ghostly blue arc, aiming straight for the two of us. The shadow of death loomed instantly. It's over. A trace of despair flickered in my eyes. At the critical moment, dimensional banishment. A calm voice rang out. Several black vortices, each the size of a millstone, suddenly appear along the 9 Netherbone bird's dive path. Despite its power, it had to veer off course to avoid these strange spatial traps. Its momentum was abruptly interrupted. It was Lin Mo who had intervened. Sitting atop a distant high-rise, he looked composed, as if he were merely playing a game. Nice work, the aggro is stable. His voice came through the communicator, clear and steady. Next, follow the plan and lure it to the Twin Towers. Roger that. Lei Yu and I pulled ourselves together, and an unprecedented strength was born from my will to survive. Enduring the pain, I activated the S-rank talent Tradiance or control once again, constantly harassing the 9 Netherbone bird. Although it couldn't be harmed, the interference was immediately effective. Instead of confronting it head-on, she used her immense strength to destroy buildings, creating noise and vibrations to continuously draw the bone bird's attention. "You dumb bird, chase me. Flying so slow, didn't you eat?" We chased and taunted each other, working together with an unexpectedly perfect synergy. The 9 Netherbone bird was completely enraged, abandoning its path to the city center and determined to take us down, releasing 9 nether ghost fire and soul screeches as it pursued us, turning a large area into ruins in a short time. Lei and I were on the brink of death, narrowly escaping fatal blows multiple times. Fortunately, Lin Mo was supporting us from the shadows. At critical moments, he would always unleash spatial slash or dimensional banishment, helping us avert disaster. Finally, we successfully lured the bone bird toward the direction of the Starlight Twin Towers. Almost there. "Hang in there," Lin Mo's voice rang out again. "Easy for you to say. Why did you try it?" I dodged a ghost fighter awkwardly while complaining. This guy was unbelievably composed, even in a life-and-death situation like this, as if everything was under his control. What kind of confidence was this? At that moment, Lei stared at the massive bone bird in the sky, and suddenly said something through the team channel to Lin Mo that almost left everyone stunned. I just had a bold idea. What idea? What if I let it grab me and take me into the sky, then jump down from hundreds of meters high and smash it with all my strength? Could I break a big hole in it? Are you crazy? That's a death wish. Lin Mo was silent for a moment before replying seriously. Not a bad idea. It has potential, but it could be optimized. When you jump, you could shout for the Alliance for more impact. Me? What the are you doing insane? I felt that teaming up with these two was even more nerve-wracking than fighting a 6-tier beast. Qin Hao Yan was genuinely frightened by these two lunatics and quickly reminded everyone to be cautious. Ahead, the 2 towering Starlight Twin Towers, reaching into the clouds like giants, were now within sight. Between the Twin Towers was a massive passage about 100 meters wide, the trap they had prepared specifically for the 9 Netherbone bird. "Charge in!" Lin Mo gave the final command. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, used the last of their strength to transform into 2 streaks of light, dashing into the shadowy passage beneath the Twin Towers. Scree, ch! The 9 Netherbone bird let out an enraged screech. Its patience completely exhausted, it suddenly folded its wings, its massive body carrying a destructive momentum as it charged into the narrow passage. Success! The bait was set, and the prey had taken the hook. "Uncle Wang, do it now!" Lin Mo roared through the communicator. Meanwhile, on the furrowed underground level of the Starlight Twin Towers, inside the central power room, Wang Tai's Han and his dozen elite soldiers had been waiting for some time. At the center of the power room was a massive energy reactor. Beside the reactor, on an independent control console, a red button protected by 3 layers of password locks sat quietly, waiting. That was the emergency self-destruct button for the Twin Towers. Report to the commander. General Zhu's highest authorization has been received. The self-destruct program is unlocked. A technical soldier reported loudly. Everyone, prepare to evacuate. Wang Tai's Han stared at the surveillance footage with a determined gaze. On the screen, the massive 9 Netherbone bird had fully entered the passage between the Twin Towers. Lin Mo and the others have succeeded. It's up to us. Wang Tai's Han's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He knew that once he pressed this button, the landmarks of these star cities would turn to dust. The efforts of countless people would also go up in flames. But for the Star City, for the millions of residents behind him, he had no choice. Everyone, follow orders. Wang Tai's Han's voice echoed powerfully in the empty power room. Initiate countdown. 10, 9, 8. The 9 Netherbone bird rushed into the narrow corridor and immediately realized it had fallen into a trap. The confined space completely restricted its crowd-flying abilities. Meanwhile, those 2 annoying individuals used the complex structure of the building to keep it at bay. Boom! Qin Hao Yan's lightsaber slashed fiercely against one side of the wall, sending debris flying and temporarily blocking the 9 Netherbone bird's line of sight. Take this hammer. Lei Yu leapt out from another ventilation duct, swinging a massive hammer heavily onto the wind bones of the 9 Netherbone bird. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Although it was just a small fracture, It was the first time I had truly injured the nine-nether-boned bird. It worked, Leyu shouted excitedly. Screeched the nine-nether-boned bird, let out an even more furious shriek of pain. It completely lost control. Azure flames erupted from its body like a volcanic explosion, instantly turning the entire passageway into a sea of fire. Watch out! The flames swept past them, scorching the alloy walls behind them with a burning sound. Damn it, this thing is going to blow. Qin Hao Yan's heart pounded with fear. It can't escape now, Leyu said, staring at the entrance and exit of a passageway, which had been temporarily sealed by Lin Mo's spatial severance. The nine-nether-boned bird was now like a caged bird. 2-1, detonate. Wang Tai's Han's bloodshot eyes widened as he slammed the red button. Boom, boom, there was no deafening explosion, only a deep rumble emanating from the depths beneath the Twin Towers. Countless micro-explosive devices simultaneously and precisely destroyed the core support structures of the buildings. The ground shook violently. The entire Star City seemed to experience a massive earthquake. Inside the tower, Qin Hao Yan and Leyu suddenly felt the ground beneath them give way, losing their balance entirely. What's happening? Leyu screamed. The plan won't. Qin Hao Yan murmured, looking at the cracked walls and the ceiling that was continuously collapsing. They looked up through the fissures and saw the sky. The two skyscrapers, once symbols of the Star City's glory, were slowly leaning toward each other. With the giants preparing to embrace, they tilted inward, ready to crush everything in their path. Damn it. Run! Qin Hao Yan snapped back to reality, grabbing Leyu and rushing toward the only safe exit Lin Mo had left for them. Tried to escape this death trap, but there was nowhere left to run. It was already late. Tons of steel and concrete, like a collapsing sky, came crashing down with earth-shattering force. Boom! At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, and even sound disappeared. A massive cloud of dust, like a black mushroom cloud, rose into the sky, obscuring all vision. A violent shockwave swept in all directions, uprooting nearby buildings and reducing them to rubble. The central plaza instantly turned into a hell's cape. I stood on a distant rooftop, silently watching this catastrophe, tugging at the hem of my clothes, my face covered in dust, but my eyes were exceptionally bright. Ding. Host detected to have participated in the slaying of a late-stage Tier 6 exotic beast nine-nether-bone bird. Target confirmed dead. 300,000 system points. Ding. Host participated in a high-difficulty cross-tier battle. Mental strength increased by 2,000. Ding. Detected the dispersal of the core talent of a late-stage Tier 6 and exotic beast. Initiated absorption. It's here, an SS-grade talent. My heartbeat instantly quickened. But in the next second, a bright red warning popped up, like a bucket of cold water poured over me, making me tremble. Warning, devouring failed. Detected a stubborn soul leg with a talent origin. Target not completely destroyed. Devouring failed. The joy on my face instantly turned into shock and disbelief. How could this be? The system actually failed to devour. My brain worked at high speed, repeatedly analyzing the warning stubborn soul link. Core not completely destroyed. A terrifying guess flashed through my mind like lightning that nine-nether-bone bird wasn't completely dead. It used a secret technique at the last moment, sacrificing its massive skeleton to withstand the Twin Hour's devastating strike just to preserve its core soul. And its level talent 9 Nether Ghost Fire is tightly bound to its soul. The talent cannot be taken. It might even use this talent to absorb resentment and negative energy from the world, reconstruct its skeletal body, and make a comeback. By then, a late-stage 6th-tier beast, severely injured and desperate to tear me to pieces, would be unimaginably terrifying. Damn it. I stared at the still settling center of the ruins and coldly spat out two words, my voice chilling to the bone. The soul remains. It must be completely eradicated. My gaze instantly filled with killing intent. I could not give this beast any chance to turn the tables. Qin Hao Yan. Leyu, how are you? I immediately contacted them via communicator. Still alive. Qin Hao Yan's voice was weak, but filled with the exhaustion of survival. Almost died. Lin Mo. Next time you fight such a big battle, can you give us a heads up? I nearly had a heart attack. I've fight too. Leyu responded excitedly, though her voice carried fatigue. That was thrilling, even more exciting than a roller coaster. Stop chatting. I interrupted them, my tone serious. The thing I S and E completely dead yet. Its soul core is beneath the ruins. What? Qin Hao Yan and Leyu exclaimed in shock simultaneously. To skyscrapers Caldendy kill it. Is this even a beast? Get out of here immediately as far as you can, I ordered. Leave the rest to me. What about you? Leu asked anxiously. Don't you worry. I have a plan. I cut off the communication. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the system panel showing the newly credited 300 Giro points. My gaze resolute. To use the power of soul burn to penetrate 100 meters of ruins and accurately destroy the remnant soul of a late-stage, 6th-tier beast would require an enormous amount of energy, barely manageable with my current mental and elemental strength. The only way was to use the newly earned rewards to strengthen myself. System, allocate all points. I gave the command without hesitation. Consume 200,000 points to enhance mental attributes. Consume 20,000 points to enhance elemental energy. 100,000 points consumed. Mental attribute 20,000. 20,000 points consumed. Elemental energy 20,000. Boom! An indescribable surge of immense power erupted from within me, splitting into the streams and pouring into my body simultaneously. Rushing into the depths of my mental sea, instantly exploding and expanding. My mental world grew from a small lake into an endless ocean. The other streams surged like a torrent through my limbs and bones, instantly filling my depleted elemental energy pool, expanding its capacity more than tenfold. Even hear the terrified breathing of people in the shelter. I could also feel the intertwined despair and hope throughout the entire Star City. Linmo slowly opened the system interface. Host, Linmo cultivation, early stage of telling my realm attributes, strength 600, speed 600, defense 600, extra 40,000, spirit 150, extra 46,000 yuan, power 1,000, extra 40,000, innate ability, SS level, void annihilation, flame traits, spatial severance, dimensional banishment, flame of oblivion, soul burn, system points 400,000, 46,000 spirit power, and 40,000 yuan power. These numbers are enough to support an unprecedented soul attack. Found you. Linmo slowly raised his right hand, palm facing downward, locking his target within the vast ruins. He sensed the weak-running soul of the 9-nether-boned bird, called up 100 meters underground, trembling in fear. It tried to escape but found its soul firmly locked by an invisible force. I told you, you must die. Linmo's voice was calm and indifferent. Yes, cold and merciless as the final judgment of hell. He frantically channeled his surging spirit power and yuan power, pouring all his strength into the soul burn trait of his level innate ability, void annihilation flame. No earth-shaking shockwave. Only an extremely condensed purple flame appeared in his palm, quickly extending and compressing into a thread-thin, light-devouring miniature spear. Whoosh! A soul spear shot out instantly, silently piercing through the air, cutting through 100 meters of rock and ruins, and precisely impaling the faint blue remnant soul as if passing through a phantom. It was the 9-nether-boned bird's final cry of despair. The purple flame of oblivion burned wildly in the depths of its soul like maggots on rotting flesh, devouring all its memories, hatred, the traces of existence, reducing it to nothingness. The world seemed to forget its existence in an instant. Detected that the remnant soul of the 9-nether-boned bird has been completely obliterated. Detected that the SS level innate ability, a nether ghost flame, has become ownerless. System initiating Devour process. Dark blue tinged with black surged from the depths of the ruins, traversing 100 meters to enter Lin Mo's brow. Mo felt a cold, venomous, yet immortal dark blue flame appear in his spiritual sea. It contrasted sharply with the purple void annihilation flame, representing annihilation in space, yet faintly resonated in a peculiar harmony. Devour successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level innate ability, I nether ghost flame. Endless resentment, soul-scorching, bone rebirth. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again, its tone filled with temptation. Ding! Detected that the host simultaneously possesses 2 SS level innate abilities, Void Annihilation Flame and 9-nether Flame. Both are fire and soul-based variants, with a root similarity and a compatibility rate of 97.8%. Fusion evolution conditions met. Would you like to attempt fusion to achieve the legendary SS level innate ability? SSS level. Lin Mo's heart tightened sharply. That level was the pinnacle no one on Blue Star had ever reached. Every S-level ability could create a powerhouse, and his SS-level abilities were as rare as phoenix feathers, serving as ultimate trump cards. But SSS level, it was practically a mythical existence. His breathing grew rapid. However, In the next second, blood-red warning text poured over in, like a bucket of cold water warning fusion carries a risk of failure. If it fails, both innate abilities will vanish simultaneously. The whole spiritual sea will suffer irreversible damage. Please choose carefully. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The cost of failure was too terrifying. Losing to SS-level abilities would cause his strength to plummet, far worse than before he had them. Even worse, damage to his spiritual sea meant he would be completely crippled, with no chance of recovery. The risk was too great. Just as Lin Mo hesitated, the system popped up. Another prompt detected host hesitation. System provides an auxiliary plan. Consume 2 million system points to construct an absolutely stable law furnace, ensuring a 100% success rate for fusion. 2 million. Lin Mo almost spat blood when he saw the number. Why don't you just rob the points yourself? He glanced at his own balance of only 400,000 points, not even close to the required amount. It felt like the temptation in games where a pop-up says, recharge 648 to get a top-tier artifact, clearly telling you that you can become stronger by spending money, but you only have a few bucks in your pocket. I'll temporarily give up on the fusion, he decided decisively. The risk was too high, despite the temptation. He couldn't afford to gamble. Without absolute certainty, he would rather steadily hold onto his powerful SS-level talents and slowly accumulate strength. That SS-level forbidden talent was like a carrot dangling above his head, usable but untouchable. But it gave him a clear goal to earn 2 million points. 2 million points. Looks like I'll have to find a way to grind more monsters. I muttered to myself, suppressing the aura of my 2 great talents. In the distance, the piercing sound of alarms and the roar of vehicles grew closer. Clearly, Qin Hao Yan and Lei, you had already contacted the support troops. I immediately suppressed my surging aura, forcing my face to turn pale. My breathing rapid and weak, pretending to be completely drained of energy and mentally exhausted. If you're going to act, you have to do it convincingly. The secret of the SS-level talent and my current strength must not be exposed now. Leaning back in a wheelchair, I quietly watched the lights of the approaching rescue convoy in the distance. The crisis on the ruins was temporarily resolved. But the storm that belonged to me had just begun. In the Star City Command Center, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Zhu Zhenjiang's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the central screen. On the screen, the massive red dot representing the 9 Netherbone bird appeared at the location of the Starlight Twin Towers. But it hadn't completely disappeared. The red dot, representing a terrifying late-stage 6-tier existence, still faintly lingered. Like a poisonous thorn stabbing into everyone's hearts. Did it fail? A staff officer murmured in despair, making cracking sounds. Blowing up the Twin Towers was their last hope. If even that couldn't kill the 6-tier beast, Star City would truly be doomed. Suddenly, a technician monitoring energy fluctuations shouted, "General, look quickly." Everyone hurriedly turned to the screen. The red dot, after dimming to the extreme, suddenly vanished completely without a sound. It wasn't just faint, it was as if it had been erased out of thin air. Disappeared? Someone couldn't believe it. Is there a problem with the instruments? Another asked. Impossible. All backup instruments show the same thing. The 9 Netherbone bird's life energy has completely disappeared. The technician confirmed. Could it have been destroyed? The command center was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. We actually won. My God, we really defeated a 6th-tier beast. Who did it? Was it Sir Delder who woke up? Tears filled everyone's eyes as they hugged each other, celebrating the hard-won victory. Zhu Zhenjiang trembled with excitement, slamming the table and shouting, "Quick, connect to Lin Mo, hurry!" But the communicator only returned a busy signal. Can't get through. Lin Mo's communicator isn't responding. Zhu Zhenjiang ordered anxiously, where's Wei Tai's Han? Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu? Contact them immediately. Find out what happened. Before long, Wei Tai's Han's communication was connected. On the screen, Wei Tai's Han, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu appeared, their faces ashen and covered in dirt, looking as if they'd just survived a life and death ordeal. Reporting, General. Wei Tai's Han's voice was both excited and shocked. The 9 Netherbone bird has been destroyed. I saw that. Zhu Zhenjiang asked urgently, what exactly happened? Who did it? Was it Lin Mo? The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reverence and a hint of lingering fear. Organized his thoughts and said, report to the general. The collapse of the Twin Towers severely injured the 9 Netherbone bird. but it didn't completely kill it. Devour thought the plan had failed and were preparing to retreat. Lin Mo told us to retreat first and stay behind alone. And then? Zhu and Zhang pressed. Then, we felt a terrifying aura that made our souls tremble erupt from the center of the ruins. Qin Hao Yan continued, his voice still trembling. That aura flashed by, and when we looked back, the presence of the 9 Netherbone bird had completely disappeared. We don't know what method he used, Lei Yu added. In any case, it was incredibly powerful. Incredibly abnormal, really. She paused for a long time, unable to find the right words to describe it. Listening to the 3 of them report, Zhu and Zhang remained silent for a long time. He looked at the 3 outstanding young people on the screen, their eyes filled with awe when mentioning Lin Mo. And his emotions became complicated. One person stayed behind to cover the retreat and took down the remnant soul of a late-stage 6th-tier beast in a single strike. It's Lin Mo. And where does his limit lie? Where's Lin Mo now? Zhu and Zhang asked. We don't know either. Wang Tai's Han shook his head. We tried to find him earlier, but he told us not to approach, saying he needed to rest. Now we can't contact him anymore. Zhu and Zhang understood very well. Such an earth-shattering strike must have consumed an enormous amount of energy. Lin Mo was likely at his weakest moment now. I understand, Zhu and Zhang said solemnly. Wei Tai's Han, immediately take people to seal off the ruins of the Twin Towers. No one is allowed within a 5-kilometer radius without my orders. No one is to approach. Violators will be dealt with severely. Yes, also, classify the news of Lin Mo single-handedly killing a 6th-tier beast as top secret. All those in the know must sign a confidentiality agreement. Anyone who leaks the information will be treated as committing treason. Zhu and Zhang was very clear. A mysterious powerhouse capable of single-handedly killing a 6th-tier beast was the strongest trump card of Star City. As long as Lin Mo himself did not want to be exposed, this secret must be tightly guarded. This was not only to protect Lin Mo, and also to safeguard the security of Star City. Meanwhile, in Star City's first shelter, Lin Zhenbang, Liu Yuru, and others also heard the good news through internal channels that the 9 Netherbone bird had been eliminated. The VIP lounge instantly erupted in cheers. That's great. We're finally safe. I told you, with Sword Elder here, Star City would be fine. I heard Sword Elder used a move called 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect to blast the Bone Bird into pieces. Sword Elder is amazing. Various rumors spread wildly in the shelter. Most people attributed the credit entirely to the heavily injured and unconscious Sword Elder Hanji and Qiyu. A relaxed smile on his face. He had long since put the humiliation he suffered in the square behind him. In his view, no matter how strong Lin Mo was, it was impossible for him to defeat a 6th-tier beast. The 9 Netherbone bird must have been dealt with by some hidden expert or Sword Elder at the cost of severe injuries. As for Wang Tai's Han's claims about Lin Mo's prowess, he dismissed them as a joke. Honey, we're safe now, Liu Yuru said softly, leaning against him. Of course, Lin Zhenbang said smugly, taking a sip of wine. Once the beast tide is over it, Yun, his talent stabilizes. The good days for our Lin family are just beginning. And PH, it's just a corpse, nothing significant, Lin Zhenbang sneered. When Yan Yu grows up, forget 5th tier. Even 6th tier beast corpses will be ours for the taking. He envisioned Lin Yan Yu leading the family to great heights in the future. His smile almost splitting his face. At this moment, a family informer rushed in, panting heavily. Patriarch, big news, huge news. What is it? Don't panic. Lin Zhenbang frowned. The messenger caught his breath and said excitedly, Master, there's a rumor spreading like wildfire outside. They say the one who killed the 9 Netherbone bird wasn't Sword Elder, but a mysterious hero. Mysterious hero. Lin Zhenbang was stunned. Yes, the man was animated. They say he's a young hero in a wheelchair. He used himself as bait to lure the 9 Netherbone bird to the Twin Towers, then detonated the building, perishing alongside the 6th-tier beast. Theft the wine Lin Zhenbang had just drunk sprayed out on the spot. A wheelchair bound, young hero. Lin Mo's calm face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He immediately dismissed the absurd thought. Nonsense. How can you believe such ridiculous rumors? A cripple in a wheelchair killing a 6th-tier beast. Would he headbutt it to death? Exactly. Yu Ru chimed in sharply. I think someone just went crazy trying to get famous and made up this story. A cripple not being a burden is already good enough, let alone being a hero. What a joke. The messenger scolded. Dare not say more. But Lin Bang felt inexplicably restless. Why can he shake off that image? Could it be? Was it really him? No, absolutely not. A waste he had personally abandoned and could never be the hero of the entire city. Lin Bang grabbed his wine glass and downed it in one gulp, using the alcohol to numb himself, trying to suppress the turmoil in his heart. 3 days later, the beast tide in Star City finally receded under the desperate resistance of human warriors. Although the city was left in ruins, with many buildings reduced to rubble and over 100,000 military and civilian lives lost in the catastrophe, Star City ultimately held its ground. Sunlight once again pierced through the thick smoke and dust, bathing the city that had endured a life and death trial. Survivors emerged from shelters, looking at the familiar ruins before them with mixed emotions. They had lost their homes, their loved ones, but they were still alive, as long as they lived. There was hope. During this brutal battle to defend the city, tales of heroism spread far and wide. There was sword elder Han Jian, Huaiyu, but single-handedly held the rear, injuring the 6th-tier black abyss demon spider, but suffering severe injuries himself and falling into a coma. There was the garrison army, led by Commander Zhu Zhenjiang, who held their ground and charged at the forefront. There was the Qin family's prodigy, Qin Haoyan, and the civilian genius, Lei Yu. However, the most legendary and mysterious figure was the war god in a wheelchair. Rumors claimed that, despite his disabled body, he effortlessly killed the 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon and single-handedly set a trap to kill the powerful 6th-tier 9 Netherbone Bird, single-handedly turning the tide of battle and saving the entire Star City. There are no walls without cracks. Some soldiers who had returned from the front lines secretly leaked bits and pieces of information, and these stories, embellished over time, became increasingly fantastical. Some said he was the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, living a carefree life among mortals. Some said he possessed a legendary top-tier SS level talent, chosen by destiny. Others claimed he was a secret ultimate weapon cultivated by the Federation. In just 3 days, the name Wheelchair War God resounded throughout Star City, becoming an idol in faith for countless people. In a military VIP ward in Star City, Lin Mo lay on a hospital bed, leisurely scrolling through my phone, looking at the exaggerated rumors about me online. I couldn't help but touch the corner of my mouth. Wheelchair War God, God's wit. These people's imaginations are way too wild. I couldn't help but complain. I'm clearly just a sneaky support player. After 3 days of rest, coupled with the terrifying recovery ability of my SS level talent, my injuries had already healed, and my mental state was back to its peak. Now I was pondering a big issue: how to spend this huge fortune. Looking at the system panel showing over 400,000 points, I finally understood what it meant to have the trouble of being rich. Should I spend some points to enhance my body and forge an iron-like physique? Will I use 1,000 points to heal my crippled legs? Forget it, the legs can wait. I quickly made my decision. My disabled legs have become my best cover. The most important thing is to spend the points wisely. Just as I was hesitating, the door to the ward was pushed open. Wang Tai's Han and Zhu Zhenjiang walked in. Lin Mo, how was your recovery? Zhu Zhenjiang's face carried a gentle smile, his tone full of concern and respect. It's nothing serious anymore. I sat up from the bed and smiled, asking, General Zhu. Captain Wang, what brings you here? We came specifically to thank you, Zhu Zhenjiang said solemnly. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Star City, I thank you for saving their lives. As he spoke, he even took a step back and bowed deeply to me. General, you mustn't. I hurriedly tried to stand up, but forgot that I was still weak and beg, and almost fell. Fortunately, Wang Tai's Han reacted quickly and supported me. I just did what I was supposed to do, I replied with a bitter smile. No, you've done far more than you realize. Zhu Zhenjiang straightened up, his gaze sharp. You not only saved Star City, but also brought hope to everyone. After speaking, he took out a medal shining with golden light from his pocket. This is the Federation's highest honor, the Bohemia Star Medal, awarded to heroes who have made great contributions to humanity. I have already submitted a request to the Federation headquarters. This is the honor you deserve. Looking at the medal, my emotions were mixed. While I saved Star City, my initial goal was just to earn points for self-preservation. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, I have become a true hero. Thank you, General. I did not decline and accepted the medal. There is one more thing I need to tell you. Zhu Zhenjiang's expression suddenly turned serious. The Federation headquarters is paying close attention to the Star City Beast Tide incident, especially since the tier mutant beasts appeared in the same city within a short time. And both were slain. This has already caught the attention of the Supreme Council. Just this morning, the Federation sent a special envoy who has already arrived in Star City to investigate the matter. A special envoy? I raised an eyebrow. That's right. Zhu Zhenjiang nodded. This special envoy is an extraordinary individual, the youngest female Major General in the Federation, Deputy Commander of the Judicature Corps, codenamed as Phoenix. Owa means Huang. Her strength is mysterious and unfathomable, and she possesses an extremely rare SS-level mental talent, Absolute Zero, which can freeze everything and even manipulate thoughts. On the surface, her mission is to offer condolences and investigate, but in reality, she is very likely targeting you. My heart tightened. I had heard of the Judicature Corps. It was the Federation's most secretive and powerful special forces unit, responsible for handling supernatural events and eliminating key threats to the Federation. Owo Huang, this special envoy, must have an extraordinary background. When will she arrive? I asked. She is already at the command center, Zhu Zhenjiang said with a wise smile. She has requested to meet all the key contributors to this incident. Since Elder Jian is still unconscious, you are undoubtedly the first person she wants to see. General, I asked, my meaning is, you need to be prepared. Zhu Zhenjiang gave Lin Mo a deep look. While Ning Huang is ruthless and cold-blooded, in front of her, any lies or concealment could lead to fatal consequences. I suggest you appropriately display your strength and let her understand your value. This way, the Federation will not only refrain from making things difficult for you, but will also fully support and nurture you. How to handle this is ultimately up to you. Lin Mo remained silent. He knew that Zhu Zhenjiang's suggestion was the safest approach, but his secrets were to great possessing in myriad worlds, devouring system and an SS-level talent. If exposed, it would undoubtedly cause a massive storm across Blue Star. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, General, Lin Mo replied softly. At that moment, Zhu Zhenjiang's communicator rang. He answered the call, his expression slightly changing. Understand, I'll bring him over right away. After hanging up, he said to Lin Mo, a special envoy has arrived at the command center and demands to meet with you immediately. The temporary command center of Star City was set up in a well-preserved government building in the city center. Their faces showing the exhaustion of narrowly escaping disaster and the worry for the future. Lin Mo sat in a military wheelchair pushed by Zhu Zhenjiang, with Wang Tai's Han following closely behind. The three remained silent along the way. Lin Mo muttered to himself, damn, this treatment is practically like being a national treasure. To have a general at the Hua gang level personally push a wheelchair, there's probably no second person in Star City who could get this. But he understood that this display wasn't without reason. Wang Ming's Huang was definitely not someone to be trifled with. We're here, this is the place. Zhu Zhenjiang stopped in front of a heavy alloy door. Outside the door stood two guards in black combat uniforms, their shoulders embroidered with a winged, ice blue phoenix emblem. The two had stern expressions on restrained gazes. But when Lin Mo used his universal perception to prowl, he discovered they were actually peak-level Juyuan experts, using such top-tier masters as guards. The Judicature Corps really spared no expense. Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he felt a deeper sense of awe for the size Phoenix envoy he had yet to meet. The two guards only nodded slightly in greeting, and one of them pressed a hand against the door's recognition device. Major General Wo's orders only Lin Mo is allowed to enter. The guard's voice was as cold as a machine, devoid of emotion. What? Wang Tai's Han was furious. What do you mean by this? Lin Mo is the greatest hero of this city defense battle. He's still physically weak. Can't we accompany him inside to see what's going on? Orders are orders, the guard repeated. Expressionless, Zhu Zhenjiang's face darkened as well. As the highest military commander at Star City and a Hua gang-level expert, being blocked by two guards was a blow to his dignity. It's fine, General Zhu, Commander Wayne. Lin Mo patted Zhu Zhenjiang's arm, signaling them not to worry. I'll go in alone, forcing him to face her alone. But Zhu Zhenjiang hesitated. Don't worry. Lin Mo smiled. I'm tough enough to handle this. With that, he turned the wheelchair himself and slowly entered the alloy door, which closed silently behind him. The room was spacious and empty, with a minimalist design dominated by cold tones. Inside, There was only a desk and a chair. A woman stood with her back to him, gazing out of the large floor-to-ceiling window, but the devastated Star City below. She wore a tailored white military uniform, her shoulders adorned with shining stars, her posture as upright as a pine tree. Her silver hair cascaded down at her waist like moonlight. Just her silhouette exuded an aura of unattainable majesty and chilling intensity. Lin Mo did not speak first, quietly waiting. He knew that speaking first would easily reveal weaknesses. The air seemed to freeze. The room so cold it felt like it could cause frostbite. Even his breath turned into white mist. SS-level psychic ability, absolute zero. Lin Mo thought to himself. It truly lives up to its reputation. The aura she unconsciously emits is already altering the physical laws of reality. Just as his thoughts were on the verge of freezing, the woman slowly turned around. Lin Mo's breath stopped instantly. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her face was flawless, as if sculpted by a god. Her skin as white as snow, and her ice blue eyes resembled glaciers that had remained frozen, formal, and cold, distant, and devoid of any emotion. She was like a masterpiece of ice sculpture, so beautiful it was almost unapproachable. She was the ice phoenix, while Onan Huang oldly stared at Lin Mo, her gaze not like that of someone looking at a person, but more like assessing a potential threat and opportunity. Her sharpened, dicey eyes locked onto him, silently judging all his secrets. That gaze left him nowhere to hide, making him feel as though all of his secrets were laid bare. Lin Mo was shocked internally. I originally thought that possessing 46,000 points of mental power made me strong, but in front of her, I actually felt pressure. This woman's mental power is absolutely far superior to mine. You are Lin Mo? Her voice is cold as an icy spring, devoid of any fluctuation. Yes, that's me. I nodded. They say you killed the 9-nether-bone bird. Her words carried no question, as if stating a fact. Just lucky, that's all, I replied humbly. Luck? The corners of her mouth lifted slightly into an almost imperceptible smile, tinged with mockery. And finally a secret trump card to completely annihilate the remnant soul of a 6th-tier beast. Such a meticulous, ruthless, and cruel plan. And you call it luck? She knew the details so clearly. My heart's sake. It seemed Zhu Zhenjiang and the others had reported everything truthfully. Understandable facing a federal envoy. It wouldn't dare to hide anything. Honesty is the only wise choice for the weak when facing the strong, she said inferently, her tone filled with confidence and dominance. She took long strides, slowly walking toward me. Each step felt like it was treading on my heart. The icy pressure grew increasingly intense. I felt as if my soul was freezing, stiff and immobile. Quite interesting. She stopped in front of me, looking down at me from above. A boy with crippled legs awakens a top-tier talent, only to be forced by his family to transfer it to his illegitimate brother. First, he instantly killed a 5th-tier Scarlet Flame Earth Dragon, and he schemed to trap the 6th-tier 9-nether-bone bird. Lin Mo, you're hiding too many secrets. Her voice carried a strange power, each word and sentence seemingly interrogating my very soul. I remained silent, knowing that saying more would only bring trouble. You don't need to answer me, she seemed to see through my thoughts, because I will personally uncover all your secrets. She extended her slender, jade-like finger, slowly pointing toward the center of my forehead. A wisp of icy blue chills whirled around her fingertip, freezing the surrounding space wherever it touched. My eyes narrowed sharply. I felt a deadly threat. She intended to use her top-tier talent to invade my mental world. If she succeeded, my prized world-devouring system and top-tier talents would be completely exposed. At that point, I wouldn't even know how I'd die. Stop, I growled lowly. Void Annihilation Flame activated instinctively. Soul-devouring flames erupted from within me, attempting to block her approaching finger, but it was useless. But her icy power, my proudest top-tier talent, was utterly suppressed, unable to exert itself. This was the realm of absolute suppression. Your talent is indeed special. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It seems to possess spatial and soul attributes as well. This is getting more and more interesting. Her finger didn't stop, continuing to press toward my forehead. Cold sweat covered my brow. My mental world trembled violently, as if it could be torn apart by that chill at any moment. Damn it. I'll risk it all. My gaze turned resolute and fierce. Since resistance was futile, I'd gamble on her not having true intent to kill me. I ceased resisting, allowing her icy finger to touch my forehead. She had expected me to give up resisting, just as she was about to reach the core of my mental world, an icy, vast, An otherworldly will awaken from the depths of my soul. Alert! Unknown mental force detected. Activating highest level defense protocol. Counter-invasion initiated. Low-level countermeasure beginning. Her expression changed dramatically. Boom. The mental worlds of both of us erupted in a silent shockwave. She felt her mental power collide with an indestructible wall constructed by laws. A terrifying force beyond comprehension surged back along her mental tendrils in a frenzied counterattack. This force was neither ordinary energy nor spiritual power. It was a higher-level existence laws, the rules of the universe. Ach! She staggered back as if struck by a heavy blow. Lin Mo retreated 3 steps. The blood waned instantly from her stunningly beautiful face, leaving it as pale as paper. This youngest female Major General of the Federation, Deputy Commander of the Judicat Corps, and top-tier powerhouse with SS-level spiritual talent, was actually injured in a spiritual confrontation. Our gaze toward Lin Mo was no longer cold and scrutinizing as before, but filled with unprecedented shock and fear. Even carrying a slight tremor, Lin Mo also felt unbearable pain. Although the system's counterattack had blocked the Womane's Huang's spiritual invasion, his spiritual sea was violently shaken and already severely overgrown. He felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and everything went black. Unable to catch his breath, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face even paler than Womane's Huang's. But he coughed violently, slumping in his wheelchair, looking as if he might die at any moment. I don't know either. Lin Mo's voice was so weak it sounded like a mosquito buzzing. I only know that every time I use power beyond my limits, or when someone tries to probe my soul. This happens. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood, embodying the word weakness to the fullest. His performance had to be convincing. However, not everything he said was false. He had indeed almost fainted just now. Womane's Huang looked at his half-dead state and once again felt the stabbing pain from the depths of her spiritual realm. The shock in her eyes gradually gave way to a trace of understanding. So that's how it is, she marveled irritably. This Lin Mo indeed harbored a great secret. His soul seemed to be protected by an ancient and incredibly powerful restriction. Normally, this restriction remained dormant and unabateable. But once forcibly probed or when he unleashed power beyond his limits, it would automatically activate, releasing a terrifying counterforce. It was precisely because she had triggered this restriction earlier that she was injured. And Lin Mo himself, as the owner of the restriction, also suffered from the backlash, which was why he was vomiting blood and appeared on the verge of death. This also explained why someone at his level, merely in my realm, could unleash the astonishing power to kill a 6D exotic beast. That power wasn't his own but the energy released by the protective restriction deep within his soul. The cost was his life force. Understanding this, Womane's Huang's gaze toward Lin Mo was filled with complex emotions, sympathy, regret, and a faint sense of respect. This was someone severely tested by fate yet still fighting desperately. Every time he unleashed great power, he paid with his own life. He had used his life to save the entire Star City. He was a true hero. I understand now. Womane's Huang took a deep breath, forcibly calming the turbulence in her spiritual sea and regaining her composed demeanor. She retrieved a transparent, crystalline pill emitting a soft glow from her storage space and handed it to Lin Mo. A top-tier healing elixir exclusively supplied by the Federation, specifically for treating spiritual injuries. Take it will help you. Lin Mo stared at the pill, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had heard of the 9-turn soul consolidating pill. It was said that one could sell for tens of millions of star coins on the black market, and even then, it was in short supply. This woman was quite generous. He didn't stand on ceremony, taking the pill and putting it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, transforming into a cool, warm current that flowed into his spiritual sea, quickly repairing the earlier spiritual turbulence. It was indeed a remarkable item. Lin Mo felt much better. Thank you, Special Envoy, he said weakly. No need to thank me, Womane's Huang replied inferiorly. This is what you deserve. She withdrew her icy aura, and the room's temperature gradually returned to normal. I have a basic understanding of your situation now, Womane's Huang said as she walked behind her desk and sat down, resuming her businesslike demeanor. The restriction on your soul is very unique. Until we find a way to break it, I don't recommend you recklessly using that power. It could very well cost you your life. I understand, Lin Mo nodded weakly. The Federation means geniuses like you. But it needs a living genius even more. Owoning's Huan looked at him and continued, so have you decided to recruit you specially? Special recruitment. That's right, Owoning's Huan said, considering your unique situation and immense potential. I am recruiting you into the Federation's first military academy under my authority as the Deputy Commander of the Judy Cadre Corps. You will directly enter the Genius Training Camp, the Federation's first military academy. These 8 words made Lin Mo's heart race. That was a holy land every young martial artist in the Federation dreamed of. Only the rarest top-tier geniuses could enter that place, and the Genius Training Camp was a place reserved for the best of the best. Graduates from there were, at least, future military generals, or even national-level powerhouses. In other words, entering the Genius Training Camp was equivalent to stepping into the core of the Federation's power. What price do I have to pay? I knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Owoning's Huan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What you need to do is survive, and then become stronger. The Federation will invest all its resources to study the restriction in your soul and help you find a way to control the power without suffering backlash. At the same time, you must undergo the most rigorous training to enhance your strength for its limits. Your goal is not to become a small hero of Star City, but the guardian of all humanity. I fell silent. I have one more question. I looked up at Owoning's Huan. Go ahead, with 2 friends. Can Hao Yan and Lei Yu, can they come with me? A trace of surprise flashed in Owoning's Huan's eyes, clearly not expecting me to ask this. The heir of the Qin family and an S-class genius from an ordinary family. She thought for a moment and said, their talents are decent, but not enough to directly enter the Genius Training Camp. However, for your sake, I can give them a chance. They can accompany you as your study companions and first enter the Federation's first military academy. If they perform well within 1 semester and prove their value, I can consider letting them join the training camp as well. I breathed a sigh of relief. Don't thank me. I am just making an investment, Owoning's Huan said inferently. I am betting that your future returns will far exceed this investment. She stood up and walked to the window. Go back and rest well. A special aircraft will come to pick you up. By the way, your talent is indeed very special. But due to atomic conflicts, your power is very unstable. This explanation not only accounts for your strength, but also conceals the secret of your soul and ensures the Federation's high-level attention on you. From today onwards, you are a strategically protected genius of a Federation. I hope you won't disappoint me. After she finished speaking, she didn't even turn her head, as if I had already disappeared from her world. I knew this was her way of dismissing me. I turned my wheelchair and silently left the room. The door closed soundlessly. Outside the door, Zhu Zhenjiang and Wang Tai's Han were waiting anxiously for me. As soon as they saw me, they immediately surrounded me. Lin Mo, how are you? That special envoy didn't he give you a hard time? Did she? Zhu Zhenjiang's voice was filled with concern. Wang Tai's Han was even more direct, his eyes constantly glancing toward the door. I cooperated by coughing violently, my face pale as paper, as if I could collapse with a gust of wind. I waved my hand. I am fine, just a bit exhausted. My appearance made both of their hearts tighten. Quick, let me push you. Zhu Zhenjiang, without hesitation, carefully pushed my wheelchair. A general at the Huagang level, at this moment, acted like a caregiver, his movements gentle. Afraid of jostling me, Wang Tai's Han, standing nearby, wanted to ask something, or was afraid of disturbing me. His face turning red from holding back. General Zhu, Captain Wayne, don't worry, I said weakly. Special Envoy Luo didn't make things difficult for me. And what did she want from you? Zhu Zhenjiang couldn't help but ask. She recruited me, and dropped this bombshell. The 2 were stunned. Recruited. Logically, with the strength I had displayed, it was normal for the military to want to recruit me, but for her to personally step in was unprecedented. Yes, I nodded and added, to the Federation's first military academy, directly into the Genius Training Camp. What? The 2 shouted in unison. A Genius Training Camp was the pinnacle of the Federation, a sacred place for cultivating prodigies and eccentrics. Graduates from there could at least directly ascend to the rank of Major General, and some could even become key figures, influencing the entire Federation structure. In the 100-year history of Star City, no one had ever qualified to enter there. Why? Zhu Zhenjiang stammered, unable to fathom what extraordinary talent I possessed to deserve such treatment. I smiled bitterly and slowly recounted the story Owoning's Huan had prepared for me. Special Envoy Wo said my talent might not be an ordinary SS level. She said that deep within my soul, there might be the SS level talents hidden to SS level. Wai Tai's Han was utterly confused. He had lived half his life and had never heard of such a combination. Yes, I nodded with difficulty, playing along, but because the attributes of these two talents conflict, they cannot perfectly merge, causing my power to be extremely unstable. Every time I use that power, it's like the gods fighting inside me, so I end up overexerting my life force, leaving me half dead like this. The power I used to slay the alien beast wasn't even my own. It was the fortitude and power that erupted in an instant due to the conflict between the two talents. This explanation was like deafening thunder, stirring up a storm in Jews, in John and Wayne Tai's Han's minds. The two stood frozen, their expressions shifting from shock to extreme astonishment and deep sympathy. So that's how it was. No wonder he could unleash such incredible power to slay a 60 alien beast despite being only at the top of my level. As if on the brink of death, after every battle, dual less S-level talent fusion potential, talent conflict, forbidden power, gambling with life. These keywords perfectly explain all the mysteries and contradictions surrounding Lin Mo. He was a peerless genius, both blessed and tormented by the heavens. Every time he grew stronger, he was gambling with his own life. Understanding all this, Zhu Zhenjiang and Wayne Tai's Han looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of admiration, regret, and reverence. He was not just a genius but a hero who used his life to protect our city. I understand. Zhu Zhenjiang took a deep breath, his hands pushing the wheelchair more steadily. Lin Mo, rest assured, we will keep your situation strictly confidential. From today on, you are Star City's highest level protected individual. Exactly. Wei Tai's Han nodded seriously. It not only concealed this secret but also garnered sympathy and allowed him to naturally hide the truth about the system. Absolutely perfect. When Lin Mo and the other to return to the temporary settlement, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were anxiously waiting at the door. Seeing Lin Mo's pale face and his frail state as if he could collapse at any moment, the two immediately exploded. Lin Mo. Lei Yu rushed over, her face unable to hide her anger. Was it that cold-faced woman? Did she bully you? Tell me now. I'm going to smash her cum and sit her right now. She waved her fist, the powerful aura of the Titan battle form uncontrollably emanating, looking ready to risk everything for her friend. Don't be impulsive, Lei Yu. Qin Hao Yan grabbed her, his expression heavy. He looked at Lin Mo, his eyes full of concern. Lin Mo, what's going on with you? Cough cough, I'm fine. Lin Mo weakly smiled, signaling everyone to calm down. Envoy Wo didn't trouble me. Instead, she gave me a great gift. He slowly said, I was specially recruited into the Federation's first military academy's Genius Train Camp. Lei Yu's big, watery eyes widened. What kind of place is that? It sounds amazing. Can we go to? She was always straightforward, her concerns simple and clear. As the heir of the powerful Qin family, Qin Hao Yan was even more shocked than Lei Yu. He knew better than anyone the weight of the Genius Training Camp in the Federation. It was the center of power, a holy land where the strong gathered. A place countless geniuses would do anything to enter. He looked at Lin Mo, his gaze indescribably complex shock, envy, jealousy, and genuine admiration. This guy always managed to create unparalleled miracles. What did she specially recruit you? Hao Yan suppressed the waves in his heart and asked calmly. Because of my talent. Lin Mo looked at his two best friends and repeated the official explanation. To a less level talent fusion potential. Talent conflict. Burning life. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were completely dumbfounded. This explanation was more reasonable than any fortuitous encounter of secret identity. It perfectly connected all of Lin Mo's unusual behaviors from his rapid rise after the talent exchange, to defeating enemies across levels in seconds, to his extreme weakness after battles. Everything now had an answer. So, that's how it is, Qin Hao Yan murmured, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had always thought Lin Mo's advantages came from luck or some fortuitous encounter, and he had hoped to catch up. But now he understood that Lin Mo was walking a dangerous path, training his life for progress. Every step was like dancing with death. The seemingly calm young man was carrying far more than anyone could imagine. A reckless lunatic. Qin Hao Yan's eyes read in slightly, turning his head to cover his inner shock with sharp words. Lei Yu, on the other hand, had no such complicated thoughts. Her eyes were already brimming with tears, blurry and unclear. Lin Mo, don't push yourself so hard anymore, she cried, her voice choked. If you die, who will fight with me? Who will be my commander? Seeing the two of them so emotionally sincere, Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. To have acted this far, it was worth it. Don't worry. I won't die, he said with a smile. Besides, I got you both a chance. Mo agreed. He can join as accompanying students and enter the Federation's first military academy with me. Although it's just as accompanying students, as long as you perform well, you still have a chance to enter the genius training camp. Accompanying students? Lei Yu's eyes lit up, her sadness instantly forgotten. No problem. As long as I can go with you and fight stronger beasts, I'll do anything. Qin Haoyan fell silent after hearing. For the young master of the Qin family, the term accompanying student was hard to swallow. But he understood that this was an opportunity Lin Mo had risked his life to secure, a threshold they couldn't yet reach with their current talents. He looked up, his gaze firm as he stared at Lin Mo. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Qin Haoyan, don't need to rely on anyone. I'll make a name for myself in the genius training camp. Lin Mo smiled. This was the Qin Haoyan he knew, proud and confident, and never one to admit defeat. All right. He extended his fist. Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance and also extended their fist. The three fists collided heavily. 1 week from now, the special aircraft will come to pick us up, just as the three were excitedly anticipating the moon journey. A young communications soldier burst in, so thrilled that he didn't even knock. General Zhu. What is the matter, rushing in like this? Wang Tai's Han frowned and barked. The soldier quickly stood at attention and saluted, unable to hide his excitement. Reporting, General. The announcement from Envoy Wo has been released. He handed over a military data pad. Zhu Zhenjiang took it, his gaze falling on the screen. The bold red headline was Striking Federation Hero Decreased, Our City Defense Battle Highest Commendation Announcement. Beneath the headline, the first name listed was Lin Mo. The announcement was brief yet shocking, awarding Star City cities on Lin Mo the Federation's highest honor, the Purple Bohemia Star Medal, in recognition of his significant contributions during the Star City defense battle. He single-handedly designed traps, killed the 6th-tier beast 9 Netherbone Bird, instantly defeated the 5th-tier beast Crimson Earth Dragon, and saved millions of city residents. Approved by the Federation's Supreme Council, and personally assessed and confirmed by Major General Wan Ingzwang, Deputy Commander of the Judicat or Corps. Lin Mo possesses the rare potential for a less level talent fusion. His power is immense yet unstable, with each outburst coming at the cost of his life. His self-sacrificing righteousness and courage to protect lands make him a role model for all of us and a true human hero. To safeguard such an important strategic level talent, the Federation has decided to immediately classify Lin Mo as a top-level protected individual, and especially admitted him at the Federation's first military academy's Genius Training Camp, dedicating all resources to help him master his talents and become humanity's future guardian. The military provided blurry combat footage. In the footage, a boy in a wheelchair faced the raging beast tied with a calm expression. With a wave of his hand, purple flames incinerated everything. With another gesture, a black vortex devoured the enemies. Despite his broken body, he faced a mountain-sized 5th-tier giant beast alone and killed it in one strike. He orchestrated the detonation of the skyscrapers, burying his 6th-tier Doomsday Bone Burn under the rubble. VIP Lounge of Star City's first refuge. Lin Zhenbang held a glass of fine red wine, listening to the flattery of several small family heads, his face beaming with joy. With the beast tied over, good days for the Lin family were just around the corner. Patriarch, young Master Qian Yu, is now an S-level talent. The Lin family is bound to become Star City's top family in the future. Yes, please take care of us when the time comes, Patriarch Lin. Lin Zhenbang basked in the compliments, feeling elated. He took a sip of red wine, as if already envisioning late Yan Yu leading the Lin family to glory. At that moment, the massive public screen in the lounge was suddenly taken over by the Federation's official channel. The Striking Hero Commendation announcement appeared on the screen. Look, it is a Federation announcement. The wheelchair war god, officially recognized. Oh my god. To a less level talent fusion potential? I've never even heard of that. What does it mean? Is he even human? Amazing. Yes, the guardian god of our Star City. The entire lounge erupted in excitement. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and admiration. Lin Zhenbang's smile froze completely the moment he saw the name Lin Mo on the screen. The wine glass in his hand silently slipped and shattered on the ground with a crash, the red wine spilling like blood across the floor. No, impossible, his lips trembled uncontrollably, his eyes full of disbelief. The son he had always regarded as useless, the one he had forced to give up his talent, had actually become the hero who saved all of Star City. A strategic-level genius with the legendary dual-level talent fusion potential. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. His entire body spun as if the world was collapsing around him. Regret, endless regret gnawed at his heart like venomous insects. What had he lost? He had lost the future guardian god that should have belonged to the Lin family. He personally pushed the genius son who could have led the Lin family to dominate the Federation to the opposing side. Husband, what's wrong? Liu Yuru was stunned by the sudden turn of events and quickly supported the staggering Lin Zhenbang. This is absolutely fake. A sharp roar came from the corner. Lin Yanyu's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at the familiar figure on the screen, screaming hysterically. He's a cripple, a useless cripple with disabled legs. I clearly took his S-level talents. How could he possibly be this strong? He couldn't accept any of it. The person he had always trampled on, bullied, and looked down upon had suddenly become the center of attention. A hero valued by the Federation's high command. Meanwhile, he, with the halo of an S-level talent, had only known to run away in the face of real danger like a coward. The enormous gap and endless jealousy drove him completely insane. The military must have fabricated this to boost morale. He shouted like a madman in a lounge, tried to convince others and force himself to believe it was an illusion. Those who had been flattering him now distanced themselves as if avoiding a plague. Their gazes were filled with ridicule and pity. Young Master Yan, you must have been deeply shaken. Heh, what is young Master Yan you anyway? Just a fake genius living off stolen talent, compared to a real hero. He's worlds apart. What a pity. We thought the Lin family had hope, but they ended up throwing away their greatest treasure with their own hands. Not just throwing it away, I think they've made a mortal enemy. Didn't you see the announcement online? Lin Mo has already severed ties with the Lin family. TSK, the Lin family head's move was a colossal loss. Lin Zhenbang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face dark and stormy as if it could drip water. He stared intently at the heroic son on the screen, his emotions a tangled mess. He thought back to 10 years ago, to that deceased woman, Lin Mo's mother, Su Wan, who had held his hand with her last ounce of strafe and said her final words, Zhenbang, take good care of Moer. He will be your greatest pride in this lifetime. He had dismissed it as the ramblings of a dying woman, but now it seemed that she had seen through everything long ago. He had personally turned that pride into his greatest regret. No, it's not over yet. A flicker of desperate struggle appeared in Lin Zhenbang's eyes. His blood flows in my veins. He is my son, Lin Zhenbang's son, if I go and beg him. And in my mistakes, he will surely forgive me. He clung to this last shred of hope. That's right. Blood is thicker than water. He can't be that heartless. As long as we lower our stance, he will definitely come around. Liu Yuru also latched onto this hope, quickly chiming in. She knew very well that if Lin Mo rose to power, the first person he would settle accounts with would be her, the cruel stepmother. That absolutely could not happen. We'll go find him right now. Lin Zhenbang didn't hesitate, dragging the still frenzied Lin Yanyu as he prepared to leave. But after just 2 steps, they were blocked by several soldiers in black combat uniforms, exuding an intimidating aura. Leading him was none other than Wang Tai's Han. He looked coldly at Lin Zhenbang, his face devoid of any emotion. Where are you planning to go? Wang Tai's Han's voice was full of mockery. Commander Wang? Lin Zhenbang froze, quickly forcing a smile. I am going to find my son, Lin Mo. There are some misunderstandings between us that need to be cleared up. Your son? Wang Tai's Han sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Family head Lin, have you forgotten? Just a few hours ago, in the citywide announcement, Lin Mo personally declared that he has severed all ties with the Lin family. From now on, he is merely a strategic-level genius of the Federation and has nothing to do with you, Lin Zhenbang. You. Lin Zhenbang was rendered speechless, his face turning bright red. Wang Tai's Han took a step forward, his soldiers unyielding or firmly suppressing Lin Zhenbang. Special Envoy Lo has already ordered that before Lin Mo departs for the Federation's first military academy, no one is to disturb him for any reason. Anyone who disobeys will be charged with endangering the safety of the Federation's strategic talents. Are you placing me under house arrest? Lin Zhenbang was both shocked and furious. Wang Tai's Han sneered. House arrest? You're overthinking it. We just don't want those who don't know their place to disturb a hero's recovery. And several soldiers immediately stepped forward, escorting Lin Zhenbang and his family to a corner of the rest area, as if they were prisoners. The surrounding guests, witnessing this scene, all revealed schadenfreude-filled smiles. The once high and mighty head of the Lin family had now become a troublemaker everyone avoided. The wheel of fortune had turned, evoking both envy and amusement. Lin Zhenbang slumped into a chair, his face ashen. He knew it was over. Wang Tai's Han's attitude had made it clear that the military supported Lin Mao. And he, the father who had personally abandoned his own son, had become the laughingstock of Star City. He was finished. The Lin family was finished too. Meanwhile, on the other side of Star City, in the headquarters of a Qin group, Qin Haoyan's father, Qin Group Chairman Qin Gai, stared at Lin Mo's announcement on the screen in silence for a long time. Their faces filled with shock. Chairman, is this Lin Mo the legitimate son of Band and by the Lin family? One vice president cautiously asked. Yes, Qin Gai nodded, his gaze profound. Who would have thought that the fool Lin Zhenbang would personally discard a true dragon as if it were a lurch? He sighed, his tone carrying both regret and relief. Fortunately, Haoyan has a much better eye for people. Thinking in how his son had stood up to the Lin family for Lin Mo, he had thought at the time that his son was being impulsive. Now it seemed like the best decision he had ever made in his life, reeling my orders. Qin Gai stood up, his voice steady and powerful. First, immediately terminate all cooperation with the Lin family and completely suppress their industries in Star City. I want the Lin family to disappear within 3 days. Second, mobilize all the group's resources and spare no expense to win over Lin Mo. The Qin family will fully support him. Third, inform Haoyan to put aside his pride and fully assist Lin Mo at the Federation's first military academy. Lin Mo's matters are the most important matters for the Qin family. Understood, Chairman. The executives responded in unison, their hearts surging with emotion. They knew these 3 orders would completely reshape the landscape of Star City. And all of this was because of that boy in the wheelchair. Qin Gai walked to the window, gazing at the sky revitalizing Star City, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. A strategic-level genius personally recognized by the Ice Phoenix of the Judgment Corps. And this era is truly fascinating. Lin Mo, the Qin family will bet on you. It passed in the blink of an eye. For the entire Star City, it was a week of rising from the brink of despair. Countless citizens, under the organization of the military, cleared the ruins and rebuilt their homes. For Lin Mo, however, it was a rare period of peaceful growth. In the military's special care ward, Lin Mo lay leisurely on the bed, scrolling through his phone while feeling the rapid growth of power within him. The effects of the 9-turn-9 condensing pill he had received from Lone Ing's Huang exceeded expectations. The system panel underwent a massive change. Host Lin Mo realm early stage of Tom my realm attribute strength. 600 speed, 600 defense, 620,000 mental power, 150-48,000 energy value, 1,040,000 talent ability, SS level void scorching flames system points. 401,500 points, 400,000 points. Lin Mo looked at the number, feeling for the first time the troubles of the wealthy. How should he spend his fortune? Should he continue to enhance his mental power, making his perception and talent power overwhelming, or strengthen his physical body to make up for the shortcomings in defense, the flaws in energy control, or simply spend $1 million to directly break through to the legendary SS level talent? SSS level is too far out of reach. Lin Mo quickly dismissed this seemingly wonderful but highly unlikely idea. 2 million points, he couldn't even gather half of that now, and thinking about it was just self-torture. The most important thing, right now, is to improve my self-preservation ability. Lin Mo was well aware that his next destination was the Federation's first military academy, a place steaming with experts. Everyone who got in there was either from a powerful background or a prodigy with immense strength. Although he bore the title of a strategic-level genius, his foundation was still unstable. Moreover, due to talent conflicts, he was like a glass cannon that could shatter at any moment. In such a situation, the more conspicuous he was, the easier it would be to become a target. He had to find a way to make himself more resilient. System at ports, Lin Mo gave the command without hesitation. Consume 100,000 points to enhance defense attributes. Ding, consumed 100. 0 points, defense 100,000 boom. A heavy, not my force immediately surged into every inch of his muscles and bones, as if his entire body had been crazily reinforced. His bones became denser than the hardest alloy, his muscles brimmed with explosive power, and even his skin emitted a faint glow. He felt that now, even taking a hit from a fourth-tier, exotic beast would feel like a mere scratch. Host. Linmo Realm Early Stage of Tom My Realm Attributes. Strength 600, Speed 600, Defense 600, 120,000 Mental Power 150, 48,000 Energy Value 1,000, 40,000 System Points 300, 1,000 500, 120,000 Defense Bonus. Lin Mo clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented sense of security, and nodded in satisfaction. He finally had some confidence in his ability to protect himself. As for the remaining 300,000 points, he decided not to use them for now. He wanted to keep them as a backup for emergencies. At that moment, the door of the hospital room was pushed open. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu walked in. After a week of recovery, their complexions had significantly improved, their injuries were almost healed, and their strength was even on the verge of breaking through into the mid-stage of the Tom My realm. Lin Mo, you really just lay here for a whole week without moving? Lei joked as soon as she entered. I thought you might have already snuck out and taken down a few 60 exotic beasts while you were at it. Qin Hao Yan, on the other hand, carefully examined Lin Mo, frowning. Her complexion still doesn't look great. In the 9-turn concentration pill work, you work for Lin Mo smiled. But my problem is deeply rooted. Pills can only alleviate it, not cure it. He deliberately maintained a weak appearance. After all, the real show was just beginning, and he couldn't reveal his hand too early. I knew it. Qin Hao Yan took out a pile of precious bottles and jars for his storage ring and placed them on Lin Mo's bedside table. These are all top-tier healing elixirs and energy-replenishing pills from the Qin family's collection. Things like the Millennium Blood Ginseng Pill and the Purple Gold Life Extending Pill. I don't even know what they all are. My dad told me to give them all to you. He turned his head away, looking reluctant. He said you absolutely can't die. If you die, the money he invested will go down the drain. Lin Mo looked at the mountain of treasures, each bottle worth a fortune, and couldn't help but smile. Qin Hao Yan was still as arrogant as ever. Thank Chairman Qin for me, he said bluntly, storing all the top-tier elixirs into his system space. Even small gains mattered, and such treasures were not to be missed. By the way, Qin Hao Yan suddenly remembered, have you heard about the Lin family? The Lin family? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, just a day after the announcement, Qin Hao Yan said with a schadenfreude tone, the Qin family announced the complete termination of all cooperation with the Lin family. Immediately after, over a dozen families and businesses in the city with good relations with the Qin family also issued statements cutting ties with the Lin family. The Lin family stock price plummeted and was suspended that very day, and all their industries faced unprecedented suppression. Lei Yu's eyes lit up as she excitedly added, my dad said that someone on the Star City black market has already offered a sky-high bounty for the Lins Nbang and Linting you. They say that if it weren't for that old fool Lins Nbang driving you away and making you lose heart, so many people in Star City wouldn't have died. Now the Lin family has become a rat that everyone wants to beat. It was said that Lin Nbang, the old man, had turned white-haired overnight and now stayed cooped up at home, not daring to step outside. Qin Hao Yan shrugged, his voice cold. My dad said, within 3 days, we must make the Lin family completely disappear from Star City. At this rate, it seems it can be done within 3 days. Listening to their plans, Lin Mo's face remained expressionless. He had long foreseen the Lin family's downfall. In this world, the strong survive while the weak are crushed. No one shows mercy. Back then, Lin Nbang had abandoned him without hesitation for profit, and now others would trample the Lin family just as ruthlessly. He felt no sympathy, even thinking it wasn't enough. Physical destruction was nothing. The most brutal punishment was mental torment. He wanted Lin Nbang and Late Yan Yu to spend the rest of their lives in endless regret and despair that would be the most satisfying revenge. By the way, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Hao Yan, has Late Yan Yu caused any trouble recently? Trouble? How would he dare? Qin Hao Yan sneered. He doesn't even dare to step outside now. That so-called desk-grade talent of his has long become the laughingstock of all Star City. Oh, Lin Mo's interest was piqued. A few days ago, some small families who didn't believe the rumors tried to recruit him. But when they tested his strafe, they found out that his S-grade talent was just for show. Its power isn't even as good as an ordinary A-grade, and it consumes a huge amount of energy. After using it twice, he collapses. Now everyone knows that his so-called S-grade talent is just an empty shell, with most of the S-grade descents disappearing, leaving only a trace for him to inherit. So while he carries the title of S-grade, his actual combat power is only B-grade. He's become a complete waste. Hilarious. He thought he could gain a huge advantage, but instead, he lost everything. Lei laughed so hard, she was doubled over, tears streaming down her face. Lin Mo's lips curved slightly upward. It seemed the pseudo-S-grade talent provided by the system was working perfectly. Not only had it fooled everyone, but it had also nailed Lit Yanyu to the pillar of shame, ensuring he could never recover. Lin Mo was very satisfied with this outcome. Enough of this depressing taunt. Lin Mo waved his hand. We're setting off tomorrow. Are you all ready? Lei patted her chest, brimming with confidence. I can't wait. The Federation's first military academy. The Genius Training Camp. Just hearing the name gets my blood boiling. I'm going to defeat every so-called genius who dares to challenge me. Then Yana just at his collar, revealing a confident smile. I don't need to prepare anything. Just bringing my sword and myself is enough. He looked firmly at Lin Mo's self. Don't worry, even though I entered as an accompanying student, I can help Yan. Will never let you lose face. I'll use my strength to show everyone that I'm who I am, and no one can bind me. Very good. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. He was looking forward to seeing how dazzling the talents of these three extraordinary companions would shine on this larger stage. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open again. Zhu Zhenjiang and Wang Taizhan walked in together, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. It seems everything is almost ready, Zhu Zhenjiang said with satisfaction as he looked at the three energetic individuals in the room. General Zhu, Commander Wang, the three immediately stood up and saluted. No need for formalities. Zhu Zhenjiang waved his hand, walked to Lin Mo's bedside, and handed him a delicate black box. This is a gift specially prepared for you by the federal headquarters. Lin Mo took the box with a puzzled expression. When he opened it, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Inside the box lay a pitch-black ring engraved with intricate spatial runes. This is a spatial ring? That's right, Zhu Zhenjiang nodded with a smile. And it's the highest grade void walker ring. The internal space is as large as a football field and comes with space stabilization and aura shielding functions. This is the standard equipment for strategic level geniuses of the Federation. Carrying items will be much more convenient for you in the future. Lin Mo was delighted. This was a treasure. He would have the perfect cover when retrieving items from the system space in the future. Thank you, General. He put on the wing. Additionally, Zhu Zhenjiang took out the slightly smaller boxes and handed them to Qin Hao Yuan and Lei Yu. These are for you. Although not as advanced as Lin Mo's, they are also premium items provided by the military, with an internal space of 10 cubic meters enough for your needs. I have a spatial ring too. Lei Yu exclaimed in surprise, eagerly taking the box and holding it as if she couldn't bear to let go. Qin Hao Yuan didn't say much, but the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. All right, everything is in place. Zhu Zhenjiang clapped his hands. Rest well today and recharge your energy. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the Federation's special aircraft will be waiting for you at the military airport in the eastern part of the city. You are the pride of Star City. He looked at the three of them with anticipation. Don't let us down. General. The three responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful. The sunlight outside the window was just right. A new journey was about to begin. The storm that belonged to them was already brewing, and they would face it head-on, navigating through the waves, and shaking the entire Federation structure. A morning sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, shining down on the city, and unendured hardships have risen again. Silver-white aircraft with futuristic lines quietly rested beside the tarmac. On its body, the Federation's star emblem, the ice phoenix totem of the Judy cat, or core gleamed in the morning light, exuding an extraordinary presence. The highest-level security perimeter had been set up around the airport. Squads of fully armed elite soldiers stood guard solemnly, ensuring that no unauthorized personnel could approach. Today marked the critical moment when the heroes of Star City would set off for the Federation's center of power. I sat in a military wheelchair, pushed by Qin Hao Yuan, while Lei Yu, like a curious child, looked around at everything with wide eyes. Behind us, Zhu Zhenjiang and Wang Taizhan personally came to see us off. Be careful when you get there, Zhu Zhenjiang said, patting my shoulder with heartfelt concern. The Federation's first military academy is full of talent. Although you are gifted, your foundation is still not solid. Don't act impulsively, learn to conceal your strength. I understand. I nodded, knowing full well that keeping a low profile was my forte. Zhu Zhenjiang then turned to Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu, speaking in a serious tone. The two of you are accompanying students. Support each other and don't cause trouble for Lin Mo. Lei Yu patted her chest and promised. Got it? General, don't worry. But her constantly darting eyes revealed her true intentions. She absolutely wouldn't behave. Qin Haoyan nodded seriously. Rest assured, General, we will take good care of him. Wang Taizhan stepped forward and handed me a data disk. Lin Mo, this contains the intelligence I've compiled on the Federation's first military academy, including the distribution of major forces, key instructors and student lists, as well as the rules of the Genius Training Camp. It might be helpful to you. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Warmth filled my heart as I accepted it, silently noting this kindness. Zhu Zhenjiang glanced at the time and said, It's about time to board. A female captain in a crisp, white uniform, exuding a heroic aura, slowly descended from the private jet and saluted everyone with standard military gesture. Under the orders of Major General Wan Wang, I'm here to escort Lin Mo and his companions to the Federation's first military academy. Her voice was clear and firm. General Zhu returned the salute. The female captain approached me, her gaze carrying a hint of respect and curiosity. Please board the plane. The private jet's cabin were slowly opened, and the automatic boarding ladder extended steadily to the front of my wheelchair. General Zhu, Uncle Wang, I waved to them. Take care. Safe travels. Both of their eyes were moist. They knew that from this moment on, we three fledgling eagles were about to soar into a broader sky. Star City would also leave a bold and colorful mark in the Federation because of us. Inside the private jet, it was far more luxurious than I had imagined. Soft carpets, leather sofas, private rest areas, and even a small bar. This is way too luxurious. Lei Yu, like a country girl suddenly stepping into a wealthy mansion, touched everything. Her eyes full of delight. So this is the treatment for the Federation's top geniuses. Amazing. Qin Haoyan appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes couldn't hide his surprise. Even with the Qin family's wealth, flying on a private jet wasn't something they could do at will. I found a seat by the window and quietly gazed outside. The private jet slowly ascended, piercing through the clouds. Star City grew smaller and smaller, a city that had accompanied me for 18 years. Filled with humiliation and hatred, but also moments of passion and protection, gradually faded into the distance. Goodbye, Star City, I silently whispered in my heart. Lei Yu leaned over, smiling brightly, and asked, Lin Mo, what are you thinking about? Thinking about what to eat for the first meal at the academy. I replied casually. What to eat? Lei Yu immediately perked up. I heard the cafeteria at the Federation's first military academy has over 100 food stalls, featuring cuisines from all over the country. Seafood from Al country, barbecue from Beta country. I have to try them all. Qin Haoyan shook his head helplessly from his side. Is there anything in your head besides food and fighting? Of course, Lei Yu said confidently, there's also Lin Mo. Both Qin Haoyan and I were speechless. Just then, while the argument was still on during, the female captain approached with 3 drinks in hand. Here are specially formulated nutrient drinks to help alleviate the fatigue of long-distance travel, she said, placing the drinks on the table. She then looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, Lin Mo, I have a message from Major General Wo for you. Lin Mo looked up. What is it? The female captain's voice rang out clearly, and Genius Training Camp only accepts true elites. It has not taken those who rely on pity or sympathy from others. Her gaze was firm. She hopes you won't let her down, and more importantly, don't let yourself down. With that, the female captain turned and left without looking back, leaving behind a decisive figure. The cabin fell silent. The smile on Lei Yu's face disappeared, replaced by a rare seriousness. A thoughtful light flickered in Qin Haoyan's eyes. They both understood the meaning behind Wan Wang's words. It was both a reprimand and encouragement. Lin Mo's could only protect them temporarily. If they couldn't prove their own worth, they could be eliminated at any time. Lei Yu broke the silence, clenched her fist, and flames ignited in her eyes. And PH. Who looks down on him? What's so great about the Genius Training Camp? When I get there, the first thing I'll do is challenge the strongest person to show them that I, Lei Yu, am not to be trifled with. Qin Haoyan sneered coldly. Idiot. Lei Yu glared at him. Almost jumping up, I said, "You're the idiot. I'm talking about you." Ken Hao Yan glanced at her inferiorly, wanting to challenge others without understanding the situation. What else could that be but idiocy? Alone In's Way's meaning is clear. But to truly establish ourselves in a place like that, we ultimately have to rely on our own strength. Right now, it's intact on impulse. The real priority is to quickly improve our abilities and stand out within a semester. After more than 10 hours of high-speed flight, the private jet finally began to descend slowly. The view outside the window transformed from an endless sea of clouds into a magnificent futuristic city. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky, countless floating vehicles zipped through the air, leaving trails of dazzling light. Silver magnetic levitation trains roared like dragons along crisscrossing tracks. This was the capital of the Federation, the heart of Blue Star Civilization's central holy city. Lei pressed against the window, her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with awe. This is Central Holy City. It's so much more prosperous than our Star City. Ken Hao Yan's heart surged with excitement. Although he came from a wealthy family and was familiar with the Central Holy City for movie footage, the shock of seeing it in person was incomparable to any image. The center of power, the stage every martial artist dreamed of. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. He sensed an unusually dense and pure energy permeating the air above the city. Treading here for one day would be equivalent to 10 days of progress in Star City. Indeed, this was the heart of the Federation. The private jet did not land at the city airport but flew directly to the outskirts. A vast area surrounded by mountains. This was the Federation's first military academy. The campus resembled an independent military fortress, towering walls, tightly guarded posts, rune cannons, and energy shields everywhere exuded an intimidating aura. As the cabin door opened, a rush of fresh air filled with overwhelming energy greeted them. A burly middle-aged man in a black instructor's uniform was already waiting. His temples bulging, exuding a fierce aura like a wild beast. Lin Mo's universal perception scanned him, and his heart tightened. A master of the key transformation realm. Using a key transformation realm expert as the instructor for new students, the grandeur of the Federation's first military academy was truly awe-inspiring. "You must be the student specially recruited by Major General Well?" The middle-aged instructor's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, piercingly intense. The oppressive feeling as he scanned the three of them made Lei Yu and Ken Hao Yan struggle to breathe. "I am the chief instructor of the Penis training camp. Longzon. You can call me Instructor Long." His voice was like a resounding bell, carrying a metallic weight. Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu stood at attention and saluted, reporting to Instructor Long. "I am Ken Hao Yan." "I am Lei Yu." Longzon nodded, his gaze finally landing on Lin Mo in the wheelchair, his brows furrowing slightly. "You must be Lin Mo." "Yes, Instructor," Lin Mo replied calmly. Longzon stared at him for over 10 seconds before speaking slowly, his voice carrying undisguised skepticism. "I don't care if you're a strategic level genius or whoever you are. In my genius training camp, there are no useless people, no connections, and certainly no cripples. If you want to stay here, prove yourself with your strength. If you can't cut it, pack your things and get out." His words were blunt and carried a strong sense of oppression. Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu's expressions immediately changed. "What do you mean?" Lei Yu was furious. A mountain-breaking hammer slamming heavily onto the ground. "Lin Mo is the hero who saved Star City, personally commended by the Federation. What gives you the right to say that about him?" Longzon let out a cold laugh, and a powerful aura erupted instantly, pressing down on Lei Yu like a mountain. Feeling as if her chest had been struck by a giant hammer, she staggered back 3 steps, her face turning pale. Longzon responded coldly, "Because I am a master here. On my turf, others must follow my orders. The pride and achievements from your little corner of the world mean nothing here." Lei Yu trembled with anger, preparing to activate Titan Battle Form for a full-force counterattack. "Lei Yu, stand down." Lin Mo's calm voice rang out. He gently patted Lei Yu's arm, signaling her to stay calm. Then, he slowly turned his wheelchair, moving in front of Longzon, and looked up directly into those oppressive eyes. "Coach Long, you're right." Lin Mo showed no trace of anger, instead revealing a faint smile. "In the world of the strong, strength speaks for itself." A hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had expected this so-called hero of a boy to react with anger or defiance like the others. Yet, Lin Mo had accepted the challenge so calmly. Not bad, but that's all there is to it. In Longzon's eyes, a disabled person who couldn't even stand. no matter how talented, have limited potential for the future. Longzon withdrew his aura, snorted coldly, and turned his stride toward the training camp. From today onward, you will undergo the Federation's strictest and most brutal training. Your identity, background, and past achievements mean nothing. The only things you can rely on are your strength and your points. Points? Hao Yan keenly caught this key term. That's right, points, Longzon said without turning his head. In the genius training camp, points are everything. Food, lodging, training resources, martial arts techniques, everything, even your freedom, must be exchanged for points. No points? Then you won't even have food to eat. You'll live in the worst dorms and use the worst equipment. How do we earn points? There's only one way. Complete tasks, or challenges. Challenges? Lei Yu's eyes sparkled. That's right. A cruel smile appeared on Longzon's lips. Every trainee has a ranking. If you want to challenge someone rank higher than you and win, you can take half of their points in their ranking. And if we lose, what happens then? Then your points are reset to 0. If for the next week, you must serve as the other person's servant. This brutal rule made Hao Yan and Lei Yu gasped. This wasn't just training, he was a ruthless jungle law. It forced everyone to push themselves to the limit and grow stronger at frenzied pace. Longzon stopped in his tracks, turned back, and looked at them coldly, as if staring at 3 lambs awaiting slaughter. You are newcomers. Your initial rankings are the last 3, and your starting points are 0. 0 points. That meant they were at the very bottom of the training camp from the start. No resources, no techniques, not even basic living necessities. They would have to fight for everything themselves. The only way to survive was to challenge others and seize their points. But they were newcomers, completely clueless. Meanwhile, the senior trainees were the top elites selected from military districts and factions across the Federation. Sending in experienced rookies to challenge these veterans was no different from sending them to their deaths. This is too unfair, Lei Yu shouted angrily. Unfair. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. There's no such thing as fairness. This is already the greatest privilege that Wu Shao managed to secure for you. If you can't even face this level of challenge, it only proves that you're useless and unworthy of staying here. Longzon's words were cold, but left no illusions about reality. I took a deep breath, forcing down the anger and unwillingness in my heart. I knew Longzon was right. The fact that we can't it was a privilege in itself. Now it has time to prove the value of this privilege through our actions. I understand, instructor, I said firmly and steadily. Good, Longzon nodded in approval. I like that you have backbone. Then, he led us through a futuristic area of buildings to a dormitory that looked ordinary, even a bit rundown. This is your dormitory, Longzon pointed at the building. His tone indifferent. Your points are 0, so you can only stay here. Dormitory F zone, the worst area in the training camp. When you've accumulated enough points, you can apply to move to a better dormitory zone. With that, he tossed us 3 electronic room cards. The room numbers are on the cards. Settle in first, and head to the mission hall. Maybe even earn your first points from those trash missions no one else wants to take. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Imaki 3's 0 point newcomers. After speaking, he walked away without looking back, leaving us standing there, exchanging glances. This guy really looks down on us. Lei Yu stomped her foot in anger. No, he doesn't look down on us, I said. Watching Longzon leave, my gaze heavy. He looks down on everyone who got in through connections. He is using this method to force us to prove ourselves. Lin Mo said nothing, quietly turning his wheelchair toward the run-down dormitory. His face was calm, but there was an excitement in his eyes that no one else could see. A point system, challenges. This place was even more intriguing than he had imagined. As Longzon had said, the conditions here were unbelievably poor. And there was a faint, musty smell in the air. The stark contrast to the luxurious private jet we had just taken was glaring. Do people even live here? Lei Yu angrily kicked open the door, complaining as she looked at the pitifully small single bed and the scratched-up desk. This is worse than the basement back home. I didn't say anything, but my brows furrowed, and I felt uncomfortable inside. As the young master of the Qin family, when had I ever lived in such a place? Lin Mo, however, was unfazed. For him, having a place to shield him from the wind and rain was enough. His days in the orphanage in his previous life had been far worse than this. Since we are here, we need to settle in. Complaining won't help, we need to figure out how to earn points. He took out the data disk given by Wayne Dai's Han and inserted it into the room's old personal terminal. Soon, detailed information about the training camp appeared on the screen. Lin Mo quickly skimmed through it. The training camp maintained a total of 100 students at all times. These 100 were the most elite of the younger generation across the entire Federation. Each of them possessed level, double S level, or even SS level talents. Even the weakest among them was at the peak of the Tonmai realm. A strong individual like Long Zhan, at the Hua Gang realm, could only serve as an instructor here. The competition here was brutally intense. Every month, there was a mandatory elimination competition for the lowest-ranked students. The bottom 10 in the points ranking, if they failed to demonstrate their value, would be mercilessly eliminated. Replacements came from new talents across the Federation's major military districts and academies. This place was a ruthless battlefield, constantly weeding out the weak and selecting the strong. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He liked this kind of environment. Only the most brutal places could forge the strongest warriors. Let us go check out the mission hall. He called out. Lei Yu and Dai immediately came out. The three of us headed toward the center of the training camp together. The mission hall was a grand circular building. In the center of the hall stood a massive electronic screen, displaying a dense array of mission information. Some required exploring, seek, or dwells to find treasures. Some more about assisting instructors in testing weapons. There were even tasks like cleaning the training grounds and feeding experimental exotic beasts. Each task has different difficulty levels and point awards, ranging from the simplest F-level tasks with only 10 points to the most challenging SS-level tasks, offering rewards of up to millions of points with a wide variety of options. The hall was already filled with many trainees. They gathered in small groups, discussing tasks, or stood in front of the light screen, selecting tasks they could complete. When Lin Mo and his two companions appeared, especially Lin Mo pushing a wheelchair, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, aren't those the three new freshmen? Hey, what is at the early stage of the Tonmai realm, and the other two are at the mid-stage of the Tonmai realm? They actually dare to come to the genius training camp. Truly fearless rookies. I heard they were specially recruited by Major General Wang Mingxuang. That guy in a wheelchair is the so-called Wheelchair War God, who's been making waves in Star City recently. Wheelchair War Guy. That's hilarious. He's just a cripple. I really don't understand what Major General Wo sees in him. Who cares? They're just a few 0-point newbies. I bet they won't last a month before they leave in disgrace. These scrutinizing, curious, disdainful, and gloating gazes were openly fixed on them, as if sharp needles were pricking their backs. Only Lin Mo remained calm and composed. Ignoring the surrounding ridicule, he walked straight to the task light screen and began carefully selecting tasks suitable for them. His composure only fueled more dissatisfaction among the crowd. While isn't this the strategic-level genius personally recruited by Major General Wang? Almost sarcastic voice came from the side. Lin Mo and his companions turned their heads to see a tall, thin young man with cold eyes, accompanied by several followers, walking toward them with a playful smile. The young man wore a well-tailored black combat suit, with a silver badge on his chest. Rep was in the top 50 rankings in the training camp. His gaze swept over the three of them without reservation, finally stopping at Lin Mo's wheelchair, a trace of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. A cripple into tagalongs. Major General Wo's taste is getting stranger and stranger. His followers burst into laughter. Yeah, Brother Xiao, I heard that Wheelchair War God is hyped up like a legend in their small town. It's really laughable. A guy who can't even walk dares to call himself a war god. Where are we, who've been grinding in the training camp for over a year? Probably Major General Wo felt sorry for him and wanted to show some kindness by letting him broaden his horizons. A mountain-breaking hammer faintly glowing with golden light. You aren't to fight, little girl. Zhao Wuji glanced at her daffodilly. Full of contempt, I advise you to behave. Challenging senior trainees in the training camp is not something you can afford. A powerful aura of a condensed crystal realm expert emanated from him, making Lei Yun's breathing momentarily stifled. Condensed crystal realm. This guy was actually a condensed crystal realm expert. Qin Hao Yan's expression also turned extremely serious. He knew that the opponent's strength far exceeded theirs. Although the Tonmai realm and condensed crystal realm were only one major realm apart, the gap was like a chasm. The elemental energy attributes of the two were fundamentally different. The elemental energy of the Tonmai realm was gaseous, while the condensed crystal realm's energy was highly compressed, forming solid energy crystals with power and purity far surpassing gaseous energy. It could be said that a condensed Crystal Realm beginner could easily defeat 10 peak Tongmai Realm warriors. Zhao Wuji, are you bullying freshmen here again? A cold voice came from afar. Everyone turned toward the sound. A all short-haired, cold and stunning woman in a fiery red combat suit leaned against the pillar, arms crossed, coldly watching the scene. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's our flame, which Sumu King. Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed, but his face still carried a playful smile. What are you? Interested in these little white rabbits? Want to be their guardian? I just can't stand people bullying newcomers who haven't figured out the rules yet, relying on their strength. Sumu King spoke coldly, her gaze sweeping over Lin Mo and the other two. Carrying a hint of scrutiny, Zhao Wuji, I advise you not to provoke them. What? Just because they're under Major General Will? Zhao Wuji sneered provocatively. No. Sumu King shook her head, her gaze locking onto Lin Mo in the wheelchair. That person in the wheelchair, I sense a dangerous aura from him. Dangerous. Zhao Wuji burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Sumu King, you must be mistaken, right? Sensing a dangerous aura from a cripple? Is your sense of smell broken? The subordinates behind Zhao Wuji roared with laughter. The entire mission hall's trainees watched the scene with a sense of amusement. Facing Zhao Wuji's mockery, Sumu King remained expressionless and said inferiorly, my intuition has never been wrong, all right. Zhao Wuji stopped laughing, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Did you think so highly of them? I'll give them a chance to prove themselves. He turned around, looking down at Lin Mo and the other two. Newbies, I'll give you the choices. First, kneel immediately, kowtow 3 times, and crawl under my legs. I might consider letting you off this time for not knowing the rules. Second, he said with a cruel smile, fight my subordinate. He pointed to a skinny subordinate beside him. His name is Li Hu, peaked on my stage. The 3 of you can go at him together. As long as you last 3 minutes, you win. How about it? My welcome ceremony. Pretty generous, right? The surrounding trainees immediately booed, shameless. Using a battle-hardened veteran to beat up 3 rookie newcomers, and saying 3 against 1, what nonsense. That Li Hu may be the weakest among them. What has been through countless life and death missions, far more experienced than these greenhouse rookies. These 3 kids are doomed. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's faces turned ashen. Zhao Wuji was clearly trying to humiliate them publicly. No doubt about it. They couldn't win. The killing intent emanating from Li, who was far stronger than any Tongmai stage martial artist they'd ever encountered. Clearly a ruthless character. With its immense stage Tongmai levels, plus Lin Mo's limited mobility, their chances of victory were almost zero. What if they didn't fight? Would they kneel, kowtow, and crawl under his legs in front of a room full of people? That would be worse than death. The 2 were caught in a dilemma. All eyes were on them, waiting for their decision. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been silent, slowly raised his head. Looking at Zhao Wuji, his expression remained unchanged. Your meaning is, as long as we last 3 minutes against him, we win? His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear throughout the hall. That's right. Zhao Wuji nodded mockingly. And what if we don't just last 3 minutes, but defeat him? Lin Mo's lips curled into a meaningful smile. What would the stakes be then? The hall instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the boy in the wheelchair with incredulous eyes. Defeat Li Hu. Actually wanted to defeat a seasoned peak Tongmai expert. Was this a joke? The silence was followed by explosive laughter. Did I hear wrong? That cripple actually said he wants to defeat Li Hu? Is he scared silly? Does he really think this is their playground? Overestimating himself. If he doesn't get taught a harsh lesson, he won't know what failure means. Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned. Then his mocking smile quickly turned into a cruel grin. Interesting, very interesting. Staring at Lin Mo with great interest. Since you like playing so much, I'll play along. He extended a finger. The stakes are simple if you win, I Zhao Wuji will apologize publicly and hand over 10,000 points with both hands. 10,000 points. The hall erupted in an uproar. 10,000 points was a fortune enough to exchange for a B-level technique or train in the gravity chamber for 3 months. For a newcomer, it was practically a chance to ascend to the heavens. But Zhao Wuji's eyes were icy cold. If you lose. He paused, his tone turning ruthless. Not only will you kowtow to me 3 times and crawl under my legs, but I will also, he pointed at Lin Mo, break his remaining leg. Make him crawl like a worm for the rest of his life. Vicious. Everyone gasped. This wasn't just simple humiliation, it was an attempt to utterly destroy Lin Mo. Zhao Wuji, Don't go too far. That's too much. Sumo King's expression instantly turned cold. Rules are rules. You can bet, but you can't go this far. Zhao Wuji sneered. Too much? Sumo King, he proposed it himself, if he dares to bet. He must be prepared to face the consequences of losing. I'm just teaching them the most important lesson a genius training camp arrogance comes with a price. He had no intention of arguing with Sumo King. Full of disdain, well cripple, do you dare to take this bet? All eyes turned to Lin Mo. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu Exen were on edge, their palms sweating. This bet was too big. So overwhelming it was suffocating. Lin Mo, don't act impulsively, Qin Hao Yan whispered urgently. This is obviously a trap. He's trying to provoke you. Exactly, we don't have to bet with him. At worst, we won't do the mission. We can always find another way to earn points, Lei Yu also said anxiously. But Lin Mo seemed not to hear them. He stared at Zhao Wuji quietly, his gaze resolute. All right. He slowly uttered a single word, I accept. Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exclaimed in shock. He's crazy. It's completely crazy. The surrounding trainees all looked on with mocking expressions, convinced that Lin Mo was bound to lose this bet. Very good. Zhao Wuji's face lit up with a smug smile. Li Hu, come out and play with these 3 rookies. Remember, be ruthless. Yes, Brother Zhao. The scrawny Li Hu stepped forward with a sinister grin. His wrist's triangular eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. 3 rookies, don't blame me for bullying you. He crooked his finger arrogantly. Come at me together. If you can last a minute, I'll admit you're good. Lin Mo spoke calmly. To deal with you, 3 people aren't necessary. He turned his gaze to Lei Yu. Lei Yu, you're up. Me? You froze. Yes, remember what I taught you. Against an opponent with high speed, but average strength and defense, how do you strike? Lin Mo nodded. Use your strongest and most direct attack. Crush him with the fastest speed. Don't give him any chance to dodge or catch his breath. 1 minute. Lin Mo held up a finger. Finish him within 1 minute. The 3 of us will crawl under his feet together. The crowd erupted again, letting Lei Yu face Li Hu alone. And within a minute? Was this cripple truly confident or completely insane? Li Hu couldn't help but laugh. You want me to duel this little girl? To finish me in a minute? Kid, are you insulting me or yourself? Zhao Wuji's face darkened. Lin Mo's actions were a blatant provocation. Good, good, good. He laughed in anger. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Li Hu, go. Show this little girl what cruelty means. Yes. Li Hu's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. His figure blurred as he charged at Lei Yu like a ghost, moving so fast he left only a shadow behind. Little girl, lie down. His claws whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lei Yu's throat. However, not only was there no fear on Lei Yu's face, but she even showed an excited smile. Perfect timing. Not retreating, but advancing. Her S-level talent, Titan battle physique, erupted at full force. Boom! Golden battle patterns instantly covered her entire body. Her height instantly shot up to the meters, and a mountain-crushing hammer in her hand swelled to the size of a door panel, radiating a heavy, earthy yellow glow. A surge of violent energy erupted from her petite frame, shaking the entire scene. What? Liu's pupils contracted sharply, feeling as though the figure before him was not a girl, but an awakened danger. The oppressive aura froze his movements in an instant. In that fraction of a second, Lei Yu's massive hammer, carrying the force to destroy heaven on earth, came crashing down with insane momentum. Heaven-shattering strike, that hammer seemed as if it could shatter even space itself. The golden janner streaked like a beam of light, imbued with unparalleled ferocity and decisive power, slamming down toward Li Hu's head. It struck with a deafening crash, fast, so fast that Li Hu had no time to dodge. His once proud speed seemed utterly insignificant and powerless in the face of his earth-shattering force. For the first time, Li Hu's eyes revealed deep fear and despair. He crossed them in front of him with all his might, attempting to block the fatal blow. But it was futile, with the S-ranked Allen Titanic battle physique enhancing all it rebukes by 100%. Combined with the reinforcement of the D-rate artifact Mountain Crusher Hammer, Lei Yu's strike had already surpassed the limits of the Talmai realm. Crack, a crisp. Their piercing sound of bones breaking echoed through the mission hall. Li Hu's arms, as fragile as twigs, were instantly shattered by the giant hammer. Immediately after, the massive hammerhead continued its relentless descent, smashing directly onto his head. A dull sound was like a watermelon bursting. Li Hu's head was forcibly driven into his chest. Blood and bone fragments splattered everywhere. His frail body collapsed limply to the ground. twitched twice, and then fell completely still. One strike, just one strike. A veteran at the peak of the Tom Myrell, with extensive experience in the elite training camp, was instantly killed by a freshman who had been enrolled for less than a day. The hall fell so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's faces froze in expressions of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Their mouth hung open, eyes widened, staring blankly at the hammer-wielding girl. Her petite figure was covered in blood, yet she still looked small and adorable. It's over? What strike? Am I dreaming? Lihu just died like that? That girl. What kind of monster is she? After a brief moment of dead silence, an overwhelming wave of exclamations erupted. All gazes were no longer filled with disdain or contempt, but instead with shock. Ah! And even a hint of fear. Is she really only at the mid-stage of the Tom Myrell? That power is terrifying. What kind of talent is that? To unleash such immense strength in an instant. To violent, to ferocious. Where's the innocent little bunny? She's practically a humanoid T-Rex. Meanwhile, Leiyu slowly retracted her titanic battle physique. She returned to her peak height of 1.6 meters, heavily thudding the mountain-crushing hammer onto the ground with a muffled sound. Wiping the blood off her face, she turned to Lin Mo, flashing a brightened proud smile. Lin Mo, how was that? I got it done. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, full of pride. Lin Mo looked at her, a smile of approval appearing on his face. Well done. Even faster than I expected. On the other side, Zhao Wuji and his men were already frozen in fear. Zhao Wuji's eyes were wide open, staring at the unrecognizable pile of flesh on the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Deed Ed. Lihu, to dive like that, he couldn't accept it. The rookie he had dismissed as less than an ant, the lackey he had casually sent out to mock the underside, had been instantly killed with a single strike. How was this possible? It was as if someone had slapped Zhao Wuji hard across the face. No, it was more like someone had taken a 40-meter long blade and slashed his face repeatedly. You all. He trembled as he pointed at Lei Yu and Lin Mo, his face flushed red with anger and humiliation. You actually dared to kill my people, Kel? Lin Mo pushed his wheelchair, slowly approaching him, raising his head to stare at him with a look of disdain. Instructor Long made it very clear before. In a genius training camp, anyone can challenge someone ranked higher than themselves at any time. Ending duels are the most common pastime here, since it's a duel. Fists and feet have no eyes, and life and death are left to fate. So what? Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Senior Zhao, do you not even understand such basic rules? Or are you saying, and in your bets, only you are allowed to kill others, but others aren't allowed to kill you? Every word Lin Mo spoke was like a resounding slap across Zhao Wuji's face. The surrounding students began to look at Zhao Wuji with amused expressions. While deaths in duels weren't common, they weren't unheard of. If you dared to place a bet, you had to accept the consequences of losing. Losing and then trying to renege? What a joke, you. Zhao Wuji was rendered speechless by Lin Mo, trembling with rage. He glared at Lin Mo with hatred, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Fine, very well. He squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. Wait. With that, he turned to leave with his lackeys in tow, tails between their legs. Wait, Lin Mo's calm and firm voice rang out again. Zhao Wuji froze mid-step, turning back to glare at him viciously. What do you want, Mao? Senior Zhao, have you forgotten something? Lin Mo's face showed an innocent smile as he pointed to the cold corpse on the ground. It seems we won our bet. According to the agreement, you should. He deliberately paused. Fulfill your promise, right? Fulfill his promise. Zhao Wuji's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. To kneel and apologize to 3 freshmen in front of so many people, especially when one of them was disabled, and to hand over 10,000 points? That was more painful than death. Kid, don't push your luck. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, his eyes full of menace. Oh. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his smile growing more playful. Is Senior Zhao planning to renege on the bet? His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone in the hall to hear. TSK. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Setting up a bet and then trying to back out after losing, what a disgrace to the senior class. Zhao Wuji always acts arrogant and domineering because of his strength. Finally, he hit a wall today. Look, the show is getting good. I want to see how he gets out of this. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhao Wuji's face turned alternately pale and flushed, utterly humiliated. He knew that in the genius training camp, Reputation was more important than strength. No one wanted to team up or cooperate with someone who didn't keep their word. If he really reneged today, he wouldn't be able to survive here in the future. Fine, you win. He spat out the words through gritted teeth, glaring daggers at Lin Mo. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. His movements were stiff. His face filled with humiliation, but he knelt nonetheless. I'm sorry. He forced out the words through clenched teeth, each syllable like swallowing a bitter pill. And Lin Mo remained calm, his face carrying a faint smile, as if this was a trivial matter. You, Zhao Wuji, snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Wuji lost. I'll give it 10. 0 points. He opened his personal terminal, transferred 10,000 points, and sent them directly to Lin Mo's account. Ding. Received transfer of 10,000 points from student Zhao Wuji. Hearing a notification, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He looked at Zhao Wuji, whose face was as red as a pig's liver and filled with humiliation, and said inferiorly, Senior Zhao, it's a good thing to admit your mistakes and correct them. I hope you remember today's lesson. Don't be too arrogant. With that, he turned his wheelchair and left without looking back. Let's go, he said to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu behind him, who was kneeling on the ground, exuding an aura of humiliation and resentment. And if the common composed Lin Mo, and the respect for Lin Mo deepened even further, this guy not only had astonishing strength, but also a ruthless and decisive nature. Casually making a senior top-tier student kneel and lose face in front of everyone sent chills down their spines. Are we leaving? Lei Yu stared blankly at Lin Mo's back and asked in a low voice. Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, trying to calm his surprise. Stay and wait for him to retaliate. After speaking, he quickly followed. The three of them gradually disappeared from view, and the students in the mission hall finally snapped out of their shock, instantly erupting into a frenzy. Oh my god, that was incredible. These freshmen are insane. That Lei Yu is a monster. She took down Li Hu with one hammer. With that strength, she could easily rank in the top 30. Qin Hao Yan didn't even make a move, but his aura screams, S-class genius. But the scariest one is still that will chair-bound Lin Mo. Exactly. He didn't miss a finger from start to finish. Yet everything was under his control. Even Lei Yu was clearly part of his plan. Obviously, she was just following his orders. And his composure facing a provocation from a condensed Crystal Realm expert, he didn't panic and even managed to counterattack, forcing Zhao Wuji to kneel in public. That kind of courage and intelligence is terrifying. These three newcomers are definitely not simple. Looks like this year's genius training camp would be worth watching. Sumu King, who had been leaning against a pillar watching the commotion, slowly straightened up at this moment. She watched the direction Lin Mo had left in, her beautiful phoenix eyes glimmering with an unprecedented interest. Do a less classed talent fusion potential. Though unstable, she murmured softly, a subtle and intriguing smile appearing on her lips. Looked like the intel from that woman, although name's Huang, wasn't entirely false. Lin Mo, you've successfully caught my attention. After leaving the mission hall, the three of them went straight back to the dormitory. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan were still immersed in excitement, as if they hadn't woken up from a dream. Lin Mo, was it the jackpot? 10,000 points. Lei Yu hugged her worn-out mountain hammer, jumping around the room in excitement. Right? I never want to stay in that dump again. Qin Hao Yan was grinning from ear to ear, genuinely grateful to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, we owe it all to you today. If it weren't for you, the two of us would have been done for against that guy. He was completely convinced. Lin Mo wasn't just a combat freak, he was also a master strategist. Following him would definitely bring benefits. We're teammates, aren't we? Lin Mo smiled, dividing the points into 3 portions, 10,000 points. Split evenly 3,000 each, with the remaining 1,000 as team funds for future equipment purchases. That's not right. Lei Yu immediately shook her head. I was the one who fought. Neither you nor Qin Hao Yan made a move, so all the points should go to me. She said it jokingly. But there wasn't a trace of greed in her eyes. Idiot, Qin Hao Yan retorted bluntly. If it weren't for Lin Mo's command, do you think you'd still be standing here talking? You'd have been beaten into a pulp by Li Hu long ago. Didn't you notice that when he charged at you, his movements slowed for a moment? Lei Yu froze, recalling the moment and realizing it was true. Li, who was incredibly fast, but just as he was about to reach her, his body suddenly paused. It was that pause that gave her the chance to land a decisive blow. She quickly turned to look at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Mo, was it? You? Lin Mo looked at Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan's shocked expressions, smiled faintly, and neither confirmed nor denied it. My talent is rather unique, sometimes it can have unexpected effects, he said ambiguously, feeling no need to explain too much. Letting them guess would only help maintain his mysterious and superior image. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. They understood that this seemingly harmless boy in a wheelchair was far more powerful and unfathomable than they had imagined. Stop guessing. Lin Mo clapped his hands and transferred to portions of points to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. Our goal is not just to survive. Ambition burned in his eyes. Our goal is to stand at the pinnacle of the entire training camp. Lin Mo's words ignited the passion in the hearts of the other two. That's right, they were geniuses, true powerhouses. They hadn't come here to be ordinary trainees, but to become the strongest. Well said. Lei Yu clenched her fists, her fighting spirits surging. Let's do it. First, crush Xiao Wuji, then challenge Su Mu King. We'll defeat everyone who looks down on us. One by one, Qin Hao Yan also nodded firmly, his gaze blazing. From today on, the three of us are one team. We'll face the world together. Seeing their enthusiasm and determination, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. After all, one person's strength was limited. In this camp of geniuses, the team was indispensable to establish a foothold. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were currently his most trusted partners. Now that we have points, let's see what good stuff we can exchange for. Lin Mo said as he opened his personal terminal and entered the internal exchange system of the Genius Train Camp. The system was filled with an array of exchangeable items. A list of items suddenly appeared before the three of them. Martial skills, elixirs, weapons, equipment, and even access to training rooms. Everything was available. Even some bio-modification technologies banned outside, such as using exotic beast tissues to modify the human body, were listed with prices. My God, this is too comprehensive. Lei Yu's eyes were dazzled. Me-grade cultivation technique, raging wave art, 10,000 points. A-grade martial skill, thunderbolt sword technique, 50,000 points. Condensation pill, which increases the chance of breaking through to the condensation crystal realm, 100,000 points per pill. And this, the blueprint for the S-grade weapon Star Shatter Blade. Cost some million points. These astronomical figures made the three of them gasp. The 10,000 points they had just earned couldn't buy much here. This is such a rip-off. Lei Yu complained angrily. Qin Hao Yan, however, remained calm. This is normal. The Genius Training Camp gathers the most top-tier resources of the entire Federation. These items are treasures you can't even find outside. Being able to exchange for them with points is already a great deal. Only through this can we rapidly improve our strength. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing that Qin Hao Yan's analysis was reasonable. His gaze fell on the training facilities section. F-grade gravity room, 2x gravity 10 points are E-grade gravity room, 5x gravity 30 points are Darty gravity room, 10x gravity 60 points are C-grade gravity room, 20x gravity 100 points are B-grade gravity room. Lei's eyes lit up. This is great. Training in a high-gravity environment can significantly enhance our physical strength and defense. Qin Hao Yan nodded in agreement. Yes, a high-gravity environment is excellent for training the operation and control of elemental energy. A gravity chamber is the most cost-effective choice. Lin Mo had already made up his mind. Let's pool our points together and head to the gravity chamber to strengthen our physical foundation first. Once our strength is significantly improved, we can take on missions. All right, Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan agreed without hesitation, both believing this was the best plan. We immediately set off for the training camp's cultivation area. Along the way, it was obvious that the gazes of the surrounding trainees had completely changed. The looks of disdain and contempt had turned into wariness. After all, we had just defeated Li, who in an instant enforced Xiao Wuji to apologize publicly. The incident had already caused a stir. Just as we were about to reach the cultivation area, a cold voice sounded behind us. Stop. We turned around to see a cold and stunning woman in a fiery red combat suit walking toward us, none other than the flame which Su Mu King, who had spoken up for us in the mission hall earlier. Su Mu King was a powerful expert ranked in the top 10 of the Genius Training Camp, her strength unfathomable. Assuming defensive stances. Don't be nervous. Su Mu King stopped 5 meters away from us, her gaze fixed directly on Lin Mo. Bypassing Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just very interested in you. I wonder what senior sister Sue finds interesting about a cripple like me. Sumu King's lips curved slightly into a beautiful smile. I never believe in so-called cripples. I only trust my instincts. Her sharp phoenix eyes seem to see through in Mo's soul. And my instincts tell me that you're 100 times more dangerous than Xiao Wuji. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said no more. Senior sister Sue flatters me. I'm just a lucky rookie, right? Sumu King snorted coldly. Luck would make someone like Xiao Wuji, who is so full of himself, kneel in public. Luck wouldn't make someone as proud as Wan In's Huang stand up for you personally. She stepped forward. A faint but overwhelming pressure, unique to a peak, condensed crystal realm expert, began to emanate. Lin Mo, let's not beat around the bush. I'm here to discuss a collaboration. Collaboration? Yes. I know what you lack most right now is points. Sumu King nodded. And I can help you earn a large amount of points quickly. As soon as she said this, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up. What kind of opportunity? Qin Hao Yan couldn't help but ask. Sumu King didn't look at him. Her gaze fixed solely on Lin Mo, as if only Lin Mo was worthy of a conversation. A month from now is the training camp's quarterly competition, she said slowly. In a competition, the top 10 teams will earn the qualification to enter an ancient secret realm. An ancient secret realm, these four words, made Lin Mo's heart skip a beat. He recalled what Wang Tai's Han had mentioned before Hanji and Qyu had been severely injured while exploring such an ancient sword cultivation secret realm. It's an A-level secret realm that the Federation hasn't fully opened yet. Inside there are rare materials, legacies left by ancient experts, and even fragments of laws that can greatly enhance one's talent. Fragments of laws. Lin Mo had seen them in the systems exchange list before. Their prices were astronomical. A single fragment was worth 1,000,000 points. However, there are only 10 slots for entry, Sumu King continued. These 10 slots have always been monopolized by the veteran strong teams in the training camp. New teams like yours have no chance. So what are you suggesting? Senior sister Sue, Lin Mo asked. It's simple, we collaborate. Sumu King's eyes gleamed. I need someone like you, a strategist and commander. That's why you need someone like me. With strong frontal combat abilities, as your spearhead. We'll form a new team to participate in a quarterly competition, guarantee a top 3 finish. Earn the secret realm qualification and rewards, and split them equally. Your two partners, she glanced at Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, can serve as substitutes and join us. If we gain any benefits in the secret realm, they'll get a share too. Our words were highly enticing. Coming up with a top 10 contender significantly increased the chances of making it for the top 3. For newcomers, it was an irresistible shortcut. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were both tempted, looking at Lin Mo with expectant eyes. However, Lin Mo merely smiled. Senior Sue, your proposal is very tempting. But he changed his tone. Why should I cooperate with you? What do you mean? What I mean is, Lin Mo's gaze met her sharp eyes directly, and he said calmly, what makes you think that without you, we can't make it to the top 3? What makes you think I, Lin Mo, need to rely on others to reach this position? Senior Sue, you're mistaken. The corners of his mouth lifted into a confident and domineering smile. I'm not here to play a supporting role for anyone. I'm here to become the strongest. We learned that secret realm qualification on our own. Thank you for your kind offer. But there's no need to worry about us. Lin Mo's words were resolute and powerful. Not only did they leave Sumu King stunned, but they also made Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's blood boil with excitement. So bold, he actually rejected the invitation of a top-10 elite in the training camp, the flame which Sumu King, to her face, and even said such audacious words. This confidence and war were simply unmatched. Sumu King stared at Lin Mo for a full half-minute. For the first time, her icy face revealed a genuine smile. That smile bloomed like a snow lotus, stunningly beautiful. She nodded, her eyes full of admiration. You've got guts. I like that. Lin Mo, I'll remember you. I'm up from now. I want to see how you'll snatch the qualification from us veteran elites on your own. Don't disappoint me. With that, she turned and walked away decisively. Watching her retreating figure, Lei Yu finally snapped out of it. Lin Mo, that was so cool. Her eyes sparkled. That aura just now was incredible. Just a few words, and you were absolutely dazzling, even the flame which was awed by you. Qin Hao Yan looked at him with admiration. I take back what I said earlier. You're not just crazy, you're a classy kind of crazy. He suddenly changed his tone, speaking with concern. But are we really going to fight for that spot on our own? The difficulty is off the charts. Lin Mo smiled calmly. Pressure creates motivation, doesn't it? Qin Hao Yan's words carried an undeniable worry. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Lin Mo, but the kind of formidable opponents Su Mu King described felt all too real. For the three of them, mere Tom My Realm rookies, to snatch points from these veteran-strong teams within a month was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. It was practically a hell-level challenge. Pressure creates motivation, doesn't it? Lin Mo still smiled lightly. It was as if he hadn't just rejected a top and elite's invitation to join forces and declared his intent to carve out his own path. She was right where we lack most right now is points. But she was wrong about one thing. Not rely on someone else's charity. Do you really think that teaming up with her would allow us to rest easy? Lin Mo's gaze swept over Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. Working with a strong individual sounds great, but the real question is, who calls the shots in the team? How are the spoils divided? Who charges first in danger? Who gets the first opportunity? These are all issues. We are a team now. Once we join her side, we'll be split up and end up as her lackeys, taking the blame for her. Lin Mo will never be someone else's underling. Lin Mo's words instantly brought Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu back to their senses. They had overlooked the most important thing. Cooperation must be based on comparable strength. The three of them were at the top of my realm, completely outclassed by a peak, condensed crystal realm expert. If they formed a team, they would have no say at all, essentially becoming followers. If they were lucky, they might get some scraps. I understand now. Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, his expression firm. You've thought this through so thoroughly. I was really blinded by the temptation of that ancient secret realm just now. Lei Yu scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. I just thought what you said earlier was so cool. Who cares about Su Mu King or those veteran strong teams? The three of us together can still take them there. Seeing one of them calm and the other full of fighting spirit, Lin Mo was satisfied as he maneuvered his wheelchair to turn in another direction. All right, enough of the nonsense. Now that the goal is set, it's time to take action. Let's go to the training area. Let's see just how amazing the gravity chamber in this genius training camp really is. The training area was located at the center of the genius training camp, the most heavily guarded and energy-intensive place in the camp, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. But their eyes remained sharp, clearly having just undergone high-intensity training. Wow! Lei Yu, like a curious girl entering the city for the first time, looked around and wondered, what's that pyramid-like building? That's the mental power training tower, specifically for training mental strength, Qin Hao Yan explained. The one that looks like a bird's nest is the simulated combat hall, where you can fight against virtual beasts or the images of other students. And the one with 9 large pillars is the Yuan Power Infusion Array, which accelerates the absorption and training of Yuan power. Our eyes grew brighter and brighter. I could definitely break through to the condensed crystal realm within a year. With our current 10,000 points, we probably can't even get through the door. Lei Yu's smile instantly disappeared. Stop wasting time and gawking, Lin Mo interrupted the two, maneuvering his wheelchair straight toward a black, metallic, square building. Above the door hung 3 imposing characters' gravity hall. Entering the gravity hall, a spacious and bright lobby came into view. On a large screen, the usage, status, and prices of various levels of gravity training rooms scrolled continuously. F-level gravity room to its gravity. 10 points are real level gravity room, 5x gravity, 30 points are D-level gravity room, 10x gravity, 60 points are A-level gravity room, 100x gravity. 500 points are around the lobby were rows of tightly closed metal doors, each clearly marked with its level and number. Which one should we choose? Lei Yu stared at the list on the screen, hesitating. How about we go straight for the B level? 50x gravity, sounds intense. Her eyes sparkled. Are you crazy? Qin Hao Yan blared at her. We're only at the top of my realm. Our physical bodies aren't that strong yet. Starting with 50 times gravity on the first try? Do you want to become a meat patty? Then, how about sea level? 20 times. Lei Yu cautiously probed. Qin Hao Yan thought for a moment and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what do you think? Lin Mo glanced at the light screen. Among the 3, his physical condition was the weakest, but he had his system. His mental strength and defense far exceeded those of the same level, and he understood that cultivation required a ruthless approach, while steady progress was a method. Achieving rapid improvement in a short time required taking bold steps. Sea level it is, Lin Mo decided decisively. 20 times gravity, 100 points per hour. We have 10,000 ports. For 3 people, we can rent it for 33 hours. Let's try 3 hours first, he suggested. 3 hours, deal. The three quickly reached an agreement and headed to an available self-service terminal. Lin Mo swiped his card. Student Lin Mo ID. 100 points balance 10,000 please select gravity room, leveling duration without hesitation. He selected sea level for 3 hours. Sea level gravity room, 3 hours, cost 300 points confirm payment. Confirm, payment successful, points balance 9. 700 assigned to C7 gravity room. Happy training. With the electronic prompt, a metal card was ejected from a terminal. The three took the card and quickly found room C7, swiping the card at the door access. A heavy metal door emitted a dull sound and slowly slid open. Behind the door was a sealed space of about 50 square meters. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of the same black metal as outside, engraved with intricate runes. The room was empty, except for a meditation cushion in the center. That's it. Lei was a bit disappointed. I thought there'd be high-tech equipment. But it's just a black room. The core isn't the equipment but the gravity array hidden within these metal panels. Qin Hao Yan explained. This technology is far more complex than you think. A three stepped inside, and the door automatically closed behind him, revealing a small control panel on the wall opposite the door. Ready. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan took a deep breath, their gazes furrowed. And let's begin. Lin Mo pressed the red button. A faint humming sound came from all directions as the runes on the walls and floor lit up with a red glow. It felt as if a massive mountain had slammed down on them. Her bones creaking under the strain, her muscles on the verge of bursting, and her breathing became extremely labored. She desperately circulated her yuan energy. And her S-level talent, Titan Battle Physique, passively activated. Golden battle patterns flowed across her skin, barely allowing her to withstand the mountain-like pressure without collapsing. However, her legs trembled violently, and sweat poured from her forehead. Qin Hao Yan wasn't faring much better. His face turned red, and although his S-level talent, Radiant Sword Mastery, wasn't known for physical toughness, his solid foundation helped. His muscles were taut to the extreme, and sharp sword intent surrounded him, slicing through the invisible pressure to reduce the burden. Yet, his body still bent slightly under the immense weight, as if carrying an invisible turtle shell. Both of them were already in such dire straits were Mao Lin Mo, whose body was the weakest. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu instinctively looked toward Lin Mo, who was sitting in his wheelchair. The scene before them made their eyes widen in shock. Lin Mo remained seated quietly, his face still calm and composed. He didn't even furrow his brows. It was as if the immense gravity, enough to crush a tall Myrel martial artist into a meat patty, didn't exist for him. The only proof that gravity still existed was the specially made wheelchair he was sitting in. The metal frame of a wheelchair creaked under the immense pressure, its four wheels sinking deeply into the hard metal floor, leaving visible indentations. The wheelchair was on the verge of falling apart, yet the person sitting in it looked completely unbothered. What the? Lei Yu's eyes were about to pop out of her head. Her mind went blank. What was going on? Was she seeing things? Or was there a malfunction in the gravity chamber? Just moments ago, both she and Qin Hao Yan had felt like they were being crushed to death, yet this guy seemed completely unaffected. She blinked furiously, trying to confirm she was indeed mistaken. But no matter how she looked, Lin Mo remained as relaxed as ever, even leisurely raising his hand to examine his fingers, as if studying the subtle effects of gravity on his body. Monster. He's a total monster. Lei Yu's mind was left with only this thought. She had always believed her S-rank talent, Titan Battle Physique, which leaned heavily on physical strength, made her the most resistant to pressure among the three of them. But now it seemed like all her confidence was for nothing. Compared to Lin Mo, her physical strength was a complete joke. On the other side, Qin Hao Yan was no less shocked than Lei Yu. Unlike her impulsiveness, his mind was racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Physical constitution? Impossible. Lin Mo had a crippled leg and weak vitality, the weakest of the three. This was a fact. Could it be his talent? Qin Hao Yan's heart skipped a beat. SS ranked talent Void Scorching Flame. The talent personally certified by Major General Wang Swain as having limitless potential. Could it be that, in addition to its powerful offensive capabilities, it also provided some kind of resistance to gravity, or perhaps? A chilling thought emerged in Qin Hao Yan's mind. Could everything Lin Mo had said before about talent conflicts and physical frailty all be a facade? Was he not a glass cannon at all? Was he actually a peerless expert who had been playing the fool all along? Once this idea took root, Qin Hao Yan could no longer suppress it. From their very first meeting, Lin Mo's composure, intelligence, and unfathomable strength were nothing like an 18-year-old kid. His secrets was this guy hiding? As the two of them were lost in their thoughts, Lin Mo's calm voice suddenly broke the silence. Hey, you two, what are you spacing out for? The biggest mistake when entering a gravity chamber for the first time is losing focus. Concentrate and carefully feel the pressure on every inch of your muscles and every bone in your body. Don't rely on your energy to resist it. That's the dumbest approach. Try guiding the pressure instead, letting it temper your body, like a blacksmith forging iron. Only through repeated hammering can it become steel. His voice was loud, but it struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan snapped out of their daze. Listen to him. Does that sound like something a normal person would say? We raced rubbling just to stay upright, and here he is, calmly giving training advice. Easy for him to say. This pressure feels like a mountain crushing us. If we can even survive, we should count ourselves lucky. Lei Yu was so furious her teeth itched. She wanted nothing more than rush over and punch Lin Mo, but deep down, she knew he was right. And seeing Lin Mo's effortless demeanor only ignited her competitive spirit even more. Damn it, why? There's no way I can tee. Lei Yu let out a roar, her eyes blazing with determination. She stopped thinking about all the distractions and began following Lin Mo's advice, trying to control her body and adapt to the gravity. Qin Hao Yan also took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He realized the gap between himself and Lin Mo was even greater than he had imagined. But instead of discouraging him, it only fueled his determination, driving him to push himself even harder. Qin Hao Yan will never lose to you. He gritted his teeth, and the sword intent around him became even more focused. It was no longer just cutting through the gravity. He began trying to integrate the invisible pressure into his sword intent. Lin Mo looked at the two who had regained their composure and nodded in satisfaction. These two kids really had potential to be nurtured. Everything he had just said was true. The reason he could handle it so easily was partly because the system had added 120,000 defense points to him, making this level of pressure at Rivium matter. But more importantly, it was his control over his strength. In his previous life as an orphan, he had endured countless hardships and suffering just to survive. This had honed his willpower and physical control far beyond that of ordinary people. However, to avoid appearing too exaggerated, he abandoned the idea. Gradual improvement was more convincing. Acting had to be convincing. Top bit by bit. The gravity chamber was so quiet that only the sound of their heavy breathing and the faint creaks of their bones under pressure could be heard. Their clothes were already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their muscular outlines. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, evaporating instantly upon hitting the ground. They could clearly feel their bodies being compressed and tempered by this terrifying pressure, becoming tougher and more resilient. This sensation of rapid growth was intoxicating, making it impossible to stop. And so, an hour quietly passed. As the runes in the room flickered slightly, it was the 1 hour timer's signal. Huff Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu almost simultaneously emerged from that peculiar state. As she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, she felt as if her bones were about to fall apart. Qin Hao Yan was in much better. He leaned on his sword, his body swaying, his face pale as a sheet of paper. At this moment, a yawning sound echoed conspicuously of a quiet room. The two instinctively looked up. They saw Lin most retching lazily, looking bored. "An hour already, huh?" He glanced at the timer on the wall, then turned his gaze to the two collapsed on the ground, his eyes carrying a hint of indulgence. "How do you feel? Want to rest for a bit?" Rest? Upon hearing the word, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu almost coughed up blood. "Look at us. Do we even have the strength to rest?" Dante joke around. We don't even have the energy to lift a finger. Breathing steady, even yawning without effort. What kind of training is this? You're clearly on vacation. The gap between people is just ridiculous. You monster. Lei Yu, still slumped on the ground, trembled as she angrily pointed a finger at Lin Mo. "From now on, we're not calling you Lin Mo anymore." "Exactly." Qin Hao Yan, leaning on his sword, sat down and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I've lived for 18 years, always thinking I was a genius. But after meeting you, I've realized I am just an ordinary person." He was now completely convinced. Whether it was intelligence, tactics, or freakish strength, Lin Mo had crushed him in every way. Don't he say that? Lin Mo wheeled himself over to the two of them. Lei Yu's Titan battle physique is a top-tier strength-based ability, Once fully developed, it is unmatched in power, unstoppable. Qin Hao Yan's Radiant Sword Mastery is a pure offensive ability, sharp and unparalleled, with extremely high efficiency in killing enemies. You just haven't fully tapped into her potential yet. As for me, Lin Mo smiled as he continued to bluff. My ability is rather unique, excelling in unpredictability. But in terms of raw strength, I am not as good as you two. That is why we are a team. I handle the strategy, and you handle the combat. Together we complement each other and unleash our full potential. But to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, they sounded particularly comforting. Especially Qin Hao Yan, who used to be very proud of his S-level talent. Today he was dealt a heavy blow by Lin Mo. Now, hearing affirmation, his disappointment instantly vanished, his fighting spirit reignited, even stronger than before. I am Qin Hao Yan, a genius with the S-level talent Radiant Sword Mastery. How could I doubt myself over a minor setback? No matter how strong Lin Mo is, he is just a teammate. I shouldn't envy him. I should keep up with his pace and become his most reliable blade. I understand. I took a deep breath, my gaze becoming exceptionally resolute. Rest? I can fight for another 2 hours. I gritted my teeth, stood up, and gripped the sword hilt tightly. What is 40 times gravity? I can endure it. Lei Yu also quickly got up, dusted herself off, and hoisted the massive mountain-crushing hammer. It is just training. Who is afraid of real? Lin the monster. Just wait. I'll surpass you soon. Seeing them instantly regain their energy, the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Young people are indeed full of vitality. A little encouragement is like injecting them with adrenaline. Very good. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Since you're so motivated, let us continue. Then, he took out the bottles of pills from his storage ring. These were the top-tier healing and recovery pills I had previously brought for home. These are for my family. I was momentarily stunned, looking at the familiar bottles. That is right. Lin Mo tossed the pills to us. One for each of you. They quickly restore your stamina and energy. I hesitated a bit. These pills were worth a fortune, and my father had specifically entrusted Lin Mo to keep them safe. He was using them to restore our stamina. Wasn't it too wasteful? Not to overthink it. Just take them. Lin Mo waved impatiently. What is the point of keeping them? Their true value lies in being converted into combat power. And more points you can help me earn to buy better pills. This is called investments. Lin Mo's words were direct and pragmatic, leaving us speechless. Right, no matter how expensive the pills are, they were meant to be used. Understood. I no longer hesitated, opened the bottle, and poured out a pill the size of a london. A rich medicinal aroma wafted out. I swallowed it in one gulp. Lei Yu was even more straightforward, biting into it like candy, crunching as she chewed. The pill melted instantly in our mouths. Moments later, a surge of pure and powerful medicinal energy erupted within our bodies. It was like a drought being quenched by rain, nourishing our parched meridians and exhausted bodies. The energy we had depleted earlier was rapidly restored at an astonishing speed. The fatigue in our bodies vanished instantly. Lei Yu's eyes lit up. This pill is insane. I feel full of power now. Forget 2 hours. I could fight for 2 days and nights. She swung her giant hammer, stirring up a gust of wind. I also felt the surging power within me, looking at myself in amazement. Although I came from a wealthy family and had never lacked pills since childhood, this was my first time taking such a top-tier pill that could completely restore my own state in such a short time. So this is what being a pay-to-win player feels like. For the first time, I had such a clear understanding of the power of money. Stop daydreaming. The pill's effect lasts only half an hour, so hurry up and train. Lin Mo looked at our inexperienced reactions and said inferently, "Got it?" We responded in unison and immediately threw ourselves into high-intensity training. Our bodies recovered an accelerated pace. We could push our limits and unleash our full potential. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the red lights went out and the heavy gravity disappeared, we both felt utterly exhausted. We collapsed to the ground, completely drained, unable to even move a finger. Yet the smiles on our faces were filled with exhilaration and satisfaction. In just 3 short hours, our bodies had undergone a tremendous transformation. Our physical strength had increased by at least 20%. Our control over energy had become more precise. Even my sword intent and Lei Yu's strength seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. These 3 hours of training surpassed our 3 months of effort before. Truly impressive, so satisfying. Lei Yu lay on the ground, Lim sprawled out, a look of complete contentment on her face. Totally worth it, not a single point wasted. Kin Hao Yan nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ingenious dreaming, currently lives up to its name. This place is practically a holy land for cultivation at that moment. A specially designed military wheelchair silently slain in front of them. Lin Mo sat in a wheelchair, looking down at the two people on the ground who were exhausted like mud. His expression remained relaxed and carefree, as if the 3 hours of training had been as easy as taking a nap for him. He spoke lightly. How does it feel? Right? Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Pretty good? Pretty good? This was like skyrocketing to the heavens. The two of us are exhausted like dead dogs, barely making any progress. Why, you didn't even break a sweat. How do you even do it? Lin monster. Lei Yu said weakly, be honest. Did you even feel the gravity at all? How could that be? Lin Mo replied with a serious face. Gravity is fair to everyone, but just have better endurance. Endurance? You call this endurance? You've probably already broken through the limits of the universe. Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged helpless glances, knowing they wouldn't get any real answers. This guy's lips worked harder than a clam's shell. Getting the truth out of him was harder than climbing to the heavens. Fine, I give up. Kin Hao Yan struggled to sit up, crossing his legs to start circulating his energy to recover. From now on, I'll just consider you an Iron Man. Iron Man Lin monster. Lei Yu chuckled. Although they were deeply shaken, they felt more excitement than frustration. I mean, such an unfathomable monster as a teammate meant they'd practically be unstoppable in a training camp. All right, enough chatter. Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair to turn around. Time's up. We need to leave. Don Ti-Han, the good spots, there are others waiting outside. The three of them exited the gravity chamber, the heavy metal door slowly closing behind them. When they returned to the brightly lit hall, they immediately drew a lot of attention. Their eyes were filled with surprise, especially when they saw Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu looking utterly drained, and glanced at Lin Mo's relaxed demeanor. Their expressions became even more colorful. Those the three newcomers from today. They actually dare to challenge the sea-level gravity chamber right away. It has some guts. Look at those two. They were about to collapse. I doubt they'll last much longer. Hard to say. That guy in the wheelchair looks completely fine. Did he just stroll around in there? Who knows, but for newbies to attempt 20x gravity on their first try, that takes some nerve. Just wondering how long their pitiful points will last with this kind of splurging. The murmurs around them reached the trio's ears. Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu felt embarrassed. Their current state was indeed a bit humiliating, as if nothing around him had anything to do with him. He even gave a slight smile to the curious onlookers, his gentle and harmless demeanor leaving many stunned. Was this really the same guy who forced Zhao Wuji to kneel in public? He didn't look the part at all. The three lingered in the hall and headed straight back to their dormitory. As soon as they returned, Kin Hao Yan and Lei Yu couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing heavily onto their beds with satisfied groans. The gravity chamber training was incredibly effective, but the aftereffects were just as brutal. They felt like every muscle and bone in their bodies was aching. The kind of soreness that was beyond words. I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to die. Lei Yu lay sprawled on the bed like a salted fish, unwilling to move. I don't think I ever want to go back to that hellish place again. Don't talk nonsense, Kin Hao Yan retorted softly. Weren't you the one shouting the loudest when we entered the gravity chamber just now? You even said you were going to surpass Lin Mo. Lei Yu was momentarily at a loss for words but quickly retorted confidently. That was inside. Now that we were out, of course, I need to rest properly. Haven't you heard of balancing work and rest? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, looking at these two clowns. I pushed my wheelchair to the side of their bed, took out 2 bottles of pills from my storage ring, and tossed them over, one each for healing. Wow, Lin monster, you're the best. Lei Yu's eyes lit up the moment she saw the pills. She flipped up from the bed like a carp catching the bottle steadily. Her earlier near-death demeanor vanished without a trace. Kin Hao Yan's face was also full of delight. Having experienced the effects earlier, he trusted the pills I provided even more. A cool medicinal energy immediately spread throughout their bodies. The muscles and bones that had been sore to the point of agony began to recover instantly. It felt like soaking in the most comfortable hot spring, utterly blissful. Satisfied sigh. Lin Mo, where on earth did you get these pills? They're incredible. Kin Hao Yan couldn't help but ask. Chairman King gave them to me, I replied flatly. Kin Hao Yan froze. Our family actually has such amazing pills? How come I'd never heard of them? I don't remember anything with this kind of effect. There are plenty of good things you don't know about, I said, casting him a sidelong glance. In truth, these were just ordinary recovery pills, but I had enhanced them with 1,000 system points, doubling their effectiveness. The higher the level, the more points are required for enhancement. Compared to frequently using pills, it's better to invest in permanent attribute upgrades for myself. I plan to use them sparingly in the future. Qin Hao Yan, although he was annoyed, he couldn't find a reason to argue. Stop wasting time. Lei Yu interrupted the two of us. She leapt off the bed, stretched her limbs, and felt the surging power within her. Excitedly, she explained, I feel like my strength has increased significantly again. Me too. Qin Hao Yan stood up, clenched his fist, and his eyes gleamed sharply. I feel like I'm one step closer to the mid-stage of the Tom My realm. I bet I could break through into the Ningjing realm within a month. Lei Yu said excitedly. That is, if you have enough points. Qin Hao Yan poured cold water on her enthusiasm without hesitation. We only trained for 3 hours today, and it cost us 300 points, plus the pills. He glanced at me. Although he didn't know the exact value of the pills, he was sure they weren't cheap. Even 10 points wouldn't be enough to scratch the surface. Lei Yu's face instantly fell. Indeed, training was great, but it was also a money pit. Right now, the three of us were as broke as could be. That's why the most important thing is to earn points first, I said at the right moment, my gaze sweeping over the two of them. We need a lot of points. Hearing this, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up. Exactly. Earn points. Lei Yu clenched her fists. As long as we have enough points, we can train in the gravity chamber every day. We can take pills every day. Whether it's Su Mu King or the instructors at the training camp, we'll crush them completely. That's a good plan. Qin Hao Yan nodded, his eyes gleaming with ambition. If we want to break into the top 10 within a month, hard work alone won't cut it. We need to turn points into strength as quickly as possible. Seeing their high spirits, I nodded in satisfaction. Good, the fish had taken the bait. Now that we have a clear goal, I said, pushing my wheelchair slowly to the center of the room, we need to carefully plan our next steps. Let's go to the mission hall. Let's see if there's any task that can make us rich overnight. When the three of us returned to the mission hall, the sky had already darkened, but the hall was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. The massive electronic screens continuously scrolled through task information. Many students, having completed a day of training or tasks, gathered here to discuss their gains or plan for tomorrow. Our appearance caused a stir. Look, those three newcomers are here again. Aren't they the ones who just came out of the gravity chamber? How did they recover so quickly? They probably didn't stay long, just putting on a show. Our Zhao Wuji has already made it clear he wants to make life difficult for these three newcomers in the training camp. There's going to be a good show. These three might have some skills, but since they've offended Zhao Wuji, their days ahead won't be easy. Hearing these malicious comments around us, Lei Yu immediately frowned. These people are so annoying, she muttered under her breath. If it weren't for you, Lin Mo, holding me back, I would have taught them a lesson already. People can say whatever they want, it's their mouths, I replied calmly. We're not here to. These people just like to talk big, but the best way to shut them up is with strength, Lin Mo interrupted. I nodded in agreement. Lin Mo was right, arguing with these boring people would only waste time. The three of us ignored the strange looks directed at us and headed straight for the mission screen. Our eyes quickly scanned a task list on the screen. F-level task, clean the training grounds, reward 10 points. A-level task, feed experimental beast, reward 30 points. D-level task, assist instructors in testing new weapons, reward 100 points. Looking at these low-level tasks, Lei Yu couldn't help but curl her lip. The points are way too low. Half a day's work for so little. It's not even enough for an hour in the gravity chamber. I explained, these tasks are designed as a safety net for the weakest students who don't dare venture into the wilderness. Our goal isn't here. We skipped over the tasks below D level and focused on the higher level C and B tasks. C-level task, hunt the Black Wind Wolf Pack description. A large pack of Black Wind wolves has appeared in the Black Wind Valley, 30 miles outside the city. The pack numbers between 50 and 100, including 3 to 5 third-tier alpha wolves. From a team to eliminate them and collect beast cores. Difficulty seal, Evil recommended 4 teams of 3 or more at the late Tom My Realm, reward 5. 0 points, all beast cores belong to the hunters. B-level task, explore the Misty Swamp description. An ancient ruin has been discovered deep within a misty swamp to the west of the city, reportedly guarded by a fourth-tier beast. Put a team to explore, map the ruins, and bring back valuable items. Difficulty B level recommended 4 teams of 5 or more, led by a star condensing crystal realm expert reward. 20,000 points, with 30% of all findings handed over to the Federation in exchange for points. Looking at these tasks, Lei Yu and I both lit up. Oh my god, this B-level task rewards 20,000 points. Lei Yu exclaimed excitedly. If we complete it, we'll be rich. I immediately pour cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't be impulsive. That place is guarded by a 4th-tier beast and requires a condensing crystal realm expert to lead. If the 3 of us at the top of my realm go, it's a death sentence. Then how about this C-level task? Lei Yu pointed to the Black Wind wolf hunting task. 5,000 points isn't bad. Plus, we get to keep the beast cores, which we can sell for a good price. I fell into thought. This task seemed feasible. Black Wind wolves were 2nd-tier beasts, not particularly strong. The challenge was their numbers and the 3rd-tier alpha wolves. With our current strafe, we could handle 3rd-tier beasts. Although 50 to 100 Black Wind wolves was a lot, as long as we cooperated well, it shouldn't be a problem. I turned to ask Lin Mo for his opinion. He didn't look at the C-level or B-level tasks instead. His gaze skipped over those tasks and fixed on the A-level task at the top of the light screen. A-level task hot for Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Description: A peak 4th-tier exotic beast. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros has appeared deep within the Thunder Mountain range. It is highly aggressive. It has already destroyed several federal outposts. From a team to hunt it. Difficulty: a level extremely dangerous. Recommended for mint stage or higher. Condensed crystal realm experts reward 100,000 points. Thunderhorn S level material. Beast core peak 4th tier. Full corpse. 100. 0 points. S level material. A peak 4th tier beast core and full corpse. Seeing this reward, even I, someone who usually remains calm, couldn't help but gasp. This reward is way too generous. Just that S-level Thunderhorn alone would fetch millions on the black market. Lin Mo. You're not seriously planning to take on that A-level task, are you? Lei Yu also saw the task and was instantly shocked. Are you kidding me? They peak 4th-tier exotic beast. That's equivalent to a terrifying enemy at the peak of the condensed crystal realm. Thinking Lin Mo must have gone mad. However, Lin Mo simply smiled. Who said we have to hunt it? He lightly tapped the light screen. A detailed map appeared on the side of a screen, clearly marking the terrain of the Thunder Mountain range and the recent activity area of the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. On the outskirts of the Thunder Mountain range, there was an inconspicuous valley, circled and rayed by Lin Mo. Blackwind Valley. Lei Yu and I were stunned. Isn't that the location of the CEO-level task to hunt the Black Wind wolf pack? Look, Lin Mo gently traced the map. Blackwind Valley is right at the entrance of the Thunder Mountain range, and the activity area of the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros starts from here and extends inward. What does that mean? Lei Yu was completely puzzled, but a glimmer of clarity flashed in my eyes. It means that when we go to hunt the Black Wind wolves, we won't directly encounter the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Lin Mo snapped his fingers lightly, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, that doesn't mean there's no connection between them. Listen to me. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros is a thunder element exotic beast, while the Black Wind wolves are wind element. Wind can enhance the power of thunder. Stationed at the mountain entrance specifically as its watchdogs. His reasoning left both of us stunned. But if they're watchdogs, what does that have to do with us? Can't we just take them out, earn the points, and leave? Lei Yu still didn't quite understand. Lin Mo shook his head, a bit exasperated. You need to have a broader perspective. We're not here for those few thousand points. His voice carried a hint of fervor. Our target is the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, and those 100,000 points. What? Our target is the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros? Lei Yu and I almost shouted in unison, staring at Lin Mo as if he had lost his mind. That's a peak 4th-tier exotic beast, equivalent to the existence of a top-tier, condensed crystal realm expert. Even if our current strength doubled, we'd still be throwing our lives away. Lin Mo, calm down. I took a deep breath and tried to persuade him. I know you want to earn points, but we can't just throw our lives away. Exactly. Lei Yu nodded repeatedly. Although 100 hero points are tempting, it's useless if we lose our lives. Let's just focus on taking out the Black Wind wolves for now. Who said we have to face it head on? Lin Mo looked at us helplessly. Can't you think of another approach? If we can't beat it, we can still use our brains to outsmart it. We exchanged confused glances, full of doubt. Facing such a powerful enemy, any strategy seemed futile. If fourth-tier exotic beast could crush us into pulp with a single strike, how could there be any chance of outsmarting it? Forget it. I won't waste my breath on you. Lin Mo waved his hand, unwilling to explain further. Anyway, I'm taking this task. If you're scared, you can stay here. I'll go alone. After speaking, he sat in a wheelchair and headed straight to the self-service terminal in the mission hall. Wait, we're not afraid. Lei Yu hurriedly caught up. What's a fourth-tier beast? Lei have never been scared. Although she said this, her heart was still uneasy. I sighed and followed. Persuading him was useless, so I could only go all out with him. After all, we were a team. Lin Mo swiped his student card. Student. Lin Mo ID 100 points, balance 9,700, please select a mission. Without hesitation, he chose a sea-level mission hunting the Black Wind Wolf Pack. Wait, didn't you say our target was the Thunderhorn Rhino? Are you taking this one? Lei Yu questioned. I rolled my eyes from the side. An A-level mission requires condensed crystal realm strength. The three of us are only at the Meridian realm. We can't even take it. Lei Yu suddenly understood, shook her head, and gave an awkward laugh. Sea-level mission. Hunt the Black Wind Wolf Pack. Accepted. Mission duration 7 days. Good luck. After accepting the mission, we didn't linger and left the mission hall directly. Outside the training camp was a large tarmac filled with various hover cars and combat aircraft, all with hefty rental fees. But at this moment, we had no use for them. The Black Wind Valley was right there, waiting for our challenge. It was only 30 miles from the training camp, and at their speed, they could reach it in an hour. The three of us left the training camp and sprinted toward the outskirts of a city. Once we left the central holy city, the scenery outside immediately became desolate, replaced by mottled ruins and dense forests. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and the stench of beasts. This was the wilderness zone, a paradise for beasts, and a forbidden zone for humans. Along the way, we encountered a few scattered beasts, but they were all weaklings of the first or second tier, not even requiring Lin Mo to act. Kinhao Yan and Lei Yu easily dealt with them. After the tempering in a gravity chamber, their strength had greatly increased. Dealing with these small fry was as easy as slicing tofu. Before long, a continuous mountain range came into view. That was the Thunderclap mountain range. At the entrance of the mountain range was a wide and deep valley, like the gaping mouth of a demon, stretching before us. The valley was filled with jagged rocks, and a black wind howled, emitting eerie wails. This was the Black Wind Valley. This is it. Kinhao Yan stopped, his expression serious. He could sense many powerful presences hidden within the valley. Lei Yu excitedly cracked her knuckles and grinned. Finally, I've been itching for a good fight. Don't rush. Lin Mo slowly approached from behind, pushing his wheelchair. Let's discuss tactics before going in. He glanced at the two of them and continued. According to the mission, there are 50 to 100 Black Wind Wolves, along with 3 to 5 third-tier Alpha Wolves. Your swordsmanship has the highest attack power and can quickly injure them. Lei Yu, your job is to disrupt the wolf pack's formation. You have the greatest strength and wide-range attacks. Don't give them a chance to surround us. I'll cover you both. He smiled faintly. Finish the fight quickly. Don't get caught up in it. Our goal isn't just this pack of guard dogs. Understood. Kinhao Yan and Lei Yu nodded firmly. They now fully trusted Lin Mo's command. And let's begin. Lin Mo gave the order. Lei Yu was the first to charge into the Black Wind Valley, shouting, "Come on, little ones. Grandma Lei Yu is here." She activated her S-level talent, Titan Battle Form, instantly growing to a height of 2 meters. The mountain-crushing hammer in her hand was as large as a door. Dozens of sturdy Black Wind Wolves pounced from all directions. As they ran, the wind howled, and their sharp claws sparked against the ground. Leading them were 3 Alpha Wolves, each a size larger than the ordinary Black Wind Wolves. Their strength then reached the 3rd tier. Just what I wanted. Lei Yu advanced instead of retreating, swinging her giant hammer down fiercely, even shattering strike. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as several Black Wind Wolves in the front row were smashed into bloody pulp before they could even howl. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. At the same time, Kinhao Yan's figure flickered, appearing like a ghost in front of 3 Alpha Wolves. His lungs were emitted a crisp hum. Brilliant sword-like shot out like a meteor. Radiant sword technique. Falling star. The battle erupted in an instant. Lei Yu was like a raging Tyrannosaurus, wielding her giant hammer as she weaved through the wolf pack. With every swing, several black-winged wolves were left with broken bones and mangled flesh. Despite her petite frame, she unleashed an invincible strength, disrupting the wolves' formation. Though the black-winged wolves were numerous, they couldn't form an effective encirclement. Qin Haoyan, on the other hand, was locked in fierce combat with the 3 third-tier alpha wolves. His movements were graceful and agile, his longsword transformed into countless sword shadows, encircling the 3 wolves. While the alpha wolves were strong, comparable to martial artists in the Yumon gathering realm, they were no match for Qin Haoyan's sharp swordsmanship. They were forced to retreat repeatedly, their bodies soon covered in deep wounds. Howl, the black-winged wolves roared, baring their bloodthirsty fangs. Sharp wind blades, condensed from wind elements, swept toward Qin Haoyan like a storm. Such a petty trick, I snorted coldly, not bothering to dodge. The longsword in my hand instantly shone brilliantly. Sword shield, but countless sword lights quickly converged in front of me, forming a massive, sturdy golden sword shield. Bang, 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 bang. The wind blaze shattered upon contact with the sword shield, disintegrating into countless sparkling elemental particles. My turn. A cold glint flashed in my eyes as I took a step forward, my figure vanishing in an instant. The next second, I appeared like a ghost behind the alpha wolf that had unleashed the wind blades. Slash! A line of blood spurted out rapidly. The alpha wolf's eyes flashed with shock before its massive body collapsed with a thud. Instantly killed, another third-tier alpha wolf was effortlessly dealt with by me. Seeing this, showed fear in their eyes. They no longer dared to charge and turned to flee. Trying to run? A cold smile tugged at the corner of my lips as I questioned, "Did you ask for a sword for permission?" My figure blurred as I pursued them again. Meanwhile, sat leisurely in his wheelchair, watching the battle with an appreciative smile. Not bad. After training in a gravity chamber, the strength of these two had clearly improved. Whether in power, speed, or control over you on energy, they had reached a new level. Especially me, I seemed to have grasped the key to controlling the longsword with my mind. My achievements would surely be limitless. Lin Mo didn't intervene, there was no need. The two of us were already capable of handling the situation. They only needed to provide support and remain vigilant for any unexpected occurrences, as one could never predict what might happen in the wilderness. The battle didn't last long. With the cooperation between me and Lei Yu, the Black-Winged Wolf pack was soon annihilated. The valley was awash with blood, severed limbs scattered everywhere. A thick stench of blood filled the air, making one nauseous. Huff a huff. Lei Yu leaned on her mountain-crushing hammer, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Victory came at a cost. I sheathed my sword and stood, my breathing slightly uneven but still steady. I glanced at the wolf corpses strewn across the ground, a hint of satisfaction on my face. We hit the jackpot. Lei Yu's spirits lifted at the thought of the beast cores. Ignoring her exhaustion, she immediately began digging for them, her movements as skilled as a seasoned miner. I could only shake my head helplessly and step forward to help collect the spoils. Before long, nearly 100 beast cores were piled into a small mountain. Among them were 3 third-tier cores, brimming with energy and highly valuable. Lei Yu had the pile of beast cores, grinning from ear to ear. We're rich this time. With these, we can enjoy another round in the gravity chamber. The sound of orderly footsteps came from the entrance of the distant valley. Soon, 5 figures appeared in our line of sight. Leading them was a burly young man with a cold and arrogant expression. A badge representing the top 30 of the training camp hung on his chest. His strength was at the early stage of the crystal condensation realm. The 4 people behind him were all seasoned veterans at the peak of the Meridian opening realm. Seeing the valley littered with wolf corpses and a beast core in Lei Yu's arms, hurry flashed in his eyes. What are you, the 3 rookies who don't know their limits? The leading young man spoke with a mocking tone. His gaze swept over the 3 of us, finally landing on Lin Mo's wheelchair. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Actually managing to take down the entire Black-Winged Wolf pack. Looks like we arrived late. Lei Yu and I immediately darkened our expressions. From his talk, we could clearly sense malice. Who are you? I stepped forward, asking coldly, shielding Lei Yu and Lin Mo behind me. Us? The young man sneered. We are toll collectors. He pointed at the wolf corpses on the ground. This Black-Wind Valley is the territory of our mad battle squad. You hunted here, so you owe us protection fees, don't you? Protection fees. Lei Yu was almost exploding with anger. What? This valley isn't yours. We killed these wolves ourselves. Why should we pay you? Because our fists are stronger. The young man's smile instantly turned cold. Boom! A powerful oppressive aura of a condensed crystal realm expert erupted from him, pressing down on us fiercely. Lay you and I. Ulf let out muffled groans, our faces turning frighteningly pale in an instant. The gap between the my realm and the condensed crystal realm was simply too vast. That oppressive force made even breathing difficult. How about now? The young man looked down at us, his eyes full of mockery. Does anyone still dare to oppose? I suggest you behave and hand over the beast core. I wouldn't mind leaving the three of you in this valley forever. They had thought their hard-earned spoils were finally theirs, only to be targeted by others. Hao Yan and Lei Ying's hearts sank to the bottom. It seemed unlikely they would get out of this safely today. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been silent all along, slowly maneuvered his wheelchair out from behind Hao Yan. He looked up at the arrogant young man, his face carrying an innocent smile. Senior, what you said does make sense. The strongest fist sets the rules. However, his tone shifted as he continued. How can you be so sure that your fists are definitely stronger than ours? Lin Mo's words instantly froze the atmosphere. The burly young man, known as the Mad Battle Squad leader, was momentarily stunned. His four subordinates looked equally baffled, staring at the boy in the wheelchair as if he were insane. Was this guy crazy? A cripple at the early stage of the my realm daring to challenge a condensed crystal realm expert and for my realm peak fighters. Did he not know the meaning of the word death? After a brief silence, a burst of wild laughter erupted. Did I hear that right? This cripple is doubting our captain's strength. Is he scared out of his mind? Has his brain gone bad? Captain, don't waste words on him. Just teach him a lesson. Show him what real strength is. The Mad Battle Squad leader was enraged by Lin Mo's provocation, his eyes flashing with cruelty and disdain. I'll admit you're bold. You're the most arrogant rookie I've ever seen. But arrogance comes at a price. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, he wasted no more words and threw a punch straight at Lin Mo's head. The punch carried the terrifying elemental force of a condensed crystal realm expert. Accompanied by a howling gust of wind, he didn't use any martial techniques, relying solely on his overwhelming strength to crush. Dealing with a cripple at the my realm didn't require any tricks. This punch was enough to turn Lin Mo and his wheelchair into scrap metal. Lin Mo, Hao Yan, and Lei Yu were shocked. Their faces pale as they tried to rush forward to help, but it was already too late. The fist was about to land on Lin Mo's head. However, Lin Mo's face still carried a calm smile, not even blinking. Just as the fist was about to touch his hairbrush, an invisible yet immensely powerful energy suddenly erupted from Lin Mo as the center. Dimensional exile. A pitch-black spatial vortex silently appeared in front of Lin Mo. The sneer on the young man's face instantly froze. He felt as if his fist had struck an endless black hole, with all his strength instantly devoured. An irresistible and terrifying suction emanated from a vortex, attempting to pull his entire arm inside. Not good. The young man screamed internally in alarm. He desperately activated the energy within his body, tried to pull his arm out, but it was useless. The vortex's suction was too strong. His body began to lose control, being dragged bit by bit toward the black hole. He let out a terrified scream. The four subordinates behind him were dumbfounded by the scene. They hadn't even seen what had happened, only knowing that after their captain threw a punch, he was inexplicably caught by a black hole. Help me, the captain shouted hoarsely. Only then did the four subordinates snap out of it, frantically pulling their captain backward. This bizarre tug of war unfolded in the valley. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, the instigator, watched them leisurely, even clicking his tongue in disdain. Senior, quite strong. Keep it up, I'm rooting for you. His nonchalant attitude almost made the members of the Berserk Squad explode with rage. Hao Yan and Lei Yu also gradually regained their composure from the initial shock. Still shaken, I finally came to my senses. The people around me stared at the absurd yet eerie scene before them, their awe for me deepening further. This guy's methods are truly bizarre and twisted. He can actually create a black hole out of thin air and traffic and dense crystal realm expert. What kind of astonishing talent is this? Damn it. The captain of the Berserk Squad's face turned bright red, like a ripe pig liver. He felt as if his arm was about to be torn apart, unable to hold on any longer. If this continued, he would be swallowed alive by this strange black hole. Let go. He suddenly roared at his subordinates behind him, his eyes filled with determination. Better to lose an arm than my life. He actually severed his own arm. Rip, blood gushed out like a fountain, trading an arm for freedom. He finally escaped the terrifying spatial vortex. Staggering back a few steps, he looked at his now empty right arm, his eyes filled with hatred and fear. His gaze as if he wanted to devour me. "Who are you?" he asked hoarsely. His bizarre spatial ability was something he had never seen before. I smiled. "I'm just a useless guy who can't even tie up a chicken." As I spoke, I glanced at the four still stunned subordinates. "Now, do you still think your fists are hard?" The four of them shuddered under my gaze, instinctively taking a step back. "Hard? What a joke." Their captain, a condensed crystal realm expert, had just lost an arm to me. A so-called useless guy in one move. If they mere pulse realm cultivators step forward, wouldn't they be courting death? "Let's go." The captain of the Berserk squad also realized that today they had truly encountered a tough opponent. This wheelchair-bound newcomer was not someone they could afford to provoke. Clutching his severed arm, he glared at me fiercely, leaving behind a harsh threat. "Kid, don't think this is over. The Berserk squad won't let this go." With that, he led his remaining four subordinates away in disgrace. Watching their embarrassed retreating figures, Lei finally snapped out of it. She ran to my side, looking me up and down like I was some kind of monster. "Lin monster, you're way too freakish." One move to scare off a condensed crystal realm expert. "That black hole of yours, what the heck is it?" "It's insanely cool." Ken Haoyan also looked at me with admiration. "I take back what I said before. You're not just any support. You're a demon king disguised as support." Faced with their praise, I simply waved my hand weakly, a faint trace of exhaustion on my face. "All right, stop talking. That moment just now took too much out of me. I feel like I'm completely drained." As I spoke, I even coughed twice for effect, acting as if I might collapse at any moment. Ken Haoyan and Lei Yu, seeing this, believed it completely. Their faces full of concern. "Are you okay? Is it serious? Let's head back quickly." I nodded weakly. "Let's go. First, clean up the battlefield. Then leave this place. This area isn't safe." Looking in the direction where the Berserk squad had fled, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. I knew this wasn't over yet. Under my urging, Ken Haoyan and Lei, he didn't dare delay and sped up the cleanup of the battlefield. Lei Yu carefully stored all the beast cores in a hearse ore train, padding it like a treasure. Ken Haoyan, on the other hand, kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings to prevent any sudden incidents. While continuing to feign weakness, I silently calculated the gains from this battle. Ding! Kill tier to Black Wind Wolf X, Indy 5. Earned 17,000 system points. Ding! Kill tier 3 Black Wind Wolf X 3. Earned 1,800 system points. Ding! Detected that the host severely injured a condensed crystal realm early stage martial artist. Based on damage contribution, rewarded 5,000 system points. 8 series of system notifications echoed in my mind. 17,000 plus 1,800 plus 5,000, a total of 23,800 points. I was overjoyed inside, and I wasn't even counting the beast cores. Nearly 100 tier 2 beast cores and 3 tier 3 beast cores if exchanged back at the training camp. They could fetch another 10,000 points. This was practically overnight wealth. As expected, risk and reward go hand in hand. Looks like I'll need to take on more of these dangerous missions in the future. I thought to myself. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up. The three of us didn't linger and immediately returned to the training camp. The journey back was peaceful, with no further incidents. We first went to the mission hall to submit the task. Seeing the additional 5,000 points on her personal terminal, Lei Yu's eyes curved into crescent moons with joy. We're rich, we're officially wealthy now. Next, we headed to the Resource Exchange Center to convert all the beast cores we had obtained into points. Each tier 2 beast core was worth 100 points, and each tier 3 beast core was worth 500 points. We exchanged for 10,000 points. Our total points instantly skyrocketed to 24,700. Seeing this number, Ken Haoyan and Lei Yu could hardly believe it. Just a day ago, they were 3 broke kids, struggling even with accommodation. Now they have become wealthy overnight, holding a fortune in their hands. The feeling was exhilarating. Let's go. We're heading to the gravity chamber right now. Lei Yu could no longer hold back her excitement. This time, let's run a Class B1. 50x gravity. I want to go all out. Don't rush, Linmo stopped her. We've consumed too much today. Let's rest for the night and adjust to our best state. Tomorrow, we'll go. His gaze swept over the two of them. We're learning points not just for training. We also need better equipment, stronger techniques, and more powerful martial skills to improve our strength in all aspects. Got it. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu agreed in unison. Now they followed Lin Mo's words without question. The three of them returned to their dormitory. Although it was still the same old, shabby F-zone, their mood was completely different. With points in hand, they felt confident. They believed it wouldn't be long before they could move to a better place. Meanwhile, at the medical center of the Genius training camp, in a luxurious single-patient room, the captain of the Berserk Squad lay on the bed, his face pale, wrapped in thick bandages. Although the treatment was excellent, the pain of the lost arm was still unbearable. His subordinates stood by with their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Useless. The bunch of worthless trash. The captain's face was filled with anger and resentment. 5 people, one at the condensed crystal realm, for at the peak of the Meridian realm, were actually beaten like this by 3 newcomers. You've completely disgraced our Berserk battle team. It's not that we're useless. One of the followers said a grieved lie. It's that guy in the wheelchair, he's the strange. We couldn't even see how he made his move. And you were sucked into that black hole. Yeah, Captain, that guy is definitely not an ordinary newcomer. His strength is terrifying. Shut up, the captain shouted angrily. I don't want to hear any excuses. I only remember that he crippled one of my arms. I will definitely avenge this. His eyes burned with a crazed killing intent. Go investigate immediately. Don't let any of them off. Find out everything about those 3 newcomers, especially the one in the wheelchair. I want to know everything about him. Also, quickly report today's incident to Senior Zhao Wuji. Tell him it was those 3 newcomers who crippled my arm. The followers froze for a moment. Zhao Wuji was one of the top 20 powerhouses in the training camp, a mid-stage condensed crystal realm expert, someone they could only look up to. That's right, the captain gritted his teeth. I heard Zhao Wuji has already taken a dislike to those 3 newcomers. Now, inform him of this. If he takes action, those 3 newcomers are as good as dead. This way, not only can we get revenge, but we can also earn Zhao Wuji's favor, to burnt with 1 stone. The followers' eyes lit up and they quickly agreed. They hurriedly left the hospital room. Watching their retreating figures, the captain revealed a sinister smile. Lin Mo, no matter where you come from, you've offended me and Zhao Wuji. Your death is near. He seemed to already envision Lin Mo kneeling before him, begging for mercy. A greater storm targeting Lin Mo and his 2 companions was quietly brewing. They were completely unaware, happily planning how to spend their first earnings. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the dormitory window. Lin Mo and his 2 companions had already gotten up early. After a good night's rest and the aid of medicinal pills, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's physical conditions have fully recovered, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's go, hurry to the training area. Lei Yu urged excitedly early in the morning. I can't wait to try the feeling of 50 times gravity. Don't rush. Lin Mo remained as calm as ever. We need to take care of some business first. Then train. Business? What business? Lei Yu was puzzled. Lin Mo didn't answer, controlling his wheelchair and heading straight out of the dormitory. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu exchanged a glance, though confused. They followed him. They passed through the living area and arrived at the equipment exchange hall of the training camp. Like a mission hall, it was bustling with activity. People coming and going. All around were various weapons and equipment, ranging from ordinary swords to high-tech energy guns, everything imaginable. Each piece of equipment emitted powerful energy fluctuations, clearly not ordinary items. What of this place is so cool? Lei Yu's eyes lit up, like a curious child, looking and touching everything. It's so awesome. She pointed to a long sword burning with flames, suspended in a display case, and shouted excitedly. Qin Hao Yan's eyes also burned with the arrest. This is a C-grade weapon, the Flame Blade, priced at 30,000 points. There's also B-grade armor here, the Obsidian Armor. It cost 100,000 points, Lei Yu exclaimed. That's so expensive. It's practically daylight robbery. She clicked her tongue at the astronomical prices. They only had over 20,000 points in hand. Far from enough to buy these top-tier pieces of equipment. You get what you pay for, Lin Mo said calmly. The equipment here is all top-grade military supplies. Whether it's the materials or the engraved runes, they're extremely high quality. Being able to exchange them for poise is already a great deal. Finally stopping at an inconspicuous corner. There, some auxiliary equipment was displayed. Gravity Restraint Rate F, wherein it generates to its gravity, allowing for weight training anytime, anywhere. 500 points. Force amplifier grade instantly increases force burst intensity by 20% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Price 1,000 points. Mental stability helmet grade D resists mental attacks and maintains clarity. Priced 1,000 points. This is today's target. Lin Mo pointed at the gravity restraint ring. Gravity ring? Lei Yu and Qin Hao Yan were stunned. Only to its gravity. What's the use of this? It's better to just go to the gravity chamber. Of course, we'll go to the gravity chamber, Lin Mo smiled. But we can't stay in there all day. This gravity ring allows us to be in a weighted state while walking, eating, and sleeping, maximizing our time to train our bodies. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up, thinking this idea was brilliant, while others rested. They could continue training, and over time, the gap would naturally widen. Lin Mo, how does your brain work? You always come up with ideas we can't think of, Qin Hao Yan sincerely praised. I've said it before. He's a monster. Lei Yu nodded in agreement. The three of them didn't hesitate and went to the self-service terminal to each buy a gravity restraint ring, spending a total of 1,500 points. It put the black metal rings on their wrists and immediately felt a heavy force pressing down on them. Although it was only to its gravity, it felt like carrying a person while walking, making them a bit uncomfortable. Mission accomplished, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now it can focus on training, and went back to the gravity hall, and this time chose the Gray B gravity chamber, without hesitation 50x gravity. At 200 points per hour, they rented it for 5 hours, spending a total of 1,000 points. 5 hours later, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were almost carried out, completely limp, faces pale and breathing heavily, looking like the lifeless fish. 50x gravity was truly overwhelming. Although they were mentally prepared, the immense pressure made them feel that they could be crushed into pulp at any moment. Fortunately, Lin Mo had given them the top-tier pills, otherwise it wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Lin Mo himself remained calm and composed. Although his face was slightly paler and his breathing a bit heavier, he was clearly not at his limit. He had accelerated a bit, but to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, it made no difference. They were already completely numb. Just as the three were about to return to their dormitory, a cold voice came from behind. Looks like you've aimed quite a bit. The three turned around to see a cold and stunning woman in a fiery red battlesuit, arms crossed, leaning against a nearby wall. Watching them with interest, it was none other than the Flame Witch, Sumu King. Her appearance immediately made Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu tense up, instinctively adopting defensive stances. Senior Su, Lin Mo, however, calmly nodded in greeting. Is there something you need from us, Senior? Sumu King's gaze swept over the three of them. She had been here the whole time and had personally witnessed these three newcomers enter the Gray B gravity chamber. Yet Lin Mo had just done it with ease. This guy, or did he do it? Waves of shock surged in her heart. She had already thought highly of Lin Mo, but it was clear she had still underestimated him. I'm not here to cause trouble. Sumu King took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her astonishment and regaining her composure. I am just here to give you a heads up. Someone has their eyes on you. Eyes on us? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. That's right, Sumu King nodded. The Berserk Squad has already told Zhao Wuji about what you did in Black Wind Valley yesterday. Zhao Wuji was now furious. He had already declared that he would kick the three of you out of the training camp before the quarterly competition, so you'd better be careful. After speaking, she said no more and decisively turned to leave. Watching her back, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's faces darkened like lead. Zhao Wuji, the mid-age condensed crystal realm expert, they had forced to kneel publicly in the mission hall. They hadn't expected him to retaliate so quickly. What should we do? Lei Yu was a bit flustered. Zhao Wuji is mid-stage condensed crystal realm, much stronger than that captain of the Berserk Squad yesterday. Qin Hao Yan's eyes were filled with anxiety, but Lin Mo's face showed a meaningful smile. What are you afraid of? He wants us to get out, but we want to step on him instead. If he doesn't make a move, I wouldn't find it interesting. If he dares to come. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. I'll make him finish the count out as he didn't complete last time. Lin Mo's words were firm and full of confidence. That aura of disregarding anyone instantly reassured Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. What were they afraid of? With Lin Mo, this unfathomable monster around, he could easily defeat the early-stage condensed crystal realm captain of the Berserk Squad. Or was Zhao Wuji compared to that? Lei Yu clenched her fists, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Whether he's Zhao Wuji or Li Wuji, if he dares to cause trouble, we'll make sure he doesn't even recognize his own mother. To take all his points. Her eyes lit up at the thought of points. Qin Hao Yan took a breath. his gaze firm, face any challenge. The most important thing now is to improve our strength. If we're strong enough, no one can intimidate us. Well said. Lin Mo nodded in approval. Starting today, our training will be doubled. Don't skimp on points, and don't skimp our pills either. We need to convert all resources into combat power as quickly as possible. All right, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison. In the days that followed, the three of them entered a state of frenzied training. Apart from eating and sleeping, all their time was spent in the training area. From 50 times gravity to 60 times, 70 times, and even 80 times. They only emerged after exhausting every last ounce of strength. The excruciating pain was enough to make an ordinary person collapse on the spot, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. They went to the simulated combat arena, engaging in life and death battles against powerful simulated beasts to hone their combat skills and teamwork. Even at night, they didn't rest. Qin Hao Yan went to the mental strength training tower to refine his sword intent. Lei Yu improved her elemental power in the elemental infusion array. Lin Mo, like a ghost, moved between various training facilities. Although he was still in a wheelchair, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. He could chat effortlessly in the 80 times gravity training room. He could instantly kill a powerful 4th-tier simulated beast in a virtual combat arena. Those around him were left speechless in astonishment. Monster, genius. These words became Lin Mo's new titles in the training camp. Meanwhile, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were also rapidly improving their strength. Their progress visible to all. Qin Hao Yan's sword techniques became faster and sharper, and his radiant sword mastery began to show signs of man and sword becoming one. Lei Yu's power grew stronger as well, and her Titan battle form upgraded, allowing parts of her body to enlarge rapidly, enhancing flexibility and explosive power. This rate of growth was considered top tier in the entire Genius training camp. Of course, the cost of improving their strength was the rapid consumption of points. 0+ points were quickly spent. Fortunately, every few days, they would take on high-difficulty missions in the mission world. With the increasingly seamless teamwork and ever-growing strength of the trio, whether it was C-level or B-level missions, they could complete them with ease. Their points snowballed, growing more and more. Their names began to frequently appear on the training camp's leaderboard, skyrocketing from the very bottom 90th, 80th, 70th, 60th. When they broke into the top 50, the entire training camp was shaken. Everyone understood that these three were no longer pushovers but dark horses capable of turning the tide. Even Zhao Wuji was suppressed by their momentum and hadn't caused him any trouble for half a month. Occasionally, when they crossed paths, his gaze remained dark and hateful, but it was clear he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to strike a fatal blow. And that opportunity came soon. As Lin Mo and his two companions emerged from the gravity chamber, a resounding bell suddenly echoed across the skies of the training camp, reverberating through the clouds. All the trainees, whether training or on missions, stopped what they were doing, looked up at the sky, and displayed expressions of excitement, seriousness, or anticipation. This is the summons for the quarterly competition. Qin Hao Yan's eyes sparkled. It's finally starting. Lei Yu clenched her fists in excitement. A faint smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. Soon after, a massive virtual screen unfolded in the sky, displaying the stern and authoritative face of Instructor Longzon. Reaching every corner of the training camp. Attention, all trainees. The third quarter competition of the Genius training camp will officially begin in 3 days. The rules are as follows. All trainees will be randomly teleported to an A-level simulated secret realm called the Crimson Jungle. Trainees may attack each other as steal points. Those killed will be teleported out of the secret realm and immediately eliminated. The competition lasts for 3 days. At the end of the 3 days, based on the points ranking, the top 10 teams will qualify to enter the Ancient Sword's secret realm. And see you on the battlefield in 3 days. As the light screen disappeared, the training camp erupted into chaos. Crimson Jungle. It's an A-level secret realm. My god, the difficulty is too high. Even the weakest beasts are at tier 3. Not just that, A-level secret realms often have tier 4 peak beasts and as practically routine. What's worse is that we can attack each other to steal points. Isn't this just setting us up to sabotage ourselves? This is too brutal. The bottom 10 ranked people will be directly eliminated. This gives us newcomers no chance at all. Every corner of a training camp echoed with exclamations and complaints. The expressions on everyone's faces were complex. The top-ranked powerhouses had eyes full of excitement. For them, this competition was a feast of points. A perfect opportunity to widen the gap and secure a spot in the ancient Escorting secret realm. Minrake trainees were filled with anxiety. They wanted to use the competition to make a name for themselves, but feared the harsh rules and worried about being mercilessly eliminated. Their faces were filled with despair. Like lambs awaiting slaughter, they shrank back, awaiting their fate. Finally, it's here. Leiyu's face flushed with excitement as she waved her small fists, eager and impatient. Crimson Jungle, just the name sounds thrilling. I've been dying to see how powerful an A-level secret realm really is, and we can steal other people's points. Heh, I like this rule. When the time comes, anyone I don't like, I'll take them all out in one go. She rubbed her hands together, her greedy nature on full display. Don't get too excited just yet. Although Qin Hao Yan was also a bit excited, he remained mostly calm. He frowned and analyzed. This rule is very disadvantageous for us. Random teleportation means the three of us might be separated. If we encounter hostile veteran teams, we'll be in great danger. Zhao Wuji will definitely do everything he can to target us. He's now at the mid-stage of the condensed crystal realm and ranks in the top 20 of a training camp. He must have quite a few followers. If they set their sights on us, we'll become everyone's target. At the mention of Zhao Wuji's name, Leiyu's face darkened, and her excitement immediately faded. MB8, what is there to be afraid of? If he dares to come, I'll smash him with one punch. Though her words weren't off, she knew in her heart just how terrifying a midst-age condensed crystal realm expert could be. Don't worry, Lin Mo's voice was calm and steady, carrying a reassuring strength. He maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly moving between the two of them, a playful smile on his face. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Random teleportation, for us, is both a challenge and an opportunity. Zhao Wuji, a cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He wants us out of the training camp. Then we'll send him out first. His competition isn't just about making it into the top 10 and during the secret realm qualification. That's also the key battle for us to truly establish ourselves in the training camp and showcase our strength. We'll out-rample every single person who dares to provoke us on foot. Lin Mo's words were firm and powerful, brimming with confidence and dominance. The last bit of worry in Qin Hao Yan and Leiyu's hearts was completely swept away. A blazing fighting spirit reignited in their eyes. That's right. With this monster Lin Mo backing them, what was their fear? Lin Mo, what do we do now? Qin Hao Yan had already grown accustomed to treating Lin Mo as the backbone of their team. We still have 3 days. For the next 3 days, we'll focus on one thing. What thing? Leiyu asked curiously, spinning ports. Lin Mo's lips curved into a smile. We'll convert all our points into combat power. Let us go to the equipment exchange hall. We need to arm ourselves to the teeth. Yay, shopping time. Leiyu cheered, instantly energized. The three of them didn't hesitate and headed straight for the equipment exchange hall. Every student they encountered instinctively made way for them. Almost all the students had come, hoping to enhance their strength as much as possible in the final 3 days. Give me 10 bottles of E-grade energy recovery potions. I want this degrade for Nara. It can reflect physical attacks and will definitely be super useful in the jungle. Is there any equipment that can detect life signals? All by one, the hall was filled with the eager shouts of students. Lin Mo and his teammen ignored the ordinary equipment section and headed straight to the highest grade B-level equipment area. Every item here was exorbitantly priced, costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points. This area was deserted, but today it was also crowded, clearly filled with top-ranking experts. Lin Mo, how many points do we have now? Qin Hao Yan asked. On the last mission and the points we earned over the past half-month, we have a total of 78,000 points. 78. 0 points. Leiyu called me help but gasped. This number was enough to drive 90% of the students in the training camp crazy. Look at this. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto a set of jet black combat attire. Shadow stealth suit B-level made of special materials. It can perfectly blend into darkness, masking most auras and energy fluctuations. Comes with the Shadow's alt skill, which instantly boosts burst speed by 50%. Christ. 50,000 points. This suit is perfect for you, Lin Mo said. Looking at Qin Hao Yan, your radiant swordplay is light and agile, focusing on one-hit kills. You'll be the strongest assassin in the jungle. Qin Haotian's eyes burned with excitement, the thought of being an assassin stirring his blood. All right. This is it. He nodded without hesitation. And this, Lin Mo pointed to a massive shield glowing with an earthy yellow light. Guardian's bulwark be level forged from a shell of a peak 4th-tier beast, the mountain ridge giant turtle, and engraved with 36 defensive runes. Extremely strong against both physical and energy attacks. Comes with the unmovable mountain skill, which can form an energy barrier to block one fatal attack. Price: 60,000 points. Lei Yu, this is for you. Wow, such a big shield. It's so cool. Lei Yu's eyes instantly lit up. What she lacked most was a suitable piece of defensive equipment, and this shield seemed tailor-made for her. But, Lin Mo, this costs 60,000 points. We don't have nearly that much, Lei Yu said dejectedly. Who said we can't afford it? Lin Mo smiled, his gaze falling on the worn-out mountain hammer at her waist. Your degraded broken hammer really needs replacing. His eyes swept across the hall and stopped on a massive warhammer engulfed in crimson flames. Each swing unleashes flames that scorch enemies. Comes with the Flame Storm skill. Price 0 points. Wow, Lei Yu drooled. This hammer was her dream weapon. Stop joking. These 3 items together cost nearly 200,000 points. Even if we sold everything, we couldn't afford them. Who said we need to buy them? Lin Mo's face revealed a sly, fox-like grin. We're not buying them. We're stealing them. Stealing? Qin Haotian and Lei Yu were stunned. At that moment, a mocking voice came from behind. I was wondering who was being so arrogant. Turns out it's just 3 crudelous rookies. The 3 turned around to see Zhao Wuji approaching with a few of his subordinates, his face full of arrogance. His gaze swept over the equipment of Lin Mo and the others at Chosen, filled with disdain and ridicule. Can't afford it, so you're planning to steal. How shameless. But I advise you to be careful. Zhao Wuji's eyes were cold and merciless as he stared at Lin Mo. The competition in 3 days is no joke. I wouldn't want to accidentally send the 3 of you packing. He sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. I'd much rather watch as I slowly strip away all your points, leaving you like helpless stray dogs, kicked out in disgrace. A defeated look would be much more entertaining. His subordinates burst into laughter, and the surrounding students gathered to watch the drama unfold. Everyone knew about the grudge between Zhao Wuji and these 3 newcomers. Just as they were about to retort, Lin Mo calmly pushed his wheelchair forward a step. He looked up, his gaze steady as he stared at Zhao Wuji. You're not wrong, he nodded slightly. Taking you out directly would indeed be boring. His cold gaze swept over Zhao Wuji and his subordinates, as if he were looking at a pile of walking points. So I decided. A sinister yet kind smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. In this competition, I won't just strip you of every single point you have. I'll also take all your equipment, especially you. Lin Mo pointed at Zhao Wuji. That B-grade battle armor of yours looks pretty good. Consider it an early gift from me. Everyone around stared at the bullying wheelchair with a mix of shock and confusion. What did this guy just say? Did he really dare to strip Zhao Wuji of his equipment and even take his B-grade battle armor? Was he insane? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. His cripple is way too arrogant. Who does he think he is, talking to Zhao Wuji like that, stripping Zhao Wuji of his equipment? He's not afraid of death. This is going to be a good show. Zhao Wuji must be furious. Sure enough, Zhao Wuji's face turned bright red upon hearing Lin Mo's words. As if all the blood in his body was rushing to his head, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. It was the pressure of a mid-stage condensed crystal realm cultivator, crashing down on Lin Mo like a tidal wave. You are courting death, Zhao Wuji growled, the words squeezed out through gritted teeth. His internal energy surged wildly, clearly ready to strike on the spot. However, when the oppressive force fell upon Lin Mo, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Lin Mo remained calm, even smiling as he looked at him. Senior, don't get so worked up. Fighting is prohibited in the training camp. If you really make a move and get penalized with point deductions or even expelled, it wouldn't be worth it. At that point, I wouldn't even have the chance to strip you of your gear. As soon as he finished speaking, several students around couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy was the sharp-toned. It was a direct blow to Zhao Wuji's pride. You. Zhao Wuji trembled with anger, his chest heaving violently, almost spitting blood. He clenched his fist tightly, his rationality telling him not to act rashly. Otherwise, he would fall right into Lin Mo's trap. Taking a few deep breaths, he forcibly suppressed his fury. Fine. Very fine. Zhao Wuji squeezed out a twisted smile. his gaze so fierce, it seemed like it could drip water. Lin Mo, is it? I'll remember you. 3 days from now, in the Blood Forest, we'll meet. By then, I'll make you truly understand the taste of despair. With that, he turned around with a contemptuous expression and left with his equally grim-faced followers. His retreating figure gave the impression of someone who was not a proud and dignified expert, but rather a defeated coward. After Zhao Wuji left, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu both let out a sigh of relief. That was so satisfying. Lei Yu was overjoyed. Lin Mo, you were absolutely amazing. Did you see Zhao Wuji's face? It turned green, like he just ate something disgusting. I bet he's never been this angry in his entire life. Qin Hao Yan looked at Lin Mo with admiration. Ruthless and sharp. Lin Mo, I am impressed. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with me, I'll send them straight to you. All right, stop flattering me. Lin Mo waved his hand to interrupt them. We still have unfinished business. He turned his gaze back to the few pieces of great equipment. Lei Yu asked in a low voice. Lin Mo, are we really going to take them? We don't have enough points. Lin Mo gave a mysterious smile and maneuvered his wheelchair toward the self-service exchange machine. Instead of selecting buy, he opened an auction that few people noticed equipment rental. Lin Mo nodded. Of course, the training camp specifically set up this feature for students who don't have many coins but need high-level equipment. And there is a time limit, so not many people use it. The screen displayed the rental rules: equipment rental service 1. Students pay % of the equipment's price as a rental fee for a 3-day period. Second, if the equipment is damaged during use, compensation is required based on the extent of the damage. Third, if not returned on time, the system will automatically deduct the remaining 90% of the equipment's price. If points are insufficient, the debt will accumulate and must be cleared or unfreeze the account. So we only need to pay 1/10 of the price to use it for 3 days. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. The moonlit grade equipment would be more than enough for 3 days. Shadow Stealth Suit 50. 0 points, rental fee 5,000. Guardian's Bulwark, 60,000 points, rental fee 6,000. Flame Warhammer, 80,000 points, rental fee 8. Jero. The free calculated the total 19,000 points. It was entirely manageable for them. Awesome, Lin Mo, your brain is a treasure. Lei Yu praised sincerely. No need for compliments. Hold tight, Lin Mo said calmly, preparing for the next step of his plan. Without hesitation, the 3 of them completed the equipment rental process on the terminal. A flash of light appeared, and the 3 pieces of great equipment, radiating powerful energy waves, materialized before them, as if he could merge into the shadows at any moment, making him hard to detect. Lei Yu excitedly picked up the Flame Warhammer and hoisted the Guardian's Bulwark, with a sharp and deadly hammer in one hand and indestructible shield in the other. She looked like a walking fortress of war. The overwhelming and powerful aura made the surrounding classmates involuntarily take a few steps back. Amazing. Is this the power of great equipment? It's terrifying. Who are these 3 newcomers? How do they have so much money? Everyone looked at the newly equipped trio with eyes full of surprise and envy. They knew that these 3 dark horses were bound to make a breakthrough. Equipment is ready. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Let's buy some elixirs and auxiliary tools. Get healing ones, energy recovery ones, antidotes, and also stock up on one-time attack and defense runes. In short, we must use up all the points, not leaving a single one. No problem. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison. Now they fully understood the joy of upgrading by spending money. Over the next 3 days, the trio practically swept through the entire equipment exchange hall. They piled up various elixirs, runes, and tools. The 78,000 points were quickly spent, leaving only a few hundred as spare change. Their overall strengths saw a comprehensive and significant improvement. Qin Hao Yan, wielding a sharp sword and clad in a shadow stealth suit, became a top-tier assassin who could appear and disappear unpredictably. Lei Yu, with a shield in her left hand and a war hammer in her right, transformed into a heavy armored warrior, excelling in both offense and defense. Lin Mo, still sitting in his wheelchair, appeared outwardly harmless, but no one dared to underestimate him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The quarterly competition was finally about to begin. At dawn, the crisp and stirring sound of a bell echoed throughout the training camp. In the central square of the training ground, all 100 trainees had gathered. Each face was filled with anticipation, nervousness, or determination. They wore various combat suits and held weapons gleaming with cold light, exuding an imposing aura. As stern as ever, stood on the high platform. His gaze swept over the crowd like a hawk. "It seems you are all ready," he said coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. "No need for unnecessary words. You all know the rules." I'll emphasize with 3 points. First, there are no teammates in the secret realm, only enemies. Don't trust others easily, only yourself and your trusted teammates are reliable. Third, survive. Only those who live to the end can talk about rankings or awards. Now, I declare, Longzon's voice suddenly rose. The third quarter competition of the Genius training camp officially begins. As soon as he finished, the ground of the square suddenly lit up with dazzling room lights. A massive and intricate teleportation array enveloped everyone. As the space began to vibrate violently, a powerful pulling force gripped each person. Lin Mo's vision blurred. The next second, he had left the training camp square. A flood of weightlessness and dizziness overwhelmed him. When he regained clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was a forest shrouded in blood-red hues. The sky was an eerie dark red, as if perpetually covered by ominous clouds. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. The towering, grotesque trees had pitch-black trunks and blood-red leaves, seemingly dripping with blood. The ground was covered with a thick layer of bones, crunching underfoot. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even the sound of wind and birds was absent. Only a chilling, deathly stillness remained. So this is the legendary Blood Forest. Lin Mo sat in his wheelchair, surveying the surroundings with a calm expression. The environment of this A-grade simulated secret realm was indeed realistic. The oppressive and terrifying atmosphere alone was enough to mentally break those who lacked strong resolve before any battle even began. Ding! Host detected entering the A-grade simulated secret realm Blood Forest. Analyzing secret realm data. Analysis complete. This secret realm's energy field is highly realistic, and the virtual creatures possess independent consciousness. Hearing the system's notification, a satisfied smile appeared on my lips. Not bad. Although I can only earn half the system points compared to real beasts of the same level, it's still better than nothing. It seems that this competition not only allows me to earn training camp points, but also lets me farm some system points along the way, double the joy. I glanced at my personal terminal. Lin Mo ID 100, current rank 100, personal points 0, team points 0, remaining time 71:59:58. Everyone starts with 0 points, and the rankings are initially arranged by ID. My ID is 100, so I'm temporarily at the bottom. I need to earn some initial points quickly, I thought to myself. First, I needed to confirm my location, and then rendezvous with Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. Before the teleportation began, we had already made a plan. Although this blood-red forest is vast, it has one unchanging landmark, the towering, sort of like Blood-Red Mountain, at the center of the secret realm, Blood Cry Peak. No matter where we were teleported, as long as we headed toward Blood Cry Peak, we would definitely meet up. I looked up to determine the direction. Blood Cry Peak was directly ahead, although it was far away. The target was clear. For now, there was no rush to move. My omniverse perception had already detected that this seemingly lifeless forest was hiding quite a few surprises. 300 meters to the left, behind a giant tree, crouched a pitch-black beast resembling a panther. Tier for early stage Shadow Panther, virtual attributes strength 3,200, speed 4,500, defense 2,800, spirit 800, abilities Shadow Stealth, lethal ambush, 50 meters underground to the right. A 20-meter-long giant python was coiled. Name Tier 3 mid-stage blood by Python, virtual attribute strength 5,500, speed 1,000, defense 4,800, spirit 1,000, abilities Deathbite, venomous fangs. Above, in a dense blood-red canopy, hum at least 100 bat-like creatures. Name Tier to peak vampire bat, virtual attribute strength 1,200, speed 2,500. Defense 900, Spirit 500, abilities ultrasonic attack, blood-sucking. Heh, it's practically a welcome gift pack for beginners, I said with a twisted smile. But for me, this wasn't dangerous at all. It was a points bonanza delivered right to my doorstep. I didn't even bother to act personally. From my storage ring, I took out a pill emitting a peculiar fragrance. This was a beast liver pill I had specifically purchased from the exchange hall. As the name suggests, it was used to trap beasts. I gently crushed it into powder and casually scattered it. The colorless, odorless powder dispersed with the wind. After finishing, I calmly sat back in my wheelchair and waited. In less than 10 seconds as SSS the ground behind me trembled violently, dirt flying everywhere. A blood-red giant python, as thick as a barrel, burst out of the ground. Its lantern-like eyes locked onto me, filled with greed and killing intent. It had caught the scent of the irresistible fragrance. Before it could attack Swish, a black shadow darted out of the forest on the left like lightning. It was the lurking shadow panther, also drawn by the beast lapel. The two powerful tier for beasts met in the confined space. They immediately regarded each other as competitors for the prey. Roar, hiss, without hesitation. It began to fight. The panther moved with incredible speed, transforming into streaks of black shadows as it launched continuous attacks around the python. The python was not to be outdone, its massive tail sweeping like a steel whip, instantly toppling towering trees. Dust flew, and the ground shook, just as their battle raged on. Screech, screech, screech from the canopy above. Swarms of vampire bats dove down at the commotion. Their target wasn't the giant beast, but the human sitting in a wheelchair, looking the weakest and easiest to bully me. The overwhelming swarm of bats rapidly approached. As the bats swooped in, Lin Mo's face remained calm and confident. With a faint smile, "Here they come." He snapped his fingers lightly. An invisible yet terrifying wave spread rapidly from his side. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor destructive aura, only a flash of purple flame, capable of scorching souls, flickered through the air. Their bodies stiff, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Their glowing green eyes instantly lost all vitality. The bats' bodies were completely intact, but their souls had already been burned clean by that purple flame. Instant annihilation. Hundreds of peak-level Tier 3 beasts were wiped out in a blink of an eye. Ding, killed Tier 3 peak virtual beast Sex 125, gained 37,500 system points. Student points 12,500. The system notifications sounded continuously. Lin Mo glanced at his personal terminal, watching his points soar past 10,000, and nodded in satisfaction. Not a bad start. At this moment, the tier for beasts locked in fierce combat noticed the commotion. Was definitely no ordinary person. The beasts stopped fighting each other and began retreating simultaneously, seemingly trying to escape. But how could Lin Mo let them run? "Since you're here, you might as well stay." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it carried the cold ruthlessness of a death sentence. He raised his hand and clenched it lightly. Dimensional banishment to pitch black's spatial vortexes suddenly appeared above the two beasts' heads. The irresistible suction instantly enveloped them. Roar, hiss. The tier for beasts let out roars of extreme terror, struggling desperately to escape the black hole's pull. But it was all in vain. Their bodies were gradually twisted and pulled apart, eventually swallowed without a trace into the endless dimensional rift. The killed tier for early stage virtual beast X1, gained 1,200 system points. The killed tier for mid-stage virtual beast X1, gained 1,200 system points. Student points 4,800. Student points 4,800. The points surged again, breaking past the 20,000 mark. Lin Mo's face showed a satisfied smile. He glanced at the rankings. Current rate 35 in less than 5 minutes. He had leapt from the bottom to the top 35th. Welcome to my hunting ground. Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, rolling over the scattered bones as he slowly headed toward the direction of Blood Cry Peak. Against the backdrop of the blood-red sky, his silhouette resembled that of an elegant demon lord returning from hell. If not thousands of hunters in this brutal hunting ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blood-red forest boom, a loud explosion. A massive tier for ironclad bear was sent flying by a flaming warhammer larger than a door. Roar. The ironclad bear roared in fury, struggling to stand, still trying to move. A sharp voice rang out. Leiyu leapt like a cannonball. With her left hand, she wielded the guardian bulwark, smashing it against the bear's head, leaving it dazed. Then, raising her flaming warhammer high with her right hand, she brought it down with earth-shattering force. Die, bang. The ironclad bear's head shattered like a watermelon, blood and flesh plattering everywhere. Student points 2,400. Wu Leiyu leaned on her warhammer, panting heavily. A few drops of the bear's hot blood splattered on her face, adding a touch of wild beauty. She glanced at her points, which had already surpassed 5,000. running into a big guy right at the start. She wiped the blood off her face and confirmed the direction of crying blood peak. I need to hurry and find Lin, Mo and Kin Hao Yan, just as she was about to set off. She suddenly heard the sounds of intense fighting not far away. Someone's there? Lei's eyes lit up. Where there's fighting, there are points to be earned. Without hesitation, she picked up her hammer and shield and quietly crept toward the source of the commotion. Lei crouched on a hillside, poking her head out to look down. In the clearing of the valley below, two groups were locked in a fierce battle. One group consisted of 3 warriors in matching uniforms. The armored trainees worked seamlessly together, their attacks and defenses well coordinated, clearly seasoned teammates. Leading them was a young man wielding a spear, his strength at the peak of the Tamai realm. His spear techniques were broad and powerful, exuding an imposing aura. His 2 companions, one wielding a blade and the other a bow, were also experts in the late stage of the Tamai realm. The target was a somewhat frail-looking boy, his strength also at the late stage of the Tamai realm. At the moment, he was being surrounded and attacked by the 3. His body already covered in wounds, barely holding on. Sun Hao. Stop struggling, the spear-wielding youth, Wang Meng, laughed wildly as he attacked. Hand over your points obediently, and we might let you die quickly. Otherwise, once we catch you, you'll understand the meaning of being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Though Sun Hao was in a desperate situation, he continued to fight back tenaciously. You despicable scum. Even bullies should have some sense of rules. Rules, Wang Ming sneered disaffectedly. In this blood forest, there are only hunters and prey. Where do you see heroes and gentlemen? Don't blame us. Brothers, hurry up, don't let him escape. Yes, Captain. His 2 companions responded in unison, their attacks becoming even fiercer. Damn it. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and fought desperately, but his internal energy was nearly depleted, and his movements were growing slower and slower. Wan Meng's spear was about to pierce his heart. Stop! Suddenly, a crisp shout rang out like a clap of thunder from a hillside. Then, a petite figure carrying a giant shield taller than herself and wielding a flaming hammer descended from the sky. Boom! Lei landed heavily, creating a large crater in the ground. How dare she meddle in the affairs of our wolf pack? Wang Meng frowned, staring at the petite girl in front of him, who barely reached his chest and looked delicate and frail. His eyes were full of disdain. Her entrance might have been intimidating, but she was just a little girl, no older than 15. How strong could she possibly be? Little girl, this isn't a place for you, Wang Meng said mockingly. The brothers and I are handling some business. You better leave quietly. If you get hurt by our blades and spears, that delicate skin of yours will be in trouble. The 2 men behind him also let out cold, sinister laughs. Sun Hao, seeing Lei Yu appear, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He was grateful for her help, but she was too young and alone. Could she really handle these 3 ruthless senior trainees? This was clearly a suicide mission. Little girl, leave now. They're not good people. Sun Hao shouted urgently. Lei Yu acted as if she hadn't heard him, her bright eyes scanning the 3 members of the wolf pack. Her gaze was like that of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. She lightly licked her lips and revealed an innocent smile. You guys of the wolf pack, that's right. Wang Meng replied proudly. We're quite famous in the training camp. Little girl, there's still time to back out. Afraid? Lei Yu blinked, tilting her head curiously. Do you guys have a lot of points? Huh? Wan Ming was momentarily stunned, not understanding what she meant. Our captain is currently ranked 58th. His points exceed 13,000, the archer boasted proudly. Wow, over 13,000 points. Lei Yu's eyes instantly lit up, shining like the bright lamps. Drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of her mouth. She let out a chilling laugh that sent shivers down the spines of the 3 members of a wolf pack team. This is great, great, Wang Ming began to feel uneasy. Lei Yu's smile suddenly turned maniacal. She raised her blazing giant hammer and pointed it at Wang Ming and his team. I want all your points. The S-rank talent titan battle for me erupted in full force. Lei Yu's body rapidly grew to meters tall, golden battle patterns glowing on her skin. They fierce and violent were swept across the battlefield, as if the entire world had changed color. What? The faces of the 3 members of the wolf pack team froze in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They stared at the petite girl who had suddenly transformed, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of monster is this? This aura is far more terrifying than any condensed crystal realm expert we've ever encountered. Run! The only thought left in Wang Meng's mind was to flee. He turned and tried to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Tried to run? Lei Yu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Who gave you permission to run? Did you ask my hammer for its opinion? She took a step forward, and the ground instantly split open with a deep crack. Her figure blurred as she caught up to the swordsman lagging at the back. No, the swordsman cried out in despair. Turning his head, he saw a massive hammer engulfed in flames growing larger and larger, rushing straight toward his face. Adolf thud echoed. His body was struck by the hammer with brutal force, leaving no time for a scream. He was reduced to a mangled pile of flesh. Student point 3500 third brother. Wang Ming and the archer's eyes were filled with a mix of rage and terror. They never expected this seemingly innocent and harmless little girl to be so ruthless. You're next. Lei Yu's gaze locked onto the archer, raining him down on Lei Yu. But all the arrows struck Lei Yu's left-hand guardian barrier, leaving not a single scratch. Useless, Lei Yu said coldly, as if delivering a death sentence. She walked step by step through the rain of arrows, effortlessly closing the distance to the archer. With one swing of her hammer, bang, another fresh pile of flesh was created. Student points 3,800 in a blink of an eye. Only Wang Ming was left from the wolf pack team. He collapsed to the ground in fear, a foul smell emanating from his pants. He stared at the blood-soaked, flame-wielding hammer and the female demon walking toward him step by step, his eyes filled with terror. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. I'll give you all my ports. Please spare my life. You should have said so earlier. Lei Yu stood before him, looking down at him. She reached out with her free hand and lightly patted his face. Remember, stay humble in the future. Don't mess with strangers so casually. With that, she said no more. The giant hammer was raised high. No, Wang Ming screamed in despair. Bang! The world fell into a deathly silence. Student points 13,100, seeing her points skyrocket to over 25,000. Lei Yu nodded in satisfaction. She deactivated Titan Battle 4, reverting to her petite and adorable appearance, still carrying a massive hammer and shield that seemed completely mismatched with her small frame. She turned to look at the stunned young man. Sun Hao. Hey, are you okay? Huh? I'm fine. Sun Hao finally snapped out of it, quickly standing up and looking at Lei Yu with a face full of awe. Thank you, heroine, for saving my life. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the heroine turn 3 Peak Meridi on opening realm experts into piles of flesh. The bloody and violent scene left an indelible shadow in his heart. No need to thank me. I was just passing by and collecting a little protection fee, Lei Yu said casually, waving her hand. Sun Hao's mouth twitched as he looked at the piles of flesh on the ground. He thought to himself, this protection fee is way too extreme. It's outright robbery, and the most brutal kind of robbery at that. Heroine, I still haven't heard your name, Sun Hao asked cautiously. My name is Lei Yu. Lei Yu. Sun Hao etched the name deeply into his memory. My name is Sun Hao. I will never forget the life-saving grace you showed me today. If I ever get the chance, I will definitely repay you. All right. No need to be so formal. Lei Yu waved her hand impatiently. If you really want to repay me, tell me. Have you seen someone in a wheelchair and a flashy swordsman? A wheelchair? A flashy swordsman? Sun Hao was stunned for a moment, and his eyes lit up. I really have seen them. You really saw them? Lei Yu's eyes immediately brightened. Quick, tell me. Just now, when I was being chased by the wolf gang, I passed by a swamp, Sun Hao recalled with effort. I saw a swordsman in black combat gear fighting fiercely with a 3-headed giant snake in that swamp. A swordsman in black combat gear. Lei Yu immediately knew it must be Qin Hao Yan. His big grade shadow stealth suit was black, after all. What about the one in the wheelchair? Did you see him? Lei Yu asked urgently. Well, I didn't see him. Sun Hao shook his head. I was too nervous at the time and only caught a quick glimpse. I took one look and ran away immediately. About swamp is in that direction, about 10 miles from here. He pointed eastward. Got it. Lei Yu nodded excitedly, a smile appearing on her face. Thank you. I'll remember this favor. But I'll have your back someday. With that, she didn't hesitate any longer. She hoisted her hammer and shield and charged off in the direction Sun Hao had pointed, full of energy. Only Sun Hao was left standing alone in the wind, looking a bit desolate. He watched Lei Yu's petite yet fierce figure disappear into the distance, then glanced at the 3 pools of blood and flesh left on the ground, shivering involuntarily. Are all the rookies this fierce this year? In the blood-soaked swamp, Sun Hao mentioned, an intense battle was unfolding. Then Hao Yan gripped his Lonsworth, his figure darting like a ghost through the muddy swamp. His shadow stealth suit allowed him to blend perfectly into the surrounding darkness. Apart from the dazzling and swift flashes of his sword, it was nearly impossible to detect his presence. Each of its heads was ferocious beyond measure, one spewed deadly venom, another released corrosive acid mist, and the last emitted a piercing sonic wave capable of tearing through souls. Name Tier 3 Peak 3 Headed Demon Snake Virtual Strength 8,000 Speed 6,000 Defense 9,000 Spirit 5,000 Abilities Venom Spray Acidic Mist Soul Screech. This monster's power was comparable to that of an early-stage crystal condensation realm expert, terrifyingly formidable. A 6 odds of the three-headed demon snake live for a kin Hao Yan, filled with rage and brutality. For hundreds of years, it had been the overlord of this swamp and had never encountered a human daring enough to challenge it directly. Suddenly, the middle snake head opened its massive mouth wide, shrieking an invisible yet immensely powerful sound wave spread rapidly. Soul Screech. The air rippled. This sound wave was enough to shatter the soul of an ordinary meridian opening realm warrior. But Qin Hao Yan only paused slightly. His soul remained clear. Perfect opportunity. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Hao Yan's eyes. The brief moment of stiffness after the three-headed demon snake unleashed its sound wave was his chance. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Shadow assault. The next second, he reappeared like a phantom in front of the venom-spewing snakehead. Sword light erupted, and a sharp sword intent shot straight into the sky. Radiant sword technique, unity of man and sword. He became one with his sword, transforming into a dazzling golden light that slashed fiercely at the venomous snakehead. Squelch! Blood splattered as the snakehead was severed cleanly at the base. Hissed the three-headed demon snake, let out a cry of extreme pain. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The remaining two snakeheads went berserk with pain, launching a frenzied counterattack. Venom and acidic mist blanketed the area, covering dozens of meters. The soil and skeletal remains instantly emitted green smoke, corroded into nothingness. Yet Qin Hao Yan stood firm like a rock, dodging with a dance of his sword. He used the light of his blade to form a shield, blocking all attacks. After half a month of rigorous training, coupled with the enhancement of great equipment, his strength was no longer what it used to be. Facing this tier peak beast, even with one head severed, he struggled but still had the power to fight. It's not over yet. A cold glint flashed in Qin Hao Yan's eyes as he charged forward again with his sword shield. He aimed to seize the momentum and deliver a fatal blow. The battle reached a fever pitch. He moved like a top-tier sword dancer, performing a frenzied dance on the edge of death. Each strike targeted vital points, swift and fierce. The three-headed demon snake retaliated wildly, but was suppressed by Qin Hao Yan's swordsmanship, retreating step by step, its body covered in wounds. Finally, the remaining two heads were severed, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a mournful cry. Victory was within reach. Boo-hoo! Leaning on my sword, I knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. My face was pale, and the energy within me was nearly depleted. This battle was no easy feat, yet my eyes sparkled with irrepressible excitement and joy. I did it. I single-handedly slew a peak third-tier beast. A sense of accomplishment made every cell in my body cheer. Glancing at my points, they had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. What luck! I pulled out a bottle of energy recovered potion from my storage ring and drank it without hesitation. The warm current instantly surged through my body, filling my dried-up meridians with energy once more. I need to find the other two quickly. I straightened up, determined the direction, and was about to leave when I suddenly felt something. I looked up sharply toward the entrance of the swamp. There a petite figure, carrying a giant hammer and shield, was staring at me excitably. Lei Yu waved and shouted as soon as she saw me. "You're amazing. You took down such a huge monster all by yourself. You're not bad either." Seeing Lei Yu, I let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Judging by your state, you must have had quite the haul." Of course, Lei Yu puffed out her chest proudly. "I just wiped out the infamous Wolf Pack team and snagged over 10,000 points. The Wolf Pack team." I raised an eyebrow. "The one ranked 58th, led by Wan Men." Them. Seeing Lei Yu's expectant look, waiting for my praise, I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. The three members of the Wolf Pack team, though average in strength, were seasoned players at the peak of the Meridian Connection stage, and she wiped them out single-handedly. This violent little loli was terrifying. "What about Lin Mo? Have you seen him?" I asked. "Not yet. I came over when I heard the sounds of your fight. But if we head toward Blood Cry Peak, we're bound to run into him. All right. I nodded, and we immediately set off toward the center of the secret realm, Blood Cry Peak. What they didn't know was that Lin Mo had already stirred up a storm in the Scarlet Forest, in the eastern part of the Scarlet Forest, within a canyon formed by massive skeletal remains. Quick, stop him. Don T let him escape. Angry shouts echoed through the canyon. Over a dozen Rainees formed a large circle, frantically attacking a boy in a wheelchair. That boy was Lin Mo at this moment. He looked utterly disheveled. He maneuvered his wheelchair left and right, like Prake ornered in a desperate situation. Lin Mo, weren't you so arrogant before? A burly man with a face full of scars laughed wildly, swinging an axe fiercely at Lin Mo's wheelchair. You said you robbed Senior Zhao Wuji of all his equipment. Why are you now like a stray dog, only running away? The burly man was none other than Zhao Wuji's trusted enforcer, the so-called Nat Axe Libier. He was at the early stage of the crystal condensation realm. Beside him were over a dozen experts at the peak of the Meridian Connection stage. They had all been sent by Zhao Wuji specifically to hunt down Lin Mo. And now, they had him cornered. Brother Li, stop wasting time. Finish him off and avenge Brother Zhao. Yeah, catch him and hand him over to Brother Zhao for punishment. The crowd roared, their attacks growing fiercer. Lin Mo panicked, dodging frantically, his face full of fear and helplessness. You, stay back. So many of you bullying a cripple like me, what's the point? His cries were filled with despair and helplessness. This scene only made Libier and the others even more arrogant. Too late. Libier's eyes were cruel. Today is the day you die. He leapt high, his giant axe slashing down with the force to shake mountains. It was as if he could already see Lin Mo being split in two. However, at the moment the giant axe fell, Lin Mo, who had been fleeing in panic, suddenly stopped, slowly. He raised his head. The fear and helplessness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and mocking smile. Libier had put all his strength into this strike, making it impossible to pull back. Stop playing tricks. Die? He roared, the speed of his axe's descent increasing. Yet, facing this terrifying blow capable of splitting a small mountain, Lin Mo merely extended a single finger, gently touching the blade of the axe. Ding! A crisp metallic sound echoed through the canyon. The expected scene, but blood and gore did not appear. Libier's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the boy in the wheelchair who had blocked his full-strength attack with his one finger, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. At this moment, his worldview completely collapsed. A cripple, at the early stage of the Tanmai realm, how could he possess such astonishing power? This defied all logic. Is that all the strength you have? Lin Mo raised his head, looking at the dumbfounded Libier in midair. A trace of disappointment on his face, not even enough to scratch an itch. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger lightly. Boom! A terrifying force erupted instantly, like a raging flood beast surging from the axe. Libier felt a sharp pain in his palm, which split open as blood gushed out. The giant axe flew out of his hand, and he was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the mountainside dozens of meters away. Boom! The impact created a massive human-shaped crater in the rock. Theft! Libier spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His entire body felt as if it had been crushed, unable to even lift a finger. A monster. This was no human. It was a monster in human skin. The dozen or so other arrogant senior students in the canyon were now completely frozen, as if rooted to the spot. Their ferocious smiles were still plastered on their faces, their mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg. They looked at Libier, who had been sent flying and whose life or death was uncertain, then back at the composed Lin Mo. Their minds were blank. Their captain, a powerful early-stage condensed crystal realm cultivator, had been defeated with a single finger. Was this a dream? Now it's your turn. Lin Mo's voice was soft, yet it sounded like a death sentence in everyone's ears. He maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly turning toward the stunned senior students. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, a sound unusually clear in the silent canyon. Run! What? Finally, someone snapped out of it, screaming as they turned to flee. However, as soon as they turned, they discovered that the canyon's entrance and exit had been sealed by a pitch-black spatial rift. Spatial severance. This is spatial abilities. He's a spatial talent. We're doomed, trapped, his spare spread like a plague. They had become sitting ducks, unable to escape. Now you want to run. Lin Mo's face showed a cold smile. Too late. I've been playing along with you for so long. My legs are almost broken. Now it's my turn to collect interest. He slowly raised his palm. Clusters of purple flames began to leap and coalesce into masses. The flames did not appear scorching but instead carried a bone-chilling cold. It was none other than the Vlin annihilation flame. Since you enjoy bullying with numbers, Lin Mo's lips curved into a devilish smirk. And let me show you what it's like to be surrounded. He suddenly hurled the purple fireball into the sky. The purple fireball exploded above the canyon, not with a deafening boom, but with a dazzling display of purple sparks, like fireworks. Then, the sparks began to gather and take shape. 1, 2, 10, 50, hundreds, in an instant. Hundreds of flame beasts, formed purely from the annihilating flames, appeared in the sky above the canyon. Others lions, and some wolves. Each carried an aura of at least the terrifying peak of the third tier. It had no physical bodies, only illusory figures burning with purple flames. These were the flame minions Lin Mo had created using the flames of annihilation. What is this? Someone exclaimed in shock. Flame beasts. Another person muttered in confusion. He summoned an entire army by himself. Below the canyon, the dozen or so senior students stared at the hundreds of sinister flame beasts in the sky, utterly breaking down. Their eyes were filled with endless despair and fear. Go, Lin Mo, seated calmly in his wheelchair, gently waved his hand toward the fiery army. Give them a spectacular fireworks show. Roar. The hundreds of flame beasts roared in unison, deafeningly loud. Like meteors, they plummeted toward the senior students below, who had already given up resisting. The English screams echoed throughout the canyon, or were abruptly cut short. The moment they touched the annihilating flames, the seniors' bodies instantly disintegrated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. They killed 15 virtual martial artists at the peak of the Talmai realm. System points acquired. Student points 52,500. 8. Series of notifications rang in Lin Mo's mind. He glanced at his points, easily surpassing the 70,000 mark. His ranking soared, entering the top 10. Current rank A. As for Libier, all had been flicked away with a single finger. His life force as a condensed crystal realm cultivator was strong enough to keep him from dying immediately. He watched helplessly as all his subordinates were incinerated by the purple flames, a scene utterly horrifying. His spirit completely collapsed, staring at the wheelchair-bound demon slowly approaching him. His bloodshot eyes filled with terror, and he let out incoherent gasps. You're a devil. You're truly a devil, devil? Lin Mo chuckled faintly. No, I'm just a useless support. With that, he extended a finger and lightly tapped Libier's forehead. Pop! Libier's head exploded like a watermelon. Killed one virtual martial artist at the early stage of the condensed crystal realm. System points acquired. Student points 10,000. Having finished, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He lifted the spatial blockade at both ends of the canyon and controlled his wheelchair to slowly leave the now blood-soaked battlefield. It was as if he had just completed a trivial task. But this magnificent fireworks show was broadcasted through the white screens, seen clearly by all the eliminated students and instructors in the training camp square. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. As if turned to stone, what had they just witnessed? A single person summoning an army, one move to annihilate over a dozen top-tier seniors. A single finger to flick away a condensed crystal realm expert. Could this really be something a newcomer could achieve? Even the usually cold and ruthless instructor Longzon, standing on the high platform, couldn't hide his shock. His gaze was fixed on the wheelchair-bound figure on the screen, as he muttered to himself, just how many secrets is this little guy hiding? Meanwhile, the slaughter in the blood-colored forest continued. Time passed silently, in the blink of an eye. So the 3 days of the grand competition had already gone by. The number of participants in the secret realm had dwindled from over 100 to less than 30. The vast majority had been ruthlessly eliminated in this brutal contest. Those who remained were all determined and powerful elites. At this moment, in the central square of the training camp, a massive virtual screen was divided into dozens of smaller screens, broadcasting the real-time activities of every survivor in the secret realm. All the eliminated participants had gathered here, their expressions complex as they watched the ongoing battles. Some were envious, some jealous, and others filled with unwillingness. Look, Senior Sumu King's points have increased again, breaking 150. 0. That's terrifying. As expected of the top 10 Flame Witch, she single-handedly took down a 5-person team. That Chen Zhuan is incredible too. His lightning techniques are practically apocalyptic. And then there's that sword fanatic, Levi. His sword is so fast you can't even see it. The students discussed furtherly, marveling at the performances of these top-tier powerhouses. But one they talked about the most wasn't one of these already famous figures, but rather a newcomer they had never paid attention to before, a disabled person in a wheelchair. Look, Lin Mo's points have changed again. Oh my god, 98,000 now. Whose points did he steal this time? He's ranked 5th now, just slightly behind those top monsters. This is unbelievable. A newcomer. A disabled person, how is he doing this? All eyes naturally focused on Lin Mo's screen. In the footage, Lin Mo still appeared calm and composed, maneuvering his wheelchair leisurely across a battlefield littered with corpses, collecting spoils of war. Around him lay 7 or 8 bodies of students wearing the same uniform. It was clear they belonged to one of the top 30 veteran teams. In the training camp, the Wind God team now may have become nothing more than cold, lifeless numbers on Lin Mo's scoreboard. While a collective gasp arose from the crowd, why now, everyone was numb to the shock, ever since the jaw-dropping fireworks show 2 days ago. This disabled man named Lin Mo had been dominating the blood-soaked jungle with an inexplicable and overwhelming presence, staging a one-man hunting spectacle. Whether it was powerful virtual beasts or overconfident hunter squads, anyone who caught his attention met the same fate. Their points were drained, and they were mercilessly ejected from the secret realm. He was like a cold and unending grim reaper, leaving no trace of life in his wake. This guy's a monster. I take back what I said about him being a dark horse. He's more like a prehistoric crocodile, here to feast on the fat fish in the newbie village. Zhao Wuji is really done for this time, someone said gleefully. Over the past 2 days, Zhao Wuji had been frantically searching for Lin Mo. He had even teamed up with several allied squads to form a temporary beam and slaying alliance, vowing to eliminate the troublemaker Lin Mo. But Lin Mo seemed to be playing hide and seek with them. He would vanish without a trace. Instead, Zhao Wuji's search teams were repeatedly ambushed and counter-killed by Lin Mo. This had nearly driven Zhao Wuji to the brink of madness. Not only had his points stagnated, but he had also wasted a significant amount of time into the continuous losses of his subordinates. His ranking had now fallen out of the top 20. Deep within the secret realm, at the base of the Blood Cry Peak, inside a hidden cave, Zhao Wuji, consumed by rage, slammed his fist into the rock wall, leaving a deep crater. His face was twisted with fury and violence. Useless. A bunch of useless fools, he roared at his Kremlin subordinates. Dozens of teams, nearly 50 people, and you couldn't even catch a glimpse of a disabled man. It's so many of you were counter-killed. You've completely disgraced the Heavenly King Society. The subordinates lowered their heads in silence, not daring to speak. They were helpless to it wasn't for lack of effort. But Lin Mo was simply too elusive. He moved through the jungle like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. His strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Almost every team that tried to challenge him was wiped out without even catching a glimpse of him. The few eliminated members who managed to send back information reported various accounts. Some said they were burned to death by a rain of purple fire, others claimed they were sliced by invisible spatial blades, and some even described seeing a terrifying giant beast made of bones. In short, the ways of death varied, but all were inexplicably horrifying and impossible to defend against. This left the Demon Slayer Alliance in a state of panic. Many teams quietly withdrew from the alliance. Brother Zhao, what do we do now? A subordinate cautiously asked. That Lin Mo is monstrous. Should we keep pursuing him? Pursue? Why not pursue? Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with a crazed killing intent. The more arrogant he is, the more it shows he's guilty. He must have used some forbidden technique that gave him this power temporarily. This kind of power won't last long. He's definitely just putting on a strong front now. Once we find him, he's dead for sure. Hatred and jealousy clouded Zhao Wuji's judgment. He couldn't accept that someone he looked down on, a cripple, had risen above him. So he attributed everything to Lin Mo using some sinister forbidden technique. Just then, a subordinate responsible for scouting the cave entrance rushed in. Panicked. Brother Zhao, something's wrong. He pointed outside in terror. That Lin Mo, he's here. What? Zhao Wuji was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. Ns. What a heaven-sent opportunity. Instead of running, he walked right into the trap. He actually dares to deliver himself to us. Brothers, grab your weapons. Today marks the end of this cripple, at Xiao Wuji's command. He led his remaining 7 or 8 followers out of the cave with great momentum. However, as soon as they saw the scene outside, everyone's steps came to an abrupt halt. On the open ground outside the cave, Lin Mo sat calmly in his wheelchair. Behind him stood a people Qin Haoyan, dressed in black stealth gear and holding a sharp sword exuding a fierce aura, and Lei Yu, carrying a massive hammer and shield, his face brimming with excitement and his body radiating a fiery battle spirit. They had finally regrouped. Xiao Wuji. Lin Mo raised his head, looking at the shocked Xiao Wuji with a bright smile. I'm here to settle the score. Xiao Wuji froze and burst into laughter as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Lin Mo, oh Lin Mo, have you lost your mind? Just the 3 of you. And you dare to come looking for trouble with me? I admit, you're somewhat capable, but in the face of my absolute strength, all your schemes are useless. He let out a loud shout. Boom! The powerful aura of a mid-stage condensed crystal realm cultivator erupted instantly. Today, I'll make sure the 3 of you are driven out of here. The followers behind him also drew their weapons, grinning viciously as they surrounded the trio. They were confident that Lin Mo and his companions were as good as dead. However, in the face of Xiao Wuji's terrifying aura, neither Qin Haoyan nor Lei Yu even furrowed their brows. They looked at Xiao Wuji as if he were a fool. This guy is so pitiful, Lei Yu whispered to Qin Haoyan. Qin Haoyan nodded. He has no idea what he's up against. Although the conversation was quiet, Xiao Wuji heard it clearly and felt utterly insulted. Still talking big when you're about to die, he roared, his figure flashing as he lunged at Lin Mo. He intended to personally strangle this cripple to death. However, just as he moved, a figure moved even faster. Your opponent is me, Lei Yu shouted, charging forward with his blazing warhammer, courting death. Contempt flashed in Xiao Wuji's eyes. A mere novice-level girl dared to block his path. Without a second glance, he swung a punch at Lei Yu. He was confident that this punch would turn the overconfident girl into a bloody pulp, but strangely, Lei Yu neither dodged nor avoided. She didn't even use her hammer, simply raising the Guardian's bulwark shield in her left hand to meet the attack head-on. Bang! A deafening crash. Xiao Wuji's fist whammed fiercely into the indestructible giant shield. A violent shockwave erupted from it too, as the center surging outward in all directions. The sinister grin on Xiao Wuji's face froze instantly. He felt as if his fist had struck an iron wall. A powerful counterforce reverberating back at him. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Xiao Wuji let out a miserable scream as the recoil sent him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His once proud right arm was now twisted and deformed, with stark white bone piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. Just one move. Xiao Wuji, a mid-stage condensed crystal realm cultivator, had his right arm destroyed by Lei Yu, who was only at the late-stage pulse opening realm. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the shocking sight before them. Xiao Wuji's lackeys stood as if petrified, their faces filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Other Zhao was a minced-age condensed crystal realm expert. How could he be crippled in one move by a mere beginner-level ball? They rubbed their eyes, doubting what they had just witnessed. Xiao Wuji himself lay on the ground, clutching his completely ruined arm, letting out cries of pain and despair. He couldn't believe it, nor could he accept it. He had lost. And he had lost so decisively, defeated so effortlessly. The strength he had always prided himself on was nothing but a joke in front of Lei Yu's solid and unyielding shield. Absolutely impossible, he roared desperately. What kind of monster are you? Monster? Lei Yu, carrying her shield, walked toward him step by step. She looked out at him from above, her expression innocent and harmless, tilting her head slightly, her eyes blinking. I'm no monster, she said softly. I'm just an ordinary beautiful warrior girl. This adorable demeanor in the eyes of Zhao Wuji and his lackeys, was more terrifying than the most fearsome demon. The beautiful warrior girl. Who had ever seen such a ruthless, beautiful warrior girl? She had destroyed the arm of a condensed crystal realm expert with just a shield. If she had used her hammer, he would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat in seconds. Now, do you still think your fist is so tough? Lei Yu asked mockingly. Zhao Wuji's face alternated between pale and flushed. Tough? What a joke. His hand was nearly shattered. What are you all standing there for? Shouting angrily at his still dazed lackeys. Attack. All of you. Attack. Kill them for me. Kill them all. He had completely lost his mind. But his lackeys, faced with the command, only exchanged hesitant glances. No one dared to move. Charged to their deaths. Even their mid-stage condensed crystal realm leader had been taken down in seconds. They, mere pulse-opening realm cultivators, would just be cannon fodder. Useless trash. Zhao Wuji was furious, spitting out a mouthful of blood and rage. If you won't go, then I will. Qin Haoyan's figure suddenly appeared behind the lackeys. His longs were emitting a crisp hum. Beams of sword light shot out like meteors. Radiant sword technique falling stars. Not good. The lackeys, sensing danger, turned to defend themselves, but it was too late. Qin Haoyan's speed was so fast that they couldn't react in time. The flash of the blade swept through, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced repeatedly. Blood sprayed like blooming flowers. And the lackeys' faces were filled with terror and unwillingness as their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Student points 3,000, 200 student points 3,500 in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wuji was left all alone. Then at the two figures before him, who seemed like gods and demons, fear finally appeared in his eyes. He was scared. Truly scared. He finally understood that the people he had provoked were not ordinary newcomers. They were terrifying beings capable of overturning the entire training camp. Now, don't kill me. He abandoned his ridiculous pride, kneeling like a dog and begging for mercy. I was really wrong. I'll give you all my points. Just please spare me this time, he pleaded, using his still functional left hand to slap himself repeatedly, the sound echoing sharply. Seeing his utterly pathetic demeanor, Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu's eyes were filled with disgust and disdain. This was the so-called strong man, the Zhao Wuji who once stood high above them. What a joke. It didn't make him move. Knowing this man was no longer worth it, his fate would be decided by someone else. Both of them turned their gaze to Lin Mo, who sat quietly in his wheelchair, seemingly an outsider. Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly approaching Zhao Wuji. Simply staring at him, his gaze was as calm as if he were looking at a living corpse. Lin Mo, Jr. Zhao Wuji's heart raced in fear under that gaze, his voice trembling. I failed to recognize a hero and offended you. I'll count out to apologize. With that, he bowed his head heavily to the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. The sound of his kowtowing echoed harshly in his silent cave, yet Lin Mo remained expressionless. He slowly raised his hand. No, don't. Zhao Wuji was so terrified he couldn't even beg for mercy. Lin Mo gently placed his hand on Zhao Wuji's head, his voice soft, tinged with a trace of pity. Actually, you don't need to be so afraid of me. After all, I'm just a powerless support. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible yet immense force erupted from his palm. Dimensional banishment. Zhao Wuji's body froze, his eyes filled with terror. In his pupils, a rapidly expanding pitch-black vortex appeared. He couldn't even let out a scream for help. In an instant, his entire body was swallowed by the dark vortex, disappearing into the endless dimensional rift without leaving a trace. Ding. Killed him in stage crystal condensation realm virtual artist, student points 25. Zhao Lin Mo watched as his points skyrocketed to nearly 150,000, nodding in satisfaction. His ranking instantly jumped to second place, just behind the ever-dominant Flame Witch Sumu King. Done. Mission complete. Lin Mo clapped his hands, turning his wheelchair around. The biggest fish in this forest has been dealt with. The rest are just small fry. Not worth the effort. Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu nodded in agreement, following closely behind Lin Mo. A terrifying existence who could effortlessly eliminate a combat expert in seconds. Following him, how could they not achieve great things? The 3 of them no longer bothered with other students, as it was unnecessary. Their card points were more than enough to secure a spot in the top 3. From then on, they began leisurely exploring the blood-red forest. When hungry, they casually hunted a 4th-tier beast to fill their stomachs. When thirsty, they used spatial abilities to conjure a pool of pure water. When tired, they found a scenic cave to sleep comfortably. Their leisurely demeanor stood in stark contrast to the other students still desperately fighting for points and survival. The people in the square were utterly dumbfounded watching this scene. Was this a life-and-death competition? It looked more like a vacation. Could the gap between people really be this vast? Even Instructor Longzon couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth seeing their arrogant and carefree behavior. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 3-day quarterly competition reached its final moment. Remaining time 0. 1. Bing. 0 as the countdown hit 0. All surviving students were enveloped in a white light. Transported back to the central square of the training camp, the white light dissipated. 27 fortunate individuals who survived the blood ray forest reappeared in the central square. The lingering scent of blood and killing intent clinging to them, their gazes sharper and more resolute. Clearly, the brutal 3 days of combat had transformed them completely. However, when they saw Lin Mo sitting in a wheelchair, so clean that there wasn't a speck of dust on him, and behind him, Ken Hao Yan and Lei Yu looking radiant as if they had just returned from a vacation, everyone displayed complex and incomprehensible expressions. These people, did they really participate in a life and death competition? Why did it feel like they went on a shopping vacation instead? His stern gaze swept over every survivor below, lingering a few extra seconds on Lin Mo-ready's group of 3. First of all, congratulations to you all. 27 of you have survived the blood forest. His voice remained calm and authoritative. Hearing this, the surviving trainees' faces lit up with genuine pride and satisfaction. They straightened their backs, basking in the admiring gazes of those who had been eliminated. As for those who were eliminated, Longzon's tone suddenly shifted, becoming extremely stern. Whether it was due to lack of strength or bad luck, a loss is a loss. The Genius Training Camp does not tolerate the weak. Now the last 10 rake trainees stepped forward. The faces of those 10 trainees instantly turned pale. Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, but they dared not disobey. Under Longzon's cold gaze, they struggled to step out from the crowd, heads hanging low like defeated roosters. Good. At least you still have some backbone, Longzon nodded. Remember the taste of failure today. After leaving the training camp, you can choose to return to your original military district or join various federal institutions. The Federation will not abandon any warrior who has fought for it, but the doors of the Genius Training Camp will forever be closed to you. Pack your things and leave. Longzon's words delivered the final verdict. The 10 trainees bowed deeply to Longzon in the high platform, and turned and silently left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. They departed this once highly coveted sanctuary for geniuses in desolation. As their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, the square fell silent. A sense of indescribable sympathy and regret welled up in everyone's hearts. This was the harsh reality of the Genius Training Camp. Here, survival of the fittest was the rule, and only the strongest could remain. In this place, no one was absolutely safe. All right, stop dwelling in sadness. Longzon's voice rang out again, pulling everyone back from their complex emotions. Now I will announce the final rankings and rewards for this quarter's competition. His words instantly made every survivor's heart leap into their throats. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. A massive virtual light screen slowly unfolded above the square. A golden, shimmering leaderboard appeared before everyone's eyes. Genius Training Camp third quarter competition final points leaderboard. Everyone instinctively started reading from the bottom up. Sun Hao, points 8,500. The young Sun Hao, who had been saved by Lei Yu, let out a sigh of relief when he saw his name. Although he was in last place, at least he was still alive. A look of relief appeared on his face. 26th place, the names on the leaderboard scrolled one by one, and soon it reached the top 10. Everyone's breathing became rapid, because the top 10 would earn the precious qualification toward the ancient sword to secret realm. 10th place, Chenjuan, points 85,000. Yes, I made it into the top 10. Chenjuan, known for his mastery of lightning techniques, excitedly pumped his fist. 9th place, sword enthusiast Li Bai, points 89,000. 8th place, one name after another was announced. Each name belonged to a well-known powerhouse in a training camp. Finally, it was time for the top 3. The entire crowd held their breath, their hearts racing. The 3 exceptionally talented freshmen, how high can they soar? Third place, Ken Hao Yan, points 125,000. Ken Hao Yan actually got third place. Oh my god, a newcomer taking third place in their first competition. That's incredible. 125,000 points. Just how many beasts did he kill? And how many resources did he seize? Exclamations of shock echoed across the square. When Lei Yu had taken 4th place, the reaction had been similar. Qin Haoyan looked at his ranking, a flash of excitement and pride in his eyes. He knew this achievement was largely thanks to the help of Lin Mo and Lei Yu, but securing 3rd place was enough to prove his strength. Not bad. Qin, sissy, Lei Yu teased with a playful grin, patting him on the shoulder. Qin Haoyan's face darkened. Call me sissy one more time, and I'll throw your hammer into the toilet. Ugh, you're so petty. Lei Yu pouted. As the two bickered, the leaderboard continued to scroll. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the glowing screen. Who would take 2nd place? Would be the equally monstrous and violent little Woli, Lei Yu, or the reigning champion, the flame which Sumu King? The answer was revealed soon enough. 2nd place. Lin Mo points 148,000, and when the name Lin Mo appeared in 2nd place, the entire square fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared at the boy still sitting in a wheelchair. 2nd place, a newcomer, a disabled person. He actually took 2nd place in the quarterly competition. This had to be a joke, however. Lin Mo, the focus of everyone's attention, merely frowned slightly. He looked at his ranking, a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. TCH, only 2nd. Looks like I didn't kill enough. Those words weren't loud. Those nearby heard them clearly. A few students standing closest nearly spat out blood. Dude, are you trying to make us feel worthless? It's your first competition, and you scored nearly 150,000 points. Ika's still not satisfied? Do you want to ascend to the heavens? Everyone's mouths twitched uncontrollably, feeling as though they lived in a completely different world from Lin Mo. At that moment, the leaderboard finally scrolled to the very top. The long-awaited 1st place. 1st place. Sumu King, points 148,500 when Sumu King's name and score appeared. The square once again fell into an eerie silence. All eyes darted back and forth between her and Lin Mo's scores. 148,500. 148,000. The difference was only 500 points. Just 500 points. That tiny gap. The underestimated, disabled newcomer had almost dethroned the reigning champion, the flame which Sumu King, who had held the title for several consecutive competitions. Oh my god. Someone finally broke the silence with an expletive, shattering the stillness. The square erupted like a powder keg. Only 500 points short. What a pity. If Lin Mo had killed just one more Tier 3 beast, could he have overtaken her? Overtake? Don't be naive. Do you think Senior Sumu King is easy to beat? She definitely held back at the end. True, but Lin Mo is already incredible. To push Sumu King this far, he's the first to ever do it. All eyes naturally turned to the cold and stunning woman in the fiery red battlesuit. Sumu King leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her face devoid of a joy one might expect from a champion. Instead, her expression was heavy, her gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto the boy in a wheelchair. Her eyes seemed to see straight into her soul. Lin Mo seemed to sense her gaze and slowly lifted his head to meet her eyes. Their gazes collided not with sparks or hostility, but with mutual respect and calmness between heroes. "You're impressive," Sumu King said softly, her voice audible only to the two of them. "So are you," Lin Mo replied with a silent smile. This silent duel quietly came to an end. Sumu King withdrew her gaze, the corners of her lips curving upward slightly. Interesting. The training camp was finally getting exciting. All right. The rankings have been announced. From the high platform came Lanzan's voice. Now, the rewards will be distributed. All students who made it into the top 10 will be granted access to the Ancient Sword's secret realm, which will open in 3 days. Additionally, Lanzan's gaze swept over the top 3. 3rd place, Qin Haoyan, is awarded 30,000 points. 2nd place, Lin Mo, is awarded 50,000 points. 1st place, Sumu King, is awarded 100,000 points. The crowd erupted once again. A reward of 100,000 points was incredibly generous. Qin Haoyan and Lei beamed with crescent-shaped smiles as they looked at their increased points. Only Lin Mo, staring at his 50,000 points, pouted and said, "TSK, if I had known, I would have pushed a bit harder to get those extra 500 points." His plain humble after gaining an advantage attitude left those around him speechless. This concludes the quarterly competition. Everyone is dismissed. In 3 days, the top 10 students will gather here to prepare for entry into the Ancient Sword Tomb. After Long Zhan finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the high platform. The square remained immersed in the shock of the moment, unable to calm down for a long time. Lin Mo, this name was destined to spread throughout the entire genius training camp from today onward. The quarterly competition had ended, but its ripples quickly spread throughout the training camp. Lin Mo, Qin Haoyan, and Lei Yu, three new faces, became the talk of everyone during their meals, especially Lin Mo, the boy in a wheelchair who had claimed second place with an almost overwhelming performance. He completely overturned everyone's perception of disabilities and newcomers. Monster, genius, madman, none of these titles were enough to describe his strength. A saying began circulating in a training camp: there are two types of students, ordinary students and Lin Mo, in a shabby dormitory in Zone F. Cheers. Lei Yu raised her cup, her face full of excitement. Qin Haoyan and Lin Mo also smiled as they clinked their cups together. The light clink of their glasses filled the room with joy. Today was amazing. Lei Yu downed her ring in one go and wiped her mouth boldly. Not only did we all make it into the top 4, but we also stopped on Xiao Wuji. Did you see the looks on the faces of those who got eliminated? They looked at us like they'd seen ghosts. No one will dare underestimate us anymore. It feels so good. Qin Haoyan Calden, he stopped smiling. He glanced at his terminal. Student Qin Haoyan ID 99 current rank 3 points balance. 155,000 and 155,000 points, third place. This result was something he had never even dared to dream of before. And all of this was just the beginning. Lin Mo, this time, it is all thanks to you. Haoyan looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with heartfelt gratitude. He knew that without Lin Mo's help, they wouldn't even made it into the top 50. Let alone the top 3, they would be eliminated early on. Aren't we a team? That's right. We raid the Divine Demon Squad. Lei Yu shouted loudly from his side. This team name was something she had just come up with. She said Lin Mo was like a demon, while she and Qin Haoyan were like gods. Together, they were divine and demonic, perfectly fitting the phrase, if gods block, slay gods, if demons block, slay demons. It sounded incredibly cool. Qin Haoyan had initially resisted this somewhat juvenile name, but under the threat of Wei Yu's raised hammer, he reluctantly gave in. By the way, Lin Mo, Qin Haoyan suddenly remembered something and asked, what exactly is the ancient swordom secret realm? Why does everyone want to go there so badly? Lei Yu also leaned in, full of curiosity. Just hearing the name makes it sound amazing. Lin Mo fell into thought, memories of the data disk given to him by Wayne Tai's Han and the detailed records from the Federation's first military academy surfacing in his mind. The ancient sword tomb is an A-level advanced secret realm discovered by the Federation 100 years ago. It is said to be the burial ground of a prestigious sword sect Shushan from ancient times. The entire secret realm is filled with an incredibly intense ancient sword intent. Not only can it temper one's will and improve mirthful skills. More importantly, he paused, his expression turning serious. Buried there are tens of thousands of ancient divine swords. From ordinary spirit swords to magic swords, and even the legendary celestial swords. Each sword possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this, Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu both gasped, especially Qin Haoyan. As a swordsman, the word celestial sword made his breathing involuntarily quicken. His eyes burned with intense desire and excitement. If he could obtain an ancient celestial sword, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. But obtaining these divine weapons is not so simple. Lin Mo continued. Those ancient divine swords all have their own sword spirits and consciousness. They choose their own masters. Only those they recognize can become their owners. Moreover, the sword tomb is filled with dangers. The intense sword intent within will exert an immense pressure on the minds of those who enter. Those with weak wills, at best, will suffer mental collapse, and at worst, their souls will scatter on the spot. Additionally, there are sword slaves and sword demons formed from sword intent and resentment inside. They are incredibly powerful and are the most dangerous enemies in the secret realm. Qin Haoyan and Lei Yu's expressions turned exceptionally serious. This ancient sword tomb was both a treasure trove of opportunities and a battlefield of life and death. Afraid? Afraid? Lei Yu puffed out her chest and said loudly, the word fear has never existed in my dictionary. What about sword intent? Watch me smash it all with one hammer. Well said. Qin Haoyan's eyes reignited with blazing determination. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. We must conquer this ancient sword, Tim. Very good, Lin Mo nodded. And let's make the most of these last 3 days, prepare with all our might, and adjust to our best state. All right. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu responded in unison. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, Su Mu King, and 6 other students who had secured the top 10 spots in the competition gathered punctually at the central plaza. Who looked scholarly? Everyone's here. Wang Zan scanned the 10 of them and nodded. This is Drive. Lee from the Academy's Secret Realm Research Institute. He is responsible for the activation and maintenance of the ancient sword to Secret Realm this time. Hello, Dr. Lee. Everyone greeted in unison. Dr. Lee smiled and adjusted his glasses. His gaze curious and scrutinizing, as if looking at 10 lab mice about to be placed on an experiment table. After 12 hours, regardless of whether you have gained anything, you must leave immediately. Otherwise, if you are caught in a spatial turbulence, even the strongest experts won't escape death. Do you all understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Good. Dr. Lean nodded in satisfaction. He pulled out a silver device resembling a remote control from his pocket and slowly pressed the button. On the device, he skillfully pressed several buttons. As the ground of the entire plaza suddenly lit up with dazzling room lights. This time it wasn't a teleportation array, but a 10-meter all-spatial gate formed entirely of pure energy. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Even his fate were made their skin tingle. It was unimaginable how terrifying the world beyond the game would be. Longzhan said steadily, "Remember, you only have 12 hours. Now, go in. Good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mu King, who was at the front, stepped into the spatial gate without a moment's hesitation. Her figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness. Close behind were Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, 10 genius trainees, one after another, stepping into the ancient swords and filled with unknowns and dangers. Time flowed, stars shifted, when their feet once again felt solid ground. They were already in another world. This place was bleak and deathly silent, the sky leaden and dim, devoid of sun or clouds, with only a pale, blood-red crescent moon hanging high above. The ground was dark red, as if soaked in blood, and the cracked earth was littered with countless broken ancient swords. Some blades were rusted, some were chipped and jagged, and some were merely half a hilt standing alone. All of them told of the bloody and brutal history that had unfolded here. A trainee ranked lower among them had just stepped out to the land, when he couldn't help but let out a pain groan. His face turned pale instantly, veins bulging on his forehead, as if countless invisible swords were madly piercing his mental sea. He wasn't the only one. After 2 or 3 others showed the same pained expressions, staggering as they quickly sat cross-legged, channeling their techniques with all their might to resist the terrifying mental pressure. This was the ancient sword term. Just standing still required, enduring the frenzied assault of ancient sword intent. A moment of weakness and willpower would lead to lifelong regret. And Su Mu King let out a cold snort, and a layer of fiery red elemental energy surged around her. The invisible sword intent was instantly burned away. Her face remained solemn, clearly showing that the environment was no small pressure even for her on the other side. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were also struggling. Lei Yu gritted her teeth, her S-ranked Allen Titan battle physique activating automatically, with golden battle patterns emerging on her skin. She widened her eyes, relying on her strong physique and willpower to forcibly resist the erosion of a sword intent. Her head felt like it was being pierced by countless needles, the pain unbearable. "Damn it, these old bones still won't rest in peace," she muttered under her breath, her expression growing even more resolute. That was her personality. The greater the pressure, the fiercer her resistance. As a swordsman, Qin Hao Yan's feelings were more complex. A sharp sword intent brought him immense pressure, but it also caused his S-ranked Allen trainee and sword mastery to resonate in a peculiar way. He seemed to hear countless unyielding sword souls roaring silently between heaven and earth. In that moment, his fighting spirit was completely ignited. "Lin Mo, how are you?" Qin Hao Yan asked with concern while resisting the sword intent, glancing at Lin Mo beside him. After all, Lin Mo was a support type and physically the most fragile. But what he saw was Lin Mo's calm and composed expression. Lin Mo said with a light smile, appearing relaxed. To be honest, he really was fine. With 46,000 points of mental strength and 120,000 points of defense, even the main pressure of a true powerhouse would feel like a relaxing massage to him. Of course, he would never say that. He had to maintain the image of being frail and in need of care. He furrowed his brows just enough and showed a hint of pain. The sword intent is strong. My head hurts a bit, but I can manage. Seeing his act of feigned resilience, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu felt both admiration and heartache. Truly, Lin Mo. Even in this hellish place, he could remain so composed. Just then the situation changed. Roar, not far away. The broken swords embedded in the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. As if drawn by an invisible force, they broke free from the earth and flew into the air, converging and merging in a blink of an eye. A massive humanoid monster formed from dozens of broken swords appeared before them. In its hollow eye sockets burned faint, green, ghostly flames, staring intently at the nearest trainee, named First-Tier Sword Slave Virtual Strafe. Early stage of gathering Essence Realm ability Resentful Sword Key, it's a Sword Slave. Everyone, be careful. Someone exclaimed in a whirl. The sword slave was faster. Whoosh! The sword slave transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing in front of the trainee. Its arm, made of broken swords, turned into a sharp blade, slashing fiercely at the trainee's neck with a piercing sound of cutting through the air. It's over. Despair filled the trainee's eyes. At this critical moment, a cold and clear voice rang out. A fiery red figure flashed like lightning, blocking in front of the trainee. It was Sumu King, the crimson whip in her hand, like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, carried blazing flames and precisely coiled around the sword slave's slashing blade. Break for me, Sumu King flicked her wrist. Boom. Intense flames erupted along the whip, and the arm made of broken swords instantly exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions. With one move, she easily disabled one of the sword slave's arms. No wonder she was the top-ranked flame, which her strength was astonishing, but the sword slave seemed to feel no pain. Its other arm transformed into a blade, stabbing at Sumu King's heart from an even trickier angle. Sumu King's eyes turned cold, instead of retreating. She advanced, her figure flickering as she closed in on the sword slave. Blazing flames. Consume. Boom! Even more terrifying flames erupted from her body. The sword slave, at the early stage of the gathering essence realm, had no time to resist and was engulfed by the raging fire. A few seconds later, it melted into a pool of molten iron. Trainee Point 600A notification popped up on Sumu King's terminal. Without sparing a glance at the rescued trainee, she turned to walk deeper into the sword tomb. Her goal was clear: the legendary celestial sword. The other strong contenders also took action, heading in different directions. They were both companions and competitors. Let's move too, Qin Hao Yan said. All right, Lin Mo nodded. The three formed a team and slowly advanced toward the heart of the sword tomb. Lin Mo maneuvered his wheelchair, outwardly scanning the surroundings vigilantly, but in reality, his omniversal perception had already scanned everything within dozens of kilometers like radar. Spirit swords, magic swords. To Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, these might be exceptional treasures, but to Lin Mo, they were nothing more than scrap metal. His goal had never been these. He sought something far more valuable. For instance, the core of the sword tomb, the energy source of the secret realm. Every secret realm had an energy core, once found and absorbed. The benefits far surpassed any celestial sword. At this moment, Lin Mo's brow slightly furrowed. His omniversal perception detected an extremely faint force beep within the sword tomb. That force field resembled an ancient beast in slumber, quietly lurking in the darkness. There was no mention of this existence in the Federation's records. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. It seemed this treasure hunt wouldn't be so dull after all. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding sword ore grew sharper. Along the way, waves of sword slave attacks came one after another, but they were merely low-level enemies, not requiring Lin Mo to act. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu worked seamlessly together, one focusing on offense and the other on offense, easily clearing out the sword slaves. We're hitting the jackpot. Lei Yu exclaimed joyfully after smashing his sword slave into an iron pancake and watching her point soar. Qin Hao Yan said, cutting down a sneaky sword slave with a single strike. The deeper we go, the greater the danger. These sword slaves are just low-level appetizers. What's there to fear? Lei Yu swung her hammer nonchalantly. Whatever monsters or demons come, I'll smash them to pieces with one strike. Watching Lei Yu's fiery battle spirit, Qin Hao Yan shook his head helplessly. This hot-headed girl only had fighting on her mind. Just then, their leader, Chen Zhuan, suddenly stopped. He stared excitedly at a Siam Longsworth embedded in the ground, not far ahead. A sword. The sword was entirely crafted from cyan crystal, with faint arcs of electricity flickering along its blade. A pure thunder, a synergy emanated from the sword. This is a thunder, a rebued spirit sword. My breathing instantly quickened, as a lightning element talent. This sword feels like it was tailor-made for me. I quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab the hilt. Careful. Qin Hao Yan warned me, but it was too late. Just as my hand was about to touch the hilt buzz, the Cyan Longsworth suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. A phantom form of thunder emerged from the sword, wielding an identical Cyan Longsworth, and thrust directly at my forehead. This was the trial of the sword spirit. Only by passing the trial could I earn its recognition and become its true master. Just what I wanted. I shouted excitedly, not panicking at all. As blinding lightning burst from my body and I charged forward, a clash of thunder erupted instantly. The two figures turned into two bolts of lightning, colliding fiercely on the spot. The surrounding trainees all stopped in their tracks, standing aside and watching intently, their eyes filled with envy. Treasures were everywhere in an Araig's secret realm. Lei remarked with great interest from the side. I just wonder if this sword is tougher than my hammer. Qin Hao Yan said nothing, but his gaze kept scanning the surrounding sword domains. He, too, felt a force silently calling to him in this area. His eyes locked onto a low-lying pin not far away. There an ancient sword was slanted into the ground, and looked utterly unremarkable. Its blade was dull, covered in cracks, and seemed like it would shatter with a light touch. But Qin Hao Yan could clearly feel that the calling was coming from this ancient sword. His heartbeat quickened, and his intuition told him that this sword was anything but ordinary. Without making a sound, he quietly approached the ancient sword. Just as he was about to draw at him, a grating voice came from behind. Isn't this the young master of the Qin family? What taken a liking to this broken sword? I turned around to see a tall, thin young man with a sinister look in his eyes, smirking mockingly at me. The cousin of Zhao Wuji, who had been eliminated earlier. He was also a veteran powerhouse in the training camp, ranked around 20th. I hadn't expected him to make it into the top 10. Zhao Zhen was accompanied by the other trainees, clearly following his lead. What? Interested in it? I asked coldly, raising an eyebrow. A nearly broken sword. I'm not interested, Zhao Zhen sneered. I'm just curious how the young master of a Qin family could have such poor taste. But since you like it, I insist on taking it. Like late, a resentment flashed in his eyes. His brother Zhao Wuji had been humiliated by Lin Mo and his group, becoming the laughingstock of the training camp. He had never forgotten this grudge. Now, with a chance to torment me, he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. As he spoke, he stepped toward the ancient sword, reaching out to grab it. Courting death, a cold light flashed in my eyes, and without hesitation, I thrust my Longsworth. Radiant sword technique meteor. A blinding sword light shot straight for Zhao Xian's throat. I was expecting that. Zhao Zhen sneered, his figure flickering as he easily dodged the attack. The two companions behind him immediately attacked, flanking me from both sides. A chaotic battle was about to erupt. Just then, one of Zhao Xian's companions slipped, losing control and tumbling toward a nearby pile of sword remains. Swelch, like a skewer, he was impaled by 7 or 8 broken swords, pierced through completely. He didn't even have time to scream before turning into white light and being teleported out of the secret realm. Carney points for fouls, and the sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Zhao Xian's face changed drastically, slipped. The other companion was equally dumbfounded. What a ridiculous way to die. But the story wasn't over. While he was still in shock, a massive boulder above him quietly loosened. Boom. The 1,000-pound boulder, accompanied by a howling wind, came crashing down toward his head. His companion was so terrified that he scrambled to escape, but it was too late. Boom. With a dull thud, the boulder crushed him into a pulp, and he disappeared in a flash of white light. In an instant, Zhao Zhen was left all alone. He froze, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. What on earth is going on? An accident. What a joke. How could there be such a coincidental accident? Zhao Zhen abruptly turned his head, staring at Lin Mo, who had been quietly sitting in a wheelchair the entire time. Lin Mo looked at him innocently, even with a hint of sympathy. hissed Xiaozhen Ru in a sharp breath, a terrifying thought quickly surfacing in his mind. It must be him. It was definitely his doing. This cripple wasn't a helper at all. He was a demon manipulating accidents. Yu Zhaozhen pointed at Lin Mo, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. What about me? Lin Mo looked confused. Zhaozhen tried to argue, but suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet give way. Looking down, he saw a bottomless pit had appeared beneath him, filled with swords gleaming coldly. All with a scream, Zhaozhen was instantly swallowed by the pit of swords. A flash of white light, and the surroundings returned to silence. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned, exchanging glances filled with indescribable confusion. Although there was no concrete evidence, they Calvin shake the feeling that Lin Mo was somehow involved in this. Lin Mo coughed lightly, breaking the silence. It seems this sword tomb is no ordinary place. Danger is everywhere. We must be careful. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu both rolled their eyes inwardly. You muddle-headed old man, you ray far from innocent. Qin Hao Yan stopped dwelling on it and approached an ancient sword. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the hilt, but instantly, a sword or far stronger than Shen Xuan's spirits, words surged into his mind. The scene before had shifted. Qin Hao Yan found himself on an ancient battlefield littered with corpses. A general clad in tattered armor, holding an ancient sword, stared coldly at him. Want to become my master? The general roared, his body transforming into a blood-red shadow that lunged at him. Qin Hao Yan's eyes sharpened, showing no fear. The sword in his hand emitted a clear, resonant hum. Fight. A battle transcending millennia erupted in the spiritual realm. At that moment, the sword began to tremble violently. A sinister aura, 100 times more terrifying than all the previous sword slaves combined, erupted from deep underground. A monstrous being over 10 meters tall, engulfed in black flames, and composed of countless cursed swords, slowly rose from the horizon. The sword demon. It had awakened. The sword demon resembled a ghostly fiend from the abyss, its body formed of twisted, broken swords. Black resentment burned like flames, scorching the air with a piercing sound. It had no distinct face. Only a grotesque head pieced together from countless sword hilts. In its hollow eye sockets, crimson light flickered, capable of freezing one's soul. Nan Tier 3 Sword Demon Virtual Strength Peak Crystal Condensation Realm Abilities Demon Sword Domain. Resentment Shockwave, myriad swords as one as it stood. The oppressive aura emitted made everyone present struggle to breathe, as if a massive mountain was crushing their hearts. What is this terrifying thing? Lei Yu gripped her shield tightly, her expression extremely grave. She felt that this creature before her was far stronger than any enemy they had encountered before. Even with her S-rank talent Titan battle physique, she felt shaken at this moment. It's the sword demon. Chen Zhuan, who had just subdued the Thunder Spirit Sword, exclaimed in shock, his face pale with fear. The Federation's records say the sword demon only appears in the core of the sword term. Why is it here? It seems our actions just now woke it up, Sumu King said coldly. Her gaze was fixed on the approaching sword demon, her muscles taut beneath her fiery red combat suit. Peak crystal condensation realm. This was far beyond the limits of everyone present. Even the strongest among them, Sumu King, had only just stepped into the early stage of the crystal condensation realm. This was no fair fight. Roar. The sword demon let out an unbearably piercing roar, a sound like countless vengeful spirits wailing in agony, directly striking the soul. The two trainees closest to it showed no reaction, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, their figures turning into white light and being teleported out of the secret realm. Their spirits had been crushed on the spot by the resentment impact. Damn it! Sumu King's expression changed as she shouted sharply, "Everyone, gather around me and form a defensive formation." The remaining 5 or 6 trainees, still shaken, scrambled to gather quickly. Fear and despair were written all over their faces. What do we do? We can't possibly beat it. Should we retreat for now? Retreat? Where to? This cursed place, we can't even figure out the way. Panic spread like a virus among the group. Silence, Sumu King shouted sternly, instantly suppressing the chaos. She coldly swept her gaze over everyone. Giving up now is a dead end. We, the 10 of us, are the top geniuses of the entire training camp. If even we lose confidence, who else can defeat it? Follow my command. We absolutely have a chance to fight it. Sumu King's words were like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting the hearts on the verge of collapse. That's right. They were geniuses, the future of the Federation. How could they be scared into retreat by a virtual monster? A flame which is right. Chen Zhuan gritted his teeth, the thunder spirit's war in his hand, crackling with electricity. Let us fight. Fight to the end. The fighting spirit reignited in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, the weakest of the group, quietly stayed at the back. He maneuvered his wheelchair, his face heavy, but his heart calm, even slightly amused. His omniversal perception had already scanned the sword demon inside and out. Carefree, sword demon virtual power crystal condensation peak weakness core is a shattered ancient's celestial sword fragment, overloaded with resentment. Mental essence, extremely chaotic and fragile. The weakness was found, and it was fatal. Fragile meant essence. It was practically calling out to someone with 46,000 mental power like him, a big sign inviting him to strike. To others, the sword demon might seem like a ghostly terror, but to Lin Mo, it was nothing more than a fat, cheap waiting to be slaughtered. This feast could earn him a large amount of system points and training camp credits. But now wasn't the time to act. He had to wait. Wait for the perfect moment. Wait for an opportunity to reverse the situation as a support role. Shock everyone, yet not reveal his true strength. It is coming. The sword demon had already charged at the group. Its massive claws, formed from broken swords, carried an overwhelming force as they slammed down. Scatter. Sumu King shouted, her figure flashing as she took the initiative to meet the attack head-on. Flame tornado. The crimson whip in her hand transformed into a raging fire dragon, roaring as it coiled around the sword demon's claws. Boom! Flames collided with black energy, and a massive energy shockwave swept wildly across the surroundings. Sumu King was sent flying by the force, tracing a pitiful arc through the air. The chant successfully bought precious evasion time for everyone. Thunder technique. Divine punishment. Chen Zhuan seized the opportunity, pushing the thunder power within him to the limit. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the sword demon's hand fiercely. Crackle. Countless electric snakes danced wildly across the sword demon's body. This strike could have turned a small mountain into charcoal. But the sword demon, composed entirely of resentment energy, had strong resistance to energy attacks, and a move only caused it to pause slightly. Roar! The sword demon roared furiously at the sky. The broken swords began to hum and vibrate. The next second, whoosh! 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 Hundreds and thousands of flying swords, burning with black resentment energy, shot out like a storm, indiscriminately firing in all directions. 1,000 swords unleashed. Not good. Everyone's faces changed instantly. This area attack left no room to dodge. Guardian barrier, unyielding as a mountain. At the critical moment, Lei Yu rushed to the front. She slammed her giant shield into the ground. Buzz. A golden energy barrier instantly expanded, enveloping everyone. Clang, clang, clang. Countless resentful flying swords struck the barrier like raindrops on banana leaves. The barrier trembled violently, quickly covered in spitter-bear-like cracks. Pa! Lei Yu, who bore the brunt of the impact, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her petite body trembled uncontrollably, her legs sinking half a foot into the ground. Yet her gaze remained resolute. I can still hold on, she roared through gritted teeth. Everyone knew she had reached her limit. The golden barrier could collapse at any moment. If it broke, they would all perish without a trace. Despair once again enveloped everyone. At this critical moment, a calm yet mysterious aura. A light voice slowly came from behind them. Everyone, hold on. Have you found its weakness? Give me a chance to get close to it. I need to use a skill, one with immense power, but requires a long preparation time and consumes a lot of energy. Lin Mo's words left everyone stunned. Their weakness. He really found it. At this moment of despair, this disabled boy in a wheelchair dared to claim he had discovered the weakness of this peak and dense crystal realm sword demon. What a joke! Everyone's first reaction was doubt. Who knew his strength, couldn't help but frown and turn back, blood still staining the corner of her mouth. You're not joking, are you? Lei Yu asked with difficulty. This thing is impervious to blades and bullets. Immune to water and fire, what weakness could it possibly have? Trust me, Lin Mo said softly, his voice light yet carrying an undeniable conviction. All right. The first to make the decision for everyone was Sumu King. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and leapt forward without hesitation, her gaze firm. I trust you. Everyone, focus all your firepower not on injuring it, but on restricting its movements. create an opportunity for Lin Mo to get close. Sumu King knew they were already at a dead end. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to take a gamble. A gamble on this mysterious boy who had been creating miracles for the start. All right, let's go all out. The others gritted their teeth and unleashed the last remnants of their energy. The flame, which is right if we die. We take it down with us. Chenjuan roared, his thunder spirits or crackling with lightning. Thunder technique, curved dragon frenzy. Countless bolts of lightning shot up from the ground like venomous snakes, binding the sword demon's legs like chains. Though a Calden T caused substantial damage, it successfully slowed its movements. Well done, Sumu King shouted, our whip transforming into a fiery dragon that fiercely coiled around the sword demon's waist. Now is the time, Lin Mo. All eyes turned to the boy in the wheelchair. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Lin Mo's expression was solemn as he slowly raised his hands, purple flames in his palms leaping and condensing like living creatures. Cryptic incantations, as if summoning some mysterious force. Great Lord of the Void, ultimate form of flame. Master of dimensions, hear the call of your most devout follower. Grant me the power to tear through everything. Ignite the heavens and earth. With my soul, banish the darkness. Lin Mo was deeply immersed in his performance. His expression pained, his voice hoarse, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling, as if enduring extreme backlash. Seeing him like this, Lei even Kin Hao Yan cowled and he helped aghast. They even suspected that Lin Mo might collapse before he could unleash the skill. A sword demon seemed to sense the threat, letting out an enraged roar as it broke free from the bindings of the thunder snakes and fiery dragon, striding toward Lin Mo, unsettling existence completely. Stop it. Sumu King and the others, filled with fury, charged forward desperately, forming a fragile barrier with their bodies. Boom, boom. Boom! One by one, their companions were sent flying by the sword demon's violent power. They were like leaves in a raging storm, weak and helpless, yet not a single one retreated. They used their lives to hold back the sword demon, buying precious time for Lin Mo. Finally, just as the sword demon was about to break through the last line of defense, Lin Mo's chanting came to an end. A trace of purple light suddenly flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Now, he whispered, pouring all his strength into launching the long-accumulated purple fireball from his palm. The fireball appeared small and feeble, utterly insignificant compared to the sword demon's massive body, like a firefly at a full moon. Everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Was this it? Was this the ultimate move they had fought so desperately to unleash? However, just as despair began to set in, the seemingly weak purple fireball quietly merged into the sword demon's body. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, just like a drop of water falling into the ocean. It caused not even the slightest ripple. The sword demon suddenly froze. Its massive body stood still, motionless. Time seemed to stop. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching, piercing scream echoed across the heavens and earth. A harrowing cry of agony and terror erupted from within the sword demon. Immediately after, cracks pitter like cracks rapidly spread across the sword demon's enormous body. But what gushed out from the cracks was not black resentment, but dazzling, radiant purple light. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The sword demon, so arrogant and at the peak of the crystal condensation realm, exploded with a thunderous roar. Its massive body disintegrated into countless fragments of sword intent, dissipating into the air. All that remained was a fist-sized, irregular shard glowing with a rainbow-like brilliance, quietly floating in midair. That was a fragment of the celestial sword. The entire scene fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. All the survivors stared in shock, their minds blank, unable to believe the reality-defying scene before them. Could it be they had really won? Had they truly defeated a sword demon at the peak of the crystal condensation realm? All eyes turned to the boy sitting in the wheelchair. Lin Mo was gasping for air, his face pale, his body trembling, as if he might collapse from the wheelchair at any moment. Seeing the astonished gazes of the crowd, he gave a weak smile. I told you, I'm just a powerless support. Fefle Yu nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. Support? You're a monstrous support, aren't you? I ate single skill to instantly kill a peak crystal condensation realm boss. They call that support? How are the main damage dealers supposed to live up to that? Ding, killed virtual sword demon crystal condensation realm peak X1. Gain system points 10,000, student points 10,000. The system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind, and he nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the strongest person present, Sumu King, walked slowly toward the celestial sword fragment. All eyes were on her. By unspoken agreement, his priceless trophy should naturally be distributed by her, as she had contributed the most. However, Sumu King did not immediately take the fragment. She simply stared at it quietly for a few seconds before turning around and striding toward Lin Mo. Icy eyes which seemed to see through everything, locked onto Lin Mo. "Who are you?" "Really?" she asked softly, her voice gentle yet commanding, leaving no room for denial. Lin Mo's heart tightened. This woman was the perceptive. It seemed his disguise still had flaws, but he maintained his weak expression. "I'm just Lin Mo," he replied. Sumu Kin let out a cold laugh, clearly unconvinced. She did not press further, but instead did something that shocked everyone. She extended her slender finger and pointed at the celestial sword fragment floating in midair. "Belle, take it. This is yours." "What?" Sumu King's words were like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of the survivors. She was actually giving the priceless celestial sword fragment to Lin Mo? How was that possible? That is a fragment of the immortal sword. Even just a small piece contains ancient sword and 10 fragments of laws, enough to significantly enhance any swordsman's strength. Its value is even greater than an A-rank divine weapon. Even Qin Haoyan's breathing quickened upon hearing this, his eyes burning with desire. But he quickly suppressed the longing in his heart. He understood that without Lin Mo, they would have all perished in this battle. This fragment rightfully belonged to Lin Mo. Although Chen Zhuan and the other students were envious and jealous, they didn't heed or voice any objections. After all, Lin Mo's earth-shattering move had left a deep psychological shadow on them. For a moment, everyone's gaze focused on Lin Mo. Lin Mo cursed inwardly. This woman is really something else. She testing me if he directly accepted the fragment. It would be tantamount to admitting he was the main force, rendering his earlier act of feigned weakness pointless. The mysterious and powerful support image he had built would completely collapse. No way. He was going to take the blame for this. Thinking of this, Lin Mo put on a flustered and overwhelmed expression, quickly waving his hands. No, senior sister Sue. I can't accept this. This victory was all thanks to you and everyone fighting on the front lines. I just happened to discover a weakness and took a shortcut. When it comes to credit, the greatest belongs to you. This fragment should be yours to handle. Lin Mo spoke with genuine humility, pushing all the credit away cleanly. Sumu King watched his excellent performance, a playful smile tugging at the corner of her lips. How amusing. This guy really knows how to act. What a pretender. She didn't intend to expose him, merely saying inferently, "I am not a swordsman. This thing is useless to me." "Then give it to Qin Haoyan." Lin Mo didn't hesitate, immediately shifting the responsibility to his teammate. He has S-rank swordsmanship talent. This fragment will only reach its full potential in his hands. "Yes, we're a team, and it must go to the most suitable person." Lin Mo spoke with a righteous air, as if considering the bigger picture. The name Qin Haoyan was instantly stunned. He had expected Lin Mo to give such an important opportunity to him. A tear of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. "Lin Mo, say no more." Lin Mo interrupted him. "We're brothers, aren't we?" Looking into Lin Mo's sincere eyes, Qin Haoyan's eyes grew moist. He nodded heavily. "That is right. We're brothers." Beside them, Lei Yu was also moved by this heartfelt brotherhood. She walked over and gave Lin Mo a firm pat on the shoulder. "Lin Mo, you're loyal. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll be the first to step up and beat them." Watching the three of them, Sumu King's usually indifferent face showed a rare smile. "In that case, you should absorb it," he said to Qin Haoyan. "Thank you, senior sister sir." Qin Haoyan expressed his gratitude with a bow. Taking a deep breath, he approached the fragment of the immortal sword and reached out to touch it. Buzz. The moment he touched it, the fragment transformed into a stream of 7-colored light, instantly merging into the new sword in his hand. In an instant, the ancient sword emitted a dazzling brilliance. The cracks on the blade began to heal rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The terrifying sword Dora, several times stronger than before, erupted from the blade. Qin Haoyan's were also surged instantly. His radiant sword mastery talent, nourished by the ancient sword intent, even showed signs of breaking through. What incredible power. He felt the surging sword energy within him, his face full of ecstasy. This time, he had truly struck gold. And it was all thanks to Lin Mo. He turned to look at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with gratitude. He would remember forever. At that moment, boom. With the sword demon nest demise and the fragment s absorption, the sword began to undergo another transformation. The omnipresent sharp sword intent gradually dissipated. The blood moon in the sky also dimmed significantly. Ahead of them, in the depths of the sword shrouded in thick fog, a towering black stone stele, 100 meters high and resembling a giant sword, slowly rose from the ground, revealing its true form. From the stele emanated an aura even more ancient and immense than the fragments of the celestial sword. What is that? Everyone was stunned by the magnificent sight before them. It's the core of the sword tomb. Sumu King's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The true opportunity lies right there. Without hesitation, she was the first to rush toward the giant sword stele. The others quickly reacted and followed closely behind. Lin Mo's eyes burned with determination. He sensed a powerful, slumbering consciousness within the stele. That was the greatest treasure of this sword tomb expedition. The group swiftly arrived at the base of the giant sword stele. Surrounding it was a vast circular plaza, devoid of any broken swords, with only a smooth, mirror-like black surface. The entire area was suffused with an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. However, the moment they stepped onto the plaza, everyone suddenly froze in their tracks, because beneath the imposing giant sword stele, radiating endless majesty, someone was already seated. The person wore a white nuptial robe and carried an ancient mausoleum on their back, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Their eyes were closed, as if they were one with the heavens and earth. Their aura was ethereal yet sharp, like a divine sword ready to be unsheathed at any moment. It soared maniacally by. Chen Zhuan couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing the figure. He was none other than the 9th-ranked swordsmanship fanatic in the grand competition. What had this guy arrived here, and what had he obtained? As everyone was filled with questions, the young man in white slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to contain the collapse of stars, radiating sword energy in all directions. The moment Li Bai opened his eyes, an invisible yet suffocating pressure of sword energy swept across the entire plaza. Except for Sumu King and Lin Mo, the other students turned pale and staggered back several steps before regaining their footing. They looked in terror at the white-robed youth who remained seated cross-legged. Just a single glance made them feel as if they were being crushed under Mount Tai. This man's strength was far beyond ordinary. How terrifying was he, truly? "You've come as well," Levi said calmly, as if greeting old friends he hadn't seen in a long time. His gaze slowly swept across the group. When he saw Sumu King, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. But when his gaze fell on Lin Mo, who was seated in a wheelchair, he paused briefly, his brows furrowing slightly. From Lin Mo, he sensed a strange aura, one he couldn't decipher at all, as if shrouded in deep, impenetrable mist. "Levi, you arrived here long ago?" Sumu King asked coldly. "Yes." Levi nodded. "As soon as I entered, I felt the call of this place, so I came straight here." His tone was light and casual, but his words struck everyone like a thunderclap. "Came straight here. What about the sword slaves and sword demons along the way? Did he truly cut through them all without hindrance? This sword maniac was indeed a monster. Did you obtain the inheritance here?" Sumu King pressed on, her concern still focused on this question. "Inheritance?" Levi chuckled softly and shook his head. "I only gained some insights. The true inheritance is yet to begin." He raised his head to look at the towering giant sword stele. The giant sword stele, silent for millennia, suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Within the radiance, a semi-transparent phantom slowly appeared, clad in a sai and owlish robe and holding a horsetail whisk. Though its face was indistinct, the transcendent and ancient aura it exuded shook everyone's soul. It felt as though they were not merely facing a phantom but a living, ancient sword immortal. "I am the sword immortal of Shushan, King Leon." An ancient and solemn voice echoed in everyone's minds. "This stealthy embodiment of my life's swordsmanship, your presence here signifies a fateful connection with it. My inheritance is not something ordinary people can obtain. Only those with tenacious will, wisdom, and exceptional fortune can endure it. Next, you will face 3 trials of sword intent. Only those who can withstand these 3 trials of sword intent can receive the inheritance." The phantom of the Azure Lotus sword immortal slowly raised his hand. The first trial tempering the body. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly waved his sleeve. Boom! A pressure as heavy as a mountain, imbued with sword intent, descended from the sky. The ground of the plaza cracked under the immense pressure. Theft. A weaker student, unable to react in time, was crushed by the sword pressure, instantly turning into a flash of white and disappearing, eliminating them from a trial. Soon, only Su Mu King, Li Bai, Qin Hao Ye, Lei Yu, Chen Zhuan, and Lin Mo remained on the plaza. Chen Zhuan's face was pale, his legs trembling violently as he thrust his thunder spirit sword into the ground to barely keep himself from collapsing. Su Mu King and Li Bai stood straight, their expressions solemn, clearly enduring immense pressure. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were in even worse shape. Lei Yu activated Titan battle form and used Guardian Barrier to shield himself, barely managing to stay upright. Qin Hao Yan merged with the sword intent, struggling to resist the overwhelming sword pressure. The most composed of all was Lin Mo, the sword pressure, capable of crushing out condensed crystal realm expert in occult, felt like nothing more than a tickle to him. He didn't even need to grip the armrests of his wheelchair. To avoid drawing attention, he pretended to be on the verge of collapse, as if he might fall apart in any moment. The phantom of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal let out a soft sound of surprise, his gaze lingering on Lin Mo for a moment. Clearly, he had noticed that this seemingly crippled youth was far from ordinary. But he said nothing more. A first trial is passed. He slowly raised his second finger. A second trial. Tempering your skills. The phantom formed a sword with his fingers and pointed at the strongest among them, Su Mu King. A streak of azure sword energy tore through the air. Though it appeared ordinary, it carried an ultimate destructive force, causing Su Mu King's pupils to contract sharply. Danger, mortal danger, she dare not be careless, and her energy surged instantly. Vermilion bird transformation. A crisp shout pierced the sky. A majestic vermilion burrow formed of flames suddenly soared into the air. Su Mu King seemed to merge with the vermilion bird entirely. However, just as the azure sword energy was about to strike, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, something no one noticed. He activated dimensional banishment against the sword energy. Of course, he didn't completely dispel it, only weakening its power by 30%. Boom! The azure sword energy collided with the fiery vermilion bird mid-air, erupting in a deafening explosion. A powerful energy storm swept across the entire plaza. I was flung through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. My face was pale and my breath weak. Clearly, this strike had severely injured me, but I had survived. I struggled to my feet, casting a grateful glance at Lin Mo, who was still holding on. Though I didn't know what Lin Mo had done, I had a strong feeling if not for him, I might already be dead. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's gaze once again lingered on Lin Mo, this time with a hint of curiosity. The second trial is passed. Now prepare for the final trial, tempering the heart. His voice became distant, ethereal, as if coming from beyond the heavens. This sword does not test cultivation or martial skills. It only asks what lies within your heart. As his words fell, his phantom dissipated, transforming into countless azure light particles. These particles surged into everyone's foreheads. My vision blurred, and in the next moment, I found myself in an endless, pure white space. No sky, no ground, no sound, no light, only an eternal, deathly silence. This was the final trial set by the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, the realm of heart tempering. In his eyes, only those who see through falsehoods and stay true to their original intentions can escape from here. Qin Hao Yan is facing the most difficult choice of his life. Standing before him are two people. One is his father, King Gai, chairman of the Qin Group. The other is his idol, the legendary hero of the Federation, sword god Li Xiaoyao. Hadian, give up your ridiculous swordsmanship, King Gai said sternly. Come home and inherit the family business. This is your only path, child. Don't be misled by external distractions, Li Xiaoyao said with a gentle smile. The sword is your true calling. Follow me, and I will lead you to the true pinnacle of swordsmanship. On one side, power and wealth are within reach. On the other, the long-dreamed pinnacle of swordsmanship. Qin Hao Yan fell into a painful struggle. Lei Yu's illusion was simple and direct. For her stood a demon god 100 times stronger than any enemy she had ever faced. The terrifying aura emanating from a demon god left her without even a thought of resistance. Kneel and submit to me, or die. The demon god's voice roared like thunder. Lei Yu's face turned pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably, but there was not a trace of submission in her eyes. She gripped her flaming warhammer tightly and roared. Lei Yu, would rather die than submit to anyone. She mustered all her strength and charged at the mountain like demon god. Sumo King's illusion was a raging inferno. She returned to that night, the night she would never forget. A family was annihilated by enemies in a single night. She watched as her parents of loved ones fell one by one into pools of blood. If she could only hide in a corner, trembling. No, it shouldn't be like this. She screamed in agony, her gaze gradually replaced by hatred and coldness. I will kill you all. Make everyone who hurt me pay the price. Her frozen heart was instantly ignited by blazing flames. And me, Lin Mo. At this moment, I sat idly in a wheelchair, yawning. Hello? Anyone there? Is this trial broken? Why has nothing happened for so long? I looked speechless. The so-called heart-refining trial was simply a joke to me. The sword intent of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, which he proudly claimed couldn't stir inner demons, was like a pebble thrown into the ocean when it hit my absurdly high 46. Zero mental strength, it didn't even cause a ripple. So while others' illusions were filled with bloodshed, love, and hate, my illusion was nothing but a calm, pure wife, a blank space, with nothing at all. Sigh. Being invincible is so lonely, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. To avoid standing out too much, he had no choice but to start acting. Sometimes he furrowed his brows in pain, sometimes he gritted his teeth fiercely. Sometimes he wept bitterly, crying out hoarsely. His acting skills were truly worthy of an Oscar for Best Actor. Outside the plaza, beneath the giant sword monument, the phantom of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal appeared once again. He looked at the young people, still struggling bitterly. I revealed a satisfied smile. Qin Hao Yan, in the face of power and swordsmanship, ultimately followed his heart and chose the path of the guardian sword. Confronted with an invincible foe, remained unyielding, her fighting spirit soaring, demonstrating the true spirit of a warrior. Sumo King emerged from her hatred, transforming it into a flame of protection. They all successfully passed the trial. At that moment, Li Bai, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly erupted with a powerful sword intent. Clearly, Dian also emerged from his illusion, and with great gains. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal nodded approvingly. This young man's sword heart was the purest and most transparent he had ever seen. He was the best candidate to inherit his legacy. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Mo, who was still struggling in agony. His brows furrowed. This young man was strange. He could sense the other's heart, as if it were an endless abyss of darkness. Completely unfathomable. It held both the innocence of a child and the darkness of a demon god. It had an indomitable will, yet also an ethereal emptiness. What exactly was this being? He had lived for 1,000 years, and had never encountered such a contradictory and complex soul. Who exactly are you? The voice of the Sword Immortal of King Yan directly echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo, who was in the middle of acting, froze. Damn, he has been found out. This old guy really doesn't he play fair, attacking out of nowhere. Lin Mo's eyes darted around, and he immediately put on a look of confusion and helplessness. Who's speaking? Or where am I? The Sword Immortal of King Leon. He felt like he was being played. Without further ado, he directly pulled everyone out of the illusion. Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu, and Sumo King woke up, exhausted. Their gazes were now sharper and more resolute. Clearly, the illusion had transformed them. Congratulations. You have successfully passed my test. The voice of the Sword Immortal of King Leon slowly rang out. Li Bai, step forward. Li Bai stood up in response and walked to the stone tablet. Your sword heart is clear, and you are a rare genius in the way of a sword. You shall receive the true inheritance of my Shushan sword manual. The Sword Immortal of King Leon extended a finger and pointed at the center of Li Bai's forehead. Buzz, a pillar of azure light descended from the sky, enveloping Li Bai. A torrent of information and powerful sword intent surged into his mind. Li Bai's body trembled violently, his expression pained yet ecstatic. The others looked on with envy. This was the inheritance of an ancient Sword Immortal. At this moment, the Sword Immortal of King Yan turned his gaze to Lin Mo again, his expression complex. You, after a long silence, he finally spoke. Although your path does not lie in the way of the sword, I see infinite possibilities in you. My Shushan sword manual is not suitable for you. Therefore, I decided to give you a special gift, a unique inheritance. A unique inheritance. Hearing this, everyone's eyes once again focused on Lin Mo, even Li Bai, who was enduring the pain of his inheritance, turned his head curiously to look at him. What kind of inheritance was this mysterious young man, whom even the Sword Immortal of King Leon Calden T fully understand? Receive. Lin Mo muttered inwardly, what is this old guy up to? Could he have seen through my system and wants to study me? My inheritance consists of 2 parts. The voice of the sword immortal of King Leon interrupted his wild thoughts. The first is technique, the Shushan sword manual, which records the 360 sword techniques I created in my lifetime. The second is the Tao, the essence of the sword, which is the foundation of my transcendence and achievement as a sword immortal. The Shushan sword manual emphasizes gradual progress, step by step. But the essence of my sword Tao is extremely domineering once or to break all techniques. Li Bai has received the technique portion of the sword manual. The sword immortal of King Leon's gaze was piercing as he stared intently at Lin Mo. Your path, I cannot see through, but I can sense that it surpasses my own. This path will be broader and more magnificent. Therefore, I have decided to pass on my primordial sword intent to you. I hope it will become a sharp blade on your journey, helping you clear all obstacles. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantom of the sword immortal of King Leon began to slowly dissipate. His semi-transparent figure turned into countless azure light particles. Most of the light particles converged into a turret interspersed into Li Bai's body. The remaining small portion of light particles condensed in the air into a fist-sized azure light sphere, radiating an extreme brilliance. This light sphere seemed to contain an entire world of swords. That was the primordial sword intent of the sword immortal of King Leon. Something even more precious and core than the Shushan sword manual. Damn. Lin Mo's eyes lit up the moment he saw the light sphere. He could feel the pure and powerful energy within it. If this thing were devoured by his system, wouldn't he ascend straight to the heavens? Thank you, Senior. Lin Mo suppressed his inner excitement and bowed deeply to the fading phantom with a face full of gratitude. Young one, your future is limitless. I hope that one day, we can meet again in a higher world with that. His phantom completely disappeared, turning into countless starlight emerged into the heavens and earth. The cyan light sphere, imbued with the primordial sword intent, transformed into a streak of light and shot straight toward Lin Mo's forehead. Lin Mo was ecstatic. It is here. My cheat is finally here. But just as the light sphere was about to merge into his body, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding. Warning. Detected high-level conceptual energy ancient primordial sword intent attempting to bind with the host soul. This energy entity severely conflicts with the host's talent void scorching flame. 99% chance of causing talent collapse and soul destruction. Would you like to activate the system defense protocol to expel this energy? Lin Mo's smile froze instantly. I rebuke conflict? Soul destruction? Are you kidding me? Didn't he that old guy say, this was the greatest gift for me? How did it suddenly turn into a bomb that could kill me? System, quick, devour it. Lin Mo roared in his mind. He didn't want to die here for no reason. Ding. Universal devouring system activated. Target locked. Ancient primordial sword intent. Commencing devour. Buzz. A formless yet terrifying devouring force erupted violently from the depths of Lin Mo's soul. The cyan light sphere froze abruptly, as if drawn by an irresistible force. After an unwilling hum, it was instantly sucked into Lin Mo's body. Dane, devour successful. System points 200,000 obtained. Congratulations, host. The SS grade talent Netherworld Ost Fire obtained from slaying the 6th exotic beast 9 Netherbone bird perfectly aligns with the energy of the devoured ancient primordial sword intent. The 2 SS grade energy sources meet the conditions for fusion. Would you like to attempt fusion, not a breakthrough to the legendary SS grade talent? Fusion carries a risk of failure. Failure will result in the disappearance of both talents and permanent soul damage. System offers an auxiliary solution to spend 10 million system points to forge an absolutely stable law furnace, ensuring a 100% success rate for the fusion. A series of notifications exploded in Lin Mo's mind, leaving her completely stunned. Netherworld Ghost Fire could actually fuse with a newly acquired primordial sword intent and even break through to the legendary SSS grade. SSS grade talent, and as a godlike existence. If he obtained it, wouldn't he become invincible with cheats enabled? Lin Mo's heart pounded wildly with excitement. But when he saw the required 10 million system points, his enthusiasm instantly cooled. 2 million. They only have 570,000 points in total. Nowhere near enough. I'll have to put it on hold for now. Lin Mo sighed. He didn't dare to gamble on such a high risk. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he suddenly noticed a new notification he hadn't seen before. Ding. Successfully devoured ancient primordial sword intent. Hostess Alan Void Scorching Flame has received partial sword law enhancement. Trait unlocked. Trait 5 Universal Sordora. Universal Sordora. The host and condense void scorching flame, more spatial power into sword energy and sword of any form. Seeing this new skill, Lin Mo's eyes lit up completely. This was practically a god-tier disguise skill TMMA for him. From now on, using spatial abilities, no one would suspect him, as long as he condensed or energy with Universal Sordora. Others would only think he had mastered ancient sword intent. Perfect. Just as Lin Mo was reveling in his excitement, the crowd saw the cyan light's fear merge into his body. His body suddenly stiffened, his head tilted, and he collapsed unconscious from the wheelchair. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu's expressions changed drastically as they rushed to support him. What happened to him? Sima Qin also walked over, the brows furrowed. Not sure, maybe Yi Calden team withstand that immense power, Qin Hao Yan speculated. At this moment, the ancient sword Tim began to tremble violently. The blood moon in the sky dimmed, and the ground started to crack. Not good. Li Bai, who had just completed his inheritance, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "The inheritance is over. The secret realm is about to collapse. Quickly, head to the exit." Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately sprinted toward the entrance. However, the spatial gate composed of energy at the entrance twisted violently, with black spatial turbulence raging like venomous snakes. Resembling a death trap. How is this possible? Didn't drive. Li say the secret realm could last for 12 hours. It's only been less than 6 hours. Just as panic spread among the group, a frantic and broken voice came from outside the gate. It was Instructor Long's on the energy core. Has been taken. The secret realm is collapsing early. The gate can't hold. Get out now. We'll never make it out. In the central plaza, outside the gate, Long's on a drive. Li watched as the spatial gate flickered and twisted like a star on the verge of exploding. How could this happen? Dr. Li's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his expression filled with disbelief. The energy core of the sword Tim was taken. That core is protected by the will of an ancient sword. Immortal Namwan should be able to get near it. Talking about it won't help, Longzon roared in anger. Think of a way to stabilize the spatial gate. My students are still inside. It's impossible. Li shook his head in despair. Without the energy core, the structure of the secret realm has completely collapsed. Inside, it's nothing but a death trap filled with spatial turbulence. At most, we can barely keep the passage open for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if they haven't come out, they'll be swallowed by endless dimensional rifts. Even a sovereign realm expert wouldn't escape hearing this. Mongzon's heart sank to the bottom. His fists clenched tightly, and the tension in the air reached its peak. Inside the secret realm, the group listened to Instructor Long's aunt's fragmented warnings, their faces filled with despair. 3 minutes. They only had 3 minutes. But the death gate before them, filled with spatial turbulence, how could they possibly pass through it? Wasn't it just walking into some death? What do we do? What do we do now? Chenjuan's face was ashen, his voice trembling. A cold glint flashed in Li Bai's eyes as he made his decision without hesitation. Rather than waiting for death, we might as well fight for a slim chance of survival. Sumu King responded firmly. Don't be a warrior. With that, the two exchanged a determined glance, their auras surging as they prepared to force their way through the exit. However, just as they were about to act, a roar, 10 times more terrifying than the sword demon from before, erupted from the dark ruins behind them. The ground trembled violently. Everyone whipped around, only to see a massive, horrifying shadow emerging slowly from beneath the ruins. It was a monstrous entity formed from endless resentment, hatred, and pure destructive sword intent, the ultimate demon. It stood over 100 meters tall, like a moving mountain, its entire body flowing with black sword intent, as molten as lava. Demonic horns jutted from its head. Beneath the twin blood moons hanging high above, its crimson eyes locked onto every life form present. Tier 4 Sword Tunguardian Virtual Strength thoroughly Huodang Realm Abilities when Lin Mo used Omniversal Perception to scan the creature's information. His heart, which had been numbed with fear, skipped a beat. Huodang Realm. This thing was a Huodang Realm boss, equivalent to a Tier 5 human powerhouse. How were they supposed to fight this? Forget about their group of students, whose strongest members were only at the condensed crystal realm. Even if Instructor Longzon himself stepped in, he would likely suffer a crushing defeat. Where Chenjuan's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Ahead lay the certain death of spatial turbulence. Behind them loomed the invincible ultimate demon. This was truly a death tap with no way out. Even Lei Yu, who was usually fearless, now had a pale face. Her hand gripping her hammer trembling slightly. Sumu King and Li Bai, on the other hand, wore grim expressions. The atmosphere around them tense as if they were prepared to face their final enemy. They knew that this time, there was no hope. Rua. The Swordtum Guardi let out an earth-shattering roar. Its mountain-like body moved suddenly, charging toward the group. Each step it took caused the ground to quake violently. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that everyone felt as if they were about to be crushed to dust. Fight! Levi roared, his eyes flashing with a burst of sword light. He had just inherited the legacy of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, his strength surging and his spirit soaring. I will unleash my strongest sword. Shushan's sword can unmyriad swords return to one. The ancient, unadorned sword in his hand pointed straight to the heavens. Vermilion bird divine flame scorched the heavens. Sumu King also disregarded everything, warning his essence blood. A flame vermilion bird, more solid than before, let out a piercing cry as it charged forward, carrying a terrifying heat wave that could incinerate everything. Striking directly at the enemy, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu also unleashed their strongest attacks, vowing to protect the dignity of geniuses with their lives. However, in the face of his combined strike meant to destroy everything, the guardian of his sword nonchalantly raised its massive claw, which blotted out the sky and lightly swiped. Boom! A terrifying force erupted instantly torn to shreds. Thud, thud, thud. Li Bai, Sumu King, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu were all sent flying backwards simultaneously, blood spurting from their mouths. With just one strike, the four top geniuses of the training camp were severely injured, could no longer fight. This was the terror of the Hu Gang realm Napsilin domination. Crushing without suspense, the guardian of the sword took another step without hesitation, a step that could shatter mountains on rivers, intending to crush these insignificant insects who dared to disturb its slumber into pulp. As the shadow of death loomed larger in their pupils, everyone revealed expressions of utter despair. Bo had been unconscious and protected behind Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the desperate situation before him and sighed. I just wanted to be an ordinary person, to quietly get along with you all. And what happened? Endless overtime. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. He slowly stood up for his wheelchair. He stood up. Although his legs were still paralyzed and powerless, he floated in mid-air as if defying gravity. Time seemed to stop, and space froze. All eyes were fixed, stunned, on a crippled boy floating in the air. Qin Hao Yan's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. He was incredulous street standing up. Lin Mao, he really stood up. Although his legs still dangled limply, he floated in the air, as if unbound by the rules. What's going on? Lei Yu's wide eyes were round as saucers, her pain forgotten. Her mind blank, with only one thought echoing flying. He's flying? Lin Mao, this seemingly useless support, was actually flying. Could be that his wheelchair was the real key. Once he left the wheelchair, he turned into a Super Saiyan. Sumu King and Li Bai, the proud and worldly individuals, now had faces full of shock and disbelief. They stared at Lin Mao's back as he hovered in the air, feeling as if their decades-long worldview and life philosophy had instantly collapsed. A man in a wheelchair, labeled as crippled, someone they always thought needed protection as a support, could actually fly and wield the skill of aerial flight that only top-tier powerhouses could master? This was no longer something that could be described as a monster or a genius. It was as if a god or demon in human skin had appeared. Even a ferocious guardian of the sword tomb, charging forward with overwhelming momentum. For as the moment its all-in Mo take flight, in its crimson eyes, filled with destructive intent, a trace of doubt flickered, as if to say, bro, your hidden power is way too obvious, isn't it? The teammates behind him were even more shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Mo didn't even turn his head. He simply stretched his neck, stiff from sitting too long, producing a cracking sound. No choice then, he muttered to himself with a mix of helplessness and laziness. I just wanted to be a low-key handsome guy, relax in the back, and cheer you on with a few 666 seconds to dip through. Who knew you protagonists would be so unreliable? In the end, it is still up to me, the support, to carry the whole game. These words clearly reached everyone's ears. Qin Hao Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, not from injury, but purely for anger. We're not strong enough. Bro, look at what kind of monster we're facing. That's a top tier, the OSS. Even if we risk our lives, we can't break through its defense. And you say we're not strong enough? I'll say you claim your support carrying the whole team. What kind of insane support is this? A flying support? Are you planning to ascend straight to heaven? Sumu King and Levi couldn't help but which they felt an unprecedented blow to their pride. Their once prized talents and strength had become a joke in front of this unconventional guy. Only Lei Yu, after her initial shock, had an unprecedented light burst in her eyes. It was the fervent admiration of seeing an idol. I knew it. Lin Mo is definitely not an ordinary person. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Lin Mo, go for it. Smash it to pieces. She completely ignored her injuries, jumping up and waving her fists to cheer for Lin Mo, looking every bit like a faintler in love. Qin Hao Yan was dumbfounded. Hey, what about your attitude? Weren't you just saying you wanted to take him down? How did you suddenly become his little fanboy? Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the reactions of the lively group behind him. His calm gaze fell on Escorting Guardian, which had locked onto him again and was roaring furiously. You're pretty big, he said seriously, nodding. Have you ever seen a black hole? As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. There were no dazzling special effects, no impressive incantations. Only a terrifying power suddenly erupted from his palm, shaking the entire secret realm. Dimensional banishment. Fully unleashed, was a pitch-black, deep void, as if capable of devouring everything, appeared instantly before him. The moment the black hole emerged, it began to expand wildly. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, in the blink of an eye. The black hole's diameter exceeded 1,000 meters, spanning the heavens and earth. It was like a wound in the depths of the universe, the end of time and space. It exuded a destructive aura that can make gods and demons tremble in fear. The once arrogant Escorting Guardian saw the massive black hole, and for the first time, fear appeared in its blood-red eyes. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. The black hole unleashed a powerful suction force, sweeping everything away. That mountain-like body was like a leaf in the wind before this force. It couldn't even let out a final cry before being swallowed whole by the black hole, banished to the endless dimensional rift, leaving not even a shadow behind. After devouring the Escorting Guardian, the black hole didn't stop instead. It grew even more violent. It began to madly consume everything around it. Everything was collapsing. The ground cracked, the sky shattered, spatial turbulence raged. All of it was mercilessly swallowed by the black hole, disappearing in an instant. Strangely, the space gate that had been on the verge of collapse miraculously stabilized. It was as if all the chaotic energy had been absorbed by the black hole. What kind of power is this? Could it be the power of a god? I looked at the boy floating mid-air, the one who had created this apocalyptic scene with a single hand. Li Bai, Qin Hao Yan, Chen Zhuan. All the survivors stared at him in shock, as if they were looking at a deity. In their hearts, there was nothing but astonishment and boundless reverence. What are you standing around for? Lin Mo's voice boomed like thunder in their ears. Waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Move it. The group finally snapped out of it. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the temporarily stabilized space gate like madmen, jumping through one after another. Lin Mo was the last to leave. He turned back to glance at the world about to be consumed and destroyed by the black hole, then lifted his empty points candle killed the Escorting Guardian, as it was the core of the secret realm. No points or system rewards were granted, but the energy of the entire secret realm was devoured, yielding great profits for the system host. Lin Mo 8 rays of pain flickered in his eyes. What a waste of effort, he muttered under his breath. Then, he retracted the world-destroying black hole. He turned around and leapt into the space gate. At the very last moment of passing through the gate, his usually calm face turned pale and weak, showing signs of collapse. With a loud thud, Lin Mo's body crashed heavily onto the ground of the central plaza, his head tilted to the side. They fainted once again. Previously, his ability to fly relied entirely on his mastery of spatial power. After merging with the myriad sword ki, which had become his signature move, but consumed an immense amount of mental energy. The entire central plaza fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was Sumu King and the others who had just narrowly escaped death, or Instructor Longzon and Drive, who had been watching everything from a high platform, all stared blankly at the unconscious young man on the ground. Their emotions surged like a stormy sea. They were completely unable to recover from the unbelievable, reality-defying scene they had just witnessed. An disabled boy in a wheelchair, someone they had always regarded as support, and at the critical moment, flown into the air and some in a terrifying black hole capable of devouring the heavens and earth. He had instantly annihilated the final boss that even top-tier experts couldn't defeat, saving everyone. This was not something a human could achieve. This was a scene straight out of mythology. On a high platform, Instructor Long Zan's usually rigid face had lost all expression, frozen like a stone. Over the years of teaching at the Genius Training Camp, he had encountered many so-called genius monsters. There were no shortages of prodigies with top-tier talents, even double less-level geniuses. But he swore at his dignity as a key condensation realm expert. He had never seen anyone as absurdly extraordinary as Lin Mo. His performance had completely shattered Long Zan's understanding of the word genius. Dr. Li. Long Zan turned his head with difficulty, looking at the middle-aged man beside him, who was equally stunned. His voice was dry and weak. Did you see that just now? I saw it. Dr. Li adjusted the glasses that had slid down his nose. His lips trembled slightly. His eyes were fixed on the unconscious Lin Mo on the ground. Instructor Long. Li's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement and fervor. I think we discovered an incredible treasure. This might very well be the ultimate discovery that could change the entire Federation's landscape. I must immediately report everything that happened here to the highest levels of the Federation Academy of Sciences, he said, preparing to take out his personal terminal to act. Long Zan suddenly grabbed his hand. His gaze instantly regained its common authority, even carrying an unprecedented chill. Li, I'll warn you. Long Zan's voice was icy and piercing. What happened here today must remain in your heart forever. Without my permission, not a single word is to be leaked. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. But the merciless killing intent in his eyes said it all. Why? Li trembled all over, frightened by that gaze. Instructor Long, what are you trying to do? Don't you want the Federation to know that we discovered such an astonishing genius? Genius, Long Zan sneered. You dare call him a genius? What kind of genius can crush an A-level secret realm with one hand? He's beyond what the war genius can describe. He's a variable we can't even begin to understand or control. Long Zan's gaze once again fell on Lin Mo. His expression so complex, it was impossible to decipher. It could even lead to total disaster. Long Zan, the chief instructor of the Genius Training Camp, operates on a level far beyond that of pure researchers like Drive. He understands well that the Federation is far from being as united as it appears on the surface. The major powers engaged are both open and covert struggles, creating a highly complex situation. Someone like Lin Mo, who completely defies convention, would inevitably disrupt the current balance upon his emergence. Lin Mo would not be greeted with flowers and applause, or rather with covetousness, probing, and constant assassination threats from various factions. Innocent people often invite disaster simply by being near treasures, and Long Zan understands this better than anyone. Therefore, he must protect Lin Mo, at least until he truly matures. After hearing Long Zan's explanation, Dr. Li calmed down. He wasn't foolish and quickly grasped the stakes involved. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he nodded with lingering fear. I understand. Rest assured, Chief Instructor Long, I won't breathe a word about today's events. Good. Long Zan nodded in satisfaction, released Dr. Li's hand. It strode down from the high platform. In the square, Sumu King, Li Bai, and the others finally began to recover from the shock they had just experienced, their eyes still betraying their astonishment. I feel like the past 10+ years of my life have been completely wasted, Chen Zhuan said, looking dejected. He was one of the top geniuses in the training camp, always the center of attention wherever he went. But now, compared to Lin Mo, he felt like a complete failure. You're absolutely right, Qin Hao Yan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He had previously thought about surpassing Lin Mo, but now... what a dream! Lin Mo had already soared beyond the atmosphere, while he was still playing in the beginner's village. How could he possibly catch up? So, he was just humoring us all along, Sumu King said with a wry smile, leaning against the wall. Always cold and proud. This was the first time she showed genuine defeat. She finally understood while Lin Mo had refused her invitation to form a team, without hesitation, why he had said he came to the training camp, not to rely on anyone. Because he didn't need to. He alone was an army. He alone was a god. Amitabha. This humble monk has been bewitched, the long silent sword fanatic Li Bai suddenly said, pressing his palms together and softly chanting a Buddhist prayer, looking at the unconscious Lin Mo lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with unprecedented reverence and fervor. The benefactor is the true master of freedom. From today onward, the benefactor is this humble monk so lidle. The others muttered to themselves, "You're a swordsman, why are you chanting Buddhist prayers now? Aren't you supposed to idolize the sword immortal of green Monas?" His changed his way to abrupt. Just as everyone was puzzled, Longzon walked up to Lin Mo. Looking at the still unconscious youth, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Pretending? Why are you still lying here pretending? Where's the awe-inspiring presence you had when you crushed the secret realm with your bare hands? Why are you acting like a delicate Lin Dayu now? If you don't go to the Federation Drama Academy, your talent will be wasted." Though his mind was full of complaints, Longzon's face remained stern. He did not wake Lin Mo, but instead turned around, sweeping his gaze over all the trainees present. His voice was cold and authoritative. "Everything that happened in the sword tomb today is classified as the Federation's highest level secret. No one is allowed to disclose a single word to outsiders. This includes your family, friends, and superiors. Do you all understand?" "Understood?" The group responded in unison. They weren't foolish, they naturally understood the weight of his words. "Good." Longzon nodded, and did something that shocked everyone. He slowly bent his straight back and performed a standard military salute to the unconscious Lin Mo lying on the ground. His gaze was filled with the respect and recognition of a soldier. To this hero who had saved all the soldiers, the highest respect was the least they could offer. At the moment Instructor Longzon made that gesture, all the surviving trainees in the square, Sumu King, Li Bai, Qin Hao Yan, Chen Zhuan, without exception, stood up straight simultaneously. They all bowed in unison to the boy lying on the ground. The scene resembled a congregation worshipping a deity descended to the mortal world, and our protagonist, Lin Mo, was still lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, revealing an indescribable sense of pride within him. "What can I do? Who told me to be this outstanding?" Everyone standing up and saluting the big boss. "This will probably become the norm from now on." Longzon looked at the boy still unconscious on the ground, his face expressionless, but his mind was filled with relentless complaints. "Pretending. Just stop pretending already. The entire camp has been completely fooled by you, kid. With acting skills like this, not becoming a guest professor at the Federation Rama Academy is a waste of talent." Although he was calculating in his mind, Longzon did not expose him on the spot. He understood very well that Lin Mo was doing this to protect himself. A support capable of crushing an A-level secret realm with one hand would only invite trouble if he acted lively all the time. And Longzon understood it even more. Lin Mo, Qin Hao Yan, and Lei Yu finally snapped out of their shock and scrambled over. The two carefully helped Lin Mo up, one on each side. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Qin Hao Yan's voice carried a tremor of reverence he himself hadn't noticed. Now his view of Lin Mo had completely changed. Before, he had only regarded Lin Mo as a mysterious and powerful teammate. Now, when he looked at Lin Mo, it was as if he were gazing at a god walking among mortals, flying through the sky, creating black holes with his hands. This was completely beyond his understanding of martial artists. This wasn't a human, it was a god. "Whoa, Lin Mo, don't die." The usually violent little girl Lei Yu's eyes turned red, and tears began to fall drop by drop. "If you die, I'll turn your ashes into a necklace and wear it every day. If anyone dares to bully me in the future, I'll take out your necklace and tell them, this is my big brother's ashes. So think twice before messing with me." Qin Hao Yan had imagination. Isn't it a bit too wild? The guy's still alive, and you're already thinking about turning him into a necklace? Also, are you worshipping him? Or are you just eager for him to die? Even Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little girl was truly something else. Alf. To stop himself from laughing out loud, Lin Mo let out a weak cough at the right moment. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with just the right amount of confusion and frailty. What just happened? This Oscar-worthy performance made Lei Yu cry even harder. "Lin Mo, you're awake. That's great." She tearfully lunged toward Lin Mo. "Stop." A cold shout halted her in her tracks. At some point, Instructor Longzon had already appeared in front of him. His icy gaze swept over everyone. "Without my orders, no one is allowed to take a single step out of their dormitories. As for everything that happened in the secret realm today, let me repeat. It is classified as the Federation's highest level secret. Anyone who dares to leak even a single word will be dealt with under military law, with no mercy." His voice was cold and carrying absolute authority. All the trainees immediately felt a chill in their hearts and responded in unison. "Yes, instructor." After all, someone capable of single-handedly destroying an A-level secret realm. If word got out, the entire Federation would be shaken. The trouble Lin Mo would face would be endless. Qin Hao Yan, Lei Yu. Wang Zan's gaze locked onto the two people. Take him back to the dormitory. Yes, the two quickly agreed. As for Yun, Lang Zan's gaze finally fell on Lin Mo, who was leaning weakly against Lei Yu's arms. His lips twitched slightly. Lin Mo, what you've rested, come to my office. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving behind a group of trained E's in the square whose emotions were surging and hard to calm. Frustration and even a trace of fear. Their hearts weren't easy. From today onward, this boy in the wheelchair, Lin Mo, would become someone no one dared to provoke in the entire genius training camp. As for Lin Mo himself, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to get through it. Acting was more exhausting than fighting, and he had to hold back his laughter. Ah well, what can I do? I'm just that amazing, he thought smugly, though his face still showed a weak and frail expression, as if he might collapse at any moment. Let's go, he said weakly to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu. All right, we'll take you back. Qin Hao Yan immediately nodded. Lei Yu was even more cautious as she pushed his wheelchair, afraid of accidentally damaging this porcelain doll. Seeing their nervous behavior, Lin Mo was secretly delighted. This must be the kind of treatment only a master gets. He would have to get used to it. When they arrived at the shabby dormitory in Zarnef, the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu stood like the guardians, one on each side of Lin Mo's bed. They stared at him lying there, pale-faced, with eyes full of curiosity, reverence, and analysis, as if he were a rare specimen. Being stared at like this made Lin Mo feel uncomfortable all over. Especially Lei Yu, she had just mentioned what could turn him into a necklace. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shiver. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Could you not look at me like that? A little scared. He put on a pitiful expression that would surely soften anyone's heart if they saw it. But Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu, having just witnessed the earth-shattering drama earlier, were already used to his acting. Scared? Qin Hao Yan's lips twitched. Lin Mo, stop pretending. It's just us here, no outsiders. You were just showing off your secret realm prowess earlier, and now you're suddenly acting like a frail Lin Yu. He couldn't help but tease. Exactly. Exactly. Lei Yu nodded repeatedly. Her big eyes were wide with curiosity and excitement. Come on. Tell us. How did you do it? What was that black hole? Is it your talent? You can even fly. Aren't you supposed to be disabled? What's going on with your legs? As she spoke, she reached out to lift the blanket for a closer look. Stop. Lin Mo was startled and quickly blocked her. What a joke. As she lifted the blanket and saw that his legs, though unusable, were muscular and far from looking like a cripple's, his carefully crafted, useless persona would be ruined. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, don't you know? Lin Mo put on a serious face. Stingy. Lei Yu pouted but withdrew her hand. Enough fooling around, Lin Mo sighed, knowing he couldn't get away without explaining today. He organized his thoughts and began to speak slowly, half-truthfully. I don't really know what happened either. This wasn't entirely a lie. After all, he hadn't fully figured out the system in his own body. You don't know either. Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned. Lin Mo nodded, showing an appropriate amount of confusion and pain on his face. You know, I awakened an SS-level talent called Void Scorching Flame. But also unstable, especially since this body of mine is crippled. I can't fully control this power. Just now in the secret realm, I was forced into a desperate situation and had no choice but to recklessly detonate the source of my innate talent. Surviving this was sheer luck. His words were heartfelt, and paired with his weak and pale appearance, they were flawless. Sure enough, after hearing the explanation, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu both showed expressions of sudden realization, so it was a loss of control over his talent. Reasonable. After all, an SS-level talent is a legendary existence, possessing the power to destroy the heavens, and the earth naturally comes with great risks. Especially since Lin Mo is crippled. Using a crippled body to bear such a powerful talent, the risk is off the charts. If it loses control, the consequences are unimaginable. The more they thought about it, the more reasonable the situation seemed. Lin Mo surviving was simply a miracle. Qin Hao Yan muttered to himself, and his gaze toward Lin Mo carried a hint of guilt. Earlier, he had actually suspected Lin Mo of putting on an act, which was truly inappropriate. Lin Mo had risked his life to save them by detonating the source of his talent. Lei Yu's eyes welled up again as she looked at Lin Mo, full of admiration and pity. Lin Mo, you're amazing. From now on, I won't let anyone bully you. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on you, I'll make sure they regret it. She waved her small fists, now in earnestly. Looking at these two silly friends, Lin Mo felt relieved. Damn, finally managed to fool them. This SS-level talent, if the perfect shield no matter how crazy my actions are in the future, I can use the excuse of talent loss of control to cover it up absolutely perfect. By the way, Lin Mo. Qin Hao Yan suddenly remembered something. Instructor Long's on tell you to find him after resting. Do you even go in your current state? Shall we talk to the instructor and ask for a few more days of rest for you? No need. Lin Mo shook his head. He knew he had to pass Longzon's test. That man wasn't as easy to fool as Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yi. He had definitely seen through his eye. But Lin Mo wasn't worried at all. After all, he was now the treasure of the training camp, and he didn't believe Longzon would dare to do anything to him. I'll be fine after a bit of rest, he said, closing his eyes and pretending to meditate. He was secretly contacting the system. System, quickly check what benefits I gain from this secret realm devouring. Request detective for host. This time, by devouring the core energy of the A-level secret realm sword Tim, the system has received a massive energy boost and is now upgrading. Upgrade progressed N%, 30%, 70%. Ding. System upgrade complete. New feature unlock multiverse mall. Host can use system points to purchase techniques, bloodlines, pills, divine weapons, etc. from various worlds. No mall items refresh randomly daily. Please check regularly. A series of notification sounds exploded in Lin Mo's mind, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated. Multiverse mall. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and opened the multiverse mall interface. Before his eyes appeared rows of dazzling, glowing virtual shelves. Item 1. 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill Immortal World Effect. As long as there's still a breath left, instantly revive with full health and recover all injuries. 1 million system points. Item 2. Sharing Imaruto World Effect Mastery of Insight, Replication, and Illusion Techniques. Price 700,000 system points. Free Tomo version. Item 3. Rumble Fruit One Piece World Effect Transform into Lightning, Control Thunder, and Move at Lightning Speed. Price 800,000 system points. Item 4. Beginner's Gift Pack Fantasy World contains basic breeding technique X1, Body Tempering Pill Ketsun, Steel Lawns or Fexhorn. Price 998 system points, limited to one purchase. Looking at the dazzling divine equipment, Lin Mo couldn't help but drool. 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill, Sharing and Rumble Fruit. These were all legendary artifacts. If he could buy them, wouldn't he be unstoppable? But seeing the price tags in the hundreds of thousands to millions, Lin Mo's heart instantly sank. He glanced at his meter. 570,000 system points, clearly not enough to afford those top-tier items. He muttered helplessly, left with no choice but to stare longingly. However, this also motivated him, strengthening his resolve to earn more points. System, close the shop, Lin Mo silently commanded, slowly opening his eyes. Phew. He exhaled deeply, his complexion regaining some color. I'm feeling much better now, he said with a smile to Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yi. I'll go find Instructor Longzon now. Are you really okay? Qin Hao Yan still looked worried. Don't worry, Lin Mo replied, struggling to sit up. Seeing his shaky movements, Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yi, feeling distressed, quickly helped him back into his wheelchair. I'll go with you, Lei Yi offered. No need, I shook my head. The instructor only called for me. Just wait for me in the dorm, I added before maneuvering the wheelchair out of the room. The chief instructor's office. Longzon sat behind his desk, coldly staring at the large screen, displaying all my information. Where he saw the stunning fireworks display I created during the quarterly competition. A trace of barely concealed excitement flickered in his otherwise calm eyes. This kid was too mysterious, so mysterious that even someone as powerful as him, a Hua Gang realm expert, felt uneasy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Longzon's voice returned to its usual icy tone. The door opened, and I maneuvered my wheelchair inside. Instructor Long, you called for me. I looked up at the man behind the desk, still wearing my harmless and frail expression. Longzon didn't answer, simply staring at me in silence. Suddenly, an invisible yet immensely oppressive aura erupted. The pressure was like an ancient divine mountain, crushing down on me, trying to gauge the depth of my abilities. However, faced with this terrifying pressure that could make even a peak, condensed crystal realm expert meal and beg for mercy, I remained calm and composed, not even furrowing my brow. The only sign of strain was the creaking sound from my wheelchair, made of special alloy, as if it might collapse at any moment. Longzon frowned slightly, surprised that I could so effortlessly withstand his pressure. He had used 50% of his strength. Even a peak, condensed crystal realm martial artist would be coughing up blood under such force. Yet I acted as if nothing had happened. How was this possible? Could it be that my strength had already reached a level where I could ignore the pressure of a Hua-Ying realm expert? No, impossible. Longzon quickly dismissed this absurd notion. He sensed no powerful energy fluctuations from me. My ability to withstand his pressure must be due to some special method or perhaps my innate talent. With that thought, Longzon slowly withdrew his oppressive aura, his gaze growing more profound. "Speak," he said slowly. "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" I smiled innocently. "I'm just Lin Mo. An ordinary student in a genius training camp." "Ordinary student?" Longzon sneered. "You call someone who can crush an A-ranked secret Trallon with one hand an ordinary student? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word ordinary?" I chuckled dryly, knowing my excuse wouldn't fool this old fox. I decided to drop the act. I leaned back in the wheelchair, adopting a lazy expression. "Instructor Long, stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want from me today? Just say it directly. Don't bother with those useless tests." "I am not interested." I suddenly changed my attitude, straightforward and blunt, which made Longzon's pupils contract sharply. This kid finally dropped the act. Good, straight to the point. Longzon nodded in approval. "I called you here for 3 things. First, who are you? Second, what is your purpose? Third, how strong are you?" He stared at me intently, as if trying to uncover some secret from my face. But I remained calm and composed. My background is clearly written in the files. At Escorting, son of the Lin family in Star City. My purpose is simple: to become stronger and take revenge on that pair of scoundrels. As for my strength, I paused, a playful smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. "Why don't you guess?" I saw Longzon's sight, which involuntarily. This guy doesn't back down at all. I tested him a little, and he immediately countered with this tone. His stubbornness is truly astonishing. However, instead of getting angry, Longzon admired me even more. In this world of survival of the fittest, only those with an unyielding, vengeful nature can endure. "You are not bad," he nodded, "but I must warn you, your existence has already exceeded the Federation's control. Without sufficient strength, don't even think about crossing this boundary. It is better to act conservatively and keep a low profile. What awaits you may not be flowers and applause, but enemies from all directions targeting you." His voice grew heavy. This was an exaggeration. Someone like Lin Mo, who completely defies convention, would inevitably attract countless forces if exposed to the public. At that point, how the Federation's higher-ups would deal with him remains uncertain. After all, outsiders can never be fully trusted. An uncontrollable variable is often more terrifying to those in power than a direct enemy. "Thank you for the reminder, instructor." Lin Mo nodded, understanding Longzon's point. Innocent people, simply because they possess treasures, can invite disaster. He understood this better than anyone. That's why he always concealed his strength, maintaining the appearance of being weak and in need of help. "It seems we have reached a consensus." Longzon nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, let's move on to serious matters." He took out a document from the drawer and pushed it in front of Lin Mo. "This is your reward for your outstanding performance in the Sortem Secret Realm. Saving all the trainees." "Reward?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had expected tangible rewards for his efforts. He took the document and began reading carefully. "Regarding trainee and Mo's exceptional performance in the A-level Secret Realm, certain all trainees at a critical moment. The training camp's senior management has unanimously decided to award the following: first, Federation contribution points 1, 0 points. Second, training camp points, 500,000 points. Third, 1 month free access to the S-level cultivation room Temporal Abyss. Fourth, 9-turn mind focusing pill and 10 bottles of dragon blood body tempering liquid. Fifth, special permission to enter the Federation Academy's talent fusion laboratory once." Seeing this extremely generous reward, Lin Mo cowled and helped but take a sharp breath. 1 million Federation contribution points. These are even more valuable than training camp points. It can be exchanged for various rare resources exclusive to the Federation's internal members. 500,000 training camp points would allow him to dominate within the camp. The S-level cultivation room Temporal Abyss, that is the highest level training facility, accessible only to the top 3 geniuses who pay a hefty price. Rumor has it that the time flow inside is 10 times faster than outside, making 1 day of training their equivalent to 10 days outside. And there is the 9-turn mind-focusing pill and dragon blood body temporary liquid, both extremely rare top-tier elixirs. Each bottle could fetch a high price on the black market. What moved Lin Mo the most was the last item, the opportunity to enter the Talent Fusion Laboratory. This was one of the Federation Academy's top secrets. It was said to house the most advanced talent research technology in the entire Federation. It could even assist talent users in fusing and evolving their abilities. This was practically tailor-made for him. Instantly, Assistant's previous prompt flashed in his mind to SS-level energy sources, Nether Ghost Fire and Ancient Origins, or intent meet the fusion conditions. Would he like to attempt fusion and aim for the legendary SS-level talent? System Assistant's plan to million system points can be consumed to establish an absolutely stable law furnace, increasing the fusion success rate to 100%. Previously, he didn't have enough system points and had to give up on this tempting option. But now with the Federation's help to enter the Talent Fusion Laboratory, did this mean he had a chance to complete the unprecedented Grand Talent Fusion? If he succeeded, he would possess the legendary SS-level talent. By then, the Lin family. The Federation forces, none of them would matter in front of him. They would be insignificant. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't calm down. He suppressed his excitement and looked up at Longzon. Instructor, isn't this reward a bit too generous? Generous? Longzon smiled faintly. Considering you're exchanging a complete tail-level secret realm for these, who do you think benefits more? Lin Mo, on second thought, it seemed the Federation gained more. The value of a complete tail-level secret realm was immeasurable. Longzon said, but my suggestion is to first train in a void of time and space for a while and elevate your strength through a new level. Then go to the Talent Fusion Laboratory. After all, Talent Fusion puts immense physical and psychological pressure on you. The better prepared you are, the higher the success rate. Thank you for the guidance, Instructor. Lin Mo nodded, keeping this favor in mind, although Longzon appeared cold and unfeeling. He truly had no complaints about him. All right, I've said everything I needed to. Longzon waved his hand. You can leave now. Understood. I nodded, maneuvering the wheelchair to leave. Just as I was about to exit the office, Longzon's voice called out from behind me. Oh, Lin Mo. I turned to look at him. You should replace your wheelchair. He stared at my nearly falling apart wheelchair, and a rare smile appeared on his lips. Next time, I'll get you one made of vibranium. I silently complained into my heart. Thanks, but could you let me hope for something better first? Do you have to assume I'll be in a wheelchair for life? On my face, I could only force an awkward smile. Well, thank you, Instructor. After saying that, I quickly left the pressure-filled office without looking back. Outside, the sky had already darkened. I didn't rush to claim those ridiculously generous rewards, but instead maneuvered my wheelchair back to the dormitory in Zone F. As soon as I entered, I saw Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu pacing back and forth in the room like the anxious ants. They hurriedly came up to me. Lin Mo, you're back. How was it? An Instructor Longzon give you up for a time? Qin Hao Yan looked nervous, afraid that Longzon made things difficult for me. Did he use his pressure to bully you again? Lei Yu rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to fight Longzon. I'm telling you, if he dares to touch you, I'll tear his office apart. Seeing the genuine concern on their faces, warm feelings surged in my heart. Although they were sometimes unreliable, they truly cared about me. Don't worry, I smiled. The Instructor didn't make things difficult for me. On the contrary, he gave me a ton of rewards. Rewards? Qin Hao Yan and Lei Yu were stunned. I nodded and handed them the reward document. The two of them took a clear look at the contents of the document, and their mouths instantly opened and wide enough to fit an egg. 1 million contribution points. 500,000 credits, S-class rain room, abyss of time and space, night-turn concentration pill, dragon blood tempering liquid, talent fusion laboratory. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, staring at me like I was an alien, as if doubting whether I had emptied the federal treasury. I can't believe it. Qin Hao Yan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Lin Mo, you're about to strike it rich. You're practically soaring to the heavens. Lei was so excited she was jumping up and down. 500,000 credits. Think of how much top-tier recruitment they can exchange for. And at abyss of time and space, training in there for a month, were you planning to directly break through to the crystal condensation route?